There exists an organization in this world. They specialize in dealing with ghosts and monsters. It is called the Silent Night Division. Our protagonist was originally just an ordinary office worker, but on his way home from work, he had a very close encounter with a truck. He thought that was the end of his life simulation, but unexpectedly, he started a new life in another world. Just like that, he transmigrated. At the Marquis estate, a servant was doing his routine night patrol. The night was supposed to be silent, but sudden strange sounds disrupted the calm. When he got closer to investigate, the sight before him made his pupils contract. He saw a monster crouched over Gucheng. The creepy sound was from its chewing. Sensing something, the monster looked back. The servant collapsed in terror. He trembled uncontrollably, scrambled up and shouted for help, but his voice shook just like his body. The monster ignored him and continued enjoying its feast. Just then, a divine light descended over Gucheng's head. As he opened his eyes, a wave of intense pain hit his skull. Once he focused, he saw something ugly was stuck to his chest. Gucheng was both hungry and angry. He tried to grab and rip it off, but it wouldn't come off. The intense pain nearly made him black out. He stared at the hideous creature. "You want to eat me?" Gucheng snapped, then bit into the thing himself. "Then I'll eat you first." He started tearing into the monster. Its blood spilled over the jade pendant on his chest, which began to glow faintly green. Then, an unknown force sucked the creature straight into the pendant. Gucheng was astonished. His wound was also miraculously healed. Just then, someone rudely pushed open his door. An old woman and a richly dressed young woman entered. Gucheng was momentarily dazed. Suddenly, memories not his own flooded his mind. Turns out, the tearful old lady was his relative. The young woman said, "Madam, didn't he die in that haunted house? Why cry now?" The old lady snapped, "What are you saying? You'd only be happy if Chinga really died?" A flicker of coldness flashed in Gucheng's eyes. Though he'd just taken over this body, he could tell this woman wasn't a good person. He said calmly, "Don't worry, Grandma. Gucheng, am not that easy to kill." A burly figure entered the room. The demonic aura here is thick. It was an officer from the Silent Night Division of the capital. Gucheng asked in confusion now, "Grandma, who is this?" She answered with some formality. "This is Lord Tai Tianying of the Silent Night Division. He handles supernatural matters." Tai Tianying said, "This mansion has strong yang energy. For a ghost to appear here, someone must have caused it." The young lady exclaimed, "Caused it? Who dares harm the eldest son of the loyal Marquis house?" Tai Tianying replied calmly, "I wouldn't know that. But Gu Gongzi is indeed quite lucky today." Gucheng humbly responded, "Just because I'm safe this time doesn't mean I will be next time. Lord Tai, could you show me a path forward?" Tai Tianying was slightly surprised and said, "Young Master Gu, you are brave indeed. There are two options. First, you could hire skilled Taoist priests to cleanse your Yin aura, but that would only be temporary." Gucheng pressed. "And the second option?" "Second, join the Silent Night Division. Your record is clean. I can recommend you to the Dongling branch." Gucheng hesitated a little. Joining the Silent Night Division means safety. In this body's memory, the Silent Night Division deals specifically with ghosts and demons. Tai Tianying said calmly, "The Silent Night Division can teach you cultivation, but aside from yourself, no one can truly protect you, whether you go or stay. Think carefully, young Master Gu." Just then the old woman spoke. "Lord Tai, please wait." "Even so, why go to such a place?" But Tai Tianying gave no explanation and left. The lady in ornate robes glanced at Gucheng. "You'd better get some rest." Lying in bed, Gucheng stared at the jade pendant for a long time. She was a little surprised, because this pendant was something she bought at the ghost market before the car crash. She didn't expect it would let her reincarnate, and that haunted house also disappeared because of this pendant. Gucheng stared at it again, and suddenly it emitted a faint green glow. Then her spirit felt like it was being pulled. Moments later she was conscious again. Inside the pendant's inner world, it was a strange space, and the haunted creature was here too. Gucheng had a headache. Was she going to fight it again? But it just stood there, staring. It showed no hostility. Gucheng noticed. Its aggression from earlier seemed to be gone. Could the pendant also tame haunted beings? Just then, the creature pointed and shouted. Gucheng seemed to understand. "Are you saying you can come out too?" It nodded cutely. Gucheng hesitated, but pulled out the pendant. It glowed again, and she felt that familiar pull once more. In a short moment, both she and the haunted creature returned to the real world. But Gucheng noticed. It consumed a huge amount of mental energy. She couldn't summon it for too long. Still, it gave her a new form of self-defense. Gucheng asked the ghost, "What else can you do besides eat people?" It didn't reply, but opened its mouth and released ghostly energy. A scene appeared before Gucheng. It showed the woman in ornate robes with a man. The man clutched his chest and asked, "Why can't I sense my new ghost?" The woman snapped, Useless fool. Gu Qing isn't even dead, and you got hurt instead? Gu Qing realized. The one trying to harm her was her own god. A month later at dawn, Gu Qing went to the training ground. Facing 10 shadow cups, she focused her power into a punch, and shattered them all. Even Tai Tunying was startled by the display, but quickly composed himself. That punch means you've reached the early external refinement stage. You've stepped into the cultivation path. Gu Qing replied sincerely. It's all thanks to the manuals you gave me. That was just basic training, he said. If you want more, you'll have to earn it yourself. I understand, she said. Now tell me, will you follow chi cultivation or martial arts? Gu Qing was puzzled. Can't I practice both? Tai Tianying replied flatly. Your energy is limited. To master even one path is hard enough. In chi cultivation, there are 9 realms: chi refinement, spirit nurturing, visualization, spirit steel, origin, return to origin, divine bravery, insight, and earth immortal. The martial path also has 9 realms: external refinement, internal refinement, bone breaking, blood eternity, mountain viewing, sea gazing, divine gate, transcendent, martial saint. Martial artists are stronger in the early stages: spirit steel, origin, return to origin, divine valor, insight, earth immortal. The martial path also has 9 realms: external refinement, internal refinement, bone breaking, blood everlasting, mountain gazing, ocean watching, divine gate, transcendent, martial saint. Martial artists are stronger in the early stages. Later stages of chi training become more sinister and unpredictable. I recommend focusing on martial arts first, and use chi cultivation as a supplementary path for now. I understand. May I ask, Lord Tai, which path do you follow, and what is your current realm? I practice martial arts. As for my realm, he turned and slapped a stone steel behind him, instantly shattering it into pieces. Then Tai Tianying calmly said, I follow the martial path, currently at the 7th rank, bone-breaking stage. My body can rival steel, and shatter gold and stone with bare hands. I'm curious, why would the eldest son of the loyal Marquis agree to join the Silent Night Division? Gu Qing calmly replied, the world is in chaos. Ghosts run rampant. Other than myself, no one can truly protect me. Tai Tianying praised, good lad. You've got spirit. This was reported to me by the old steward. Young master, the carriage is ready. You may depart. Gu Qing gave a respectful gesture to Tai Tianying. Lord Tai, I'm heading out now. Tai Tianying nodded slightly. Gu Qing arrived at the loyal Marquis residence's front gate. His grandmother said worriedly, Cheng-er, once you're in Haiyang Prefecture, take good care of yourself. Buy whatever you need. Don't worry about saving money. Gu Qing reassured her. Don't worry, Grandma. Gu Zheng, his second uncle's son, said, wishing you a safe journey, brother. Gu Qing patted him on the shoulder. As a gesture of response, the reason Madame Shen tried to wipe me out completely was likely for the sake of this little brother. Madame Shen said reluctantly, you're leaving so suddenly. I truly feel unsettled. Gu Qing said plainly, don't worry, Madame Shen. Cheng-er will come back to visit you. He added silently in his heart, what a piece of work this woman is. As the driver cracked the whip, Gu Qing departed for Haiyang Prefecture. He leaned out the window, waving goodbye to. In his heart, he swore, one day I'll return and have this capital under my feet. Around noon, the carriage entered a wooded area. Gu Qing relaxed inside, eyes closed. Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. The driver, alarmed, pulled the reins hard, causing the carriage to jerk to a halt, startling Gu Qing. He knew something was wrong. In front stood 2 men, Wu Qianxi of the Wu clan in Xiangxi, and Han Ting of the Sword Hall. The driver approached them, fawning. Gu Qing's inside the carriage. I checked, he has no weapons. So, about that revenge. Han Ting grinned darkly. Relax. Here you go. As he said that, the driver's head flew off. His body remained upright, unaware it was already dead. Wu Qianxi scoffed. The Taoist said, this brat's not that strong. You should be able to handle him alone. Han Ting smiled. Leave it to me. He approached the carriage, carefully lifting the curtain with his sword. Suddenly, a bundle flew out. Han Ting scoffed. Still trying to resist? He slashed the bundle, and white powder burst out. Han Ting shouted. Lime powder. In a flash, a long sword flew from the carriage, and pierced straight through Han Ting's throat. Wu Qianxi's eyes went wide with shock. Wu Qianxi was stunned and furious. You could say it was a bowl of. As Han Ting lay dying, he asked, didn't you say you had no weapon? Gu Qing scoffed. But only he knew the truth. Thankfully, the soul-linking pendant could store weapons. That's how he caught Han Ting completely off guard. Gu Qing said coldly, rest in peace. Wu Qianxi rushed forward to stop him. Gu Qing glared furiously. He kicked Han Ting hard, sending him flying straight into Wu Qianxi, just as Wu caught him. Gu Cheng flashed behind him and slashed at the back of his head, but Wu Qianxi wasn't called Ghost Hand for nothing. He took the sword strike with his bandaged left hand. The bandaged hand took it head on. Gu Cheng was startled. Are you cheating with hacks or something? Wu Qianxi's left hand began to glow, and the bandages exploded off, revealing the true form of the ghost hand. He slammed his palm toward Gu Cheng's chest. Gu Cheng took the blow head on, staggering back several dozen meters, and coughed up blood. Wu Qianxi chuckled darkly. Normal weapons can't harm my ghost hand. Many have died under this Black River arm. You're next, boy. Gu Cheng sensed danger. That left arm of his was radiating eerie energy. This could be trouble. This was a world ruled by freaks and monsters. When Gu Cheng reincarnated into this world, he encountered all sorts of man-made crises. Thankfully, he was resilient, not easily shaken by these absurdities. Then he sneered. Your strength is only at level 9. I'm already level 8. You may have killed Han Tai with a sneak attack, but against my Black River arm, you don't stand a chance. Gu Cheng. This freak's Black River arm was probably formed through the ghost refining method recorded in the Xiangang Dao scroll. The caster nourishes a ghost vessel using whale blood, focusing all power into that limb. If that's the case, he might still have a chance. Gu Cheng mocked. Don't underestimate me, or you'll be the one to die. Wu Qianxi was enraged. You little punk. Let's see how long that mouth of yours lasts. Then he lunged at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng shot out an arrow-like stab, expressionless. The speed was lightning fast. Wu Qianxi smashed it with his fist. A direct clash of force and steel. A harsh, shrill clash echoed midair. Wu Qianxi added 30% more power to his left fist. Gu Cheng's sword shattered instantly. Wu Qianxi didn't slow. His ghost hand rushed toward Gu Cheng's chest. Wu Qianxi laughed wildly. Say your goodbyes, kid. Just then, Gu Cheng activated the jade pendant with his mind, and a green beam shot out instantly. Wu Qianxi had no time to dodge. He took the hit head on, and was knocked back dozens of meters. When he steadied himself, he found a ghost latched onto his chest. He was shocked. That's the heart ghost of Wuzong Daoist. How are you able to control it? Gu Cheng scoffed. Why does a dead man ask so many questions? Wu Qianxi held up the ghost and sneered. Wuzong Daoist's 5 ghosts are indeed strong. I admit I can't beat them all, but just one heart ghost? It's not enough to stop me, as his word. Gu Cheng vanished in a flash. The next instant, he reappeared. Wu Qianxi was startled. He couldn't understand what trick the boy was pulling now. Gu Cheng sneered coldly. If it's a ghost, then the soul-linking pendant can absorb it. With a snapping sound, Wu Qianxi's left hand was struck by an unknown force. Wu Qianxi's left hand was struck by an unknown force. He forcibly tore it off. The pain of losing his arm nearly made him faint. Gu Cheng took the opportunity to leap back. Wu Qianxi collapsed to his knees in pain. Gu Cheng couldn't help but feel pleased. Looks like he made the right bet. The Black River arm really was the source of his power. Absorbing it drained a lot of my mental strength. Wu Qianxi roared angrily. You brat. Give me back my Black River arm. Gu Cheng replied indifferently. Give it back. Gu Cheng, never return what I borrow. As he spoke, he kicked Han Ting's sword straight at Wu Qianxi. Having lost his strength, Wu Qianxi couldn't react at all. He could only watch helplessly as the Sword King pierced his body. Death wasn't the issue. What he couldn't understand was, how did Gu Cheng take his Black River arm? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Gu Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. If not for the spirit-linked jade pendant, he might have been the one who died. He rummaged through Han Ting's corpse and found a sword technique manual, just what he needed. And since this assassination failed, they'd likely come again. To be safe, he decided to take a side path from now on. He gave up the carriage and chose to walk. Looking at the sword technique manual in hand, he couldn't help but marvel. This crude sword style seemed simple, but it was subtly profound. It could counter many types of weapons. Quite a convenient feature. As night fell, Gu Cheng had to find a place to rest. Just as he was thinking this, a rundown mountain shrine appeared ahead. Looks like this will be tonight's shelter. He walked straight into the shrine. It was already in ruins, abandoned for who knows how many years. It housed a statue of a muscular mountain god, glaring with bronze bell eyes, as if staring straight at Gu Cheng. Just then came the sound of a sword being drawn. Who's there? Gu Cheng turned to look, and calmly said, Don't be nervous. I'm just a passerby. A young lady in fine clothing said. Lin Shu, put the sword away. Don't alarm this gentleman. Gu Cheng bowed in thanks. The young lady merely gave a slight nod in return. An elder beside her said, Young man, it's cold tonight. Come warm yourself by the fire. Gu Cheng thanked him, and walked over to sit by the campfire. People say don't speak of men by day, nor ghosts by night. It's true. Jiang Hanlin had just bragged about killing someone from the Jiang clan, and now a real Jiang clan member had shown up. As the evening chill settled in, night also blanketed the land. Just then, a voice urged. Senior brothers, hurry up. When he entered the mountain shrine, he found someone had already lit the immortal lamp. A scholar-like man spoke. Brother Jiang, I don't think we need to rest. Let's keep moving. The man from Jia Prefecture said calmly. What's the rush? Let's sleep first. The scholar wanted to say more, but the Jia man ignored him. He simply walked in and naturally sat by the fire, cupping his hands. A fated encounter indeed. I am Jiang Hanlin, elite disciple of Qing Yuan Sword sect from Donglan Commandery, the upper rank. You've probably heard of my Qing Yuan Sword sect, the young lady said. So you're from Qing Yuan Sword sect. How disrespectful of me. Jiang Hanlin was stunned by the sight of the lady in elegant clothing. Her beauty took his breath away. A blush rose on his cheeks. The girl from Jia Prefecture said, I'm Han Jingjing, a new disciple of the Qing Yuan Sword sect. I'm out traveling the martial world with my senior brother. The man behind me is someone we met on the road, a scholar named Zhao Xinghua. He's heading to the capital for the imperial exam. Gu Chang'an said calmly. I'm Gu Chang'an, just an ordinary vagabond of the martial world. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the surroundings again. Only Jiang Hanlin kept gazing dreamily at the lady in fine robes. An old man seemed to sense her gaze, but said nothing to stop it. Night fell deeper amidst this unsettling atmosphere. At that moment, Han Jingjing clapped her hands and suggested, It's a long night. Why don't we share some spooky stories to pass the time? Zhao Xinghua said, Since Miss Han wishes so, I'll start with one. Let me tell you the story of the warehouse ghost. They say those eaten by tigers become warehouse ghosts. Used to lure more victims to feed the tiger. Only when the tiger gets a new ghost will it release the old one. Han Jingjing said angrily, Those warehouse ghosts are awful, helping tigers harm people. Zhao Xinghua chuckled and replied, It's just human nature. Gu Cheng also grew interested and said calmly, Let me tell a fitting story too. A man named Zhang San walking at night encountered some travelers at the mountain god temple, just as he was chatting happily with them. The temple door opened again. Everyone inside noticed the newcomer. A scholar at the door asked in confusion, Brother, why are you talking to yourself? Zhang San was puzzled. By myself. But when he turned around again, the people he was just talking to had vanished. Han Jingjing, frightened, hid behind her senior brother and asked, Could those people Zhang San spoke with be ghosts? Gu Cheng replied calmly, Who knows? Jiang Hanlin scoffed. Half a tale is worse than none at all. He said proudly, Your stories are spooky but lack heroism. Let me tell you a real one from my experience. A year ago, on the battlefield of the Haitian army, an evil cultivator turned corpses into zombies. These zombies had heads like bronze and bodies like iron, and were full of corpse poison, terrifying. I happened to pass by that place, and with one swing of my sword, cut them all down. I remember that night. The moon was bright, and the wind howled, just like now. A sudden sharp glint appeared in his eyes. At that moment, a cold wind swept into the valley. The door of the mountain god temple blew open. Gu Cheng immediately sensed something in the courtyard. Along with the eerie footsteps, zombies had already filled the yard. Jiang Hanlin was startled. He hadn't expected his story to come true. These were likely the lowest level ghost zombies, but even this many would be hard to handle. Han Jingjing chuckled and teased, Senior brother, aren't you great at slaying zombies? Here, take my sword. Jiang Hanlin was speechless. Junior sister, you did that on purpose, didn't you? The elegant lady said calmly. The temple is too cramped. If those zombies rush us all at once, we won't be able to hold them off. Just as she said that, a loud bang echoed. Everyone looked in that direction in confusion, bewildered. They didn't know what had happened. Gu Cheng had punched through the wall of the temple and said, Follow me. The group rushed out, then set the mountain god temple on fire. Follow me. After rushing out, the group set the mountain god temple on fire. The roaming cultivators stood outside, unsure whether to advance or retreat. In the forest outside the mountain god temple, the group ran at full speed. Just as they were about to stop to rest, more roaming cultivators suddenly appeared. Gu Cheng was startled. Even the fire couldn't stop them? The roaming cultivators ran on all fours like wild beasts, much faster than the others. One of them suddenly leapt behind the lady in elegant robes, just as it was about to strike. A flash of sword light appeared in an instant, severing the creature's arm. Uncle Lin acted swiftly and saved the lady just in time. At that moment, Jiang Hanlin shouted, The zombie's weak spot is the head. Hearing this, Gu Cheng instantly slashed off a zombie's head. After this confirmation, he began to trust Jiang Hanlin's words. Zhao Xinghua said, There's a small path down the mountain. Everyone, follow me. Jiang Hanlin was delighted to hear this. He urged Han Jingjing, Junior sister, come with me. At that moment, Gu Cheng called out, Don't go. That scholar is suspicious. The protagonist can gain demon power by slaying demons, and ghost power by slaying spirits. Isn't that just cheating outright? While they were surrounded by Zhao Xinghua claimed he knew a path down the mountain, But the protagonist rebuked him coldly. He protested, I was trying to help. And you suspect me? You really can't tell a good man when you see one. Then stay here and fight the zombies yourselves. I'm leaving. Han Jingjing was about to turn back to help fight, but Jiang Hanlin grabbed her arm. Come with me, quick. After they left, the lady in elegant robes said calmly, since you knew that Scholar was suspicious, why didn't you try harder to stop them? Gu Cheng replied indifferently. I already said what I needed to say. If they won't listen, there's nothing more I can do. After all, kind words can't persuade a ghost who's fated to die. At that moment, a panicked voice rang out. Junior sister, run. I'll hold them off. Gu Cheng heard the voice as well, and confirmed it was from Jiang Hanlin. That Scholar really isn't a good person. Just then, a figure came flying toward them. Gu Cheng was startled, but he didn't step forward to help. Han Jingjing, with tears in her eyes, said, Senior brother, are you okay? At that moment, Gu Cheng instinctively looked up at the night sky. His heart dropped in alarm. A black silhouette appeared in the sky. Half human, half beast. When it landed on the ground, Gu Cheng saw clearly it was a tiger demon, and behind it followed a scholar. Zhao Qinghua, Gu Cheng said, as the saying goes, feeding the tiger with ghosts. Turns out Zhao Qinghua is a warehouse ghost. Han Jingjing trembled and said, Brother Gu, please save my senior brother. Gu Cheng calculated silently. The situation was critical. If they lost Jiang Hanlin's fighting power now, it would make the situation even worse. At that moment, the tiger demon lost patience. It leapt into the air with both feet, pouncing straight toward Han Jingjing. Just as it was about to reach her, a streak of sword energy shot at its face. The tiger demon was forced to abandon. Its body flashed and returned to a rock. It let out a low, whimpering cry. Turns out it hadn't dodged in time, and had been cut across the face. Gu Cheng said coldly, even a mere beast dares to act out before me. Then he turned to Jiang Hanlin and said, I'll take care of the tiger demon. You go handle the zombies. Jiang Hanlin stood up painfully, and slightly cupped his hand in salute. Brother Gu, be careful. The tiger demon showed no regard for life or death. It charged fiercely at Gu Cheng. The seriousness on Gu Cheng's face grew more evident. The tiger demon's aura put immense pressure on him. But this was a perfect chance to test the sword. He unleashed a sword strike with the technique, but the tiger demon blocked it with both claws crossed at its chest. It neutralized the power of the strike. Instead, Gu Chu was forced to stagger back from the shock. Only then did he realize. Relying solely on weapons would make victory unlikely, but he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Gu Cheng leaped into the air. He retrieved He Zhang's arm from the Tanyu jade pendant and attached it to his own hand. The tiger demon was stunned. It didn't understand what was happening. Gu Cheng gathered all his strength and smashed down with a punch. Instantly, an explosion erupted. The dust kicked up obscured the view. When the smoke slowly cleared, a headless tiger demon corpse lay on the ground. Gu Cheng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected He Zhang's arm to possess such immense power. It killed the tiger demon with a single blow. Then, another change occurred. From the tiger demon's corpse, strands of power slowly seeped out and flew toward Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was mildly shocked. The tiger demon's demonic energy enhanced his physical body. Could slaying demons also increase his own strength? At that moment, Zhao Xinghua burst into wild laughter, shouting that he was finally free. He had finally escaped. Gu Cheng asked in confusion, Free? Who said that? Chang Gui is a ghost. The golden light from the Xiangang Dao tree should be effective against him. With that, he formed a floating seal. Zhao Xinghua seemed to sense something and glanced back, just in time to see the incantation seal coming toward him. He opened his mouth to shout something, but it was too late. The seal instantly enveloped him and was gradually absorbed into the jade pendant. Gu Cheng sensed it. It was indeed Yin energy. The power gained from killing ghosts and demons was different. If he could increase his strength by slaying ghosts and demons, then mastering the 5 paths dual cultivation wouldn't be difficult. Miss Hua, who had been watching for a while, was about to say something when a cry for help rang out. Han Jingjing shouted, Senior brother, come save me. Jiang Hanling also wanted to rush to her aid, but he was entangled by a wandering corpse, unable to break free. At that moment, a powerful kick sent the wandering corpse flying. It was Gu Cheng. The wandering corpse was sent flying several meters away. Jiang Hanling urgently asked, Junior sister, are you okay? Han Jingjing nodded slightly. But they were surrounded by wandering corpses again. Gu Cheng said, There are too many of these zombies. Fighting like this won't work. Jiang Hanling said, Zombies are usually controlled by someone. They should be nearby. A cold glint flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. Controlling zombies? Yes. If we can kill the person controlling these zombies, the zombies will become immobile. Gu Cheng understood. So that's how it is. Most of the zombies are coming from the direction of the forest. Then the person controlling the zombies must be watching from that direction. Gu Cheng searched for a long time, finally locking onto a figure in the forest. Gu Cheng turned to the group and said, If you all trust me, hold off these zombies for now. I'll deal with that person. Han Jingjing immediately raised her sword and said, I'm willing to fight alongside you. Big Brother Gu. The woman from the Hua mansion clasped her hands toward Gu Cheng in approval. Jiang Hanliang leaped into the zombie horde. I am an elite disciple of the Qing Yuan sword sect. You filthy creatures, meet your end. Old Lin, after cutting down a zombie, said, Young master, go quickly. Gu Cheng didn't waste any more words. He dashed toward the old man's position in the forest. It didn't take long for him to find the person controlling the zombies from behind. Gu Cheng snorted coldly. At the same time, he shook the bronze bell in his hand. Instantly, rustling sounds came from the surrounding bushes. The next moment, several zombies lunged toward Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng didn't waste words. He summoned the black zombie arm and equipped it. His left hand began gathering strength. He stood still and swung at the approaching zombies. The zombies' bodies instantly shattered into pieces. Gu Cheng smoothly landed in front of the old man. The old man looked at Gu Cheng's left hand. He recognized it as the black zombie arm of the Xiangxi Wu family. Gu Cheng, holding a sword in his right hand, lunged at the old man. Fear surged in the old man's eyes. He opened his mouth and said, Hold on, don't attack. I was just... But Gu Cheng ignored him. He threw a punch at the old man's head. Instantly, an explosion erupted. The air filled with the smell of blood. The old man's head was gone. Gu Cheng said indifferently, Who you are is none of my business. On Jiang Hanlin's side, seeing the zombies stop moving, he realized Gu Cheng had succeeded. After Gu Cheng returned, to satisfy his curiosity, he wildly slashed at the zombies' heads with his sword. He muttered to himself, They really stopped moving, huh? Jiang Hanlin was startled by this scene. Junior sister, look at how ruthless this Gu Cheng is. The martial world is treacherous. It's best not to trust people like him. Tan Jingjing rolled her eyes and said, Then why did you so easily believe that ghost's nonsense earlier? Jiang Hanlin was left speechless by her retort. At this moment, a woman from the Hua mansion said to the old man, Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. You nearly forced us to reveal the scenery. If there's a next time, you'll ignite your heart fire and burn yourself to ashes. A few hours later, the sun slowly rose on the horizon, greeting the morning. Gu Cheng clasped his hands and said to the group, Everyone, I'll take my leave now. No one tried to stop him. After all, partings in the martial world far outnumber reunions. Gu Cheng waved to them as a farewell. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Cheng finally arrived at his destination. Cui Zijie, the Grand Commander of the Jingye Division in Heong Prefecture, spoke. No need to ask. You must be Gu Cheng, recommended by Tai Tianying. Gu Cheng knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and said, Your subordinate pays respects to Lord Cui. Cui Zijie said, You've come at the right time. We're short on manpower. There have been many tasks lately, and we've lost quite a few people. Gu Cheng was somewhat speechless. Couldn't you say something more encouraging on my first day? Cui Zijie continued. But don't be afraid. You'll work under Meng Zunyesh as a deputy. You'll be safe with him. Meng Hantang snorted coldly and said, Another one who got in through connections assigned to me? Do they think I'm that free? Cui Zijie chuckled and said, Meng Zunyesh is cold on the outside but warm inside. You don't need to be afraid. Xiaoyu, Gu Cheng will be your partner from now on. Take him to choose 2 martial techniques first. Xiaoyu clasped her hands and agreed. Then she led Gu Cheng out. Xiaoyu said, My name is Zhang Xiaoyu. Brother Gu, you can just call me Xiaoyu. Gu Cheng nodded slightly. Then she led him toward the martial techniques hall. But at that moment, a ghost mist suddenly burst through the window. But it immediately collapsed by the window, motionless. Gu Cheng, puzzled, asked, Why would a ghost mist appear in the Jingye division? Xiaoyu said, That's from Sun Yesher's ghost training. Brother Gu, don't worry about it. Gu Cheng asked, confused. Isn't ghost training a low-class, heretical technique? People in the Jingye division practice it too? Xiaoyu said calmly. These heretical techniques are the fastest to master. In the Silent Night division, we only care about results, not the process. We don't bother with useless rules. Gu Cheng understood. That means his Black River arm can now be used openly without hiding it. The style of the Silent Night division really suits his taste. At that moment, Xiaoyu said, Brother Gu, this is the Cultivation technique vault. All grade 9 techniques are inside. Feel free to choose one. Gu Cheng looked at the dazzling array of techniques before him. The Netherlink Jade pendant allowed him to absorb ghost mist energy. With its support, he could probably cultivate both blade and ghost arts. In that case, I'll pick one technique from each path. Xiaoyu asked curiously, Brother Gu, are you planning to dual cultivate sword and ghost arts? Gu Cheng didn't deny it. He simply nodded. Xiaoyu understood. Since you've chosen, I'll take you to your quarters to rest. There are many missions lately. You'll need to be well rested. Gu Cheng asked, When do missions usually come up in the Silent Night division? Who knows? Maybe one will pop up tomorrow. Day turned to night, and soon it was the 3rd watch. In a small village in Heong Prefecture, a drunkard cursed aloud with a wine bottle in hand. Damn it, lost another bet today. He cursed as he staggered along. At that moment, a rustling from the house caught his attention. He saw a woman crouched on the ground, eating something. The sounds were coming from her. The drunkard was furious. "You wretched woman, eating in the middle of the night?" At that moment, the woman spoke in a chilling tone. "Husband, I'm so hungry." The drunkard growled. "Hungry my ass. Get to bed now." The woman slowly stood up, still holding half a chicken head in her hand. She looked back at the drunkard and said, "But I'm really so hungry. Husband, you look so delicious." As she spoke, her body moved unnaturally toward the drunkard. The drunkard sobered up in fright. He screamed a ghost and tried to run, but it was already too late. The next morning, the Xuanjia guards received the news and came to investigate at the drunkard's home. Naturally, Gu Cheng was among them. Passers-by nearby were all gossiping. "What happened at old Wang's house? Why are there so many constables here this early?" Xiaoyu asked. "Brother Gu really is unlucky. Just arrived a few days and already caught a case," Gu Cheng said indifferently. "This is fine too. It helps me get familiar with Jingye division faster." Inside the house, a Xuanjia guard sighed. "This is truly brutal." Xiaoyu stepped forward and asked, "Brother Zhao, Brother Wang, was this the work of the ghost house?" Zhao Jingming replied, "On the surface, it looks man-made, but the brutality of the scene, there's no way a human could have." Xiaoyu was even more puzzled. Brutality? He simply decided to push over. He really wanted to see what brutal looked like. Wang Qi said flatly, "If you're going to throw up, do it outside. Don't contaminate the scene." Xiaoyu turned back and agreed, chuckling. "I've been a Xuanjia guard for a long time. I've seen it all." As soon as he said that, he turned and looked inside the room. The scattered remains and the overwhelming stench of blood. Xiaoyu couldn't take it and vomited on the spot. In all his life, he had never seen such a terrifying scene. He was definitely going to have nightmares tonight. At that moment, Gu Cheng also walked in silently. He knelt and touched a smear of blood on the ground. Then he pinched the blood between his fingers, secretly analyzing in his mind. He wasn't scared by the gruesome scene before him. After all, he developed immunity from fighting zombies days ago. Zhao Jingming said in surprise, "Not afraid, even in the face of this scene. You really don't seem like a rookie." Gu Cheng asked, "How did they die?" Zhao Jingming looked at the corpse and replied, "The man was bitten to death. The woman was overstuffed to death. As for what overstuffed her, I don't think I need to spell it out." Wang Qi said, "This case is likely the doing of the ghost house. Xiaoyu, see if you can trace the Yin energy." Xiaoyu nodded solemnly. Wang Qi explained to Gu Cheng, "Xiaoyu is in the trial stage of cultivation. He knows some supportive Taoist techniques." Gu Cheng understood. Then Xiaoyu pulled out a talisman. He formed a seal with his hands and chanted. He shouted, "Charging Dragon Jade Talisman." A golden dragon burst out of the talisman. This charging dragon jade enhances one's sense of smell and perception. It can track various scents, including ghost housing energy or the aura of demons. After circling the corpse once, the golden dragon returned to Xiaoyu, as if reporting something. Then Xiaoyu said, "The ghost house indeed passed through here, but it didn't possess anyone. It merely influenced the woman's mind. That's why the residual Yin. I'm afraid we can't track it." Zhao Jingming said calmly, "I do have a theory, though I'm not sure it's right." Wang Qi said plainly, "If you have an idea, speak up. This woman must have gone somewhere, and that's how the ghost house found her. If we trace her movements, we might find something useful." Xiaoyu said, "She probably went to quite a few places. It'll be hard to pinpoint a specific one. It's hard to determine the exact location, right?" Gu Cheng did not deny it and said, "That's right. So now I need to verify my second hypothesis." He turned to the armored guard outside and asked, "Brother outside the door, has anyone else recently died under strange circumstances nearby?" Hearing Gu Cheng's question, the guard suddenly remembered. There have indeed been a few similar unexplained deaths. After hearing this, Gu Cheng confirmed his suspicion. "Xiaoyu, bring me a map of Ruo County. I need to locate that haunted house. Pinyin Street, Ruo County." Gu Cheng studied the map and said, "Those who died didn't eat human flesh, but it's likely that a ghost caused their gluttony. Tracking the movement patterns of these victims, we should find a common intersection. That intersection is probably where the ghost is hiding." At that moment, a ragged beggar caught Gu Cheng's attention. Gu Cheng instructed Xiaoyu and walked up to the old beggar. Xiaoyu asked in confusion, "Is this beggar the haunted house we've been looking for?" Gu Cheng said firmly, "Not the beggar, but the jar in his hand." Wang Qi was getting impatient. "What are you all waiting for? Go talk to him." He approached the old beggar. The old beggar rasped, "Kind sirs, please show some mercy. Spare me some food." Suddenly, black smoke started rising from the jar in the beggar's hand. Zhao Jingming steadied himself and said, "We'll feed you in a moment. Let me take a look at your jar first." The old beggar rasped again, "You won't feed me. But you want to steal my treasure? You're just like the others. You all deserve to die." As his words fell, the jar in the beggar's hands exploded. The black mist in the jar, at that moment, continuously surged into the old beggar's mouth. Gu Cheng silently cursed that things were going wrong, but it was already too late. The old beggar's eyes turned blood red. His body began to emit strands of black mist. He let out a shrill roar. His body started to mutate. In just a moment, the old beggar transformed into an extremely grotesque monster. He glared with furious eyes, his roar echoing. His limbs crawled on the ground. Opening his mouth, he launched an attack toward the group. Gu Qing was momentarily stunned. The monster before him was likely a 7th-level resentful ghost. The resentful ghost swung its arm, charging at the group. Zhao Jingming shouted and stepped in front of Gu Qing. He unleashed the bone's secret art, Bone Shield. White bones grew from his hands. The ghost claws arrived in an instant. They slammed heavily into the white bones. In that fleeting moment of contact, the bones shattered into dust, scattering in the air. Zhao Jingming was knocked back dozens of meters. Zhao Jingming formed hand seals again. He shouted, Bone's secret art, Ghost chains. He thrust his hands into the ground. Instantly, white bone chains shot up from the ground. The unprepared resentful ghost was pinned to the ground. Xiaoyi took out the Qinkuan axe. He muttered to himself. Then he moved toward the... Suddenly, a massive formation appeared above the ghost's head. Xiaoyi shouted, Descend. The formation crashed down onto the resentful ghost, though it didn't cause much damage. It immobilized the ghost. Gu Cheng seized the opportunity, drawing his sword and charging forward. He shouted, Single slash, blazing sun sword. Instantly, flames enveloped the sword. Gu Cheng aimed for the ghost's head. He stabbed down without a hint of mercy. Just when they thought the fight was over, Gu Cheng's face grew grim. Though he had struck the ghost, it had dodged a vital spot. The strike didn't cause significant damage. The ghost's head rotated 360 degrees. It cackled eerily, staring at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was startled by the sight. The ghost extended its tongue, covered in oozing blisters. It shot toward Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng blocked with his sword. The immense force knocked him back dozens of meters. The ghost roared, opening its mouth. It seemed furious that Gu Cheng hadn't died. It stood up in a frenzy. The bone chains binding its limbs snapped apart. The group's expressions grew solemn. The ghost's energy had surged even further. How could a starved ghost be this terrifying? The ghost's pupils dilated slightly. In an instant, it appeared before Xiaoyu. It raised its right hand, exuding black mist. It swung down toward her. Gu Cheng shouted, Dodge. But the ghost's claws were too fast. Xiaoyu had no time to evade. In a flash of lightning, a sword she shot toward the ghost's arm. Ming Hantang shouted, Everyone, stand back. I'll handle this resentful ghost. Hearing this, the group relaxed. They knew a master had arrived. As the ghost let out a pained roar, a cold gleam sliced through, severing one of its arms. Ming Hantang landed smoothly. The ghost glared venomously at the one who injured it. Ming Hantang's swordplay was swift, his movements even swifter. He struck again. In an instant, he left countless sword marks on the ghost's body. Gu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Ming is truly formidable, a top-tier bone-breaking dancer. Xiaoyi chuckled darkly. Lord Ming is the fastest archer in Heong Prefecture. Against Lord Ming, this vengeful ghost stands no chance. Just as he finished speaking, the vengeful ghost punched Ming Hano away. Xiaoyi froze on the spot, wanting to slap himself. Gu Cheng was speechless. This Xiaoyi really has a curse-mouth talent. Zhao Jingming called out, Lord Ming, I'll assist you. With that, he pulled out a whole bone dart. He channeled power into it continuously, then hurled it at the ghost. But just before it hit, the ghost caught it with its tongue. This time the ghost failed to react in time. Its tongue, wrapped around the dart, was severed. As the dart hit the ground, the ghost let out a wail of pain. Seeing this as a chance, Gu Cheng leapt into the air, summoned his Black River arm, and unleashed his break blade technique toward the ghost. But just then, he noticed Ming Hantao had followed his move. The two formed a pincer attack from left and right. Two bursts of blood mist shot up instantly. The ghost's head was cut cleanly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, filled with awe at the power displayed. The headless ghost fell heavily to the ground and moved no more. Gu Cheng sighed in lingering fear. The Silent Night Division's missions are truly dangerous. If I had made the slightest mistake, I might have lost my life. Wisps of ghostly energy rose from the ghost's corpse and drifted toward Gu Cheng's pendant. Gu Cheng sensed this was the power gained from slaying the ghost. It felt like two distinct energies. One was force, which stored itself in his meridians. The other strengthened his physical body. Ming Hantao said, Tiger, leopard, thunder, hawk. That's the 8th grade internal refining stage. Just lucky. Ming Hantao instructed his men. You guys handle the cleanup. Then he turned to Gu Chen and said, Come with me. Ming Hantao said calmly, I thought you were just another spoiled noble brat. Seems I was wrong. If not for you today, there would have been casualties. Gu Cheng replied calmly, You're too kind, Lord Ming. You could have handled the ghost yourself. You discovered it, and killed it too. You deserve the most credit for this mission. I'll report it to Silent Night Division so you get more merit. Gu Cheng quickly bowed in gratitude. Ming Han now continued. Your cultivation has reached 8th grade. When you have time, go to the technique vault and choose 2 techniques. Gu Cheng now understood what Chui Zijia meant. Lord Ming truly had a cold face but a warm heart. Working under him shouldn't be a problem. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu said. Since the ghost incident. We've been patrolling for 3 days now. Everything should be fine, right? Gu Cheng replied calmly. If nothing happens today, we can end the patrol. Xiaoyu asked. By the way, Brother Gu, which techniques did you choose? I picked Westwater Golden River and Demon Seal Crystal Light. Xiaoyu praised. One strengthens internal power. The other counters cultivators. That combo's really good. You're so talented and hardworking, Brother Gu. I really admire you. Not like Brother Zhao Jingming, who only likes hanging out in brothels. Why pay money just to sleep? Hearing this, Gu Cheng blushed. He coughed and said awkwardly, You're still young. You'll understand these things when you grow up. At that moment, a commotion sounded ahead on the street, drawing both their attention. A man pointed at the greedy vendor and scolded angrily. You're too stingy, man. You won't even give a single pear to this poor Taoist. The vendor, protecting his pears, said, This is a small business. Please, Taoist, don't make things difficult for me. The old Taoist sighed and said, Fine, since you won't give me any, I'll just grow my own. With that, he pulled out a gourd from his sleeve. He poured out some unknown liquid. Suddenly, a sapling sprouted from the ground. Moments later, it grew into a towering tree and bore fruit. But at that moment, the vendor noticed his pears were gone from his stall. Only then did he realize the old Taoist had used some trick to move his pears onto the tree. The vendor cried out, My pears were meant to be sold to pay for my mother's treatment. The old Taoist gave a sly chuckle. Consider this a lesson. Don't be so stingy in the future. Xiaoyu, seeing the Taoist's arrogance, instinctively wanted to step forward and teach him a lesson, but Gu Cheng quickly stopped him. Gu Cheng said calmly, This is our turf. You, a nosy old Taoist, dare to act so brazenly? Return the pears now, and get lost. The old Taoist squinted and said, What, you have a problem with how I do things? Gu Cheng drew his blade. Holding it to the Taoist's throat, he sneered. You dare call yourself master in front of me? I think you've eaten too much arsenic. Tired of living, huh? I now suspect you, nosy Taoist, are a demon. Come with me to the Night Watch Division to explain yourself. The old Taoist snorted coldly. And who might you be? Just a lapdog of the Night Watch Division. Gu Cheng said gravely. Insulting the Night Watch Division adds to your crimes. The old Taoist quickly leaped back. Think you can pin crimes on me? You don't have the skill. With that, he pulled out 2 talisman papers, muttering incantations. Vidra protection, silent and unseen. The talismans exploded instantly, summoning a wrathful Vidra holding an iron awl. The old Taoist snorted. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiaoyu felt a chill, realizing things were taking a bad turn. The old Taoist roared. Ignorant fool, die. As his words fell, the wrathful Vidra behind him raised its iron awl and smashed it toward Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng leaped back, easily dodging. He glared at the Vidra. Just some petty tricks. Gu Cheng unleashed the one-word blazing sun sword, thrusting toward the Vidra. A fireball appeared out of nowhere, instantly reaching the Vidra. Then an explosion erupted. The old Taoist was blasted several meters. The old Taoist gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a long whip appeared behind Gu Cheng, just as it was about to reach him. Gu Cheng reacted. He ducked half an inch, narrowly avoiding it. Gu Cheng was annoyed. Nothing but cheap tricks. The old Taoist trembled with rage. Brat. Don't underestimate your Taoist master. Gu Cheng directly used the whip-breaking form of the broken sword method. A long snake-like strike coiled around the Taoist's iron whip, and shot forward, caught off guard. Blood spurted from the Taoist's whip-holding hand. His entire body was sent flying dozens of meters. The old Taoist was stunned. Does an ordinary mysterious armor rank have such strength? Gu Cheng sheathed his blade, holding off further attacks, and snorted. If you're smart, give up resisting, and come with me quietly. The old Taoist pulled out a paper figure, slapped it on his forehead, and shouted, If I can't beat you, can't I just escape? Instantly, an explosion erupted where the Taoist stood. From the smoke, 2 identical old Taoists leaped out. Both Taoists mocked simultaneously. I am the real one. Come catch me. Gu Cheng sneered. Which one is the real body? We'll find out by testing. He used a communication. The new ghost opened its mouth and bit down. After a fierce struggle, the old Taoist directly exploded. The real old Taoist couldn't help but complain. After the explosion, the new ghost still had a piece of clothing in its mouth. It sat on the ground, dazed, unaware of what had happened. Gu Cheng sneered again. You old Taoists are truly laughable. All you use are petty tricks to fool children. The old Taoist didn't waste words. He turned and fled. Gu Cheng roared angrily. Drawing his sword, he chased after him. He threw the sword toward the old Taoist. Fortunately, the old Taoist reacted quickly. He ducked and dodged it. He didn't dare linger. He sprinted away again. Gu Cheng was somewhat exasperated. This old Taoist has little skill, but he's quite good at escaping. Xiaoyu commented. He might be from the Luo sect. Gu Cheng was puzzled. What is the Luo sect? The Luo sect, White Lotus sect, and Manhua sect are the 3 major heretical sects of Dakian Kingdom. They are located in the northern and southern parts of Dakian. These three sects blend secret techniques from Buddhism and Taoism. They have a long history. These three heretical sects excel at deception techniques. Though they lack lethality, they can manipulate people's minds. To prevent these three sects from destabilizing Dakian's foundation, 500 years ago, the court sent troops to eradicate them. The Luo sect, the leader of the three, vanished after that. But in recent years, these three sects have shown signs of resurgence. Gucheng asked. Donglin County is in the central part of Dakian. It's not within the Luo sect's sphere of influence. Why would they appear here? If even you, Brother Gu, can't figure it out, then I'm even more clueless. For now, let's report this to Lord Ming. He shouted. Lord Ming. We're back. But the next moment, he froze in place. Meng Hantang had just bandaged his wounds. He sat there, his injuries still untreated. Gucheng asked. Lord Ming, what happened to you? Who injured you? Meng Hantang said calmly. We received intelligence that a defected Luo sect disciple fled to this area. So, Commander Chui and I set up an ambush to capture him alive. But we didn't expect him to be so strong. He broke through our encirclement by force and injured me. However, he was hit by Commander Chui's great purple yang hand. The purple yang energy will burn his heart meridians. He's likely hiding in Luo County, recovering. A bounty has been issued. Killing this Luo sect traitor will reward 100 merit points and 2 bottles of spirit fortune pills. Capturing him alive doubles the reward. Gucheng was stunned. That's even more than the reward for a resentful ghost. This Luo sect traitor must be important. Xiaoyu said. Lord Ming. Earlier, Brother Gu and I encountered a Luo sect Taoist, but he escaped. Are they also searching for this Luo sect traitor? It seems we need to act quickly. Wang Qi speculated. But Luo County is so large, with only about 20 people in the Jingye division. Finding someone in hiding won't be easy. Meng Hantang nodded. Indeed. But if we delay too long, that Luo sect traitor will surely recover and escape. Gucheng clasped his hands and said, I have a plan that might work. There must be underground gangs in Luo County. With the Jingye division's authority, we should be able to mobilize them. Meng Hantang's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. With their numbers and experience, the chances of finding the Luo sect traitor are indeed higher for them. He turned to Wang Qi and said, You've dealt with these underworld figures. You and Gucheng handle this matter. The others will assist you. Gucheng said, Brother Wang, how many underground gangs are there in Luo County, and which ones could be useful? There are quite a few gangs, big and small, in Luo County, but the only one worth mentioning is Qinghua Hall. Qinghua Hall controls the underground casinos and brothels in Luo County. Their leader is called Hua Qing, known as Nightblade. This man was injured in his lower body during a fight years ago, which made his personality somewhat eccentric. Qinghua Hall's deputy leader is Lei Ping. This man has mastered powerful external martial arts. His strength is formidable. His prestige in Qinghua Hall is second only to Hua Qing. Hua Qing trusts him immensely, entrusting him with the casino business. Neither of these two are easy to deal with. They're unlikely to risk offending the Luo sect for our Night Watch division. Even if they agree to, they probably won't genuinely search for the traitor. Gucheng nodded. If they deliberately stall, we're in trouble. We need a reliable plan. By the way, you mentioned Hua Qing's eccentric personality. What exactly makes him so strange? Wang Qi hesitated. Well, I'm a bit embarrassed to explain. Both of them were a bit confused. Is it really that hard to say? At Qinghua Hall's training ground, Lei Ping was practicing as usual. His heavy breathing exuded an aura of masculine charm. At that moment, a figure hiding nearby was chuckling slyly. His actions caught Lei Ping's attention. Hua Qing, with a shrill voice, said, The deputy leader's body has been getting stronger lately. Hearing this, both of them looked embarrassed. Wang Qi said awkwardly, Hua Qing has made plenty of advances toward Lei Ping, but Lei Ping has always ignored him. Gucheng coughed and said, I didn't expect Hua Qing to have such preferences. Wang Qi sighed, but Lei Ping's subordinates aren't so lucky. Many of them have fallen victim to Hua Qing's advances. Zhao Jingming chimed in. Lei Ping is a respectable man. Who would have thought he'd end up with a boss like this? Gucheng pondered. Why don't we go with the flow and do Lei Ping a favor? Meng Hantang asked. What's your plan? Gucheng explained slowly. Though Hua Qing and Lei Ping seem to get along on the surface, Lei Ping must harbor resentment toward Hua Qing. If our Night Watch division adds the two are bound to fall out. Xiaoyu said excitedly. I get it. If we help Lei Ping deal with Hua Qing, Lei Ping will owe the Night Watch division a favor. Then, when we ask him to help search for the Luo sect traitor, he won't be able to refuse. Gucheng smiled. That's exactly my plan. Meng Hantang clapped his hands. That could work. But how do you plan to add that fuel? Gucheng grinned at Xiaoyu. That's where Xiaoyu comes in. Xiaoyu was stunned. How can I help? In the blink of an eye, it was night. The ladies at Yingchun Tower began their work. In one of the rooms, a burly man was kneeling, massaging Hua Qing's legs. But his miserable expression showed he wasn't there willingly. Hua Qing seemed to notice this, and kicked the man in the face. Frowning in displeasure, he said, "Who are you making that sour face for? Get out." The burly man bolted, without a moment's hesitation, crying and shouting as he fled. Hua Qing sighed and said, "These filthy men, not one of them is sincere." At this moment, a maid spoke up. "Hall master, a strange man has arrived outside. You should go take a look." Hua Qing asked in confusion. Strange man. Meanwhile, on the first floor of Ingchun brothel, the courtesans were watching like spectators, whispering among themselves. Gu Cheng was holding Xiao Yi in his arms. They kept calling each other, "Darling" and "my love." The madam stepped forward and said, "Is this your first time here, sir? Why don't I arrange a few of our top courtesans for you?" Gu Cheng shouted angrily, "Are you blind? Can't you see I brought someone?" The madam turned away, a bit speechless. In all her years of working as a madam, this was truly a first. Gu Cheng tossed a gold ingot onto the table and said, "Relax, you'll still get your payment." At that moment, a raspy duck-like voice called out, "Please don't be angry, sir. These people of mine, they're just inexperienced. If they've upset you, I apologize on their behalf." Gu Cheng pulled Xiaoyi close and said, "I'm fine with it. Just don't upset." Xiaoyi let out a pouty snort and sink. Hua Qing asked in confusion, "There's something I don't get, eh? If you're not into women, why come to a brothel?" Gu Cheng replied calmly, "Isn't it just to let my darling learn a few new tricks?" Xiaoyi gave him a playful punch on the chest and pouted flirtatiously, "You're so annoying." Right after saying that, he felt a bit nauseous. Hua Qing blurted out instinctively, "So obedient?" Gu Cheng picked up his teacup, took a sip, then said lightly, "You don't know. He used to be a perfectly normal guy, and totally disobedient. But after I used a few tricks, I turned him into what you see now." Hua Qing swallowed and said, "I'd like to hear the details." Gu Cheng smiled slightly and said, "Since you're so sincere, I'll tell you." Meanwhile, in the gambling house, Lei Peng slammed the table and shouted, "Is that true?" Wang Qi said calmly, "When I went to the brothel to have fun, I happened to overhear Hua Qing planning to drug you with a love potion. He wants to turn you into an obedient, submissive... Brother Lei, you're a renowned tough guy in Luo County. How could I just stand by and watch you be humiliated? That's why I came to tell you." Lei Peng said grimly, "This isn't something to joke about." Wang Qi said seriously, "Why would I joke about something like this? My brother here heard it too. He can vouch for me." Gu Cheng immediately bowed and said, "Brother Lei, everything Brother Wang said is absolutely true. My name is Gu Cheng. My parents gave me this name, so I would live my life with honesty and integrity. If there's even half a word of lie in what I said just now, may heaven strike me with lightning." Wang Qi turned to look at him with a meaningful gaze. In his heart, he muttered, "You really do live up to your name." At that moment, some of Lei Peng's men couldn't hold back any longer. They started speaking up one after another. With how sneaky Hua Qing is, it's totally believable he'd resort to dirty tricks like that. We brothers might have suffered under him, but you shouldn't have to. At that moment, a lackey came to report, "Hall Master Fu, Hall Master Hua has prepared a banquet. He invites you to come to his residence." Lei Peng's face darkened instantly. "Tell him I'll be there shortly." Gu Cheng said, "They're planning to make a move tonight?" Hall Master Hua is really impatient. Lei Peng's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this. A subordinate shouted angrily, "This freak wants to trample all over us. Boss, don't hold back. Let's take him down." At this, Lei Peng furiously slammed the table. His body trembled with rage. The sound of grinding teeth filled the air. Seeing this, Wang Qi and Gu Cheng exchanged a subtle nod. Wang Qi spoke up, "Brother Lei, the Jingye division has long been fed up with Hua Qing's antics. If you need any help, just say the word." Lei Peng, with a grim face, said, "In that case, I'd appreciate your assistance." As a bright full moon slowly rose in the sky, darkness enveloped the earth. A lavish mansion lit up with lanterns. Hua Qing held a wine jug, sighing briefly. Then she uncorked it. It contained the obedience powder Gu Cheng had given her. Just a pinch given to a beloved, and they'd be devoted to you for life. Hua Qing poured all the wine into the jug. Then she said smugly, "Hall Master Fu, don't blame me. I just love you too much." At that moment, a knock. Hua Qing quickly hid the wine jug. After she said, "Come in," the door was slowly pushed open. Lei Ping clasped his hands and said, "Hall Master." Hua Qing chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's Hall Master Fu. No need for formalities. Please sit." Lei Peng sat down, his face sour. Hua Qing immediately poured him wine. "Hall Master Fu, you must be thirsty after your journey. Have some wine to soothe your throat." She pushed the wine cup toward Lei Ping. Lei Ping stared at the wine but didn't drink. He knew there was something wrong with it. He handed the wine back to Hua Qing. "Hall Master, you're the one burdened with affairs. I feel for you." 553. 00:13:45. 320. CEO. 00:13:47. Hua Qing immediately "I'm fine." "Hall Master Fu, you drink first." Lei Peng's tone turned cold. "Why are you so reluctant, Hall Master?" Could it be you've put something in the wine, like obedience powder? Hua Qing froze, cold sweat breaking out. She stammered. Hall Master Fu, that's a big joke. Lei Ping crushed the wine cup, roaring. You filthy freak. I've tolerated you time and again, but you've gone too far. Hua Qing was stunned by his words. At that moment, Gu Cheng and Xiaoyi placed their hands on their hats. Then they grabbed something from the net. Gu Cheng spoke up. Brother Lei, why waste words on him? Just take him down. Hua Qing saw Gu Cheng and froze. Tears welled up as she realized many things. Can't you shut your filthy mouth even when facing death? You disgusting freak. Hua Qing was furious. Hall Master Fu, don't fall for his tricks. This could set me up. Gu Cheng drew his sword. Pointing at her, he shouted, no more excuses. Today, you're as good as dead. Lei Peng also spoke. For the sake of our past brotherhood, I'll leave you an intact corpse. Hearing this, Hua Qing suddenly laughed. So you've been planning this for a while, but killing me? You don't have what it takes. She slammed her palm on the table. The table flew toward them. Gu Cheng. With one swing, he split the flying table in half. Hua Qing turned and grabbed a sword from the wall. With a swift pull, the blade was unsheathed. Gu Cheng charged toward her. He flew at her with his sword drawn. In midair, he executed the blade-breaking form of the broken sword method. Hua Qing's eyes sharpened. He unleashed the sword technique of Night Blade. In an instant, the two clashed over a dozen times. A misstep left a gash on Hua Qing's face. Gu Cheng was similarly wounded. At that moment, Lei Peng stood up and threw a punch at the back of Hua Qing's head. Hua Qing blocked with a sword, but a tremendous force surged through. The residual energy sent him flying. He could hardly believe it. When did Lei Peng become this strong? But what answered him was the sound of the window behind him, shattering as he crashed through it. He steadied himself, glaring ahead in rage. These people came prepared. I can't keep fighting them. I need to escape now. Just as he was about to move, two figures suddenly appeared. Hua Qing gritted his teeth and snarled. So it was Unite Watch Division meddling behind the scenes. Zhao Jingming laughed. Too bad you realized it too late. Hua Qing turned to flee. At that moment, under a tree ahead of Hua Qing, a voice rang out. Where do you think you're going? Hua Qing froze at the words. When did he get there? Gu Cheng said coldly. Hua Qing, you can't escape. Your road ends here. Go in peace. Hua Qing snorted and said. Just a dog of the Night Watch Division. Such bold words. Let's see what you've got to stop me. Instantly, a violent aura erupted around him. His night blade coalesced into dozens of blades. Gu Cheng sighed. This night blade is indeed formidable. Hua Qing leaped into the air, unleashing the blade technique. Battle in all directions. And charged at Gu Cheng with killing intent. Gu Cheng focused for a moment, spotting a flaw. He countered with the one-word blazing sun sword. Their clash exploded instantly. Their position was enveloped in energy. Moments later, the smoke slowly cleared. Both stood motionless. Then, the sound of gushing blood rang out. Half of Hua Qing's body had vanished. His eyes widened in fury. Unable to believe what had happened, Gu Cheng said gravely, Go in peace. I hope hell has men to your liking. Hua Qing's veins bulged with rage. Even in death. I'll drag you down with me. With that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood writhed on. Hua Qing laughed maniacally. This is the blood curse I obtained from a shaman. Today, I'll sacrifice my life to it, and drag you to hell with me. Gu Cheng calmly summoned He Zhang's arm. At the same time, the pool of blood transformed into a monstrous infant-like creature. But then it started crying in front of Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was left speechless. He slashed the blood curse apart with his sword. Picking at his ear, he said, So noisy. Hua Qing collapsed at that moment. In his final moments, he muttered, Such a strong man. I like him. With that, his pupils rolled back. He was completely gone, silent forever. At that moment, a lackey shouted excitedly, That damn bastard is finally dead. Heaven has eyes. Xiaoyu asked. Big brother Gu. Why are they crying? 690. 17 minutes and 4 seconds Vina. 920. 00:17:06 for 80. Gu Cheng coughed and said awkwardly, They're people with stories. Lei Ping clasped his hands and said, Thanks to the brothers of the Night Watch Division for your help. Gu Cheng said calmly, Eliminating evil for the people is the duty of the Night Watch Division. But no matter how you put it, I owe the Night Watch Division a favor. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just say the word. No need to hold back. Since you mention it, the Jingya Division does have a matter we'd like your help with. Lei Ping, hearing this, muttered to himself, You guys really don't hold back, do you? Still, he nodded. Gu Cheng said, We'd like you to help us find someone. A heretic from the Luo sect. Inside the Jingya Division, Xiaoyu crossed her arms, huffing. Gu Cheng said calmly, No need to rush, Xiaoyu. What's meant to come will come. At that moment, rapid footsteps approached. Wang Qi burst through the door, shouting. Lei Ping sent word. They found the guy. Xiaoyu immediately perked up, excited. Wang Qi chuckled lightly. Who'd have thought that kid, running around, Would hide in a brothel? Gu Chung said. Immediately gather the Jingye Division's forces. We'll head out to apprehend this Luo sect heretic. Meng Hantang said. I'll go with you. Gu Chung was slightly concerned about his injuries, but Meng Hantang said calmly. We've also uncovered clues about several outsider cultivators. Likely Luo sect members searching for the traitor. They won't cause trouble, will they? A cold glint flashed in Meng Hantang's eyes. If they show up, we'll take them all down in one swoop. It'll save us a lot of hassle. In Qingchun Pavilion, a yellow-haired man was channeling energy to heal his wounds. A courtesan watched him, bored out of her mind. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man's heart stirred. The Wuji Pure Land blessing activated silently. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He cursed inwardly. I barely escaped the Luo sect's pursuit, only to fall into the Jingye Division's hands. Until I recover, I'll have to hide here. At that moment, the courtesan threw herself into his arms, cooing. Young master, you've spent all this money. Why won't you touch me? If this keeps up, I'll go crazy even if you're fine. I know plenty of tricks, guaranteed to satisfy you. The yellow-haired man roared. Get out. The courtesan was dumbfounded. Fine, I'll leave. I'm done serving a defective man like you. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. The courtesan grew angrier the more she thought about it. How did I end up with such a weirdo? At that moment, in an instant, she was dragged into a... Xiaoyu shushed her, signaling to stay quiet. She then noticed several Jingye divisions. Instinctively, she wanted to cry out. Gu Chung quickly made a silencing gesture. The courtesan nodded. 767. 19 minutes and 3 seconds fiber. 00:19:04. 559. Cooperating silently. Inside the Yayan room, the yellow-haired man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Outside the room's door, Gu Chung and the others were ready. Gu Chung kicked the door open. He shouted, Luo sect heretic, you won't escape again. Surrender now. But the yellow-haired man was already climbing onto the window. Catch me. You're not capable. With that, he jumped out the window. A bone spear shot toward him. He grabbed it with one hand and said, You again. You're like a lingering ghost. Meng Hantang said calmly, Give up resistance. It's futile. Just you bunch of rotten potatoes. You're far from enough. Meng Hantang gripped his sword and slashed. The yellow-haired man dodged with a sidestep. Meng Hantang struck again, landing a solid hit on the man's arm. But it didn't seem to harm him at all. Gu Chung arrived, slightly late. Lord Meng, we're here to help. The yellow-haired man laughed. You think numbers will win this? Suddenly, golden light radiated from his body, forcing Meng Hantang back. Meng Hantang slid back several meters on the ground. Only then did he stabilize himself. Gu Cheng's pupil shrank at the scene before him. The blond man muttered. Limitless Tao body. Non-action illusion realm. Let the illusion descend. A Buddha manifested behind the blond man. Meng Hantang shouted in alarm. The limitless Tao body. You were struck by Ziyang steel chi and can still use the limitless Tao body? In the next moment, Gu Chung and Xiaoyi clutched their chests, their expressions filled with pain. At that moment, Xiaoyi suddenly said, This is bliss. Gu Chung was silently shaken. Could this godlike being be the limitless ancestor that the Luo cult worships? The danger of the divine path comes from just a wisp of illusionary pressure, and we already can't withstand it. If this Luo cult traitor weren't injured, we would stand no chance against him. Zhao Jingming shouted mightily, and unleashed the ancient secret art. An ancient bell suddenly appeared above the Buddha behind the blond man, and then came crashing down. The blond man was blasted several meters away. Zhao Jingming called out, Quick, subdue him now. I can't hold on for much longer. Seeing this, Xiaoyi quickly pulled out a talisman and lit it with his finger. He cast the Taoist technique, Dragon Flame. In the next instant, a giant dragon shot toward the blond man. It instantly coiled around. Gu Chung used the flaming yang slash and drove his sword straight at the blond man's chest. But just before the blade touched his chest, there was a crisp clang, like striking solid steel. The blond man snorted coldly. You think you're worthy of laying a hand on me? He channeled energy from his core in all directions. Gu Chung was instantly sent flying. But then, the blond man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meng Hantang shouted. He's being backlashed by Ziyang steel chi. He won't last much longer. Everyone, attack together. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from the void. Limitless and boundless. Without law, without action, the foreign nation lies empty. The Holy Lord descends. Xiaoyi shouted. It's those Luo sect disciples. Then 5 figures suddenly appeared beneath the lotus flower. The old Taoist chuckled darkly. Come on, let me suck you all in. Gu Chung exclaimed. This golden lotus is absorbing our power. Meng Hantang shouted angrily. Damn those monsters. They want us to fight till we're both worn out, so they can reap the benefits. The yellow-haired one laughed maniacally. Seems like a lot of people want me dead, since you're pushing me so hard. Then I'll drag you down with me today. With that, red light burst from his body, his aura growing more violent. He unleashed a forbidden technique, that let him temporarily return to his peak strength. As time passed, his aura continued to climb. The yellow-haired man shouted, "Let's see if..." Manhwa yelled to the others, "Fall back. A sixth-rank cultivator is beyond your ability to handle." The yellow-haired man raised his right hand and pointed into the air. Immediately, a Luo sect follower's aura went chaotic, and his power began to drain away. His body shriveled rapidly. He screamed in agony. But no one could save him. The old Taoist expression turned grim. He could tell this was destiny being stolen, yet he had no way to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the man was drained. The yellow-haired man clenched his fist. The follower's head burst into a pool of blood. The blood drifted slowly through the air. His body knelt in place, unmoving. As if unaware he was already dead, someone quickly pulled out a stone from their chest and smashed it to the ground. Thick smoke instantly rose and engulfed them. As the smoke slowly the old Taoist had already vanished. At that moment, Xiao shouted loudly, "Brother Gu, this is bad. That Luo cult traitor is gone too." Hearing this, the two of them were stunned. Only then did Gu Cheng realize what was happening. He said grimly, "We've been tricked." That Luo cult traitor had exhausted all his internal energy. He used that last move to stun us, so he could escape. Meng Hantang added, "He forcibly restored his cultivation with a secret art. He's at his limit now." Half of you chased down those fleeing Luo cult disciples. The rest spread out and tracked the traitor. The subordinates cupped their fists and responded. Gu Cheng then quickly turned to look behind him. At the blood trail left by the traitor, he summoned a new ghost. A new ghost emerged from the jade pendant. It sniffed intensely at the bloodstains, then paused in thought. It suddenly chirped excitedly and pointed in a direction. Gu Cheng asked, "You're saying they fled that way?" In the forest, the blond man gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. The wound is getting worse. I need to find a hidden place to recover." Suddenly, a sharp whistling noise rang out. A steel dart pierced through his arm. Blood splattered. An old Taoist laughed sinisterly. "Young master, I finally caught you. You ran away just when our plan was at its peak. Is this how you repay the Luo cult after all these years?" The blond man snorted coldly. "Young master, I'm nothing more than your puppet. My only purpose is to die in your place." The old Taoist chuckled lightly. Now, that's not fair. Even the holy maiden put herself in danger for this plan. Why are you so reluctant to give your life? Besides, not only did you flee, you even took classified secrets with you. Aren't you afraid you won't reach the limitless Pure Land after death?" The blond man growled. "You people actually believe that nonsense meant for fooling fishermen? If you scram now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I don't mind killing one more Luo sect scum." "Oh, young master, you're already in this state and still think you can kill me? Be good and let this poor Taoist take your head and claim my reward from the sect leader." The yellow-haired man snorted coldly. "Didn't expect I'd have to use divine arts to deal with trash like you." As he spoke, some unknown creature suddenly emerged from his body. The old Taoist cried out, "To use such a powerful divine art, it's to show this rat his place. To die under the demon sword Yi Luo is your honor." The old Taoist shouted in terror, "You actually brought that demonic thing, young master?" With that, he turned and bolted. The demon sword Yi Luo opened its mouth slowly. The yellow-haired man aimed it at the fleeing old. A purple beam shot out instantly. With a bang, half of the old Taoist's body vanished. The yellow-haired man snorted coldly. "That's a cheap way to die for you." As he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. A long sword had pierced through his chest from behind. Gu Cheng said with a smile, "While the tigers fight, I feast." Then Gu Cheng pulled out the blade, and blood gushed endlessly from the yellow-haired man's chest. His body crashed to the ground, lifeless. Gu Cheng looked at the corpse, a bit surprised. He didn't expect this Luo sect traitor had a backup plan. If the old Taoist hadn't jumped in earlier, he might have been the one to die by the sword. That thing really is freakish, almost like a living creature. He grabbed the demon sword Yi Luo and gave it a yank. Before he could study it, he noticed something was crushed beneath the yellow-haired man's body. He picked it up and opened it. It detailed how to use the demon sword Yi Luo. The demon sword Yi Luo is one of the 72 divine arts. That means there are 71 others like it. Since such a treasure has come into my hands, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept it. Gu Cheng activated the nether jade pendant and stored it away. At that moment, a hurried voice came. The noise earlier came from this direction. "Follow me." Gu Cheng guessed that it must be people from the Silent Night division. Although they didn't know about the demon sword Yi Luo, it was still best to stay cautious. To avoid raising suspicion, the group soon arrived at the scene. Meng Hantang said, "Shall we go take a look?" Xiaoyi nodded and walked ahead. But the next moment, he froze in place. He shouted, "Come look, everyone. It's Brother Gu and that Luo sect traitor." He hurried over to support Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng pretended to slowly regain consciousness. He asked, "Xiaoyi, where's that Luo sect traitor? What happened to him?" Xiaoyi replied, "Don't worry, Brother Gu. He's already dead." Meng Hantang asked, "How did you kill that Luo sect traitor?" Gu Cheng said calmly, It was a close call. When I arrived, he was in a fierce fight with another Luo sect disciple. I seized the moment while they were clashing. Xiaoyi said admiringly, "Brother Gu is amazing. You took down that villain with a single strike." Zhao Jingming also got excited. That bounty finally fell into our hands. Gu Qing looked at him speechlessly, then turned to Ming Hantang and asked, "Lord Ming, what should we do next?" Ming Hantang said calmly, "I need to deliver the traitor's body to Heong Prefecture. Once I leave, it may be a long time before I return, but the Silent Night Division still needs someone to lead." He then patted Gu Qing on the shoulder and continued, "While I'm gone, you'll temporarily take over as Night Patrol Officer. I've been watching your performance lately. You're the best person for the job." Wang Qi said, "Brother Gu, don't decline. Everyone feels at ease working under you." Gu Qing quickly bowed and cupped his fists. "Since that's the case, I'll humbly accept." As he said that, he regretted it inwardly. He had been standing out a bit too much lately, originally. But it seems that's no longer possible. Ming Hantang silently prayed, "Please, let nothing go wrong. While I'm gone." Deep in the forest, a man was walking with a torch. He sighed. "What's going on lately? The mountains game is getting scarcer. If this keeps up, when will I save up enough for marriage?" Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the woods, alerting the hunter to look around cautiously. He cursed under his breath. "It's that wedding music again? Who holds a wedding this late at night?" At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. When he turned around, he saw several pale-faced people carrying a bridal sedan. The hunter's pupil shrank. He instinctively screamed, "Ghosts!" But soon, only his screams remained. In the training grounds of Jinye Division, Gu Chu was practicing his sword techniques. He unleashed the flaming yang slash and struck at a stone tablet. The tablet split cleanly in two. After the recent battles, his cultivation had reached mid-grade rank 8. That was a fairly fast rate of improvement. At that moment, Xiaoyu said, "Brother Gu, a message." Gu Cheng took the letter and opened it. It said that for the past few months, every night, music could be heard from General's Mountain in Dongling County, sounding like a wedding or a funeral procession. Ever since this music started, several hunters who went out at night have gone missing. Xiaoyu asked, "Who would hold a wedding or funeral at night? Could it be demons at work?" Gu Cheng shook his head. "It's unclear for now. That's why Heong Prefecture has asked us at Jingye Division to investigate. As soon as Lord Ming leaves, trouble shows up. There's a high chance we're dealing with a haunted mansion this time. Call Brother Wang Qi and Brother Zhao Jingming. Let's head out now." Xiaoyu quickly agreed. Not long after, they arrived at the Dongling County Yamen. Gu Qing asked, puzzled, "Is the Dongling County Yamen really this dilapidated?" Xiaoyu explained, "Dongling is a small county. It doesn't even have a Jingye division. So when something happens, they can only turn to us." At that moment, Zhang Mingyun, the county magistrate of Dongling, opened the door and came out. He approached Gu Cheng and the others, clasping his hands in greeting. "You've finally arrived. If you hadn't come, Dongling County would be finished." Gu Cheng said gravely, "Lord Zhang, don't panic. What exactly is going on in Dongling County right now? Tell us in detail." Magistrate Zhang said, "A few days ago, every night, General Mountain has been echoing with music like a wedding or funeral procession. The sound feels like it's coming from inside your head. Covering your ears doesn't help. The people are all terrified. If this continues, they might all pack up and leave. Please, help our people." Gu Qing nodded and said, "Rest assured, Lord Zhang. Since we're here, we'll definitely give you an answer. Xiaoyi, use your dragon charge talisman to check for lingering yin energy." Xiaoyi nodded, pulling out a talisman. He muttered an incantation. The next moment, it circled once before flying toward a nearby mountain. But then, the dragon's tail began to corrode. In an instant, it spread to its head. Finally, it dissolved into a cloud of smoke. Xiaoyi exclaimed, "The malevolent energy on that mountain is intense. Even from this distance, it tainted the dragon charge talisman with yin energy." Gu Qing asked, "Lord Zhang, is that the general mountain you mentioned?" Magistrate Zhang nodded quickly and said, "In the previous dynasty, Dongling County produced a great general named Li Rugong. General Li fought on the battlefield his whole life, earning illustrious merits. This mountain was named General Mountain in his honor." He pulled out a thick book and said, "This is the Dongling County Chronicle. It records the life of General Li Rugong." Gu Cheng took it, read for a while, and sighed. This chronicle is quite detailed. It even mentions General Li neglecting his main wife in favor of his concubine. Wang Qi said, "The previous dynasty was over 500 years ago. The world was in chaos back then. All sorts of heretical cultivators emerged, and many even pursued so-called immortality techniques." Zhao Jingming asked, "Could it be that this general buried himself in General Mountain and turned into a zombie?" Gu Cheng said, "We can't say for sure yet. Tonight, we'll split into 4 groups to investigate the music on General Mountain. If you find anything suspicious, notify the others immediately. Stay safe, everyone. This mission is primarily about gathering information." The group clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Night fell quickly. Gu Chung stood on a rooftop, looking at General Mountain. The eerie music began to echo. Gu Chung listened intently. He couldn't help but sigh. We'll have to go into General Mountain to investigate. At that moment, a dark figure peeked out from under the eaves. Gu Chung happened to notice him. Once discovered, the shadowy figure turned and fled. Without thinking much, Gu Chung gave chase. The shadow was running ahead. Gu Chung leapt down from the rooftop, but the figure dodged him. Gu Chung noticed something strange. The way this person moved was odd, but now wasn't the time to think about that. Soon, the two arrived at a dead end. Gu Chung mocked him. Why stop? Keep running. The man in black drew 2 crescent blades in warning. Gu Chung crossed his sword with a grin. Looks like you won't surrender quietly. Don't blame me for being rude then. He lunged straight at the man in black. The man blocked with the crescent blades in front of his chest. A sharp metallic clang rang out instantly. The man growled deeply. He used force to push Gu Chung back. Stabilizing himself, Gu Chung couldn't help but remark, such strength, but this guy's movements are stiff, and his voice doesn't sound human. Could it be? Suddenly, a whooshing sound was heard. A crescent blade came flying at Gu Chung. Gu Chung reacted quickly. He shifted sideways and dodged it easily. His expression grew serious. If I'm not careful, I might really die here. The man in black slashed at Gu Chung's neck. Gu Chung ducked under the attack. He gripped his sword tightly and used the Flame Sun technique. While the man was still drawing back his blade, Gu Chung struck. Though the strike landed, it felt like hitting solid metal. But the man's strength and clothing were torn apart, revealing his true form. Gu Chung's expression darkened. A zombie. And one evolving into a black. This thing's body is as hard as refined iron. It's as strong as a grade 8 cultivator. But a zombie is still a zombie. It has many weaknesses. The black zombie growled and charged at Gu Chung. Gu Chung calmly said, first weakness, clumsy movements. Gu Chung jumped back lightly, dodging the attack. Second weakness, it can't withstand magic seals. Gu Chung formed a hand seal and cast the golden demon seal. It shot straight toward the black zombie. A roar of energy followed. The black zombie was consumed by the energy tide. Gu Chung slowly landed. Zombies never appear alone. There must be someone controlling it nearby. Gu Chung scanned his surroundings sharply. He spotted a figure not far behind him. The little girl seemed. She turned and ran. Gu Chung followed closely. The little girl was running for her life, but she was still just a child. Gu Chung caught up with her in a few breaths. Without mercy, he swung his sword down, but only her bamboo hat flew off, not her head. Not her head. Seeing her face, Gu Chung was shocked. So it was you behind this. The little girl whimpered. You hurt me. A grown man bullying a weak girl? Shame on you. Asterisk sob 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 asterisk. Gu Chung punched her on the head. Keep sobbing, will you? The girl started crying for real. Bastard. Hitting a girl. You're not a man. Gu Chung twitched at the corner of his mouth. Not a man. Then with a dark expression. Let me show you what kind of man I am. The girl panicked. What are you doing? Moments later, the girl and Haejeong, covered in bumps, knelt and begged. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Gu Chung snorted coldly. Should have done that earlier. The girl grumbled bitterly. If my life-linked master weren't hurt, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Gu Chung shouted back. Name. The little girl pouted and said. Lu Yingying. As for your sect, I know it without you telling me. You're a rogue cultivator from the bottom tier left path. Lu Yingying shouted angrily. You're the bottom tier. Your whole family is bottom tier. But what she got in return was violent. Lu Yingying held her head and cried. I'm sorry, alright. I'm from the orthodox Xiangxi corpse taming lineage, a disciple of the Lu family Sanyi Hall and Lucy. A direct descendant of the corpse taming tradition, completely different from those bottom-tier rogue cultivators. Though corpse refiners are part of the left path, the Xiangxi lineage systematized and categorized the techniques, integrating martial arts and spirit refining, bringing them to new heights. Gu Chung thought to himself, come to think of it, his Black River arm also originated from the Xiangxi lineages, Wu family's martial and corpse refining arts. Gu Chung said, the Lu family of the Confucian tradition practices the orthodox refining arts. Such a complex and systematic cultivation method is indeed not bottom tier. Then he helped Lu Yingying up. Lu Yingying immediately clasped her hands in gratitude. Gu Chung asked, but as a direct disciple of the corpse taming lineage, what are you doing in such a remote place? And spying on me? No less? Lu Yingying laughed heartily. You're not my type, pretty boy. Why would I spy on you? Don't flatter yourself. I'm here to investigate General's Mountain, and I'm not the only one. There are a few other cultivators in Dongling County. Gu Chung asked again. What are you all doing in Dongling County? Are you also investigating the ghost moon on General's Mountain? Lu Yingying said, I'm not interested in any ghost moon. What I care about is the hidden treasure of General's Mountain. Gu Chung was shocked. Treasure? Who told you there was treasure here? Lu Yingying thought for a moment and decided to tell Gu Chung. It all started last week. That day, the fortune teller of Jianbei got drunk in Weijun Mountain and accidentally let slip the rumor about the hidden treasure. He had recently observed the stars at night and saw signs from General's Mountain in Dongling County. There's definitely a treasure there. Besides Lu Yingying, 5 other cultivators overheard him. After some discussion, they agreed to search for the treasure together. That's how they ended up in Dongling County. But unexpectedly, agents from the Discipline Bureau also arrived. Guqing speculated, could the recent phenomena on General's Mountain be related to this so-called treasure? Things were getting more and more complicated. Lu Yingying grinned slyly. Hero, why don't your Discipline Bureau and I work together? I'll share information about those cultivators. The treasures can be yours. Guqing was puzzled. Wouldn't that mean you came for nothing? Lu Yingying laughed. So many people are fighting for the treasure. The odds of me getting it are slim. I'm not that delusional. To be honest with you, I didn't come for the treasure. I came to collect corpses. Those cultivators are all strong. If any of them die here, their bodies shouldn't go to waste, right? I'll just use my skills to reluctantly turn them into zombies. Guqing was speechless. He didn't expect such a delicate girl to talk about corpses every other sentence. If I die, she'll definitely turn me into a zombie too. Guqing said seriously. My prisoner right now. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Lu Yingying said calmly. There are 5 pretty strong cultivators in that group. 2 of them are close to the 7th level. If you include me, your group will have more strength too. Guqing thought it over and said, what you said makes some sense. I'll team up with you then. With that, Guqing drew his sword and pointed it at her. But if you try anything sneaky, I'll kill you. Lu Yingying quickly responded, I always keep my word. I never go back on a promise. Only then did Guqing slowly lower his sword. Lu Yingying clutched her chest, panting heavily. Next time, go easy on me. Then she looked at Hejiang and said, my Dahe got hurt because of you. I'll have to spend more materials to repair him. My poor Dahe. Guqing was speechless. A fierce zombie. With such a cute name like Dahe? Really? Women who play with zombies truly are unique. Then Lu Yingying smiled and asked, so, hero, what do we do next? Guqing replied flatly, next, I need you to introduce me to those cultivators. I want to meet them and have a friendly conversation. Inside Dongling Inn, Lu Yingying said, those cultivators are staying here. Shay spoke up. These cultivators aren't weak. Maybe we should have the Zhou residents send reinforcements first and deal with them later. Guqing replied calmly, don't worry. I have no plans to fight head-on. Lu Yingying chuckled. Even if we did, so what? Compared to the heroes of the Silent Night Division, they're just a bunch of bickering nobodies. Guqing said coldly, quit sucking up. Lu Yingying pouted and muttered, fine, fine. Why so fierce? Inside the inn, the waiter served tea and asked, honored guests, welcome. I'll go get the kitchen to prepare food and drinks. Guqing replied calmly, no need. We're on official duty. You may go. The waiter hurriedly complied. Then Lu Yingying pursed her lips and said, see that big guy? That's Du Lanjiang of the 8 Keepers, former river bandit from Jiaobei. He's seen it all, been in gangs, he's ruthless. And the man in black is Ghost Prince Wang Chuan. He nurtures a ghost within his body. By day he's ghostly calm. By night, he draws ghost maggots. Du Lanjiang and Wang Chuan are the top 2 of the 5. The other 3 are average. No need to fear them. Just then, an elder stood and yelled angrily, slut, how could you become a lackey of the Silent Night Division? Don't tell me you told them about that incident? Lu Yingying waved her hand and said, so what if I did? What can you do to me? The elder's face turned. But in truth, there was nothing he could do to her. Guqing asked calmly, who is he? That's He Tianjiu, a Taoist of illusory spirit sect. The sect offended the court and was wiped out by the division. Since then, he's had an irreconcilable grudge. Guqing snorted coldly. His eyes turned sharp. He Tianjiu said to Du Lanjiang, Boss Du, the Silent Night Division isn't here for fun. I say we take them out first, and then go explore General's Mountain. Du Lanjiang said calmly, I'm here to explore, not to cause trouble for the division. And who do you think you are? To order me around? Guqing raised his cup and said, your so-called illusory spirit sect got wiped out. Probably because your elders were all as dumb as you, saying the wrong things, thinking the wrong thoughts. He Tianjiu was enraged. He Tianjiu was furious. You dare insult my sect? I'll kill you. With that, he drew a long sword. A glint of ruthless intent flashed in his eyes. He swung his sword fiercely at Guqing. Wang Qi calmly threw a punch. It shattered the sword in front of me instantly. He Tianjiu couldn't believe it. What kind of strength could destroy a sword so casually? Wang Qi said calmly, just cheap tricks, nothing impressive. No wonder your sect was wiped out by us. He Tianjiu trembled with rage at those words. But he was simply no match in strength. Wang Chuan spoke calmly. Brother, we're not trying to make enemies with the Silent Night Division. Could you give me some face? And spare him. Guqing stood and said, I don't do favors, but he stepped on a bench for leverage, drew his blade, and hurled it at He Tianjiu. A dull thud sounded in an instant. He Tianjiu's head snapped back. Even in death, he couldn't believe That the Silent Night Division would kill in broad daylight. Du Lanjiang said through gritted teeth. What do you mean by this? Killing someone right in front of us? Do you think we're easy to push around? Gu Qing replied coolly. This man was a remnant of the illusory spirit sect, and he insulted the Silent Night Division. He deserved to die. Wang Chuan said coldly. Brother, you won't get away with angering us. Eastling County is just a backwater place. Your division doesn't have that much authority here. At this moment, Shui Monkey said, Boss Du, the Silent Night Division clearly doesn't respect us. Let's fight them. Qin Chenfu said, you can have that little slut Lu Yingying. As for the man, I'll finish him off myself. Wang Qi and Zhao Jingming slammed the table and stood up. Lu Yingying clapped excitedly from the side. Du Lanjiang slammed the table too and shouted, enough from everyone. We're not here to cause trouble. Officers of the division, what exactly do you want? Gu Qing smiled. You're all here to explore General's Mountain, and we, the division, are here to investigate the Ghost Moon. If the treasure and the Ghost Moon are related, then any conflict would be troublesome. Of course, if we fight now, we'll only end up hurting both sides, and neither the treasure nor the mission will succeed. Du Lanjiang said, we only came for the treasure. We don't want to offend your division. How about this? We join forces to explore General's Mountain. Whoever finds the treasure, keeps it. Gu Chung slowly sheathed his sword and said, if you'd said that earlier, Boss Du, we wouldn't be in this tense standoff. Wang Chuan said, Boss Du, the division isn't known for playing fair. Teaming up with them is like bargaining with a tiger. Du Lanjiang smiled. Fairness. You guys are even less fair. If I can work with you, I've no fear of working with the division too. Wang Chuan was left speechless by that. Gu Chung said, Boss Du is truly reasonable. This treasure hunt will be full of dangers. Working together gives us all a better shot. Du Lanjiang cupped his hands. I'm Du Lanjiang. May I ask your name, young brother? Gu Qing gave a thumbs up and said, Gu Chung, as in honest and trustworthy. Shui exclaimed, Brother Gu is amazing, convincing Du Lanjiang with just a few words. I want to be like him too. Du Lanjiang said calmly, Brother Gu, then let's head to General's Mountain while it's still daylight. It'll be even more dangerous at night. Gu Qing nodded with a cupped fist. Inside General's Mountain, the group advanced silently. Gu Qing, you said the treasure might be in Li Rugong's tomb, but there's no record of that in the county archives. Did he really bury himself in General's Mountain? Du Lanjiang replied flatly. Important people fear their graves being robbed after death. Why would they record the location? I used to be a tomb raider. I could tell right away this mountain is a treasure trove. Just then, rustling sounds came from the bushes. The next moment, Shui Monkey leapt out. He said, Boss Du, I found 2 strange caves up ahead. Du Lanjiang said calmly, take us there. The group moved out in force. They soon arrived at the cave entrances. A strange aura emanated from the caves. Everyone's expression grew grim. Wang Chuan said, both of these caves are filled with heavy energy. I've got a bad feeling. Lu Yingying asked, Hero, which cave do we go into? Just then, cries for help echoed from within one cave. Everyone's attention was drawn instantly. The person inside kept shouting for help. It sounded especially eerie in this setting. Xiaoyu looked at the cave and said, Brother Gu, that person doesn't even look human anymore. Is that Ganshi? Du Lanjiang was also startled upon seeing Ganshi. He said gravely, it's him. Gu Qing asked in confusion. He looks like that, and you still recognize him? Du Lanjiang said, even if I didn't recognize him, I'd recognize his one-of-a-kind Mo-Genax. This man's name is Ling Jior, a famous tomb raider from Jiabei, skilled in geomancy and feng shui. He works with Fatty Huang and Yang Sanyang. The 3 of them have looted many famous tombs. Gu Chung was secretly shocked. Even such a skilled tomb raider got trapped here. This cave must be extremely dangerous. Wang Chuan said seriously. Ling Jior must have taken the wrong path and ran into something deadly. We can't go that way. Let's take the other route. What do you all think? Gu Chung and Du Lanjiang nodded in agreement. Gu Chung extended his hand and said, please, after you, Boss Du. Du Lanjiang glanced at him. Brother Gu. But he didn't argue. He took the lead himself. Qing Qingfu deliberately bumped Gu Cheng's shoulder. Gu Cheng ignored him. Instead, his mind was on the strange events in Eastling County. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. He turned and told Xiaoyi and the others, be extra careful once we're inside. Everyone nodded in agreement. As time passed, they ventured deeper in. The darkness grew heavier. They had to light torches to see. Gu Cheng looked around the surroundings. He touched the stone wall. These caves don't seem naturally formed. More like they were dug out by someone. Xiaoyi said, if that's true, then this must be General Li Rugong's tomb. Gu Cheng shook his head. We can't say for sure just yet. Suddenly, a ghostly wailing echoed. Everyone looked toward the cave depths. A bad premonition crept into everyone's heart. Gu Cheng said, the ghost wail of Wild Mountain only happens at night, but we haven't been in the cave that long. So why is it sounding now? Could this cave be distorting our sense of time? Is it night already? Lu Yingying looked around nervously. This cave is way too eerie. Maybe we should retreat for now and regroup. Gu Qing said gravely. I'm afraid it's too late. A strange wind suddenly swept through. The torch in Xiao Yi's hand went out. Lu Yingying became even more nervous. The others weren't doing much better. At that moment, a stiff set of footsteps echoed. Gu Qing looked in the direction, puzzled. For pale-faced figures were carrying a red wooden sedan. They didn't stop. They just floated silently past. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sight. Then Du Lanjiang heard another noise from behind. He quickly warned Gu Qing. 4 more pale figures were approaching from the rear, carrying a coffin and floating slowly forward. Gu Qing said, Red-white clashing evil, ghost jade field. It's described in the Xinjiang Taoist texts. At that moment, Shui Monkey yelled angrily. What the hell is this? I'll kill you all. Before he could act, Gu Qing drew his blade and stopped him. This is the red-white collision curse. Touching even one of them we'd all die here. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Shui Monkey grumbled. Then what should we do? Ghost jade forms in areas heavily saturated with yin energy. It's cut off from the outside world. No way to connect beyond it. There are only 2 ways to break it. 1. Kill all the monsters inside. 2. Follow its rules. This ghost jade is thick with yin energy. It must be centered around a powerful ghost fog. We can't fight it head on. For now, we'll take it one step at a time. The group followed the figures ahead. Before long, they stopped moving. Gu Qing looked up. They had arrived at the general's manor. Wang Chuan said gravely. This manor isn't an illusion formed by spells. It's real. Did Li Rugong hollow out the mountain to build a manor for himself inside? Gu Qing asked. Why would Li Rugong go through so much trouble? What was he trying to accomplish? At that moment, the main doors slowly creaked open. A pale man in a red robe stepped out. He smiled and addressed the group. Tonight is the ladies' wedding. Honored guests, please come in. Lu Yingying trembled and asked, what should we do now? Gu Qing replied, since we're here, let's go with it. Let's follow the ghost realm's rules. Otherwise, who knows what could happen? One by one, they entered. The interior was lavish and grand, a stark contrast to the eerie exterior. The only unsettling thing. All the guests were forest spirits and monsters. Qin Chenfu said, this place is too weird. We should leave as soon as we can. Du Lanjiang said calmly, don't panic. It's not time to flee yet. Let's wait. Then the red-robed ghost declared, tonight is my lady's wedding day. Eat and drink to your heart's content. No need to hold back. Her head spun around once, and she shouted, bring out the dishes. Immediately, ghosts began bringing out food. Everyone was stunned by the spectacle. A ghost maid placed a dish on Gu Qing's table. Xiao Yi curiously lifted the lid. He nearly threw up. It was full of rats and poisonous insects. Xiao Yi gagged. Only a ghost would eat this crap. Lu Yingying pointed and said, look. They're enjoying it just fine. The red-robed ghost bellowed again. The bride arrives. Everyone turned to look. The bride floated in and said softly, worship the moon with white hair. 3,000 bitter cups of wine. Even gods ignore us. And Buddhas show no pity. Yet I still hide my youth in sorrow. Blood stains youthful hair. Forever under the moonlight. My hair dark as ink. I devote to you. May I ask, will you join me beneath Wanchuan River? At that moment, Gu Qing noticed his soul-link jade was reacting strangely. It seemed new spirits were extremely fearful of. She must be a fierce or malevolent spirit, fighting such a powerful ghost. We stand no chance of winning. Just then, the frog demon asked, the bride's here. Where's the groom? The red-robed ghost laughed. You're in luck today. Our lady will choose one guest here to become her fated husband. Whoever is chosen will become the new master of the general's manor. Shui Monkey laughed. What kind of game is this? Out of men or what? Just as he finished, the bride's eyes gleamed. She reached out and grabbed into the air, and instantly lifted Shui Monkey into the air. Shui Monkey was terrified. This ghost girl has a real temper. The bride said calmly. My sister asks you, will you marry me? To live and die together, never parting? Shui Monkey laughed. I've never had much luck with women. Though you're a ghost, you're quite pretty. I wouldn't mind marrying you. The bride said calmly. Your heart isn't true. If you vow to be with me unto death, and I'm already a ghost, how could you remain human? She whipped her black hair and pierced it towards Shui Monkey. Shui Monkey was horrified. He opened his mouth to speak, but in an instant, her hair pierced through his body. The temperature inside the manor dropped drastically. Shui Monkey gritted his teeth. You vile ghost. The bride laughed softly. This is my gift to you. She flung Shui Monkey away, and he landed right on it. The Golden Crown Beauty's banquet table. They pounced immediately. Xiaoyi watched in horror. She asked, Brother Gu, if we just say no to marrying the bride, will we be safe? Gu Cheng said calmly. Rejecting her might get you killed even faster. This bride never intended to truly pick a groom. Whether you accept or refuse, the outcome is death. If you want to survive, You have to break the script. Just then, the bride looked over at them. Wang Chuan quickly lowered his head, pretending not to notice. But it was clear she wasn't going to let him go. She said to Wang Chuan, "This gentleman is quite special. You act both human and ghost, with such gentle aura. You're just my type. So let me ask, will you marry me?" Cold sweat poured down Wang Chuan's back. How could he answer and still live? The next moment, he stood and pointed at Gu Cheng. "My lady, this young hero Gu behind me is talented and handsome. He's your perfect match." Everyone was stunned by his move. He actually redirected the disaster. The bride laughed. "Indeed, quite the looker." Gu Cheng immediately stood up. He bowed and said, "My lady, you flatter me," then walked toward Wang Chuan and punched him. Caught off guard, Wang Chuan was sent flying several meters. He wiped blood from his mouth, his expression constantly shifting. Du Lanjiang and the others were dumbfounded by what just happened. The bride roared in anger. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Cheng said calmly. The madam calling his name was already a great favor, yet he dared to reject her kindness? I must teach him a lesson on her behalf. The madam smiled. "I quite like your temperament. Let me ask you, do you think I'm beautiful?" Gu Cheng bowed. "Of course you're beautiful. Your beauty rivals morning fish, falling geese, shames moon and flowers. One smile topples cities, another ruins empires. You stand alone, unmatched in the world. Your beauty, graceful as startled swans, elegant as roaming dragons, glorious as autumn chrysanthemum, like the jade moon among azure clouds of the west, like snow drifting in the returning wind." Shounen muttered. "What's brother Gu even saying?" "I didn't catch a word of it," Zhao Jingming said speechlessly. "Those are lines worthy of being passed down. If he recites them in a brothel, he could probably sleep his way through without paying." The madam looked melancholic. "Even with such beauty, he still changed heart. I gave him everything. But when he achieved glory and fame, became a great general, he no longer wanted me." Then she said angrily, "All men are ungrateful wolves, reviving the Han. Let them all die." Gu Cheng was secretly alarmed. This red-robed ghost was indeed Li Rugong's original wife. It seems her resentment turned her into this ghostly being. Then the madam said calmly, "If you think I'm beautiful, would you be willing to marry me, live and die with me, and go to the underworld together?" Gu Cheng bowed again. "I dare not." Xiaoying was surprised. Didn't brother Gu just say he couldn't refuse her? At that moment, the madam's gown moved on its own. She said coldly, "So you're also a damn Han loyalist?" Gu Cheng replied sincerely, "When I said I dare not, it wasn't because I don't want to. It's because I'm not worthy." The madam, about to lash out, was confused. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Cheng guessed silently. This red-robed ghost must be the core of this ghost domain. If her resentment is not resolved, I definitely won't be able to escape. Since that's the case, let me use my gift of the gab to full effect. Then Gu Cheng began. "It's not just me. No man in the world is worthy of madam. Not only are you unmatched in appearance, but also deeply devoted in love. You supported Li Rugong, a wandering swordsman, into becoming a great general. Your love moved the heavens and earth. To have a wife like that, what more could one ask for? Li Rugong must have earned the blessing from 10 or 100 lifetimes to marry someone like you. But he was ungrateful and abandoned you, truly blind like a dog. Such a man deserves... I understand you want to get even, to take revenge in this way, but you shouldn't do this. Li Rugong deserves all the hatred in the world. But you, madam, are noble and pure. Your life without a blemish. Why stain yourself? For a lowly, shameless man like Li Rugong, it's not worth it." The madam grumbled. "What you said does make some sense." Gu Cheng could tell. She was beginning to be moved, so I went full throttle. That scoundrel Li Rugong even altered the imperial decree. He rewrote the lady as a narrow-minded, petty woman. Today, after meeting the lady in person, I realize everything written in that decree was nonsense. Once we're out of here, I'll revise that decree immediately to clear the lady's name. The lady clenched her teeth. So Li Rugong really did that? Gu Cheng raised 2 fingers and swore. "My name is Gu Cheng. Cheng as an honest and trustworthy. If there's even half a falsehood in what I said, may I be struck by lightning." Hearing this, the lady flew into a rage. "Li Rugong, you bastard. How dare you treat me like this?" At that moment, Gu Cheng could feel a surge of intense resentment and killing aura from the lady. The lady roared, "Today, I'll let you go. But when you leave, fix the decree. Expose what that bastard Li Rugong did to the entire world. You better not lie to me, or I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. I will kill you myself." The seals of the General's Manor and General's Mountain. They can't hold me. So there really was a seal on the manor and mountain. But who destroyed it? The red-robed ghost said, "The lady has shown mercy and is letting you leave. Use the back door. You can't exit through the front at night." Du Lanjiang was still confused. "I don't even understand what happened. And now we're leaving?" Jing Qingfu said indifferently. "Who cares? Getting out is all that matters." But the lady heard him. Her black hair immediately lashed out and bound him, lifting him into the air. He was instantly overcome by suffocation. The lady said coldly, "With that lewd look of yours, you must be the type who seduces men. Such harlots deserve to die." Gu Qing glanced at Lu Yingying. "So being a bottom has its perks, huh?" Lu Yingying exploded. "What did you say?" Not long after, they exited through the back of the general's manor, but the steps were surrounded by piles of white bones. Du Lanjiang said in confusion, "Someone's been here before?" Gu Qing replied, "Seems like it, but we don't have time to investigate. Let's get out of here first." They crossed the boundary of the ghost realm and returned to the cave. Wang Chuan said, "Boss Du, I almost got Gu killed back there. He'll definitely want revenge. We better look out for each other, or we both won't survive the fallout." Du Lanjiang said calmly, "You're right. We best get out of here fast, or we won't live long enough to enjoy any treasure." "Brother Gu, the danger ahead is too much. Wang Chuan and I want out." At that moment, Lu Yingying noticed something. She shouted loudly, "Look ahead." A fat man lay on the ground, face deathly pale. He appeared to be dead. Du Lanjiang said in shock, "He's dead too." Gu Qing asked, "Could this be Fatty Huang?" Du Lanjiang nodded. Gu Qing asked again, "Was he with the man we met at the cave entrance?" "Seems like both entrances lead to the same place." "And what's this?" Gu Qing picked up a book and began reading it. Lu Yingying asked, "What does it say?" "It records the tale of a Taoist priest. 500 years ago, a mysterious figure who called himself the Thousand-Souled Taoist appeared in the martial world. Rumor has it he possesses a great reincarnation divine power. Every 60 years, he must die once. After death, a wisp of his soul returns to the world of the living. The Thousand-Souled Taoist is immensely powerful. He once fought against top masters from the Luo sect, White Lotus sect, and Manhua sect, without being at a disadvantage. He quickly rose to fame across the world. Many kings of small nations treated him as an honored guest, all in hopes of learning the secret to immortality. Later, for unknown reasons, he mysteriously vanished. Time passed. News about him gradually faded from the martial world. If one can return after death, wouldn't that be immortal and indestructible? That defies the principles of cultivation. Otherwise, after living so long, even a pig could become a divine saint of earth. Du Lanjiang said with doubt, "What exactly is the meaning of the information Fatty Huang holds?" It truly arouses curiosity. Huang Chuan also made up his mind. He's not leaving. Even if he dies, he wants to see the secret treasure. Soon, they exited the cave. Gu Qing said, "Everyone, the secret treasure shouldn't be far. Let's keep moving." At a fork ahead, "Brother Gu, look ahead." In front stood a grand residence. Gu Qing said, "That must be the tomb of Li Rugong. The door's open. Seems someone went in before us. The situation inside may be even more dangerous. Everyone, stay alert." Du Lanjiang said, "Something's odd. If this is Li Rugong's tomb, why would there be information about the Thousand-Souled Taoist?" Just then, Gu Qing looked ahead in shock. "What is that?" Ahead was a massive entryway, suspended by iron chains. Du Lanjiang muttered, "Dragon horn suppressed. 9 dragons pulling the gate." What was Li Rugong planning? Did he want his descendants to become emperors? Gu Qing asked. "This feng shui layout is very particular. This bronze gate is located at a corner of a dragon vein. In feng shui, suppressing a dragon horn is linked to acquiring vital energy. This means placing a tomb on a dragon vein's corner makes it prone to looting and damage in the future. Although it violates major feng shui principles, by suppressing the dragon horn, one could seize the energy of the dragon vein and the 9 dragons gate. Such treatment is reserved for emperors. How bold for a general like Li Rugong to use such a feng shui setup in his tomb. What was he really planning?" Xiao Yi said, "If this really is Li Rugong's tomb, then the secret treasure must be in his coffin." Du Lanjiang nodded at Wang Chuan, while the others were still stunned. The two of them rushed toward the coffin. Gu Qing became furious. Those two reckless fools, just going straight for the coffin. Do they want us all to die? He instantly blinked in front of them, drawing his blade to block their way. Du Lanjiang said, "Brother Gu, your skills are impressive. Are you really going to turn on us?" Gu Qing sneered coldly. "You two are demonic cultivators. Who knows how many people you've harmed? Killing you would be doing the world a favor." Wang Chuan stirred his energy. "No more talk with them. Let's fight to the death." As his words fell, Wang Chuan's limbs began to morph strangely. "Master Gu, you were so impressive at the general's mansion. That punch you landed still hurts now." Gu Qing sneered. "If not for that punch, you'd already be monster food by now." Wang Chuan snorted coldly. "Boss Du, I'll take care of Gu Qing. You handle the others." Du Lanjiang responded calmly. "Get the treasure first. No need to fight to the death." With that, he leapt toward the coffin. Everyone was shocked. Gu Qing shouted, "Stop, Du Lanjiang. Don't let him touch the coffin." Everyone responded in unison. Gu Qing sneered at Wang Chuan. "Come on, I'll send you off first." Wang Chuan grinned coldly. "Suit yourself, Gu. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." He charged toward Gu Qing. It was nighttime. The underground palace was filled with heavy energy. I'm in peak condition now. Guqing scoffed. Good. I like fighting at the peak. He gripped his sword with both hands and struck at Wang's head. Wang Chuan blocked with his ghost claw. The claw was instantly split in two. But in the next moment, Wang's figure turned into smoke, vanishing on the spot. Gu Cheng was startled. What kind of trick is this? He looked around cautiously, then quickly leapt onto a chain. Suddenly came the sound of chains clashing. Gu Cheng looked over intently. He saw Wang Chuan clinging to the chain, laughing section by section. I'm right here. He grabbed the chain with one hand and kicked the sword out of Gu Cheng's hand. The blade fell and stuck into the ground. Gu Cheng thought, this space is too narrow for techniques. I need to get out. He jumped down from the chain. Wang Chuan seized the chance and kicked again. Gu Cheng's eyes sharpened. He summoned the Black River arm and grabbed Wang Chuan's ghost foot. Wang Chuan was stunned in horror. Gu Cheng yanked the ghost foot downward. Wang Chuan's entire body was thrown away. Only half of the ghost foot remained in Gu Cheng's hand. Wang Chuan slammed hard into the wall. Gu Cheng slowly approached. Lu Yingying was secretly shocked. This guy is as strong as a monster. Wang Chuan laughed maniacally. As Gu Cheng watched in confusion, Wang's severed leg slowly healed, growing a new one. Wang Chuan chuckled. It's not over yet. No matter where I'm hurt, I'll regenerate. Gu Cheng speculated. After turning into a ghost, his strength is terrifying, but his weaknesses are obvious. He fights purely by instinct and experience, like a wild beast. Not even a trace of 5G intelligence. Gu Cheng formed a seal with his hands. He began chanting a spell. Wang Chuan looked on in horror. In an instant, a golden sealing mark descended. It was aimed at suppressing him. Wang instinctively tried to dodge, but his body reacted too slowly. Gu Cheng shouted coldly, "This battle ends here." A loud explosion followed. Wang Chuan disappeared from sight. Moments later, the smoke slowly cleared. Wang Chuan sneered, "That golden seal, against someone like me." Gu Cheng stepped forward with his blade drawn, flashed before him, and said coldly, "That was just a feint. This one's custom made for you." With that, he used the lifespan severing stone technique from the broken sword art, and struck. With a slicing sound, Wang Chuan was cut in two. Half his body crashed to the ground. The other half, in its dying moments, still couldn't believe he was dead. Gu Cheng let out a slow breath, then turned to where Du Lanjiang was. "Now it's your turn." At that moment, Du Lanjiang had already jumped onto the coffin platform. Wang Qi and the others followed closely. Zhao Jiming laughed. "Wang Chuan is dead. Aren't you going to surrender?" Du Lanjiang scoffed. "You useless rabble think you're worthy?" With that, he began gathering power. "I'll send you two to join Wang Chuan first." Zhao Jingming stepped forward. He launched himself using the white bone secret technique, but in the next moment, Du Lanjiang caught his bone spike with one hand. Zhao Jingming was shocked. Before he could react, Du Lanjiang crushed the spike and thrust his palm straight at Zhao's face, but just in time. A golden dragon appeared from thin air, cutting between the two. It was Xiao Yi's secret technique. Du Lanjiang shouted angrily, "You brat, how dare you ambush me?" Lu Yingying said calmly, "Silent Night Division, fight with all you've got. We'll support you from below." Xiao Yi muttered to himself, "I'm the only one providing support." Lu Yingying pouted. "What can I do? My zombies can't jump on chains, so there's no need to take them out of storage." At that moment, Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, step back. Let me take him on. Both nodded in agreement. Gu Cheng's Black River arm glowed green. He sneered. "Du Lanjiang, I'm sending you to join Wang Chuan." Du Lanjiang's heart skipped a beat. They have the numbers. If this drags on, I'll be at a disadvantage. I'd better grab the treasure first. He turned to jump off the coffin platform, but then noticed something ahead. When he focused his gaze, he saw Yang Sanyang from the tomb robber trio. Looks like she tried using some secret technique to access the treasure, but clearly failed. "If I force it open, will I meet the same fate?" Just then, Gu Cheng said coldly, "Trying to steal treasure in front of me? You really think too highly of yourself." Du Lanjiang gritted his teeth. "Damn it, no risk, no reward. I don't care anymore." He kept channeling energy into his hand. After a few breaths, he hurled his power at the coffin. A deafening boom followed. The coffin was blasted open. As Gu Cheng landed, the coffin came crashing down behind him. Gu Cheng frowned, but it was already too late. The coffin began emitting a powerful aura, soon enveloping the whole chamber. Gu Cheng's heart raced. His hair stood on end. Meanwhile, Du Lanjiang approached the coffin with a wicked grin, eager to uncover the treasure. But as he saw what lay inside, he froze in place. It was a corpse, but it showed no signs of decay, and that overwhelming aura was radiating from the body. Du Lanjiang was stunned. Was the corpse preserved with some secret art? He reached out for the scroll on its chest, but suddenly, the corpse grabbed Du Lanjiang's hand. Its eyes slowly opened. Two pitch-black voids stared back. It suddenly stood up. Du Lanjiang stood frozen in fear. He couldn't even struggle. Then the corpse spoke slowly. Bastard. I only had 1 year left. Why did you have to? Du Lanjiang trembled and replied, Please, sir, calm down. I'll leave right now. The corpse said coldly, Even killing you won't ease my fury. With a casual tug, he tore Du Lanjiang's entire arm off. But even then, Du Lanjiang didn't move an inch. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in silence, not daring to make a sound. Gu Cheng watched in shock. Gu Cheng was inwardly shocked. Could this man be Li Rugong? Did he reincarnate by possessing a corpse? Li Rugong waved his hand gently in the air. Du Lanjiang was instantly lifted off the ground. The next moment, a suffocating force enveloped him, with a muffled boom. His head exploded midair. Gu Cheng shouted loudly, Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, retreat now. In an instant, everyone fled toward the tomb's entrance. Li Rugong didn't stop them. He simply turned his head slowly to the side. Next to Yang Sanyang's corpse was a Bagua diagram, emitting a mysterious power. The scroll in Li Rugong's hand flew out and landed directly on the Bagua. Xiaoyu said, That's a void teleportation array. Gu Cheng asked in confusion, What's a void teleportation array? It's a formation that can transmit items across space to another location. It's extremely hard to set up, and it's so small. Clearly, it was made specifically to transfer that scroll from the coffin. Gu Cheng speculated. Tomb robbers. Void teleportation array. Jiang Bei's divine strategist. Wei Junshan. Everything seems prearranged. Looks like we've been dragged into a scheme by a major player. And this major player knew exactly what was inside the coffin. That's why the teleportation array fits perfectly. But our involvement from Silent Night Division must have been an accident. Lu Yingying shouted. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and run. Suddenly, a green energy wave struck, encasing the group in place. Lu Yingying exclaimed in shock. I can't move my body. Li Rugong said coldly. Trying to escape? Not that easy. I'll torment you little by little, so you can't live nor die. With that, he lunged at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was horrified. Is this the end for me? Suddenly, a different power surged from Li Rugong's body. Li Rugong spoke toward his own abdomen. Li Rugong, what are you doing? Everyone stared in shock. They truly had no idea what was happening. Li Rugong's belly swelled continuously, and voices emerged from within. Thousand-soul Daoist. I once considered you a close friend. But you deceived me. What rebirth technique? You clearly wanted to seize my body. Gu Cheng heard this and understood everything. Li Rugong's body had two souls inside. One was Li Rugong. The other was the thousand-soul Daoist recorded in the scroll. Li Rugong said coldly. 500 years of planning wasted. Today, I break the seal and kill you. Even if you have 10,000 soul fragments, I will make you vanish completely. The thousand-soul Daoist panicked. Stop. Your body has developed true vitality over 500 years. Once reborn, you'll be a natural spirit body. If you destroy it, we'll both become wandering souls. There'll be no hope for rebirth. Li Rugong sneered. I was a great general in life. In death, I'll be a heroic ghost. Even as a ghost, I'll lead the ghost army and flatten the city of the young Nether King. With that, his body exploded with a boom. At that moment, Lu Yingying happily realized she could move again. Gu Cheng said seriously, this place is too dangerous. Let's go. As the flesh drifted down from the air, a short while later, strands of energy rose from the scattered meat, slowly forming a human shape. In just a few moments, Li Rugong's body had fully reformed. He immediately gave chase. Stop. I'll slaughter you all. Everyone in the underground palace ran for their lives. Gu Cheng said. That way must be the route the tomb raiders came in. Xiaoyi, you go with Brother Zhao and Brother Wang. We'll split up. Xiaoyi replied. Take care, Brother Gu. We'll regroup outside. Gu Cheng continued running with Lu Yingying. He asked doubtfully, why didn't you go with them? Lu Yingying replied softly, I feel safer with you. Besides, they've got 3 people. If Li Rugong chases anyone, it'll be them. But just as she said that, Li Rugong came charging with his sword. Lu Yingying immediately regretted her decision. Li Rugong growled, I'll devour you both. Lu Yingying was terrified. At this rate, he's going to catch us. What do we do now? Gu Cheng said calmly. Run to the general's mansion. Lu Yingying was stunned. Are you crazy? There's still a fierce ghost in there. Gu Cheng smiled. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't go. Soon, they reached the general's mansion. Lu Yingying asked, are we really going in? Between the wolf ahead and the tiger behind, I'm done running. Life and death are fate. Riches are from heaven. Gu Cheng replied calmly. We've run far enough. Then a scornful voice came from behind. Why'd you stop running? It was Li Rugong's voice. But when he got closer to them, he saw the plaque that read General's Mansion. He hesitated involuntarily. The General's Mansion. What a nostalgic place. Gu Cheng smiled. There's someone here you once cherished too. Li Rugong was confused. Someone I cherished? Gu Qing then shouted loudly, "Madam, that ungrateful, two-timing bastard Li Rugong. I've brought him here." Inside the general's manor, the madam was shaken. The next moment, lightning surged above the manor. Li Rugong turned toward Gu Qing, confused. "Are you trying to stir up trouble when you're about to die?" At that moment, a loud screech rang out. Li Rugong heard the sound. A feeling both familiar and strange erupted inside him. Then the madam floated out, hair disheveled, staring down at Li Rugong from above. Li Rugong said indifferently, "Chue, it's been 500 years. What happened to you?" The madam gritted her teeth. "This is all thanks to you. What happened in the past was my fault. But step aside now. Let me devour that boy first. I can sense that he carries the same power as I do. If I devour him, my soul will stabilize again, and we can be together in the underworld once more." Gu Qing laughed. "Li Rugong, you really haven't changed at all. Still trying to sweet-talk your way through, even as a ghost?" The madam grew enraged. "Together in the underworld? Go be with that little fox spirit of yours. Even if it costs my soul to shatter into pieces, I'll make sure you never reincarnate." With that, a ghostly claw swept straight at Li Rugong. Li Rugong was furious. He raised his sword to meet the blow. "Crazy woman, do you really want to lose everything?" The madam laughed hysterically. The moment they clashed, coughs echoed from the rubble. Gu Qing brushed aside the stones. With his dark-armored arm, he was shaken. "If I'd reacted slower just now, I'd be dead." The madam and Li Rugong were gone. Did they perish together? Gu Qing walked toward the deep pit ahead, drawn by a ghostly light below. When he saw what was down there, he froze on the spot. A long sword and a scroll lay below. Gu Qing leapt down, landing in front of the sword and scroll. The sword must have belonged to Li Rugong, and it wasn't a cheap one. Gu Qing reached out and grabbed it. Without hesitation, he stored it in his jade pendant. Who wouldn't take something for free? Next was the scroll. It looked just like the one from the yellow-haired man, Night Demon. They seemed to be of the same kind. Gu Qing unrolled it. It was one of the 72 divine arts, Turtle Cavern Sea and Manhua. It uses blood fiend stones and requires blood energy to activate her, as if forming a life and death pact with blood. It can maximize blood energy usage if you kill with this art. You can even absorb the enemy's blood energy. It can even strengthen yourself in return. This must have been Li Rugong's technique, likely his ultimate trump card. The more blood is spilled, the stronger blood fiend becomes. This divine art must be devastating in large-scale battles. The 72 divine arts really are extraordinary. Not cultivation methods, yet even stronger. It's practically its own system. Gu Qing happily took it. It seemed the item transported by the void array earlier was also a scroll. Could Thousand Soul Daoist also possess one of the 72 divine arts? The scroll must have recorded one of them. This was all too complicated. With my current strength and status, thinking too much is pointless. Better to return for now. Just then, Lu Yingying suddenly opened her eyes. She held her splitting head and sat up. Seeing Gu Qing unharmed, she asked, "What happened to Li Rugong? Is he dead?" Gu Qing replied calmly, "Scumbags never die a good death. Li Rugong and his wife perished together. Their souls have been utterly destroyed." At this moment, Lu Yingying suddenly burst into tears. "I was just trying to loot some corpses, but you split Wang Chuan in two. Du Lanjiang's body isn't even left. And I almost died in this damn place myself. This trip was a complete loss." Gu Qing gave her a smack and said, "You'll have plenty of corpses to loot later. The red-robed ghost is dead. The ghost domain is broken too. Let's get out of here." In the Jade Capital Mountains, on an ordinary cliff edge, a hand suddenly appeared. After the person climbed up, they muttered bitterly, "What's the deal with this anti-flight formation? I couldn't even use my levitation technique." The person was none other than Jiangbei's divine strategist, Wei Jushan. The true master of Jade Capital said calmly, "Look how fat you've gotten. Can't you use some artifact to refine that body?" Wei Jushan smugly replied, "This body? I earned it fair and square. Can't just throw it away. It'd mess up my blessings." Master Feng scoffed coldly. "Nonsense and superstition. Did you get what I asked for?" Wei Junshan slowly pulled out a scroll from his robe. Smiling proudly, he said, "Of course I did. You can always count on me." Wei Junshan chuckled. "Master, your foresight is astounding. I pretended to be drunk and said a few things, and all those minor sect outlaws came swarming and handed me the scroll." Master Feng took the scroll and scoffed. "Just a bunch of rabble." Wei Junshan asked curiously, "Is this thing really that miraculous? Can it really bring the dead back?" Master Feng squinted slightly and said, "What, you want to see for yourself?" Wei Jushan quickly waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. No, I wouldn't dare. I'm not interested in it." Only then did Master Feng's expression soften. "Even if you did see it, it'd be useless. You wouldn't dare train in soul arts anyway. And resurrection of the dead? Utter nonsense. It was all just a trick used by the Thousand Soul Daoist to fool Li Rugong. What he truly mastered was the soul guidance technique from the 72 divine arts of Guishu Si and Mount Huashan. This technique abandons the body to empower the soul. maximizing the power of soul cultivation. But completing the soul path isn't true perfection. The thousand-soul Taoist discarded his body, so he needed a more perfect vessel. That's why he set things in motion with Li Rugong, using 5 centuries to brew a flawless body. Wei Junshan asked, Master, are the 72 divine arts really that strong? I heard the 72 sages of Mount Yuhua were all lunatics. Master Feng said calmly, those who achieve the impossible are called saints. Back then, 72 sages from humans, ghosts, and demons gathered at Mount Yuhua, sharing and merging techniques. They created the fearsome 72 divine arts. For centuries, these arts have spread through the martial world, with countless successors. In the face of power, does it matter if they're lunatics or saints? Wei Junshan nodded. Master is absolutely right. By the way, I did a divination earlier, and found 272 arts in General's Mountain. Could the thousand-soul Taoist have another divine art? Master Feng replied, that should be Li Rugong's technique you divined. Not important. Are you still using items for divination? You haven't improved in all these years. Wei Junshan bowed hurriedly. I want to improve, but I lack the talent. Please, Master, give me some pointers. You're divining people and objects. Those follow completely different paths. I sent 2 teams just to get that 1,000-soul shadow. But in the end, all of them perished inside. Yet it was the info you let slip that lured in these wandering cultivators, which allowed me to obtain the 1,000-soul shadow. This is destiny. Man may defy fate, but he cannot go against destiny. If I can't take it myself, then let others retrieve it for me. Wei Junshan said sincerely. Master's words are like sacred teachings from the Tao. One more thing. Aside from those heretical folks, a few from the Silent Night division also entered the tomb and came out alive. Master Feng said calmly, don't worry. They won't trace it back to us. Come with me. I'll take you to train at the illusory spirit cave as promised. Outside the cave, Wang Qi and the others were still anxiously waiting. Xiaoyu said worriedly, why isn't Brother Gu out yet? Wang Qi replied, Li Rugong's ghost was too powerful. Brother Gu may not have made it this time. Hearing this, Xiaoyu became even more anxious. Brother Gu always escapes death. He'll be fine this time too. How about this? I'll go in and check. If I'm not back in half an hour, you 2 report to Silent Night Division first. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Gu Cheng said calmly, it's good you're all right. Brother Gu, what happened to Li Rugong's ghost? He and the madam perished together. Evil was met with due retribution. Everyone, this matter has far-reaching implications. We must hurry to Heong Prefecture to report this to Lord Ming and Lord Chui. Everyone responded in unison. At this moment, Lu Yingying grumbled. We've at least fought side by side. Are you just going to leave me behind? Everyone looked at her speechlessly. Gu Cheng thought for a moment and said, all right then, go to Luo County and find Lei Ping, the hall master of Chiwa Hall. Stay with him for now, but don't go causing trouble. Then he turned and left. Lu Yingying panicked. Heong Prefecture, Silent Night Division. Commander Chui said, I gave you Gu Cheng back then, and you didn't even want him. Now look. He's a real talent, isn't he? Look how well he documented the incident. Too bad his strength is lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to team up with street-level mercenaries. Ming Hunting said, I think he's someone who handles matters decisively and deals with people smoothly. He knows when to advance and retreat. Then he pointed to the scroll in his hand and said, Commander Chui, let's talk about this first. The matter of General's Mountain isn't that simple. Commander Chui laughed. Seems pretty simple to me. Whoever's behind it, and whatever their motive. You know how that superior of ours is. As long as the report is submitted, it's not our problem anymore. The big shots don't care. Why should we? Meng Hantang cupped his fists. Understood. At that moment, a group entered from outside. Gu Cheng bowed and said, Commander. Commander Chui said calmly, you did well on General's Mountain. Especially you, Gu Cheng. Outstanding performance. But the matter ends here. Treat it as a demon-related incident. As for the reward distribution, Gu Cheng gets 200. Everyone else gets 100 each. Any objections? Gu Cheng bowed and accepted. Commander Chui slowly stood up. That's settled then. I still have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Meng Hantang said. Xiaoyu, take note of the elixirs everyone wants to exchange. Once everyone has finished exchanging here, we'll head straight back to Luo County. Xiaoyu clasped her hands in acknowledgement. At that moment, Gu Cheng took out an accessory belonging to Li Rugong. This is something I brought out from the tomb. It should be an accessory of Li Rugong from 500 years ago. The sword has a crack on it. Can the Zhou Mansion repair it? Meng Hantang took a look and was slightly surprised. What a pity. 500 years ago, this was considered a divine weapon. But now, its spirituality is dissipated, and the materials are hard to find. Repairing it will likely be very difficult. Weapons in this world are mainly divided into 3 types. The first is ordinary weapons, made from common materials, and can be found everywhere. The second is weapons forged from special, rare materials. Each one has its own name, and is called a mysterious weapon. The third is divine weapons, weapons with spirits that can connect with the divine, and are extremely rare and coveted. Although Blood Abyss cannot be repaired, it's still considered a decent mysterious weapon. Gu Cheng still came out ahead. After finishing his duties, Gu Cheng returned to his room. He used attack points to exchange for a secret manual and 2 bottles of spirit control elixirs. With them, he successfully advanced to the mid-8th rank. He practiced the one-word Bright Hero sword technique smoothly, which complemented the one-word Blazing Sun sword technique. Together, they formed a sword technique called Bamboo Hawk. Now that he had reached mid-8th rank, he could also try the power of Blood Fury. Gu Cheng thought to himself, Blood Fury is the oath, a weapon of life and death. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. At this moment, a voice came from behind Xiaoyi. Have you seen Gu Cheng? Xiaoyi saw it was Ming Hanang and said. Big Brother Gu went back to his quarters after receiving the manual. Ming Hanang turned and left upon hearing this. Xiaoyi was a bit confused. Did something happen? In the quarters, he felt his blood and energy were about to explode. Gu Cheng immediately formed a hand seal, muttering incantations. Then he struck the ground, blasting a small crater into it. Gu Cheng was astonished. This floor is made of green steel, and it could still be dented. If used in combat, channeling an opponent's blood and energy to unleash blood fury, this kind of power could devastate their body. At that moment, someone walked in. Gu Cheng asked in confusion, Lord Ming. Ming Hanang said gravely, something's happened. You need to go handle it. Not long ago. Commander Chui said unhappily, I have plenty of Why recommend Gu Cheng for this? Ji Haya of the Changle gang has passed away. This is no small matter. When Ji Haya was alive, we had an agreement with him for the supply of spiritual herbs to the sub-city. Now that he's gone, we don't know who will take over. The sub-city share is a big deal, Ming Hanang said. I'm preparing to head to the capital. In 2 months, someone from headquarters will come down for selections. I'm absolutely confident I'll make it to the capital's elite division. Commander Chui said, You're currently the patrol officer of Heong Mansion. I even said I'd make you deputy commander soon. Why do you insist on being like that guy Tai Tianying? Going for the lowest ranking candidate position. Ming Hanang clasped his hands and said, Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. But since my last battle with the Luo sect disciples, I've realized many of my shortcomings. I still need to temper myself further. Commander Chui turned and sighed. Fine. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stay long. Tell me why you chose Gu Cheng. Ming Hanang said, I want to give him more opportunities to gain experience. His strength is still a bit short of being a patrol officer, so he can only focus on technical skills. I want to groom Gu Cheng as my successor. The forest is lush with green trees. A group of people is walking. Yao Jingming said, Isn't Chang Lebang just a herb grower? How did he become so popular? Are they foolish or what? They could just sell all their herbs to our Jingye division. We could protect them. How nice would that be? Xiaoyu said, This kind of thing isn't something ordinary people can grow. Gu Cheng added, And small factions like this usually tread carefully. If they bet on one side and something goes wrong, they won't even have a chance to regret it. At this moment, Wang Qi said, We've arrived. A mansion appeared ahead, but this mansion was draped in white mourning cloth. At this moment, Chang Lebang's eldest son, Ji Lingfeng, asked, May I ask who this lord is? Gu Cheng said, I am Gu Cheng, the acting patrol officer of Luo County. I am here on behalf of Jingye Division to pay respects to the late gang leader. Ji Lingfeng bowed and said, So it's Lord Gu. I've long heard of your name. At this moment, Chang Lebang's second son, Ji Lingang, said disdainfully, Acting patrol officer? So you're not even a full patrol officer, huh? Everyone was left speechless by the question. Gu Cheng said loudly, If an acting patrol officer isn't qualified, then who would young Master Ji like to see pay respects? The commander or the town governor? At this moment, an elder hurriedly said, Lord Gu, please calm down. The second young master didn't mean it that way. Please come inside. People from the other factions have already arrived. They're resting in the back hall. After Gu Cheng and his group went inside, Ji Lingang let out a disdainful snort. In the back hall of the Ji residence, the elder introduced to everyone. This is Lord Gu, the acting patrol officer of Luo County. Please wait for a moment. After the guests are received, the eldest and second young masters will come to discuss matters with everyone. At this moment, a man walked up to Gu and bowed, saying, Brother Gu, you look a bit unfamiliar. I am Shou Jianxing from the Zhou family of the eastern neighbor. Gu returned the bow and said, So it's Brother Zhou. I've long heard of your name. Gu was quietly calculating in his mind. The Zhou family carries the title of eastern neighbor. Their family has great influence. They control 30% of the spiritual herbs. This portion won't be touched by Jingye division. It's the others that will be affected. A person next to Zhou Jianxing said to Gu indifferently. Qiu Liandong from Changchun Temple. Gu also bowed to him. A man holding a sword said indifferently, I am Dong Kuei, an elder of the Qingshan sword sect. This person next to me is our sect's guest, Taoist Blackstone. Gu silently bowed to them as well. At this moment, An elder sitting on the ground, wearing a Taoist robe, said indifferently, Zhongling, elder of Daoxian sect. Gu was about to respond when a voice came from behind. Elder Zhong, how refined you are. Everyone, sorry for the wait. Gu looked at the elder behind Ji Lingfeng and was slightly startled. He was the original owner of the new ghost in Gu's jade pendant, and the assassin Shin Yang had hired to kill him. How can we stay in this wilderness at night? As he was looking around restlessly, a figure caught his attention. It was Gu. Taoist Wuzong didn't expect either to meet again here. But Gu probably doesn't recognize him, and shouldn't know that it was he who made a move against him back then. This kid is just unlucky. My heart, Taoist Wuzong's, isn't that easy to take. At this moment, Ji Lingfeng said, this person next to me is a guest I invited. Taoist Wufu. Taoist Wuzong bowed to everyone. Zhou Jianxin said, I'll just be frank. I've just taken over the Zhou family in Heian Prefecture, so I'm not too clear on the spirit herb matter yet. I hope we can divide the herbs according to the old rules. Qiu Yindong said, Changchun Pass is currently in seclusion, so we won't take a share of the spirit herbs. Our Qishan Sword sect wants 30%. This time we came to Xuanzong for 30%. Gu Cheng glanced back and said, Gentlemen, are you treating the Silent Night division like air? He then walked toward them. I have no objection to the Zhou family getting 30%, but if each of you wants 30%, you're only leaving 10% for us. Is it that your two sects have gotten too inflated, or have we been too generous with you? Zhang Ling said sternly. Gu Cheng, what do you mean by this? Even Lord Shui Zijia wouldn't speak to us like that. Ji Lingying said coldly. Xuanzong and our Chang'e gang have been allies for generations. So I agree Xuanzong should get 30%. Ji Lingfeng also said. I also agree Qishan Sword sect gets 30%. Gu Cheng's eyes gleamed. I thought the second son was a fool. Turns out the elder brother is too. To take sides so quickly. Now I finally understand the saying, a tiger father begets a dog son. Thinking this, Gu Cheng clapped his hands and laughed. You two really have some nerve. You've been holding back your resentment for quite some time, haven't you? We of the Silent Night division are reasonable. We don't rob or steal. He patted Zhongling on the shoulder and said, but we may visit Xuanzong often to check if you're hiding any wanted heretical cultivators. Then he turned to the Qinshan Sword sect members. I heard your sect has a merchant caravan. Elder Dong, you better be careful. Once they leave Heian Prefecture, they might never come back. Dong Kuei was furious. Shameless scoundrel. Zhongling snapped. The Silent Night division acts no different than bandits and thieves. Gu Qing pointed at his nose and scolded. Elder Zhang, who started being shameless first? Watch your words, or I'll sue you for slander. Zhou Jianxin stepped in to mediate. Let's all profit in harmony. Why go this far? I suggest resolving this matter through a duel. The two of them fell silent, each calculating in their minds. Gu Qing smiled. Fine, but today is Chief Ji's funeral. Let's wait until after tomorrow's burial for the duel. At that moment, Steward Ji said, then please follow me this way to rest. Zhao Jingming asked, Gu Cheng, do you really plan to duel those two? Gu Cheng replied calmly, don't worry, brother Zhao. I know what I'm doing. Night soon fell. Inside the Ji residence's main hall, Ji Lingfeng asked, Daoist, did you really see in father's final words that the second son should become chief? Wuzong Darin vowed confidently. My little ghost saw it with his own eyes. It can't be fake. You have Xuanzong's support, and you're the eldest son. The chief's position is within reach. However, payment is needed again. 10,000 taels of silver plus a grade 5 luck-enhancing pill. That's non-negotiable. Ji Lingfeng said, trembling, but I already paid you before. Just then, a mocking voice came from outside. Taoist Wufu, you really know how to ask for a sky-high price. Wait, no. I should call you Wuzong Daorin, shouldn't I? Wuzong Daorin was startled by the voice. Just as he was about to curse, Gu Cheng stepped forward with He Jiang's arm in hand. He lunged at him. Under Ji Lingfeng's shocked gaze, Gu Cheng landed a punch right on Taoist Wuzong's chest, blasting a hole through it. But immediately after, Taoist Wuzong used some secret technique. His body began to writhe uncontrollably. This Taoist is no mortal. You're not qualified to take my life. Gu Cheng was slightly surprised. This Taoist was nurturing 4 little ghosts inside his body. It seems he's no longer human. At best, he's half human, half ghost. Gu Cheng let out a cold snort. He activated the Tongyu Jade pendant to absorb him. Taoist Wuzong felt an invisible suction force, tearing at his soul. He had no power to resist. He could only let his soul be sucked into the jade pendant. In an instant, his body collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Ji Lingfeng instinctively shouted for help. Gu Cheng leisurely made a shushing gesture. Eldest young master, don't shout recklessly. Relax, I won't kill you. But eldest young master, you've got some nerve. This guy isn't just some Taoist Wuzong. He's the notorious evil cultivator, wanted by the Jingye division, Taoist Wuzong. And now he's your guest. What are you planning? The old gang leader had a 7th grade cultivation and was in his prime. How could he die so suddenly? Did you hire this evil cultivator to secretly kill your father, so you could seize the gang leader's position, before your father could leave any words? I don't care about your gang's power struggles, and I'm too lazy to care, but hiring an evil cultivator to kill someone, the Jingye division can't ignore that. Ji Feng immediately denied it. Even if father favored the second son, he never treated me unfairly. How could I do something as beastly as killing my master? Eldest young master, don't get agitated. Save those words for the Jingye division's Black Jade prison, to prove your innocence. Hearing this, Ji Feng dropped to his knees with a thud. Lord Gu, if you can help me cover this up, I'll do whatever you say, even if it means offending the Daoist sect. I'll stand by your side. Please spare me. Gu Qing laughed. If you knew this day would come, why did you act? But recognizing your mistake and correcting it is a great virtue. He then leisurely helped Ji Feng up. Eldest young master, your willingness to turn over a new leaf truly comforts me. Ji Feng was speechless. This guy changes faces. A few days ago, when father died suddenly, I contacted this Taoist Wuzong. He told me, the second son has father's will. Gu Qing speculated. This Taoist Wuzong must know something. It seems this isn't so simple. But just now, I absorbed all the little ghosts Taoist Wuzong was nurturing into the jade pendant. I wonder if I can find any clues. He tried to enter the jade pendant for a moment. 5 little ghosts were standing there, chattering. Gu Qing asked, new ghost, your color has changed. And why is your name on your head? Are you the leader? The new ghost squealed happily. Gu Qing asked, have you seen the Taoist Wuzong who was just absorbed? The new ghost chattered and pointed in a direction. There stood a resentful-looking Taoist Wuzong. Gu Qing said speechlessly, this guy, without his Wuzong wonder ghosts, has become the weakest soul. He's barely conscious. Keeping this useless thing is just a waste of space. Gu Qing asked him, tell me, does Ji Ling have the will? The man and ghost conversed for a while. At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Ji Feng said worriedly, Lord Gu, are you alright? Gu Qing smiled. I'm fine. Don't worry. There's something wrong with the will in the second son's hands. Your father is still in his prime. How could he leave a will so early? Ji Feng stood up excitedly. Is that true? Gu Qing said calmly. As long as you stand by me tomorrow, the position of gang leader will be yours. Ji Feng immediately bowed deeply. I'll follow Lord Gu's orders. Gu Qing then turned to leave. I'll leave the body disposal to you. These heretical cultivators are the most despicable. Chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Ji Feng bowed again in agreement. The next day arrived quickly. In the plaza of the Ji Mansion's backyard, Ji Feng said, thank you all for waiting. Zhang Ling said coolly, since both young masters have returned, the duel should begin, right? Gu Qing said, fine. 1 attack, 1 defense, 2 rounds to decide the winner. If I lose 1 round, Jingye division will withdraw from the contest. On the other hand, if you two lose, you'll all get lost. Zhang Ling snorted coldly. Such arrogant words. Let this old man teach you a lesson. With that, he leaped onto the plaza. Gu Qing drew his blood abyss sword to face him. Gu Qing said disdainfully, old man, you can start. Zhang Ling snorted coldly. Youngster, you've got quite the mouth. With that, he took out a ball. Today, I'll open your eyes. Then he threw it toward Gu Qing. Come forth, demon blood puppet. The next moment, the ball began to transform. Arms and legs extended from the ball. In no time, it became a mechanized figure. Xiaoyi shouted. Big brother Gu, be careful. That thing has blades in its joints. Gu Qing held his sword forward and said calmly, just some flashy nonsense. Zhang Ling controlled the mech, charging at Gu Qing. Gu Qing slowly closed his eyes, channeling the ghostly gaze from the shadow-chasing sword technique. A moment later, he snapped his eyes open. At that moment, his blood abyss sword shot toward the mech. The mech tried to react, but its movements were too slow. In an instant, the blood abyss sword pierced through its entire body. A few breaths later, the once intact mech was reduced to fragments, slowly drifting through the air. Zhang Ling's eyes widened, unable to believe he had lost. The onlookers were equally stunned. At this moment, Steward Ji announced loudly, Lord Gu of Jingye Division is victorious. Zhao Jingming was a bit dazed. 1 sword to settle it? It seems I've underestimated him. Xiaoyi said. Big brother Gu must have focused all his energy into that one strike. But it was indeed powerful. At this moment, Dong Kuei said, from my Green Mountain Sword sect, our guest, Blackstone Taoist, will take the stage. Does Lord Gu agree? Gu Qing said disdainfully. Doesn't matter. Hurry up. Blackstone Taoist said gravely. Lord Gu, my secret technique has no mercy. Once unleashed, it cannot be stopped. You'd better be careful. With that, he stirred his energy. His body was instantly surrounded by black smoke. In a flash, the black smoke surged toward Gu Qing. Zhou Jianxin asked, what move is this? Dong Kuei said, this move is called single word, lure, dot. It's Blackstone Taoist's strongest killing move. At this moment, countless black hands emerged from the mist, locking onto Gu Qing the moment they appeared, rendering him unable to move. Gu Qing was puzzled. Ghostly hands. The art of ghost refining. He recalled what Taoist Musashi had said last night. He saw a ghostly black hand place a letter on the beam of the study room. Looking at the ghost hand before him, Gucheng finally found the one who planted the fake will. Also, he used a ghost refining technique. That makes it easier to handle. I now carry Wu ghost energy within me. It far surpasses your ghost refining methods. Gucheng gave a loud shout, and the ghost hands binding his limbs shattered. Taoist Blackstone was shocked. Ghost refining technique. At that moment, Dong Kuei spoke up. Lord Gu, no need to act. We concede this round. Gucheng cupped his hands. I accept your surrender. Then Jiling Ang took out a letter and said, this is the will found in my father's study by Elder Sun. It names me as the new leader of the sect. The elders behind him all said, we've all read it. It's clearly the handwriting of the sect leader. Jiling Ang continued. Since the outcome is decided, I'll handle the distribution of spirit medicine. Jiling Feng watched their perfect coordination, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Dong Kuei said, since everyone is here, why not hold the succession ceremony for the second young master now? Save everyone another trip. Jiling Ang said, the Green Mountain Sword sect will still receive 30%. But before he could finish, Gucheng interrupted him. I don't agree. Jiling Tang responded coldly. Lord Gu, this is the internal affair of our Chonglu sect. You're overstepping a bit. Your internal affair? That's true. I can't interfere. But the second young master's position is illegitimate. That falls under the jurisdiction of our Jingye division. At that moment, a Chonglu elder said, what do you mean by that? Jiling Ang sneered. My father favored me most in life. But evidence is everything. Are you suggesting the letter is fake? Evidence? Huh? Our Jingye division values He turned to Xiaoyi and said, Xiaoyi, lend me your dragon seal talisman. Then he added, let's assume for a moment that the letter was forged by some shady back alley cultivator and secretly placed into the former leader's study. The talisman I have is a genuine Taoist charm. It can amplify any trace of energy. If that letter was tampered with, it will carry that trace. Why don't we test it and see? Jiling Ang fell silent. Gucheng then turned to Dong Kuei and said, the Green Mountain Sword sect is a proper sect. So why are they harboring a demonic cultivator as a guest? I'd say this guest is the second young master's man, right? Jealous of your elder brother's leadership. You secretly recruited a demonic cultivator and forged the will. Jiling Ang shouted angrily. Nonsense. Why would I kill my own father? Taoist Blackstone only came to me after my father died. The elders froze at his words. After a moment, one elder said, second young master, you. Gucheng said calmly, so you admit to consorting with demonic cultivators? Jiling Ang was stunned. He realized he'd let his emotions slip and said something he shouldn't have. At that moment, he collapsed to the ground. Tears began to pour from his eyes. One elder sighed. Take the second young master away. He'll be dealt with according to the clan rules. Soon, Jiling Ang was escorted out. Zhou Jinqing said, a true hero shows promise even young. Lord Gu, I have a request. Brother Zhou, go ahead, but I must first report everything to Heong Prefecture. After that, I'll assist you. Zhou Jinqing said calmly. It's fine, no worries. Here's the situation now. My Zhou family owns Sujia town in Heong Prefecture. The Su clan are our vassals. They aren't cultivators. Just bookkeepers, house stewards, legal clerks, and logistics managers. One day, the town guards were chasing a thief, and Su Jinqing, a Su clan steward, was watching the commotion. I remembered him well, as he often reported. He got too close and was accidentally killed. But the strangest part, his wound didn't bleed. Instead, thick black liquid oozed out. In just moments, that dark fluid shimmered, leaving behind nothing but a human skin. And the most disturbing part, when I sent people to inquire, the Su clan denied his existence. They claimed there was no Su Jinqing in their household. Gucheng was shocked. There's such a thing? A shriveled corpse. Yet the person has vanished? Looks like this trip to the Black Prison Realm will yield something new. In the Jingye division, Commander Chui laughed wildly. That kid Gucheng actually got half the spirit medicine share. See that? I wasn't wrong about Gucheng's talent. He's born for this stuff. Excellent. But seriously, why did Gucheng leave right after returning? He went to Sujia town at Zhou Jinqing's request to investigate the matter. I see. Looks like Zhou Jinqing also acknowledges Gucheng's abilities. Meng Hantang speculated. But for them to set out overnight, this matter in Sujia town must be serious. Commander Chui patted him reassuringly. What are you worried about? Every task Gucheng's taken since joining has been major. If this were a storybook, he'd be the main character. Meng Hantang sighed deeply and said, let's hope so. Sujia town. A drunk man sang as he staggered down the street. Peach blossoms bloom in April. Beauty in the Jade Tower. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A clear female voice called out from inside the house. Husband, you're back. The drunk chuckled. My dear, drawing so late at night? Were you waiting for me? If you miss me that much, I'll last 2 more minutes tonight. But then he Wait, when did I ever have a wife? I must be really drunk. The woman turned around slowly and said, husband. My face got crooked. Look, the wine bottle dropped with a loud clang. The drunk man started trembling uncontrollably. His speech began to stutter. Are you human or ghost? The ghost bride laughed eerily. What are you saying, husband? The drunk man finally saw her face clearly. He screamed, ghost, and tried to flee, but it was already too late. The next day, Gu Cheng's group silently stood around a human skin. Xiaoyu couldn't take it and threw up to the side. Wang Qi said coldly, seriously, it's just a piece of skin. Xiaoyu held back her nausea. It's because I found no energy. This is real human skin. That's what makes it so sickening. Gu Cheng stared at the skin, deep in thought. Zhou Jinqing said, now that we know it wasn't caused by a demon now, we're back to having no leads. Gu Cheng asked seriously, are there any Jingye division agents stationed or passing by near Sujia town? There's a Xuanjia guard. He was specially dispatched by your division now, though not stationed permanently, but he often visits Sujia town. Gu Cheng nodded. Then bring both him and the Su clan leader here, and bring the Su family genealogy. Gu Cheng took out a token and said to Zhao Jingming, Brother Zhao, this is Lord Chui's token. Please investigate whether anything happened when Su Jinqing traveled with the caravan. Check if there were any incidents. Zhou Jinqing asked, Lord Gu, have you found any leads? Gu Cheng replied calmly, once they arrive, the clues will naturally come to light. Zhou Jinqing was speechless. At this moment, Xiaoyi murmured, why is Zhou Jinqing in such a hurry? Wang Qi said coolly, are you dumb, Xiaoyi? This concerns his reputation within the entire Zhou family. Gu Cheng said, no matter if it's a man or a ghost, Gu Cheng, will find them. Not long after, the Su clan leader and the black armor guard were brought in. Young Master Zhou, our Su family truly has no one named Su Jinqing. Even if I, the clan leader, remembered wrong, there's no way over 1,000 people in the Su family would all remember wrong, right? Gu Cheng asked, are you the station black armor guard here? He cupped his hands and said, indeed, I am Yang Xingjie. Greetings, Brother Gu. But I've never noticed anything strange in Sujia town, nor do I remember anyone named Su Jinqing. Zhou Jinqing said anxiously, Lord Gu, I've looked through this genealogy several times. There's indeed no name. Gu Cheng replied calmly, among the previous generation of Su family in this town, only this couple had no children recorded. Clan leader, please lead the way. Let's visit the couple's home. Not long after, they arrived at the couple's residence. The clan leader introduced, this is Lord Zhou, and this is Lord Gu from the Silent Night Division. The couple lowered their heads in greeting. Gu Cheng asked, I heard you have no children. Is that right? I froze my body traveling up north when I was young. I could never have children in this life. The old woman tearfully said, if I really had a son, that would be heaven's blessing. Gu Cheng said coldly, then you must take responsibility for your words. At that moment, a woodshed near the door caught Gu Cheng's attention. He gently pushed the door open. The old man said, my lord, it's just a storage room. Gu Cheng stared at the notches on the pillar and said, seems like height was measured every year. Looks like you loved your child quite a bit. Why don't you remember anything? Xiaoyu said, Brother Gu, there's rouge and hairpins here too. Gu Cheng speculated, so they didn't just have a son. They also had a daughter-in-law. The old man was shocked. Zhou Jinqing shouted, arrest them. The couple immediately knelt down. My lord, we really don't know anything. Gu Cheng said, Brother Zhou, don't be hasty. No one remembers Su Jinqing. It's normal for his parents not to remember either. The key now is where Su Jinqing's wife went. Zhou Jinqing said, if she's an outsider, it's troublesome. Outsiders aren't listed in the Su family genealogy. That will be hard to trace. Clan leader, please find a spacious area. Gather all Su family women aged 15 to 40. The clan leader bowed and replied, I'll arrange for them to meet at the ancestral hall. Zhou Jinqing whispered, why look for 40-year-olds? His mother is only in her 40s. What if he married someone his mother's age? Gu Cheng said calmly, that's because our Jingye division always works with, we don't overlook any detail. Wang Qi laughed. What if Su Jinqing had some odd hobby, like preferring more mature women? Gu Cheng coughed twice to cut him off. We're investigating here, so keep it serious. At that moment, a beggar caught Gu Cheng's attention. The clan chief sighed. His name is Su Jindong. He's an orphan. His mind hasn't been right since childhood. Soon, the women of the Su family were gathered. Wang Qi said, Zhang Dogwang is known for charming women. Seize the opportunity. But you've never even been with a woman. One day, let Brother Zhao take you for a stroll through Chunhua Brothel. Make Brother Gu treat us. Oh right. Chunhua Brothel is now under the Luofeng gang. Did that punk Lei Peng really dare take Big Bro's money? Gu Cheng snorted coldly. Trying to freeload again? Enough nonsense. Get to work. Xiaoyu immediately activated the dragon talisman. In an instant, various scents radiated from their bodies. Moments later, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in excitement. Found it. She then pointed at a woman and said, The scent of her rouge matches perfectly. At that moment, a burly man rushed out angrily. What are you doing? That's my wife. When did she become someone else's? Zhou Jianxing was speechless. Su Jianxing really has some odd preferences. Gu Qing nodded in agreement. The woman placed a hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder and caressed it for a while, then finally said, Young master, you must be mistaken. I'm just a rough and tough married woman. Xiao Yu's face flushed red. It's definitely you. I wouldn't mistake the scent. Gu Qing asked, Is there any demonic or ghostly aura? Xiao Yu shook her head. Nope. She's just like a normal person, but the scent is definitely hers. Gu Qing said flatly. We'll know once we test it. Wearing human skin doesn't make one human. Someone, draw her blood. The woman panicked immediately. What are you saying? How could I not be human? The next moment, a strike pierced her chest. A mist of blood immediately burst forth. The surrounding women screamed and fled in panic. When Gu Qing saw what was before him, he was taken aback. Xiao Yu said coldly, It really is her. The woman with half her face slashed off yelled, My flawless skin, and you dared ruin it? From her wound, a thick black pus started oozing out. Moments later, a pus-covered monster appeared before them. Gu Qing exclaimed, So this is her true form. Zhou Jianxing instantly dashed forward and slashed at the monster. A flash of sword light cleanly sliced off the monster's arm. But the next moment, the severed limb began to squirm and regenerated a new one. She let out a roar and slammed toward the crowd. Gu Qing quickly dodged back, easily evading the attack. He shouted to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu quickly restrained it. Xiao Yu responded and pulled out a talisman. Together with Gu Qing, they cast the demon suppression technique. It surged toward the monster. The monster screamed in pain. Xiao Yu shouted, Brother Gu, strike now. Zhou Jianxing saw his chance and leapt in with a roar. He unleashed the sun-splitting sword art, slashing wildly at the monster's head. A series of booms followed. The monster was engulfed in the blast. When the energy cleared, only pieces of its flesh floated down. The claim. I remember now. Su Jianxing saved a woman while traveling with the caravan. It was her. Zhou Jianxing said seriously. Lord Gu really is thorough. Looks like it's finally over. Gu Qing stared at the flesh, deep in thought. Is it really over that easily? Just then, a strange figure appeared, muttering, layer after layer. It was none other than Su Zhendong, the dim-witted one. Night falls. Gu Qing wandered aimlessly, through a strange place. But suddenly, pairs of eerie red eyes began to appear. Just as Gu Qing raised his sword to strike, he suddenly jolted awake from the dream. Gu Qing was drenched in sweat. Was it just a dream? Why has he felt uneasy since arriving in Sujia town? Something just doesn't feel right. Was everything resolved too smoothly? If it really was over, why would he still dream of those saints' eyes? Gu Qing pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He shouted out loud, Xiaoyi, go wake everyone up. I'm going to find Zhou Jianxing. Shortly after, Zhou Jianxing complained, Brother Gu, waking people from their dreams is quite rude. You know? Zhao Jiming asked, What exactly is going on? Gu Qing said seriously, The eyes. Everyone in Sujia town has the same eyes. Come with me. Look at this courtyard. Zhou Jianxing asked in confusion. The courtyard. What's wrong with the courtyard? Gu Qing said. Not a single courtyard has lanterns lit. There aren't even insect sounds. Zhou Jianxing asked. So what do we do now? Gu Qing said gravely. Find people. Split up and search. When you find someone, stab. Shortly after, Gu Qing and Zhou Jianxing arrived at the couple's home from earlier. Gu Cheng pushed open the door. As expected, no one was inside. Then Wang Qi returned and said, I checked the houses to the east. Not a single shadow. Zhou Jianxing said in confusion. Looks like Sujia town is completely deserted. Lord Gu, your instincts are truly something else. Then Zhao Jingming and Xiaoyi returned and said, We found them. Gu Qing asked, Brother Zhao, what exactly is the situation? Zhao Jingming said seriously, Come and see for yourself. Damn saints. Not long after, they arrived at the ancestral hall, but they didn't go through the door. Instead, they climbed the roof like thieves. Zhou Jianxing was about to speak but got his mouth covered. Don't speak. Do you want us to be swarmed? Zhou Jianxing whispered. Are these people all possessed by ghosts? They were surrounding someone whose mouth kept drooling stiffly. The rest sat expressionless with rolled back eyes. Gu Qing said, So that's how they make skin suits. First they separate the flesh and skin, then crawl into the human skin, like putting on clothes. A perfect fit. Then Gu Qing was shocked to notice. The stone steel before them was absorbing blood. It seemed everything in Sujia town was connected to that steel. A child suddenly climbed onto Wang Qi and giggled creepily. Wang Qi shouted in fear and cursed, Get off me. Gu Qing instantly drew his blade and slashed at the ghost child. The ghost's head flew off in an instant. Zhou Jianxing was startled. Are you crazy? That was a child. Gu Qing said sternly, Brother Zhou, don't be naive. There are no children left in this place. Only monsters. Take a look. That's the child you're talking about. Get touched by it and you're in trouble, Xiao Yi said in horror. Brother Gu, I think our trouble has arrived. Gu Cheng instinctively turned around. The people below were now looking directly at them. Each one had blank expressions and rolled back eyes. The atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. Zhou Jianxin cursed out loud at the sight. Damn it. Then turned to Gu Cheng and said, what do we do now? Gu Cheng chuckled lightly. We'll deal with it. Then he looked at Little Ant. Send a signal to Lord Chui and Lord Meng. Little Ant responded at once. He took out a signal flare, pulled the fuse, and launched it into the sky. A burst of fireworks lit up the land. As the light from the fireworks shone down, the people of the Su family began to shed their skin. Moments later, they all turned into monstrous agricultural beasts. Zhou Jianxin widened his eyes. Is this game over already? The monsters leaped into the air, lunging at Gu Cheng and the others. Gu Cheng shouted, watch out, and led everyone to leap off the roof and flee for their lives. Just as they were about to be caught, Gu Cheng drew the blood abyss sword and slashed at the nearest monster. With a loud screech, the monster was sliced clean in half. As the sound of it hitting the ground echoed, everyone froze before they could even rejoice. What stunned them was the sight ahead. A towering, grotesque monster roared. Even stranger, its body was covered with countless eyes. It seemed to be a fusion of all the monsters. Gu Cheng shouted, run! Everyone staggered to their feet and took off again. As they put distance between them and the creature, Yang Xingjie panted heavily and said, we should be safe now, right? Just then, two figures appeared ahead. It was Meng Hanang and Commander Chui. Yang Xingjie exclaimed excitedly, Lord Gu, did you see that? Our reinforcements have arrived. Gu Cheng's eyes glinted sharply. Reinforcements? Commander Chui said, well done. I didn't expect such a mutation to happen right under our noses in Suzhou town. As he finished speaking, Gu Cheng suddenly drew his blade to Commander Chui's throat. Meng Hantang roared in anger. Gu Cheng, are you insane? But in the next moment, Gu Cheng slashed him without hesitation. Black, zombie leaves began pouring from their wounds. Gu Cheng scoffed coldly. Nice disguise. No ordinary person would have noticed, but I'm the protagonist. Gu Cheng turned his sword toward Yang Xingjie. You guys seriously lack common sense. The Yang Prefecture is dozens of miles from here, and it's only been 15 minutes since we fired the signal. You got impatient too quickly. I should have suspected you sooner, Yang Xingjie said in fear. What are you saying? This whole town was affected by the monsters, and you were the one closest to the Su family. If you didn't notice anything strange, then there's only one explanation. You're one of them. At those words, Yang Xingjie suddenly laughed. You guessed right. But do you really think you can get out of here alive? This place will be your grave. As he spoke, monsters had already climbed onto the rooftops. Zhou Jianxing said gravely, we're not getting out now. Gu Cheng said, you made one big mistake. You let us watch your whole act. Then Gu Cheng stabbed him in the chest. Black zombie leaves gushed from his mouth. Gu Cheng said coldly, that stone tablet, it's your core, isn't it? I, Gu Cheng, will smash it with my own hands. The monster's eyes bulged in fury. It tried to speak up, but Gu Cheng gripped his sword tightly, and with a flick upward, its head was sliced clean off. The rooftop monster stopped watching and lunged straight for the group. Xiaoyi activated the dragon charm and shouted, protect Brother Gu. Get him to the tablet. At that moment, his talisman struck the monsters' foreheads. Xiaoyi formed seals and chanted quickly. The talismans exploded the next instant. The roar was deafening at that moment. Gu Cheng said gravely, cover me. I'm going to destroy the steel. But just as he finished speaking, several monsters blocked his path. At that moment, Zhou Jianxing stepped forward with his sword, his eyes flashing with battle intent. A sword cry rang out, and 3 monsters were cut into pieces. He turned to Gu Cheng and shouted, oh! Gu Cheng didn't hesitate, and sprinted toward the steel. After a few breaths, he successfully reached it. Just as he raised his sword to strike, a swarm of black corpse leaves appeared around him. They began creeping toward him. Before he noticed, they had already climbed up to his waist. Then they morphed into eerie, infant-like creatures, crying out with shrill wails. Gu Cheng was horrified to find he couldn't move at all. If this kept up, he'd either be bitten to death or suffocate. Gu Cheng let go of the blood abyss sword. The sword began to float as if it had a will of its own, slowly rising. Just as Gu Cheng was about to be submerged, the sword pierced straight through the steel. Cracks started to spread through the stone. A loud explosion followed. The steel exploded. As it shattered, the corpse leaf monsters began to melt. Xiaoyi cheered. Looks like Brother Gu did it. Gu Cheng regained his freedom at that moment. However, a piece of human skin slowly floated out of the steel. Gu Cheng wasn't repulsed. He picked it up. On the skin were words written. Gui Su Si, Mount Yuhua, 72 Divine Arts, Wu Gui Incantation. Gu Cheng was startled. This divine art again. Looks like it'll self-destruct without fresh blood. Better memorize it quickly, before the skin fully disintegrated. He had memorized everything on it. Gu Cheng pondered. Was the mention of Gue Su Si and Mount Yuhua just a coincidence? Or was it fate? Back at the Silent Night Division, Gu Cheng was meditating and cultivating. He had used half of the battle spoils from Sujia Town to buy the Xin Yuan giant spirit pill. Thankfully, he had broken through to the 7th grade bone-breaking stage. The remaining gains were mainly used to purchase materials for crafting the Wu Gue incantation. The spell creates a formation using 5 ghost spirits. It ignores space and can teleport items. Gu Cheng thought, ever since returning from Sujia Town, he had been in closed-door cultivation for so long. It was time to go out again. At the Silent Night Division gates, Commander Chui said with a sigh, "Safe travels, Lord Ming. Since you chose this path yourself, I won't say more. The capital is a dangerous place. Take care of yourself." Ming Huneng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your care all these years, Commander." Gu Cheng said, "Lord Ming, when you arrive in the capital, please deliver this letter for me. To the old matriarch of the loyal Marquis estate." Ming Huneng took the letter and said, "I was worried you hadn't reached bone-breaking stage yet, and your appointment as Night Patrol Officer of Luo County would cause backlash, but it seems I was overthinking it. Heong Prefecture is too small, just a stepping stone for you. In the future in the capital, we'll meet again." Gu Cheng muttered, "You're saying that right in front of Commander Chui. Isn't that a bit disrespectful?" Ming Huneng sighed and bowed. "Then I'll take my leave." "Farewell, everyone." Gu Cheng chuckled and said, "Wishing you a smooth path and great success, Lord Ming. Wishing you a meteoric rise in your journey, Lord Ming." They soared into the sky. Night fell. Gu Cheng's appointment as Night Patrol Officer was officially issued. Little E cheered happily. Martial clans and gangs from the Jiangku came to express their thanks. An old steward said, "Lord Gu, I am the steward of the Zhou family. Young Master Zhou Jianqing is still reporting back to the clan, so he sent me in his stead. Please don't take offense, Lord Gu." Gu Cheng simply responded and continued on his way. Promotion means attention. These people came at lightning speed to curry favor. News really travels fast. Just then, a man rushed and flustered. "Lord Gu, something's wrong. Li family village under Luo County was swallowed by a ghost domain." Meanwhile, in Li family village, a woman knelt before the ancestral shrine, praying devoutly. Just then, a voice shouted from outside, "Hurry up! Hurry up! If you don't, there'll be nothing left." A burly man said, "Zhong Han's widow. My cow is sick. I'm taking your cow instead." Then another woman urged, "Hurry. They'll take Huiyang next." The woman finally turned to the shrine and said bitterly, "Zhong Han, these so-called kind uncle and aunt, they bought their sick cow with the money we lent them." Then the old man sneered, "These young wives nowadays, they don't run the household, but still want fine flour and luxury. No wonder she cursed her husband to death." The woman shouted angrily, "Get lost with your stolen goods. Could you just shut up? Zhong Han brought you rice and grain more than once." The old man turned red and spat, "I'm taking what's mine. You cursed widow. You can't even eat it all anyway." The woman clenched her fingers so hard they cracked. She slowly closed her eyes, but tears still streamed down her cheeks. Moments later, when she opened them again, her eyes glowed crimson. Outside, more footsteps gathered. They were like bandits, grabbing whatever they wanted, with no regard for whose it really was. They felt no shame at all, not even a shred of guilt. They even bragged to the owners about how much they took. Calling them shameless was an understatement. It would be an insult to the word. Unfortunately, a lone woman couldn't stop them. She could only let it happen. Soon, the sky was filled with stars. Another foot stepped over the threshold of Zhong Han's home. The old man looked at the empty yard and grumbled, "Damn, I came too late. There's nothing left to take." And then he had the audacity to eye the woman. "I say, little sister-in-law, the dead can't come back. Zhong Han, how's a widow like you going to survive? I, Lai San, have been single for over 30 years. Why don't you come with me? Don't worry, I don't mind that you're a widow." The woman gripped her scissors and growled, "Try it, and see what happens." Lai San flinched. "What are you doing? A widow acting all high and mighty, without a man in the house. Let's see how you survive." At that moment, the woman took out a bag emanating an eerie aura. She said viciously, "Zhong Han, have you forgotten that I'm a shaman from Shaanxi? No one in this village will know how you died mysteriously, leaving me to be bullied by everyone in this village. I'm not reconciled. I wanted revenge before." So she aimed her scissors at a small figure placed over her heart and stabbed down hard. Blood instantly splattered before my eyes. They wanted to drive me to death, so I'll grant their wish. The next moment, a ghost rushed out from the blood mist. Lyson didn't leave, but stayed outside, cursing wildly. At that moment, a massive figure appeared behind her. The outcome, you can imagine. at the village chief's house. She was staring blankly at the night sky, but sudden dark clouds in the sky ruined her mood. She decided not to look anymore and thought about going back to sleep. At that moment, a ghostly hand grabbed her from behind. A suffocating sensation rushed to her head. The ghost mist slowly opened its mouth, ready to swallow her alive. The village chief seemed to recognize the ghost mist, but her repentance now was too late. In a small wooden cabin, a little girl pointed ahead and asked, "Mama, what's that?" The woman looked up, puzzled. But that one glance made her collapse in terror. There, standing before them, was a bull-headed monster. In its hand, it held half a body. The next day, Gu Qing and his group headed to Lijia village. At that moment, she complained, "I don't know why you're tagging along." Lu Yingying snapped, "You didn't bring me along for the fun stuff. It's so boring at Lei Peng's place." At that moment, a burly man pointed ahead and said, "Lord Gu, we've arrived." Gu Qing focused his gaze and was startled by the scene before him. A dark black sphere enveloped a vast area of land. Gu Qing said, "This ghost domain has fully formed. Ordinary people can't enter it at all." At that moment, Lu Yingying said excitedly, "I'll let Big Black go in to check things out." Hearing this, Gu Qing could only nod helplessly. At that moment, a terrified voice called out, "Are you the lords from the Jingya division? Please save our village. I'm from Lijia village. Just call me Old Manly. I went to the county to buy things yesterday, and when I returned, the village was like this." Gu Qing asked, "What exactly happened in your village?" Old Manly said angrily, "It's all because of those bastards' greed. Their greed destroyed this village. The most outstanding young man in Lijia village, namely Zonghan, went out early to work with a merchant caravan and built a fortune at a young age. His wife was an outsider, rescued by him from a wall. After their marriage, they built a large mansion in the village. They lived a comfortable life until a few days ago. He was killed. This family's world collapsed. The villagers, those heartless dogs, took everything they could. They drove Zonghan's wife to her death. When Zonghan was alive, he helped those ungrateful wolves plenty. I say they deserve to die. These people aren't worth pitying. It's just a shame for my daughter-in-law. My grandson is in there too." At that moment, Big Black returned and whispered something to Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying said, "Stop crying for now. Does your daughter-in-law have a mole on her left cheek? And is the child about 12 or 13? Old Manly nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Lu Yingying continued, "Zonghan's wife committed suicide with a blood ritual, turning directly into a powerful vengeful ghost. In the entire village, there are still over 30 people gathered in the ancestral hall." Gu Qing said, "It seems that ghost still retains human. The people in the ancestral hall likely didn't harm her. Her humanity is suppressing her ghostly nature, preventing that powerful ghost from acting." Zhao Jingming said, "But even if she can keep suppressing her ghostly nature, we can't enter this ghost domain. Those 30+ people will end up starving to death." Lu Yingying said, "It's indeed quite troublesome, but the people in Lijia village who bullied her have all been killed by her. Why hasn't her resentment dissipated?" Gu Qing paused to think, then asked, "You just said her husband was killed in a conflict. Who killed him?" Old Manly said, "It seems it was someone from the Daoist sect. His name is Du Ziang." Gu Qing said solemnly, "The Daoist sect, huh?" Old Manly continued, "I heard it was Du Ziang, who wanted to buy something from Zonghan's caravan, but offered too little money. The two got into an argument, and the other side used dark magic to burn Zonghan alive. I saw that day Du Ziang give a bag of money to the village chief, probably to get the chief to send people to drive Zonghan's wife to her death." Xiaoi said solemnly, "Lord Gu, we can handle this matter, or we can let it go. After all, it involves the Daoist sect, which isn't under our Luo County jurisdiction. Lord Ming once told me, ghosts can go hungry, but human hearts must not. But today I've realized that human hearts can be hungrier than ghosts. Brother Zhao, take some men and guard this place. If the ghost domain shows any changes, evacuate immediately. The rest of you, follow me to the Daoist sect to seek justice. If the heavens demand justice, I, Gu Qing, will go find it." In the back chamber of the Daoist sect, the sect leader Yu and Bai Qian were discussing something with Du Ziang. At that moment, Zhongling rushed in to report, "Sect leader, we're in trouble." Sect leader Yu said coldly, "Why are you so flustered?" Zhongling immediately bowed and said, "The Jingya division is here over the Du Ziang matter, demanding his surrender." Du Ziang hurriedly said, "Master, I didn't know that guy was so fragile. I accidentally killed him." At that moment, sect leader Yu roared, "What kind of did Songzan eat to dare come demand my people?" Zhongling quickly explained, "It's not Songzan. It's the one I mentioned to you before. The acting patrol officer from Luo County, Gu Qing, from the Chong Lebang incident." Du Ziang said, puzzled, "What does this have to do with Luo County's patrol officer?" Zhongling said solemnly, "Ziang bribed the village chief of Lijia village, and the villagers ganged up on the deceased's wife. That woman ended up committing suicide, using a blood ritual to summon a ghost, creating a massive ghost domain. Sect leader, you slapped Du Xiang across the face. Killing someone is one thing, but you drove his family to their deaths too? Du Xiang immediately dropped to his knees. I was just angry, and wanted to— I didn't mean to drive her to death. Sect leader, you let out a cold snort. You stay right here. Zhongling, let's go meet this Guqing. In the reception hall of Daoxian sect, Guqing and the others were waiting there. But no one showed up for a long time. Just as they started growing impatient, Sect Master, you appeared. I am the master of Daoxian sect. Lord Gu, what exactly do you mean by this? Guqing said solemnly. How arrogant of you. It's simple. A life for a life. Hand over Du Xiang and it's done. Sect Master, you snorted coldly. That's impossible. Yes, Li Zhonghan was indeed killed by him, but accidents happen in the martial world. Guqing said flatly. And the 30+ lives lost in the ghost domain mean nothing? Sect Master, you fired back. And my disciple's life means nothing? At this moment, Chen Songzhan said, Gentlemen, please calm down. No need to get hostile. Brother Gu, can't this matter be dropped? After all, it has little to do with you. The commander wouldn't pursue you for this. Just do your old brother a favor. And let this go. You won't walk away empty-handed. Guqing asked. Let it go? The ghost domain still exists, and there are over 30 people alive in there. You want me to just let it go? At that, Chen Songzhan snapped. 30 people. Is that a lot? Stop acting like you're some benevolent saint. So many lives are lost in the world every day. Can you save them all? Guqing laughed inappropriately at his words. So human life means so little to you all. You're right. I'm not a saint. I'm just a common man. But you, Chen Songzhan, as a patrol officer of Silent Night Division, you're siding with this cult that's harmed who knows how many lives. Are you in the right? Before he could reply, Guqing's eyes turned icy. I'll ask one last time, will you hand him over or not? Zhongling said sternly. Du Xiang will live and die in Daoxian sect. Even if his cultivation backfires and kills him, we still won't give him to you. Guqing cupped his hands and said, Understood. I take my leave. We'll meet again. He then walked out of Daoxian sect. Xiao asked, Lord Gu, are we really letting it go? Guqing said firmly, No. I'll make sure they understand. Those who don't respect life don't deserve to live. At the Zhou residence in Flying Cloud Valley, Zhou Jianxing slouched in a chair and sighed. Nothing beats being home. Just then, a paper crane floated in through the window. Zhou Jianxing was puzzled. This is Steward Li's paper crane. Didn't he go to congratulate Guqing on his promotion? He opened it and cursed. That Guqing's really got guts. He wants to wipe out Daoxian sect. Still, Guqing did me a huge favor. I have to return it. After making up his mind, he summoned Steward Song. Didn't our clan recently host a grand sect gathering? Add one more guest. Yu Baiqian, sect master of Daoxian in Heian Prefecture. Steward Song asked, puzzled. Yu Baiyan. Never heard of him. He's not on the guest list. Zhou Jianxing said flatly. He's just some low-tier nobody. Just send him an invitation. Steward Song nodded in response. At the Silent Night Division in Luo County, Zhao Jingming rushed into the main hall with people. He cupped his hands and said, Lord Gu, all of Luo County's black armor guards are assembled. Are we really going to launch an attack on Daoxian sect? We only have so few people, and Lord Chui knows nothing about this. They at Daoxian sect. Before he could finish, Guqing interrupted him. Don't worry. Zhou Jianxing already sent an invitation to Yu Baiqian. A third-rate sect leader like Yu Baiqian would be eager to attend a righteous sect gathering. Once he leaves the mountain, we strike Daoxian sect. As for Lord Chui, there's no time to inform him. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame. Who in Daoxian sect hasn't taken innocent lives? We're doing the people a favor by eliminating evil. Zhao Jingming sighed and said, Let's hope so. The ghostly aura in that haunted house is becoming uncontrollable. Guqing declared loudly, All Xian armor guards, hear my command. At midnight tomorrow, we launch our assault on Daoxian sect. The next day at Daoxian sect, sect master, you put on a brand new robe to attend an appreciation gathering. Zhang Lin hurried over to flatter him. Sect master, once you arrive, you'll definitely be the center of attention. Sect master, you said. It seems the Taoist sects have recognized our status now. From now on, our Daoxian sect will be counted among the great ones. I'm away. Make sure the disciples behave. With that, he left, proud and confident. Guqing and the others hid nearby, watching Yu Baiqian leave. Xiaoyu said, Brother Gu, he's gone. Should we? Guqing said in a low voice. It's time. Soon, they regrouped. Zhao Jingming asked, Lord Gu, are we really going to use poison? Isn't that too despicable? Guqing replied, Despicable. Daoxian sect has over 100 disciples, 5 times our numbers. If we don't use poison, how else do we fight them? Wang Qi agreed. We're just using their own methods against them. Then Lu Yingying said, The poison smoke is ready. We can ignite it on your command. Guqing nodded. Take the antidote and prepare to act. Everyone quickly swallowed their antidote pills. Gu Cheng looked up and said, let's go. Inside Daoishin's sect, the gate guards were feeling drowsy, not even noticing the fog forming around them. Soon after, one of the guards collapsed to the ground. Only then did another become alert. But it was already too late. He no longer had the strength to speak. The poison smoke slowly spread throughout Daoishin's sect. A nearby elder shouted, use all your strength. Hurry and disperse the poison smoke. A disciple beside him asked, Elder Tang, why are the invaders only using poison and not showing themselves? I've nearly exhausted my spiritual energy. At that moment, Gu Cheng spoke calmly. If that's the case, why keep struggling? Elder Tang was shocked. You're with Jinjiisi. Why are you invading Daoishin's sect? Gu Cheng retorted. You're asking me why? You colluded with Qin Songzhan. How many innocent people died because of it? You kill people, and Qin Songzhan cleans up after you and hides the truth. Such a fine partnership. As he finished, he slashed Elder Tang cleanly across the body. Blood splattered 5 steps away. A Daoxian disciple nearby shouted angrily, how dare you? At this moment, Lu Ying spoke. Stop yelling already. Let my Dahei spar with you. The disciples were horrified. They froze on the spot in fear. Dahei defeated them effortlessly. Elder Tang shouted, a mere junior dares to act so arrogantly? Watch me rip your soul apart. He then cast the soul extraction spell. Gu Cheng's eyes gleamed. Just another petty trick. With that, he put on the Black River arm and struck. Half of Elder Tang's body vanished instantly. Then he collapsed, unable to get up. At that moment, Zhongling also arrived. Gu Cheng said calmly, didn't I say we'd meet again? Now here I am. Gu Cheng, Elder Zhong, aren't you surprised? Zhongling shouted, Gu Cheng, you intruded into Xian's sect and killed one of our elders. You truly deserve to die. At that moment, 2 more elders arrived. Gu Cheng's eyes flashed again. The next moment, something appeared and trapped Gu Cheng. Flying swords began forming. Gu Cheng sneered. Yin-Yang Void Blade in glimmering jade form. I've heard of them for a long time. One elder shouted, you know who I am? Gu Cheng sneered without answering. Instead, he sent Wugwei to it. The elders were caught off guard and got entangled. The Wugwei wasted no time. It pounced on them and began biting. Seeing them distracted, Gu Cheng seized the chance and killed them in one strike. Then Gu Cheng finally said, of course I know you. Know your enemy to win every battle. Zhongling's eyes widened. How is that possible? More people started arriving one after another. They tried to extract Gu Cheng's soul. Gu Cheng let out a cold laugh. Then he drew the blood abyss sword, aimed it at an elder's face, and sliced him in half like chopping vegetables. At that moment, a strange green leaf landed on Gu Cheng's shoulder. In a flash, countless vines sprouted out. They bound Gu Cheng's limbs. An elder shouted, Elder Shi, now's your time. Suddenly, a figure holding a sword jumped out. Elder Shi prepared to strike down on Gu Cheng's forehead. Gu Cheng sneered and said, I was wondering why only 6 elders appeared. So one of you was waiting to ambush me. Gu Cheng stomped his foot, instantly shattering the vines binding him. Then he slashed straight at Elder Shi, sending him flying in an instant. Gu Cheng single-handedly killed 6 elders. It was beyond their understanding. At that moment, Zhao Jinming said, the east and west wings have been dealt with. Gu Cheng asked, didn't you find Du Xiang? Zhao Jinming shook his head. At that moment, Zhongling pleaded, he's in the confinement room behind the mountain. The sect leader put him in solitary confinement. Lord Gu, please don't kill me. But what responded to him was a slash. They headed to Xian's sect's confinement room. Gu Cheng and the others arrived there shortly. Inside, Du Xiang asked, what's going on out there? Why is it so noisy? Gu Cheng drew the blood abyss sword. With one strike, he broke the iron chains on the door. Then he asked, you are Du Xiang? Du Xiang looked confused. Who are you people? Wang Qi walked over and grabbed him. He still tried to shout for help. Wang Qi smacked him hard and knocked him out. Gu Cheng said, we're taking this guy with us. The rest of you, ransack Xian's sect. Keep any low-grade pills for yourself. Gather 2 shares of everything else that's hidden. Zhao Jingming asked, I understand wiping out a sect and confiscating assets, but why split the loot into 2 shares? This time we acted first and reported later. These items are meant for Commander Cui and that high official above, but it seems someone else is bringing gifts too. Outside Daoxian's sect, Qin Songzhan and a few colleagues were patrolling. At that moment, he noticed something. He turned to Gu Cheng and shouted, Gu Cheng, are you trying to rebel? Is there no law left? Gu Cheng said flatly, rebel? Destroying Daoxian's sect is rebellion? Are you treating Daoxian like a government office? Don't forget your role. You're a patrol officer of Silent Night Division, not Daoxian's lapdog. What now? Your master's dead, so you're throwing a tantrum to avenge him? Daoxian has killed innocents for years, and you've covered for them all this time. I wiped them out. For the innocent people, to defend the dignity of Silent Night Division. Now the sect is gone. The people are dead. Qin Songzhan, don't forget. whose side you're on. Don't forget who you are. Qin Songshan's expression darkened. Guqing. This isn't over. Let's go. Soon after, Guqing threw Du Xing into ghost prison. What awaited him there was self-evident. At that moment, Guqing said, Auntie, perform a sinning ritual for him. Annie nodded. O great Lord of compassion, who spans all realms, may your grace reach all divine beings. Venus, sovereign of the heavens, grant vast mercy. Open the great gate of Dharma, spread across the 10 directions. Save all who sin, redeem all evildoers, dispel eternal night, and guide them into light. After the ritual, the ghost house turned back into a scarecrow, and the ghost prison began to dissipate. Elsewhere in Dongling County, Sect Master Yu was still enjoying herself in a brothel. Whether she could perform or not, at least she had to look the part. Just as the girls were teasing her, blushing with shyness, Qin Songshan burst in. Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Sect Master Yu said calmly. Old Qin, you're here? Come drink a few cups with me first. But Qin Songshan, he said gravely, your Daoist sect has been destroyed. Sect Master Yu froze in shock. Qin Songshan repeated himself. Last night, Daoist was wiped out by Guqing and his men. Not even a dog or chicken was spared. Sect Master Yu shot to her feet in a flash. Then, overcome with rage, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Once she recovered, she roared, Guqing, I'll skin you alive. With her sect destroyed, Yu Baiqian no longer cared about her brothel tour. She mounted her horse and rushed back. By dusk, she had almost reached the sect. Guqing sat atop a tree, watching from afar. Seems someone's desperate to die. He leapt down blocking Yu Baiqian's path. Guqing, you dare come meet me head-on? You're unbelievably arrogant. Guqing replied calmly, Sect Master Yu, I told you we'd meet again. Today, I'm here to send you on your way. After all, the 7 elders are already waiting below for you. I was afraid they'd grow impatient. Yu Baiqian boiled with fury and roared, Guqing, you little brat, go to hell. Guqing held his sword horizontally and unleashed the pig eagle slash. With wide eyes, the ghost got struck with a sword. Yu Baiqian pulled out a talisman and ignited it with 7 strikes. Just for the lives of 30 ordinary people, you annihilated my entire Daoist sect? Then I shall use the way of the 7 to destroy your Silent Night division. As he spoke, 3 firebirds emerged from the talisman. They charged westward at Guqing. Guqing said coldly, Sect Master Yu, was it because of Du Xing's life that you dragged the entire Daoist sect down with you? With that, strange energy surrounded Guqing, blasting the firebirds away. Yu Baiqian was shocked. He summoned his talisman dust. As it surged, the talisman dust spread like an umbrella, neutralizing his own attack. In the next moment, the talisman dust shot toward Guqing. Caught off guard, Guqing was bound by it. Guqing sneered, then burst out with strength and shattered the bind. Yu Baiqian was in disbelief. How is this possible? Guqing said with a smile. Weren't you trying to kill me, Sect Master Yu? Why are you running now? No wonder Zhang Ling and the others died by your hand. There's something strange about you. Why don't you try and find out how strange I am? Guqing raised the blood abyss, sword high with both hands, once again using the shadow-chasing sword technique. A fire serpent shot out during the strike. Yu Baiqian's eyes lit up. He unleashed the bone's secret art. He blocked the blow before it reached him with a palm. Sect Master Yu, you still claim you're not a heretic? How many innocent people's ribs were used to forge that bone armor? Yu Baiqian didn't respond. Instead, he braced himself against the intense heat of the blood abyss sword. He shouted in rage, Go die and join my Daoist sect in the afterlife. As he finished speaking, a ghostly claw slammed into Guqing's chest. Guqing was sent flying dozens of meters. When he stabilized, he couldn't stop blood from spewing out. Leaning against a tree, Guqing gasped for breath. Go ahead and die. I still need your bones for my materials. Guqing sneered. Is that so? My bones are far too precious. You probably won't live long enough to use them. Blood needles formed all around Guqing. He shot them at Sect Master Yu. Caught off guard, the blood needle struck him right in the forehead. A burst of red light flared instantly, engulfing half of Yu Baiqian's face. Moments later, with half his face blasted off, Yu Baiqian went berserk. He never expected to be injured so badly in a private duel with Guqing, who had just reached the 7th rank. Driven into a corner, he lunged at Guqing like a madman. Without hesitation, Guqing summoned the demonic sword Yellowa. The strange membrane-like tendrils around the sword unfurled. The demonic sword Yellowa pierced straight through him, stabbing into Yu Baiqian's chest. At that moment, Yu Baiqian went to join his Daoist sect. The demonic sword Yellowa slowly unfolded, greedily devouring his flesh and blood. Guqing felt dizzy and lightheaded, likely due to excessive blood loss. In the end, he collapsed and passed out. A long time later, when Guqing awoke, he found himself back in the Silent Night division. Xiao Yi had just come to visit and saw he was awake. Guqing asked, How long was I unconscious? Xiao Yi replied, You were out for 2 whole days. Brother Zhao and I were really worried. That night we rushed to Daoist sect and found you lying there on the road to the pass. Don't worry. Brother Zhao burned you by Qian's body to ashes. Gu Cheng was secretly shocked. His injuries were still severe. The demonic sword Yelua really shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. He needed to enter seclusion to recover, Shui said. But Brother Gu, Lord Chui asked you to head to the Zhou residence once you woke up. Gu Cheng said calmly. What must come, will come. I'll heal my wounds today and head over tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Gu Cheng arrived at the Zhou residence. After paying his respects, he noticed that Qin Songzan was also present. Commander Chui said, Gu Cheng, oh Gu Cheng, I was only gone a few days, and you've caused a huge mess. Tell me, should I laugh or cry? Please forgive me, sir. It was urgent at the time. To save lives, I had to kill first. I had no other choice. Qin Songzan shouted angrily. You're just naturally violent. One rotten apple ruins the entire reputation of Jingya Division in Heong. Gu Cheng retorted loudly. Qin Songzan, you're way too biased. Don't forget which side you're on. Qin Songzan was about to argue back, but Commander Chui slammed the table. Silence, all of you. The most important thing now is that a surviving disciple from Xin sect ran to Linen to file a complaint. Gu Cheng, come with me to Linen Prefecture. In the future, when something like this happens, you must notify me before taking action. Since the matter with Qin Songzan has been concluded, there's no reason for him to stay, as the two passed by each other. Qin Songzan let out a snort, neither light nor heavy. Commander Chui sighed and said, do you know how big a mess this is? Seeing the situation, Gu Cheng could only admit his fault obediently. Commander Chui declared sternly, enough. As long as you know you were wrong. As long as you pass the prefectural inspector's judgment, that'll be good enough. Gu Cheng corrected him. No. I mean, next time I'll clean up more thoroughly. Kill witnesses, root out the cause. Leave behind no loose ends. Commander Chui was speechless. You really are. Just like what old Ming trained you to be. Then he slapped the back of Gu Cheng's head. Remember this. Whatever the prefectural inspector says, you follow it to the letter. What he says goes. Gu Cheng nodded and said, Lord Chui, when I attacked Xin sect, I split the pills and manuals into 2 shares, 40% for you, and 60% for the prefectural inspector. Commander Chui nodded approvingly. In that sense, you're more sensible than old Ming. Remember this. Come with me to Linen Prefecture tomorrow morning. Gu Cheng cupped his fists and pledged. At the headquarters of the Jingya Division in Dongling County, Commander Chui and Gu Cheng had just entered the council hall when someone mocked. Looks like you're not just fat. You've got guts too. Commander Chui responded flatly. So what? Chen Ma, mind your own Shangnan Prefecture. Commander Chen laughed. Fat Chui. The prefect is arriving soon. Hope your silver tongue can still help you then. At that moment, Commander Chui glanced back at Gu Cheng and said meaningfully, remember what I told you yesterday? Gu Cheng nodded seriously. Then a loud voice boomed from outside. The prefectural inspector announced. Everyone immediately cupped their hands in salute. Xiaoji, the enforcement officer of Donglin Commandery, spoke. Where is Gu Cheng, inspector of Heong Prefecture? Gu Cheng stepped forward and cupped his hands. At your service. I'm young, but I have potential. But that's not an excuse to defy my orders. He then smashed his teacup to the floor. Do you admit your guilt? Commander Chui stammered. My lord, actually, Chui Zijie. This has nothing to do with you. Stay aside and be quiet. He then turned to Gu Cheng. Cut out your tongue? Bring in the man from Daoist sect. Soon, someone was brought in under guard. The old man knelt at once and said, Greetings, my lord. Then he looked toward Gu Cheng. His body tensed with anger. Pointing at Gu Cheng, he cried out, My lord, it's him. Inspector Luo Xian. Gu Cheng destroyed my sect. He cut off our legacy. Please deliver justice, my lord. Gu Cheng said indifferently. You say I destroyed your Daoist sect. Where's the evidence? Evidence. I saw you kill my elder. You destroyed my sect. Isn't that evidence enough? Gu Cheng remained calm. So, you're the evidence yourself? The elder froze in confusion. He couldn't understand what Gu Cheng was doing. The next moment, Gu Cheng activated the Black River arm and charged at him directly. He pierced straight through his body, killing him instantly. He died with resentment on the spot. The enforcement officer watched indifferently. He showed no sign of intervening. Commander Chui was shocked. This kid's got more guts than me. Gu Cheng cupped his hands and said, My lord. The evidence is now gone. The enforcement officer's eyes sharpened. Do you even recognize me as your superior? Gu Cheng said solemnly. I do not. Commander Chen was stunned. Fatty Chui. Where did you find this wild one? What gave him the nerve? Gu Cheng went on. This is my first time meeting you, my lord. Of course I keep you. In my heart, not just in my eyes. If someone had survived, your reputation would have been tarnished. Now that all of Daoist sect is dead, you may boldly declare, we of the Silent Night Division fear no power. As for the loot from Daoist sect, I've already cataloged everything. Please send someone to inventory it. For the sake of your reputation now, if this happens again, I will make sure no fish slips the net. The enforcement officer said flatly. What pretty words. You've said everything yourself, claiming to act all for me. And not a single mistake? Gu Qing rested a hand on his sword. Of course I made mistakes. I lacked the ability. I wanted to solve the trouble for you, but it landed at your feet instead. Then he drew the blood abyss sword. The armored guards raised their alert. If Gu Qing made a wrong move, they would attack immediately, but Gu Qing just raised the sword, pointing it at the ceiling. He declared solemnly, I swear upon my sword. This will never happen again. The enforcement officer suddenly laughed aloud. Interesting. Truly interesting. I heard you were promoted by Meng Hante. You're nothing like him. Lord Ming and I handle things differently, eh? But one thing hasn't changed. We all serve the Silent Night Division of Donglin Commandery. And take your lead, my lord. You are the standard we follow. You're the one we report to. We are all part of Donglin's Silent Night Division, and we all follow your lead, my lord. Gu Qing sighed inwardly. This iron bow of mine, it takes at least 10 years to master. Could you really withstand it? At this moment, the prefectural inspector stood up and said, all right, everyone disperse. Merits and faults cancel each other out. Let's forget about the Ghost Realms attack site. The two gave a cup-fist salute and left. They returned to the Heong division of Jingye. Gu Qing was about to go into seclusion. Just then, a voice called out to him. Hey brat, can't you keep things low-key? I almost lost my head with you. Do you have any idea? Gu Qing smiled and said, it's precisely because I understand that lord's temperament that I dared to speak like that. What that lord wants is for his subordinates to please him according to his preferences. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Only that lord is ever right. In his eyes, I made a mistake and was disobedient, but I just need to explain that I am obedient now. There's just one small problem, and if I resolve it right in front of him, then everything will be fine. Commander Chui exclaimed. I didn't expect to read people so well. To this extent, even. Gu Qing smiled and said, it's all thanks to your teachings, sir. Commander Chui snorted coldly. Still slick with that silver tongue, huh? Now go tend to your wounds. In Gu Qing's quarters, he summoned the blood of his sword and Wu Guai. He laid them out. Gu Qing said in awe. Wu Guai really carried a lot of materials. It's finally all done. Then he looked at Wu Guai and said something to it. Wu Guai immediately lifted the blood abyss sword. Then, with a whoosh, the blood abyss sword vanished. Gu Qing was a bit surprised. Wu Guai's storage space is much larger than I imagined. But with this thing, everything is so much easier. Just like that. Gu Qing went into seclusion to heal for a few days. When he came out, it was already night outside. His stomach let out a loud growl. Suddenly, Gu Qing sharply looked behind him. Who's there? Lu Yingying nervously said. Lord Gu, I've been waiting several days for you. Can I discuss something with you? Gu Qing was confused. What's this girl up to now? Lu Yingying said shyly. Lord Gu. I want to join the Jingye division. Gu Qing let out a long breath. Phew, thank goodness. I thought she was going to confess or something. Gu Qing looked at her and said, you come from the Gon clan lineage. Why would you want to join the Jingye division? Lu Yingying blushed and said, the Gon lineage is indeed powerful, but in the whole martial world, so many people are from the Gon clan. I'm just a lonely woman now. I keep getting bullied. Gu Qing sighed, then turned and walked away. Lu Yingying called out, you haven't answered me yet. Gu Qing waved his hand. We'll talk tomorrow. Lu Yingying glared at his back as he left. She didn't even know what to say. The next day, Gu Qing was writing something. He noted down Lu Yingying's appointment to the role of selection officer in Jingye division. Gu Qing. At that moment, the girl ran in. Before she could say anything, Gu Qing spoke first. Xiao and I, you're just in time. Help me deliver this letter of introduction to Lord Chui. Xiao and I quickly replied. Looks like this letter will have to go with you. Something's happened in Heong Prefecture. Lord Chui wants you to take people over there. Gu Qing looked surprised. Something's happened again? The magistrate of Heong Prefecture? Qin Songzan asked. What's Lord Chui doing? Summoning us to the magistrate's office? What's the meaning of this? Tong Liaoliao shook her head, showing she didn't know. At that moment, Gu Qing arrived too. Qin Songzan mocked. Isn't this Lord Gu? Went to Linen Prefecture and got scolded by the enforcement officer. And now he's back? Isn't this Lord Qin Songzan? At that moment, Commander Chui spoke. You two, stop bickering. What kind of behavior is this? The reason I gathered everyone here today is to investigate a missing persons case. Everyone, take it seriously. The fatty said. It's just a missing person case. Do we really need so many inspectors for this? Commander Chui said flatly. The magistrate's only son is missing, and this magistrate is the son of the current minister of personnel. So it's actually the minister's grandson who's missing. Magistrate Shin Changshu of Heong Prefecture was pacing anxiously in the hall. When he saw the Silent Night division had arrived, He immediately cupped his hands. Commander, you've finally come. Things have been completely chaotic these past few days. No need to panic, Magistrate. He's been missing for days. Why did you wait until now to call the Silent Night Division? Magistrate Shin sighed. At first, I thought he just wandered off. With the constables of Haeong, I thought they'd easily find him. But I never expected. This is Zhou Zongnan, head constable of Haeong. Greetings, Lord Chui. Here's what happened. 3 days ago, young Master Shin went out with his servants. After a day of fun, he had dinner at a tavern. Then he went to the restroom and never came back out. Commander Chui asked, have you questioned the tavern staff? Before you all arrived, I already tried everything I could think of. Neither the tavern staff nor the servants he brought had issues. Hearing this, Commander Chui addressed the others. If that's the case, let's go check out the tavern where he disappeared. Everyone else, act as needed. If you have leads, follow them. If not, come with me to investigate the tavern. Chin Song-san and the others quickly followed Commander Chui. At that moment, Gu Chung said, Head Constable Zhou, let's talk. The two of them went to a pavilion in the magistrate's residence. Gu Ching introduced himself. I'm Gu Chung, inspector from Luo County. Zhou Zongnan cupped his hands in return. So you're Lord Gu. I've said everything I could earlier. What else would you like to know, Lord Gu? Gu Ching asked. Doesn't something feel missing from this whole disappearance? Zhou Zongnan asked. You mean motive and reason? Gu Ching nodded. Zhou Zongnan continued. We've investigated motives and reasons, but there were no clues. Young Master Shin vanished into thin air. I suspected it might be human traffickers, so I looked into all recent disappearances. Gu Ching asked, and what did you find? Zhou Zongnan sighed. Nothing at all. In a big city like Haeong, people go missing almost every day. We didn't find young Master Shin, but we did uncover several murder and kidnapping cases. Gu Ching said, this is something I'll need to handle personally tonight. Constable Zhou, please hand me the missing person's records. The more detailed, the better. Zhou Zongnan pulled out a thick stack from inside his coat. Have it right here. They all started reading through the files. At this moment, Zhao Jinming said, there doesn't seem to be any important clues in this information. But after a moment of silence, Xiaoyi said, I think I found something. Gu Ching asked in a low voice, where? Xiaoyi held up a list. In the past 3 months, there have been 107 missing people in Haeong Prefecture. That's 30% more than usual. Most importantly, 67 of them were born under entirely Yin elements. Some were born in a Yin month, some on a Yin day, some at a Yin hour. Especially the magistrate's son, young Master Shin. He was born during a Yin month, day, and hour. Wang Shi asked, is there a problem with, or does it serve a purpose? Gu Ching asked, does it mean people like that are more prone to attracting evil spirits? Zhao Jinming replied, some demonic cultivators might use them to practice dark arts, especially those from the rogue Taoist sections. Zhou Zongnan said, then we have a lead for our investigation. Gu Ching nodded in agreement. Constable Zhou, take Xiaoyi with you. He knows more about. It's good to have backup. Xiaoyi, stay alert too. Xiaoyi cupped his hands in acknowledgement. The next day, when they returned, Gu Ching asked, did you find anything? Xiaoyi said, we did, and it's someone familiar. Gu Ching guessed, Xiao Liandong of Changchun Temple. Xiaoyi was surprised. Brother Gu, how did you know? Gu Chung said calmly, Changchun is the closest temple to Haeong Prefecture, and you said it was someone familiar. That confirms it. And more importantly, he gave up his share of rare pills, just to go into seclusion? That's highly suspicious. Zhou Zongnan nodded and said, the only thing the missing people have in common now. They all visited Changchun Temple. Gu Chung said firmly, then let's see what tricks they're up to. The group quickly headed to Changchun Temple. Changchun Temple has always been a place where locals come to worship. Gu Cheng's group soon entered the grounds. They saw Qiu Liandong holding a talisman and speaking to an old woman. Gu Cheng smiled and said, Daoist Qiu, we meet again. Qiu Liandong looked surprised. Lord Gu, what brings you to my Changchun Temple? Gu Cheng cupped his hands and said, there are a few matters I'd like to ask. Regarding Temple Master Qiuzhen Yuan, is it convenient to meet with him? Please wait in the guest room for a moment. I'll go inform my master. Then another Daoist came to guide them. Please rest for now. The master should be here soon. At that moment, I noticed that Daoist Qiu Liandong seems troubled by something. Gu Cheng smiled and said, having a troubled heart doesn't prove anything. I sensed he had something on his mind the first time we met. Soon, they were led to a room. Just then, Gu Cheng's eyes lit up. Temple Master Qiu Yixing smiled and said, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Changchun Temple, Lord Gu. Gu Cheng waved his hand in greeting. Greetings, Master Qiu. Regarding the magistrate's son's disappearance, do you know anything about it? Qiu Yixing replied, of course I know. Before young Master Shun went missing, he visited our temple to offer incense. He came to Changchun Temple just before his disappearance. What a pity, what a pity. Gu Cheng stared at him intently. This Qiu Yixing, He actually said it so openly and brazenly. Is it because he's fearless or truly uninvolved? Qiao Yixing continued. Lord Gu, surely you don't suspect my Changchun temple? If you do, you're welcome to search the temple right now. Gu Cheng cupped his hands and said, Master Qiao, you overthink. How could Changchun temple be involved in this matter? Sorry for disturbing you, Master Qiao. We'll take our leave now. Once they left Changchun temple, Xiaoyu asked, Brother Gu, about this matter. Gu Cheng said, We'll be coming back. Night soon fell. Qiao Liandong stood behind the Buddha statue. He reached out and twisted the candlestick. Suddenly, a hidden passage opened below. Qiao Liandong stepped down into the darkness. Below, it was brightly lit. Qiao Liandong said, Master. Qiao Yixing turned around and glanced at him, then simply nodded. Inside the secret chamber lay two people. One was already disfigured. The other looked like they had just arrived. Qiao Yixing poured out a pill from a gourd, then forced one of them to swallow it. That person's whole body began to tremble. Qiao Liandong exclaimed in shock. He's reacting. Then the two waited quietly for a moment, but the one who took the pill began vomiting blood in fear. The scene was horrific. Qiao Yixing smashed his fist hard against the stone altar. Another failure. Qiao Liandong said, Master, the Jingye division has already come knocking. We still have a chance to turn back now. But Qiao Yixing slapped him. You fool. So many people have died, so much effort spent, and now you want me to quit? Changchun means immortality. Our Changchun temple is the gate to eternal life. Just a few more days. Changchun temple will become the supreme sect of all Taoists. After saying this, Qiao Yixing burst into maniacal laughter. Qiao Liandong stood aside, afraid to speak. In Heian Prefecture, Wang Qi of the Jingye division was sprinting. He burst through the door without notice. Gu Qing noticed him and asked, How did it go? Wang Qi held up a ledger and said, Got it. They spent some time flipping through it. Then Wang Qi asked, Lord Gu, what do you need Changle Gang's ledger for? Gu Cheng replied, Changchun Temple didn't want a share of the pills. I suspect they had already bought a lot beforehand. Xiaoyi pointed to a note and said, Qiao Yixing personally bought them. Lu Yingying added, These herbs Qiao Yixing bought. They're used to refine three-corpse insects. That's a forbidden technique from the Gan lineage. It devours human essence, energy, and spirit, turning people into mindless living corpses. And they must use live humans to refine them, even among the Gan lineage. Seems like Changchun Temple is definitely involved in these disappearances. Let's report this to the commander. Some time later, Commander Cui asked in confusion, Qiao Yixing of Changchun Temple? That can't be. Gu Cheng said, What kind of person was Qiao Yixing before? That old Taoist always seemed honest, just a bit eccentric. He believed he represented orthodox Taoism, so he wouldn't engage in illegal practices. Gu Cheng said, But all the missing people had visited Changchun Temple. That's a fact. A person's birth chart is extremely private. No one would casually reveal it to strangers. Unless... Commander Cui asked, puzzled. You mean? They gave it while drawing lots and interpreting fortunes at the temple? They have to report their birth date and time. Gu Qing nodded. Commander Cui sighed deeply. I didn't expect this. Then summon all patrol officers of Jingye Division in Heian Prefecture and bring the Xuanjia guards to Changchun Temple. Inside the secret chamber of Changchun Temple, several corpses lay before Qiao Yixing. He was nearly completely deranged. Why is it still wrong? Why is it just not working? At that moment, a panicked voice entered the chamber. That familiar voice put Qiao Yixing on alert. Commander Cui said, What are you doing? I came to see Master Qiao of Changchun Temple. Taoist Tong blocked the way, but it's already late at night. Yet Commander Cui ignored him completely. He walked straight in. Taoist Tong dared not stop him, and could only plead from behind. Please, my lord, come back. At that moment, Qiao Yixing appeared. He told Taoist Tong to step aside. Commander Cui himself has come. Even if we were asleep, we should still greet him at the door. Commander Cui said coldly. Fine. Tell me, Master Qiao, how do you explain your... Regarding materials for three-corpse worms? Qiao Yixing was alarmed. How did they investigate Changle Gang so quickly? Seeing his hesitation, Commander Cui continued. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Qiao Yixing was flustered. At that moment, Qiao Liandong rushed in. Master. The founder has come back to life. Commander Cui asked in confusion. What founder? Wasn't your master dead for decades? Where did this founder come from? Everyone rushed outside. They saw a nun-like figure, surrounded by eerie energy. The puppet slowly stood up. Qiao Yixing exclaimed excitedly. Qiao Yixing, 23rd generation disciple of Changchun Temple, welcomes the founder back to the world of the living. Qiao Liandong shouted in fear. Master, don't go. The founder isn't truly alive again. But in the next moment, a ghostly hand grabbed him. Just a light squeeze. Qiao Yixing was crushed to death. Everyone was shocked at the sight. What on earth is that thing? What kind of sorcery is your Changchun Temple playing at? Qiao Liandong said in terror. It's all because of that so-called founder. That unattainable dream of immortality. It killed everyone. A year ago, my master was organizing our ancient records. He found a note left by the founder. The note instructed future generations to dig up his body 500 years later. It held the secret to immortality. My master did as instructed. 500 years had passed, 5 full centuries. The founder's corpse had already withered, yet it still had a trace of life. The longevity scripture we found recorded the secret art. Nourishing corpses with pills, feeding them live human blood from rat hawks, could revive even the dead founder. At master's order, we kidnapped people who bred rat hawks, turned them into living corpses, to cultivate hawk energy. But we didn't expect. What we revived was a monster. Commander Chui yelled, "Have you all lost your minds?" Lu Yingying trembled and said, "That thing looks like a corpse demon." Commander Chui said sternly, "After this battle is over, I'll consider this a merit for you. You can join the Jingye division." Lu Yingying grumbled, "I need merits just to join? Forget it. This thing fears fire. We need to use fire attacks." Hearing this, Commander Chui immediately began to gather power in his hands. Then he hurled a massive purple ram palm forward. In an instant, it landed before the corpse demon. Boom. It struck him hard. The Xuanjia guards could barely hold on at that moment. That strike nearly hit them as well. The corpse demon growled lowly, but the purple ram palm hadn't harmed it at all. Commander Chui turned to Lu Yingying and asked, "Didn't you say this thing fears fire?" "It does fear fire, yes. Taoist Samadhi True Flame, or the Forge Master's Night Flame from the Buddhist sects. Both would work. Your fire just isn't strong enough." The corpse demon let out another low growl. Suddenly, creatures began crawling out from underground. These dried corpses were likely murdered civilians. Chen Songshan's eyes filled with terror. A corpse had just crawled out from beneath him. Chen Song's Han collapsed in fright. Trembling, he cried out for help. Commander Chui held up a command token and declared, "Everyone listen up. Retreat to the mountainside. Intercept the stronger dried corpses." Then he tossed the command token to Gu Chang. "Take this token to the Heong Prefecture military camp. Order the garrison to help intercept these corpses." Gu Ching nodded solemnly. He couldn't help but be impressed. Lord Chui truly is a great commander. He may not seem imposing at first, but in a crisis, he stays calm. Such composure is rare among men. Outside Heong Prefecture, Gu Cheng shouted angrily, "Someone! I need to see your vice-general." Soon, a man in armor appeared. "I'm Song Dingzhong, vice-general of Heong Prefecture. What brings you here, Lord of Jinjiisi?" Gu Cheng took out the token and said, "There's demonic activity at Changchun Pass. Grand Commander sent me to find you. We need troops to fight the wandering corpses." Song Dingzhong furrowed his brow. "Understood. I'll report to the general and mobilize immediately." Gu Ching asked in confusion, "Heong's garrison also has a general?" Song Dingzhong replied, "Sent down from higher up. Nothing we can do about it." The general bellowed, "Why the hell are you fighting wandering corpses at night? Are you out of your minds?" He was clearly very drunk. Gu Cheng pressed one hand on his sword hilt. "General, if you're drunk, go sober up. Ever heard of disaster from a slip of the tongue?" The general, startled by Gu Cheng's posture, stammered, "What are you trying to do?" Song Dingzhong stepped in to mediate. "Please forgive him, sir. This is General Hong Qingya." Gu Cheng said coldly, "I don't care what general he is. I've delivered the order. Are you deploying troops or not?" Song Dingzhong leaned in and whispered something to Hong Qingya. Hong Qingya shuddered and replied, "Deploy. Deploy the troops now." Gu Cheng snorted coldly, then turned and left the tent. Only then did Hong Qingya smash his wine cup on the ground. He snarled viciously, "Just a damn dog of Jinjiisi, acting all high and mighty." Song Dingzhong replied, "When things like this happen, all local officials and troops must unconditionally cooperate with Jinjiisi." At the foot of Changchun Pass, Shaoi kept hurling talismans. Each one triggered explosions among the corpses. Wang Qi was charging in head-on. He slashed down one by one in the corpse pile, but this method quickly wore him out. The Jinjiisi squad was running out of stamina. Lu Yingying cried out, "There's too many of them. Just how many missing people are there?" Shaoi muttered, "Who knows how many corpses are buried in this mountain? Some could be from hundreds of years ago." Just then, Gu Cheng returned. He charged through with his flame sword technique. Everyone cheered with joy. Gu Cheng said, "Are you all okay? If we all give it our all, we can still hold on. But these old corpses just keep coming. The more we kill, the more there are. The Heong garrison will be here soon. They have about 1,000 troops. As long as you cooperate, there shouldn't be any problems. Just be extra cautious. I'll go up the mountain to assist Commander Chui." Everyone nodded. Gu Cheng didn't say more. He waved and headed up the mountain. Halfway up Changchun Pass, Gu Cheng kept slashing away. But it wasn't going to be a smooth journey. Oil corpses kept jumping out to block his path. Though Gu Cheng could easily deal with them, the number of corpses kept increasing, and he had no idea what was happening on the mountain. Wasting too much energy now would be a terrible choice. Gu Cheng flashed forward to a nearby oil corpse. He cut it in half with one strike. Nearby oil corpses began to close in on him. If he didn't get out now, he'd be swarmed. Think. Gu Cheng decided to go all out. He summoned the demonic sword Yellowa. In a flash, several oil corpses were pierced through the heart. Suddenly, some fire talismans drifted over from somewhere. Gu Cheng nearly got blasted because he wasn't paying attention. At that moment, Shin Songzan leapt out of the bushes. That sword you used just now. Wasn't that the demonic sword Yellowa from the Luo cult? No, that is the Yellowa sword. You captured that Luo cult traitor and hid the sword yourself. Gu Cheng sneered. So this is where you've been hiding. You were supposed to handle that oil corpse and stolen ropes, weren't you? And yet you hid like a coward. Shin Songzan, exposed, yelled angrily. Don't change the subject. I'm reporting this to the commander. Hiding loot is a serious crime in Jingye Division. Gu Cheng scoffed. Been a dog so long, you forgot how to be human? Shin Songzan drew his blade. You better know your place. Gu Cheng, surrounded by killing intent. Ever heard of silencing a witness? Shin Songzan looked terrified. Gu Cheng, are you? He thought to himself. Is he really going to do it? I don't want to waste that special talisman firebomb you sect leader gave me. Gu Cheng slowly summoned the Yellowa sword. Seeing this, Shin Songzan panicked and threw out a handful of talisman paper. A wall of fire instantly rose between them. Shin Songzan finally sighed in relief. This wall should block the Yellowa sword, right? But in the next second, a sword user pierced his heart from behind. He never believed Gu Cheng would actually kill him. But Gu Cheng just stared at him like he was an idiot. Meanwhile, the battle with the corpse demon grew fiercer. More and more Jingye guards fell back. Losses put the entire force in danger. Commander Chui shouted, "Clear the area. Evacuate the wounded. I'll handle this myself." He kept launching his great glyph palm technique, but the results were minimal. Gu Cheng sensed the situation too. He thought to himself, the demon is nearly dry. Yellowa sword and bloodbane may not work anymore. Who knows how much longer Commander Chui can hold out? Xiao Liandong said. Lord Gu, may I ask a favor? Gu Cheng growled. Xiao Liandong, look what your Changchun sect has done. Now you won't. Xiao Liandong replied. I tried to stop Master, but it was too late. That pill was the last step to revive the ancestor. Looks like we won't need it anymore. Lord Gu, you've trained in the spirit-binding ghost refining of the Gantra lineage. This technique can change the demon's properties. It will make you stronger. And I know how to destroy the corpse demon, but I need someone to hold it off for me. Lord Gu, you've trained in the spirit pulse ghost refining technique of the Gantra lineage. This technique can completely alter the demon's properties. It can make you stronger. And I also have a way to kill the corpse demon, but I'll need someone to hold off its attacks for me. If Lord Gu agrees, this item is yours. Gu Cheng paused for a moment, then grabbed his Yiling wooden blade. If there's a way, why didn't you say so earlier? At that moment, the exhausted Commander Chui was exasperated, continuously unleashing great character nurturing hand, nearly draining himself dry. Yet it didn't cause the slightest harm to the enemy. Gu Cheng said, Commander Chui, take a break. Xiao Liandong says he has a way to kill the Lion Mother, but we need to create an opportunity for him. Commander Chui asked skeptically, are you sure? Xiao Liandong nodded. It should work. Commander Chui instantly regained his vigor. Even if I'm drained dry today, I'll buy you that time. He unleashed a relentless barrage of great character nurturing hand again, this time pinning the Lion Mother to the ground. Seeing this, Gu Cheng urged, hurry. Xiao Liandong drew a peachwood sword, channeling blood energy to ignite the fire of the gate. The fire of the gate shot out, relentlessly burning the Lion Mother. At that moment, the Lion Mother opened its mouth, spewing 2 eerie snakes. Xiao Liandong's face paled in shock. Gu Cheng flashed in front of Xiao Liandong, slashing the snakes apart. Then he shouted back, don't get distracted. Xiao Liandong continued chanting his incantation. By the decree of heaven, transform rain to seize immortality. Finally, a great river bloomed forth. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was surrounded by wandering stones. Wang Qi, using all his strength to cut down the wandering stones before him, collapsed to one knee, exhausted. Their group had been fighting for half a day, their bodies pushed to the limit. The only thing keeping them going was a sheer will to survive. Lu Yingying opened her mouth to say something, but dizziness overwhelmed her faster. She collapsed without warning. Xiaoyi helped her up. Zhao Jingming gritted his teeth and said, take care of her, and rest for a bit. I can hold on for about another quarter of an hour. On the garrison's side, after waves of wandering stone assaults, they were also at their breaking point. At that moment, Hong Xingye lifted the carriage curtain and said to a clansman, come here. The clansman approached and bowed, saying, General Hong, your orders? Those ghostly things are growing in number. I'm in great danger now. Everyone, protect me and retreat. The clansman was stunned. General, don't panic. The Jingye Division's cultivators are holding off the strongest wandering stones. We can handle the rest. Hong Qingye grew furious. I told you to order a retreat to protect me. Didn't you hear me? The clansman reluctantly said. Please wait, sir. After notifying the Jingye division, I'll organize the retreat immediately. Hong Qingye stormed out of the carriage. You useless thing. Can't you understand my orders? Then he pulled out a command token and shouted. Everyone, listen up. Protect me and retreat. Disobey, and you'll be executed. Soon, the long, resonant sound of the retreat drums echoed, quickly reaching the Jingye division group. Yao Jingming's brows furrowed. What the hell is the garrison doing? Wang Qi was outright enraged. Even if those bastards want to retreat, why didn't they notify us first? But all that answered them was the approaching horde of wandering stones, growing in number, like a swarm of locusts. As expected, they were surrounded again. Today, they might truly fall here. Xiaoi's face darkened. Everyone, I'll activate these fire pearl demon talismans soon. Take the chance to escape through the gap I blast open. A mysterious armor soldier said in horror. Are you insane? Those talismans were what you traded your elixir for last time, right? These are talismans left by a 5th grade chi refining expert. Using them now is tantamount to suicide. Xiaoi smiled. I'm not crazy. Using them will kill me, but it'll save everyone else. Wang Qi urged. Don't be rash. There must be another way. Xiaoi shook her head. It's no use. I know everyone's strength. There's no other way. Long ago, my master sacrificed himself to save me and a group of pilgrims. Now it's my turn to repay that debt. Please pass a message to the Grand Commander and Brother Gu for me. Thank them for their care. Farewell, everyone. Then Xiaoi detonated the fire pearl demon talismans. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. Xiaoi fell in that moment. The smoke slowly cleared, leaving only a few pieces of talisman paper fluttering down. But suddenly, a straw figure appeared where Xiaoi had stood. Zhao Jingming picked up the straw figure, his heart heavy with grief. At that moment, Gu Qing asked, What's wrong with you all? Zhao Jingming sobbed. Lord Gu. Xiaoi is dead. More precisely, she was killed. Xiaoi didn't have to die. Gu Cheng was struck with shock. Xiaoi is dead? Memories of the past flooded Gu Cheng's mind. Zhao Jingming said solemnly. It's all because of that general from the army. He ordered the troops to retreat. And then, Gu Cheng gritted his teeth in fury. General Hong, in my life, only 2 people have truly cared for me, Gu Cheng. One is my grandmother, Grand Lady Gu. The other was Xiaoi. Gu Cheng said coldly. Take Lu Yingying back to Luo County. The two exchanged a glance, not understanding why Gu Cheng was holding back. Zhao Jingming asked. He's a general of the court. Are we just going to swallow this? Wang Qi roared. When you were trapped in the General Mountain Crypt, Xiaoi risked everything to go down and save you. Gu Cheng's voice was icy. My injuries haven't healed. How can I kill someone without being at my peak? At the garrison camp in Heong Prefecture, Hong Qingye paced restlessly. Why are you pacing back and forth? You're making my head spin. General, why did you order the retreat? If we had held on for just another half-quarter, the lion demon would have been dealt with by Grand Commander Cui Zijia. Hong Qingye said aggrievedly. How was I supposed to know when the lion demon would be dealt with? Those monsters were practically in my face. Was I supposed to stay there and die? Song Bingzhong sighed. But by retreating like that, you got one of the Jingye division's people killed. More importantly, the one who died was someone close to Luo County's patrol officer, Gu Qing. Hong Qingye snapped. That's the guy who dared to curse me last time? Song Bingzhong said gravely. He's not someone to mess with. In just half a year at Heong Prefecture, he became the patrol officer. This man is ruthless and decisive, wiping out the Daoist sect and killing Yubaqian. He even managed to walk away unscathed. When Prefecture Commander Xie Anji was furious, Hong Qingye said irritably, What, he dares to storm the military camp? Song Bingzhong said shakily, Others might not dare, but with Gu Qing, I'm not so sure. At that moment, someone stepped forward and said, No need to worry, sir. It's just a mysterious armor soldier who died. If he knows your background, no matter how much resentment he has, he'll have to swallow it. Hong Qingye said uncertainly. What if he still comes looking for trouble? Rest assured, sir. Don't we still have the Taoist from Baiyun Temple? Song Bingzhong turned and walked away. As long as the commander is aware, that's good. I've been unwell recently. I need a few days off. The affairs of the camp will be handed over to you, commander. After the person left, Hong Qingye said angrily. That Song Bingzhong really is an ungrateful bastard. You're the sensible one. The man with the mustache cupped his hands and said, Of course, of course. Inside the silent night chamber, Gu Cheng was soaking in a bath. Just then, someone called from outside. Lord Gu. Gu Cheng quickly got dressed. Wang Qi asked, Lord Gu, how is your recovery? Gu Cheng replied flatly. More or less fine. I heard Lord Cui came by. Was he here to talk me down? Lord Cui has already left. He asked me to explain the background of Hongdu Jun. His father is General Hong Ding Shan of the Shaowu army, but he doesn't really like his son. In fact, he rather resents him. But the truly troublesome one is his mother, Elder Bai Ziwei of the Xuanwu True Sect in Donglen Commandery. During her pregnancy, She fought someone and injured the fetus. As a result, Hongdu Jun's foundation was ruined, and he could never cultivate for life. So she feels guilty toward him and spoils him excessively. It was also she who arranged for him to become the commander's dear nephew. The Xuanwu sect has quite a close relationship with the prefecture governor. The prefecture governor and the sect leader of Xuanwu sect are sworn brothers. If this matter reaches the prefecture governor, Gu Cheng said coldly, I know everything Lord Shui said. That Hongdu Jun is a waste to begin with. The only reason he's a commander is because of his background, but I still can't swallow this. At that moment, a black armor guard came in to report, Lord Gu. Someone claiming to be an aide of Hongdu Jun is here. He asked to see you by name. Gu Cheng replied indifferently, let him in. The man with the mustache entered and bowed. I am Guo Huai, an aide to the commander. I'm here to deliver a message to Lord Gu. What happened last time was just a misunderstanding by the commander. It was an accident. It was just a black armor guard. Why must Lord Gu keep? The commander has set up tables in Heong Prefecture to apologize to you. He hopes to make peace and be friends. These treasures are all for you. But Gu Cheng suddenly drew Black River's arm and lunged at him. You're quite the negotiator, huh? Guo Huai's expression turned blank. The next second, his head was separated from his body. Gu Cheng stared at the corpse expressionlessly. Someone, drag him out and chop him up for the dogs. Two men cupped their fists in salute. Yes, sir. Outside Heong Prefecture's military camp, a Taoist said, the commander invited me in the name of General Hong, but it turns out this was all you're doing. Hong Qingye took out a bag of gold and bowed in apology. Please don't blame me, Master Taoist. I had no other choice. Just then, a noble came to report. The night patrol envoy from the Silent Night Division, Gu Cheng, has arrived. He's outside the tent. Hong Qingye asked, where's Guo Huai? The noble shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen him. Hong Qingye panicked. Guo Huai must have been killed by him. Quick, stop him. Then he turned to the Taoist beside him and pleaded. Master Taoist, you must save me. The Taoist sighed. This humble Taoist will try his best. Gu Cheng shouted at that moment. Try your best? What a joke. I was wondering why you hadn't run away yet. Turns out you brought back up. The Taoist rebuked angrily. A night patrol envoy from the Silent Night Division dares to kill the innocent? Gu Cheng sneered. Relax. Your soldiers tried to stop me, but I didn't kill a single one. Because today, I only came to kill one man. The Taoist then cupped his hands and, this humble one is Shounen from Baiyun Temple. Greetings, Lord Gu. Gu Cheng looked puzzled. Master Shounen, are you here to stop me? Shounen stepped in between the two. Lord Gu. Don't let your anger cloud your reason and lead you down a path of no return. Gu Cheng rested one hand on his sword hilt. Taoist, do you know that the man behind you cost my colleague his life? What Hongdu Jun did was wrong. But Lord Gu, you should report it to the Silent Night Division. They will deliver you justice. Gu Cheng sneered coldly. Justice? I don't need others to deliver my justice. I've always preferred to take it myself. The old Taoist grew angry upon hearing that. Such stubbornness. I, Shounen, will not let you succeed. Gu Cheng slowly raised his right hand and sneered. Oh really? So you're going to be the big hero, huh? At that moment, Hong Qingye cried out in panic. Taoist, save me. 5 little ghosts were crawling all over him. One of the newly formed ghosts slowly twisted Hong Qingye's head. Crack. His neck was snapped. The old Taoist's face twisted in grief. He tried to stop it, but it was already too late. Hong Qingye's body slumped lifelessly onto the desk. The Taoist stared blankly at his corpse. Gu Cheng said coldly, what I want. No one can stop me from taking. Not long after, Gu Cheng and the others, he placed a wooden box in front of Xiao Yi's grave. Gu Cheng murmured to himself, Xiao Yi, I've brought you the head of Hongdu Jun. Rest in peace. Zhao Jingming brought out a small box. This is something Xiao left behind. Gu Cheng looked confused. A scarecrow. At that moment, Commander Chui also arrived. He sighed and said, I knew with your personality, you would definitely take action. Xiao Yi was someone I once saved. After that incident, he managed to maintain a sunny disposition that few could. That was truly rare. This time, I didn't stop you, because if I were 20 years younger, I would have done the same as you. Back then, I didn't consider consequences either. But this time, did you think it through? Gu Cheng said, the world is vast. But apart from Donglin Jun, Commander Chui scolded jokingly. Such a childish notion. But kid, you're lucky. I happen to have a way out of this mess. As he spoke, he took out a box and handed it to Gu Cheng. While you were busy killing the Red Commander, the Jingye Division in the capital dispatched the Xuanjia Guard to Nanjiu Commandery to deliver this item. But unfortunately, he was ambushed at Yaotiu. He was badly injured and couldn't complete the mission. So he presented a command token from the capital and requested me to send someone in his place. Gu Cheng gave a bitter smile. Talk about perfect timing. By the way, sir, what exactly is this item? That it must be delivered by the Jingye Division, specifically to Nanjiu Commandery? Commander Chui said solemnly. It's a letter of amnesty. Gu Cheng was shocked, but quickly composed himself and clasped his hands respectfully. I understand. Thank you for entrusting me with this, sir. Zhao Jingming and Wang Qi also clasped their hands toward Gu Cheng. We wish you great success, sir. Lu Yingying muttered. Finally found someone to rely on. But before I could even lean in properly, the mountain's gone. 5 days later, at the Xuanwu sect, a disciple came rushing over and respectfully clasped his hands at the gate. He respectfully clasped his hands in greeting at the gate. Elder Bai. With the next knock, the door opened automatically. Inside sat Bai Ziwei spoke coldly. What is it? The disciple reported nervously. Elder Bai. Your son has been killed. Bai Ziwei abruptly shot to her feet. What did you say? In a fit of rage, she kicked away the female disciple who was massaging her legs. The female disciple trembled in fear and knelt down, begging for mercy. At that moment, Bai Ziwei was grinding her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Her entire body emitted a terrifying killing aura. She was struggling to hold herself back. She suddenly grabbed the disciple, trying to embrace her. How did my son die? A suffocating pressure spread throughout her entire body. The disciple could only force the words out one by one, yet the anger on her face did not subside in the slightest. Speak. Only after the disciple caught her breath did she explain everything, from beginning to end. At the end, she added, this was all told to me by a Taoist Shin of Baiyan Temple. Bai Ziwei's expression turned completely dark. The man who killed her son, Gu Qing, had now become a name etched in blood in her mind. Her body once again she could no longer suppress the killing aura emanating from her. It was almost tangible. After a moment of silence, she growled viciously, I want his life in exchange for my son's. In the Silent Night division of Donglin Commandery, the Prefecture enforcer thought he had misheard her. Did I hear that wrong? He asked in a deep voice. Say that again. Then he shouted in fury, that Gu Qing actually killed Bai Ziwei's son, and you still sent him to Nanjiao Commandery to deliver the amnesty decree? Commander Cui stammered nervously. Prefecture enforcer, sir. I had no choice. At that time, I was injured by Master's Wi-Fi. I had no idea what was happening. The black armor guards from the capital were urging me anxiously. Among everyone under my command, only Gu Qing had received your personal praise. So I sent him, but it was only afterward that I found out that Gu Qing had done something like that. Such a terrible thing. A roar came from outside the door. Xiaoji. Bai Ziwei shouted angrily. Hand over that Gu Qing to me. The prefecture enforcer said. Bai Ziwei, calm down first. Something unexpected happened. That Gu Qing has gone to Nanjiao Commandery. He is no longer in Donglin. Bai Ziwei shouted hysterically. You let my son's killer escape? If you don't give me an explanation today, this won't end between us. With that, black mist surged towards Xiaoji and the others. The prefecture enforcer slowly closed his eyes. A powerful energy radiated from his body, evaporating the mist. Then Ghost God Zhang Mu shouted in fury. Enough. His expression brooked no argument. As if defying him would lead to instant destruction, he would crush them without hesitation. Bai Ziwei seemed to sense this too. Her emotions gradually calmed down. The prefecture enforcer spoke solemnly. Bai Ziwei, I've been polite out of respect for the Xuanwu sect, but this is the Silent Night division, not a place for your tantrums. Bai Ziwei was secretly shocked. Just now, Xie Anji had instantly dispelled her wind attack. He must be hiding his true strength. With that in mind, Bai Ziwei cupped her hands and said, I lost control of my emotions earlier. Please forgive me, prefecture enforcer. But could you have Gu Qing recalled? The enforcer said coldly. It's too late. Gu Qing has been gone for 5 days. He's long left Donglin. How do you expect me to call him back? Bai Ziwei's anger surged once more, but reason kept her calm. Commander Cui saw her holding in the rage and chuckled quietly on the side. The prefecture enforcer snapped at him. Get out. Are you staying here just to watch the drama? Commander Cui had no choice but to bow and leave. In the Zhou prefecture of Guangning Commandery, a paper crane floated in, landing in the hands of Xuanwu sect's steward Duan Yuangong. He unfolded it and saw a message about Gu Qing killing Bai Ziwei's son. It was signed, of course, by Bai Ziwei. Duan Yuangong sighed after reading it, then turned to the person behind him and said, Cheng Jian. Cheng Jian stepped forward and bowed. Duan Yuangong handed him the note and said, withdraw all liquid funds from the merchant caravan and gather some pills. Put a bounty on Gu Qing's head in the black market. Cheng Jian looked puzzled and asked, Master, this is Elder Bai's private decision. Without a direct order from the sect leader, this may not be allowed. Duan Yuangong snapped back. Afraid of what? I'll take full responsibility. Cheng Jian still hesitated. But master, that Gu Qing is from the Silent Night division. Black market assassins might not dare take the job. Duan Yuangong replied calmly. Those people are desperate outlaws. As long as the price is right, there's no one they wouldn't kill. Cheng Jian had no choice but to accept the order, but doubts lingered in his mind. Why would master defy the sect leader for Elder Bai? What was the reason? After Cheng Jian left, Duan Yuangong murmured to himself, Ziwei, I didn't know you were already married, but I still can't bring myself to refuse you, and I remain alone to this day. Liyang Prefecture. Finally, a place to rest. At that moment, a waiter came up and asked, would you like to stay the night, sir? Guqing nodded and said, please feed my horse for me. As Guqing spoke with the waiter, he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. He turned and drew the blood abyss arrow. Facing the crowd, he said, I advise you to come out on your own. A passing lady frowned. What is this man trying to do? The hidden assassin was startled. He didn't expect to be discovered. He turned and tried to flee, but Guqing had already noticed him. When the assassin reached a small alley, Guqing casually stepped out. Too many people around earlier to make a move, but now, he shot an arrow at his back. But Guqing hadn't intended to kill. He merely struck him with the hilt of his blade. The assassin collapsed with a thud. Guqing said sternly, why were you watching me just now? Do you know who I am? The assassin replied in fear, sir, you've got the wrong man. When did I ever watch you? Guqing pressed an arrowhead to his throat and said, then why did you run? Sir, what a strange thing to say. Is it forbidden to run on the streets now? Guqing's gaze sharpened. With one arrow, he sliced off several strands of the man's hair. The assassin was finally terrified. He dropped to his knees at once. I'm just the lowest tier of help, sir. I don't know anything. I only heard there's a bounty on your head. They're all over at Wuha Tower on Lifong Street. If you go, you'll understand everything. Inside Wuha Tower, a young noble scoffed. The target this time is actually someone from the discipline division, and they're offering that much bounty. Sounds like a setup. A burly man barked. Afraid of what, idiot? Even the watchdogs from the discipline division. I've chopped a few of their heads before. If you're scared, just back out. That'll be more bounty for us. The young noble replied coldly. Crude fool. Even killing should be done in a clean and proper way. No? An old man sitting on the floor chimed in. Why not let me, Yi Yugue, handle it? I guarantee I'll rip them apart. They'll never wake again. Fifth sister said coyly. I heard the target is a young 7th-rank bone breaker dancer. Why not let me persuade her first to die beneath the peony? At least the resentment would be less. The burly man sneered. You have the nerve to call yourself a peony? You reek. You're more like garlic chives. The lady gnashed her teeth and shouted. Believe it or not, I'll kill you first. The burly man remained disdainful. Bring it on. Let's see who kills who first. But just then, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Everyone was startled. Gu Chung strolled in calmly. It's just killing. Why all the nonsense? The old man said. Lord Gu is truly considerate, delivering himself to us like this. But suddenly, a little ghost climbed onto his back. The new ghost grinned wide. Then Xiaoshi gave a light wave. At the old man's neck, a cut opened up. Within a few breaths, he was dead. Guqing smiled. See, killing is really quite simple, isn't it? Everyone suddenly lunged at Guqing. The young noble pulled out several silver needles and fired them at Guqing. Guqing raised his sword in front of him and swept the flying needles aside. The young noble froze in disbelief. At that moment, a Taoist stepped forward. He immediately activated a 5 elements earth escape. In an instant, he dove underground. Guqing looked interested. Isn't this like whack-a-mole? He carefully sensed the surrounding vibrations and quickly locked. Guqing hurled the blood abyss sword toward that spot. As the blade stabbed into the ground, faint blood seeped out. Looks like that Taoist will never make it out again. Guqing walked over and slowly pulled out the blood abyss sword. He spoke with disdain. Next. As soon as the words fell, Fifth Mistress approached Guqing. She pressed close to his chest and tried to cast a soul control technique. But Guqing lifted her into the air with his Black River arm, hoisting her like a little iron chick. Guqing said in disgust, Can you not get so close? You're disgusting. Fifth Mistress was shocked. Why didn't her soul technique work? Her only reply was a crisp snap, as her neck was broken. Guqing flung her body to the ground in disgust, then answered her question. Because I have strong willpower, but mainly because you're too gross. Then Guqing turned to the remaining ones and said, Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore. The two were stunned. Was he going to let them go? But the next second, Guqing suddenly attacked. 1 arrow per head. He took all of them down at once. Guqing held the still bloody blood abyss sword. Even trash like this dares to become assassins? Then he looked at the last person. Can you give me a little surprise? At least take a hit. But that man panicked immediately. Please, Lord, spare me. I'll send the signal now, saying the job is done, so the client can come meet you. Would that be enough to spare my life? Guqing thought for a moment, then nodded. A flare exploded in the sky. Cheng Jian naturally noticed it. He was secretly pleased. Didn't expect these heretic cultivators to work so efficiently. They finished so quickly. Guqing waited about half a cup of tea's time. The man who sent the signal had already been dismissed. Guqing said, Sorry, innkeeper. I'll pay for anything that was damaged. The innkeeper replied nervously. No need to worry, sir. They booked the whole restaurant today. Everything's already paid for. Guqing nodded at that. Then bring me something to eat. The innkeeper responded quickly and ran off. Outside the inn, Chungjin jogged in. But when he entered, he was stunned. Before him lay the corpses of the hired killers. He asked Gu Cheng. It was just one Gu Cheng. Why are so many dead? Whatever. Where's Gu Cheng's head? I'll pay you the rest now. Gu Cheng sneered coldly, pointed to his own head, and said, It's right here. Come and get it. Chungjin panicked. He had rushed in and hadn't realized the man before him was Gu Cheng. He stumbled over a corpse while backing away in fear, pointing at Gu Cheng, terrified. You're Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng flicked the blood of his sword and said, Speak up. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Chungjin stammered. It was Elder Bai Ziwei who sent word to the Xuanwu sect caravan. To my master. He told me to put a bounty on your head. My master, Duan Yuangong, is infatuated with Bai Ziwei. He was willing to risk punishment from the sect leader to use caravan funds to take you down. Gu Cheng said coolly. Take me to Duan Yuangong, to Yiyang Prefecture in Ning Commandery. Gu Cheng followed silently behind Chengjian. When they reached a door, Chengjian finally said, I'll knock now. Lord Gu Cheng, you can catch him off guard. He then lightly knocked on the door. At the same time, Chengjian was closely watching Gu Cheng's movements. Gu Cheng also noticed the subtle shifts in his expression. At that moment, Chengjian shouted, Master, run. Gu Cheng is here to kill you. Immediately after, Gu Cheng slashed down without hesitation. Inside the room, Duan Yuangong heard the commotion. He was startled at first, then rushed to open the door, but saw Chengjian collapsing in pain to the ground, while Gu Cheng stood expressionlessly behind him. Duan Yuangong shouted angrily, You're Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng sneered, Duan Yuangong, right? I heard you fancy that woman Bai Ziwei and joined this assassination plot to kill me. It's been over 30 years, and she's long been married, yet you're still so devoted? Do you know what we call people like you? Back where I'm from, we call them field dogs. Duan Yuangong scoffed coldly. I didn't want to get involved. But since you came knocking, I'll personally take you down. He gathered his energy in his palm. Gu Cheng's sword strike froze midair, and then clanged to the ground. Duan Yuangong mocked. I thought you were something special, but you're nothing. Gu Cheng equipped his Black River arm. I just wanted to beat you with my fists. Only then did Duan Yuangong notice his left arm, and was surprised Gu Cheng had the Black River arm. Gu Cheng lunged at him without hesitation. Duan Yuangong instinctively raised a hand to block, and that was his mistake. That one block shattered all his meridians. He raised a leg to strike Gu Cheng's head, but Gu Cheng dodged with ease, seizing the moment. As he retracted his leg, Gu Cheng's Black River arm slammed into his chest. With a loud crack, it pierced straight through his body. Duan Yuangong collapsed to one side, powerless. Gu Cheng sneered. You stared at business too long, and forgot how to fight? Gu Cheng picked up the blood abyss arrow, and inside was a dazzling array of pills. Even Gu Cheng was a little tempted. Unfortunately, most of the manuals were of little use. Then he noticed a wooden box placed in the center. Gu Cheng opened it. Inside was a scroll. He unrolled it, and to his surprise, it was a sword halberd technique, but it seemed to be only a fragment. Still, better than nothing. After storing the scroll, Gu Cheng became alert. It wasn't safe to stay here. Back at the inn, Gu Cheng handed over his horse to the stable boy and walked inside. There were all kinds of people around. The girl at the front desk noticed him. She quickly came up and said, Welcome, sir. Are you here for a meal or a room? A gruff man beside them said coldly, Where'd this pretty boy come from? So young and already trying to act like a hero? The innkeeper snapped. Stop causing trouble, old drunk. Scare off my customers and I'll make you pay. Gu Cheng said calmly, Just bring me a table of good food. He looked around the room. His eyes landed on a burly man. Gu Cheng asked, Mind if I share this table with you, brother? Here in Chang'an Canyon. May I ask your name? The burly man cupped his hands and said, I'm Ko Andu. I'm a bandit. Usually just rob, not kill. Brother Ko. Do you know anyone nearby who specializes in selling information? Ko Andu chuckled. You must be new here. The person you're looking for, is right in front of you. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. You're saying? He glanced back at the proprietress. Ko Andu said with a smirk, This nameless inn of Aunt Chio's is the only one within 100 miles. All rogue cultivators come here to trade intel. But one thing, don't try anything with Aunt Chio. She's a rose with thorns. Very prickly ones. There are some dogs in the backyard, raised on human flesh. Gu Cheng's expression turned serious. At that moment, a girl entered the inn. She looked injured. But then she suddenly started running. Everyone's eyes were drawn to her at once. I'll repay this favor at the Silent Night division of Wan'an Prefecture. Gu Cheng was a bit speechless. Young lady, you're guilt-tripping me, aren't you? Just then, a man chasing her shouted fiercely, Hey pretty boy, don't stick your nose into this, or I'll kill you too. Gu Cheng slowly stood up and said calmly to the bandit, Let me teach you something. If you're going to kill, Just do it. Haven't you heard? Villains die from monologuing. The bandit froze, then shouted in anger. You dare insult me? He drew his blade and charged at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng activated his demon seal and said coldly, You really are a mad dog. Then the seal suppressed him. The bandit spat blood and collapsed, unmoving. Everyone around was shocked. Chou-Ming Ghost died so fast. This guy's incredible. The innkeeper shouted in anger. Killing again in my place? You think this is a slaughterhouse? Cleaning fee 100 taels. The girl took out a pouch. It's my fault. I'll pay for it. Then she bowed to Gu Cheng. Thank you, kind sir, for your help. May I ask which branch of the Silent Night Division you belong to? Gu Cheng asked in confusion. How did you know I was from the Silent Night Division? The girl said. They don't know me, but I know them. That demon seal is a unique technique of the Silent Night Division, judging by your appearance. You must be from out of town. Gu Cheng replied calmly. I'm Gu Cheng'an, night patrol from Haitian Commandery. I came chasing a wanted criminal. Anyway, since I helped you, may I ask if you know where to find the Mystic Flame? The girl looked surprised. The Mystic Flame? Our branch in Wanlin Prefecture has it. Before Gu Cheng could respond, she called out loudly. Everyone, at the Silent Night Division of Wanlin Prefecture, we have a mission requiring many people. Rewards include items from our vault. Up to tier 7. Anyone interested? Then she turned to Gu Cheng and added, Our Mystic Flame is tier 6. If you join us, Lord Gu, it's yours. Gu Cheng asked, When do we depart? From the Silent Night Division of Wanlin Prefecture, Shao Kahn cupped his hands and said, I'm the chief commander of the Silent Night Division there. Thanks to Brother Gu and Brother Ko for helping. Gu Cheng replied calmly. Let's hear the mission first. Shao Kahn nodded. The southern 9 prefectures are full of wild mountains and forests, where powerful monsters often emerge. There's an old fox demon named Huangshi, who frequently raids paths and roads. We've sent troops to eliminate him, but casualties are always high. That demon has a treasure on him, and he's planning a birthday banquet. So this time we intend to steal the treasure first. As for Brother Gu and Brother Ko, you will pose as demon guests, alongside others we've gathered for the banquet. That way, you'll infiltrate them, then distract their attention for us. Only retreat once we send the signal. As for the retreat plan, we've arranged everything. We move out at midnight tonight. Night soon fell. Spirits and monsters headed for the banquet. Ko Andu asked in hiding. We're not even prepared. Won't we be discovered? Shao Kahn replied. Don't worry. You're carrying demonic artifacts. Your auras have changed. Then they got their chance. Shao Kahn said, Follow that spirit now. The group silently followed behind it. They soon arrived at a cave entrance. Gu Cheng was slightly surprised. A rather pretty little fox spirit was greeting guests at the door. When Gu Cheng and the others approached, the fox spirit gasped, Are you divine demons? Your disguises are so realistic. Shao Kahn remained silent. Gu Cheng, putting on the Black River arm, said, What do you think? The fox spirit suddenly understood. Ah, so you're zombie lords. Please, come in. And just like that, the 3 of them entered unhindered. Ko Andu asked, Brother Gu, aren't you afraid of demons? Gu Cheng chuckled. Afraid of what? They're just beasts-turned demons. Even with 1,000 years of cultivation, they're still beasts. Ghosts are just former humans. I'm not afraid of people. Why fear ghosts? Can a ghost be scarier than a human heart? The fox spirit turned and said, We've arrived at the main hall. Feel free to take any seat. The place was full of various spirits. Gu Cheng and his group casually sat down. Soon, food was served by a ghostly waiter. Ko Andu curiously lifted the lid and found a human hand inside. He nearly vomited on the spot. Gu Cheng noticed his discomfort. Calm down. It's just a human hand. Don't forget where we are. Suddenly, a demon shouted loudly. Old immortal Huangshi has arrived. Gu Cheng turned to look curiously out. For demons carried in the old immortal Huangshi, thank you all for coming to my birthday. It brings me great joy. Eat and drink to your heart's content. No need for formality. A yellow weasel spirit turned to Gu Cheng and asked, Why aren't you eating? This is premium human meat. Gu Cheng laughed and replied, We're zombies. We only eat fresh blood. The weasel was confused. Zombies? I've never seen you before. Which mountain are you from? Gu Cheng said. We just crawled out of our graves. Not familiar with the surroundings yet. The weasel questioned further. Fresh out of the grave. Yet you know transformation magic? Gu Cheng smiled. We were all evil cultivators in life. We left transformation spells in our tombs. What's so strange about that? The weasel persisted. No way. How would you know about the birthday banquet? If you can name other ghost dens nearby, I'll believe you. Gu Cheng lost his temper and smashed the weasel's head. You damn chatterbox. Another demon yelled furiously. How dare you cause trouble at the old immortal's banquet? You've got some nerve. You'll pay for this. Which sect are you from? Gu Cheng cupped his fists and said, Senior immortal, please judge fairly. That yellow weasel was shameless, claiming that only their line could use the title Huang. He said your title Huangshi broke the rules. So I was enraged and killed him. Old immortal Huangsher spoke sternly. You did well. Men, give this demon brother a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. At this moment, Koanda muttered nervously. That scared me to death. Good thing Brother Gu was clever. But just then, wisps of white smoke began rising from Gu Cheng's body. Gu Cheng was startled. What's going on? Why is the human-suppressing talisman burning? Koandu asked. What now? At that moment, old immortal Huangsher also smelled it. The scent of humanity on them. A few monks dared to trespass here? You've got some nerve. You're from the band division of Wanling Prefecture, sent by one of the surrounding academies? None of you are getting out today. Gu Cheng shouted and took off running. Old immortal Huangsher commanded the golden beasts. Go after them and kill them. Consider it a little bonus meal. The two ran desperately toward the exit. Koanda cried out in terror. They're catching up. Gu Cheng's face also turned grim. The exit was blocked by a massive stone. Koanda cursed. It must be those bastards from the Forbidden Division. The talisman was fake, and they cut off our escape. At that moment, the golden beasts caught up. How fortunate for me. You'd better surrender obediently, Gu Cheng said. You deal with the minor demons. I'll take on old demon Huangsher. Let's fight to the end. The golden beasts swarmed forward. Koanda looked at the swarm of golden beasts, his scalp tingling. But he still gritted his teeth and charged. With one slash, he dismembered the leading golden beast. Gu Cheng unleashed candlelight flame, shouting explode, and attacked old demon Huangsher. Old demon Huangsher opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing all of Gu Cheng's flame into his body. Seeing this, Gu Cheng suddenly understood. He was just a wild fox without inheritance. Old demon Huangsher laughed. A wild fox. Then I'll show you how powerful I really am. He then revealed his true form. Gu Cheng's eyes narrowed. He released the 5 ghosts. Old demon Huangsher saw the little ghosts crawling on him, and easily flicked them away. Gu Cheng equipped the Black River arm. Old demon Huangsher was surprised. A blood demon arm? What exactly are you? Gu Cheng didn't answer, he lunged. But just as the Black River arm neared Huangsher's body, he caught it in his hand. What uses one blood demon arm? Let me taste what a blood demon's like, Gu Cheng said calmly. You won't get that chance. As he spoke, a gash split across Huangsher's face. Gu Cheng's full-powered strike only left a surface wound. Old demon Huangsher scoffed. That's all you've got? Gu Cheng said. Not quite. But this ends now. He turned and walked away. Old demon Huangsher scoffed. Putting away your sword? Aren't you being a bit arrogant? Suddenly, a chill hit his chest. The demon's sword yellow silently pierced his heart from behind. Gu Cheng grinned. Not bad for a mere trick, right? That's the demon sword yellow one of the 72 divine arts. Gue Shui Hai and Huashan. Koanda was in tears at this point. Brother Gu, you're truly incredible. All the colleagues who were tricked into coming here also began to understand the situation. Once that old demon Huangsher fell, the little demons all scattered. But Gu Cheng said solemnly, everyone, someone used us as bait. We almost died because of it. Can you all swallow this humiliation? Everyone became indignant at that moment. Let's drag them out. Gu Cheng smiled and said, very well, follow me. Inside the cave, a young woman urged, my lord, hurry up. I'm afraid that old demon Huangsher might return. Shouken said calmly, what's the rush? Those guys aren't weak. They can hold out for a while. After that, Shouken opened the box in his hand. Inside was a blood-red bead. Shouken said in a low voice, this is the item. The Crimson Moon Demon Pearl formed from the 10,000-year Demon Valley. Now then, we can leave this hellhole. At that moment, Gu Cheng's voice rang out. Why are you in such a rush to leave? A life for a life. A debt must be paid. Have you all forgotten? You not only owe us money, but also our lives. Shouken was shocked. You're still alive? You escaped the old demon Huangsher's pursuit. Gu Cheng replied calmly. That old fox already reincarnated. Shouken's expression turned grim. Since you're here, I'll just eliminate you all. As he finished, deep in the cavern, his robe fluttered on its own with a cracking noise. The condensed force in his hand lunged at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng placed one hand on his sword hilt. In a flash, he dashed past Shouken. A bloody hole had mysteriously. Gu Cheng sheathed his sword and said disdainfully, anyone can bluff, but do you have the strength? The young woman stared blankly at Shouken, then fell to her knees with a thud. Seeing this, Gu Cheng said, seems like I was right at the end. You're clearly not a kind-hearted woman. The most vicious heart is a woman's. The woman quickly begged for mercy. I was forced into it too. Please, Lord Gu, spare my life. Gu Cheng asked, then tell me, what exactly is going on? The woman nodded. Actually, Shouken wasn't the commander. He was the deputy. The Real commander was Zhou Yuanshao. Earlier, when the Southern First Army rebelled, King of Chaos Fang Zhahai led a massive army to the outskirts of Guaning Commandery. Our Woman Prefecture was also affected. We lost a third of over 100 men. Shouken proposed retreating, but Zhou Yuanshao insisted on holding the line. The two of them had a huge fight. Zhou even used his rank to suppress Shouken. So Xiaokan developed murderous intent. After ambushing and killing Zhou Yuanxiao, Xiaokan led us to seek refuge with Fang Zhihai. That's why we planned to seize the Crimson Moon Demon Pearl, as a token of allegiance. Gu Qing said in a deep voice. Is that all? The woman quickly replied. Yes, that's all of it. Gu Qing patted Ko Andu on the shoulder. I'll leave the rest to you. The woman was furious when she heard this. I told you everything. Why are you still going to kill me? Gu Qing said coldly. I'm not the one killing you. They are. I just won't be saving you again. Hearing this, the woman froze in place. 7 days later, Gu Qing stopped his horse to take a rest. After several days of journeying, they should be close to the southern first commandery. Only 20 or 30 li left to go. We should arrive before sunset. Suddenly, the cord of the jade pendant snapped. The jade pendant fell directly into the lake. Gu Qing jumped in without hesitation. Moments later, he resurfaced. Holding the jade pendant, Gu Qing was a bit surprised. Worn for so long, how did the cord suddenly break? Could it be a sign of danger? This trip is to deliver the pacification order to Bei Xiaojie. Could it be that the conflict between Bei Xiaojie and Fang Zhihai has reached a conclusion? But that doesn't add up. Bei Xiaojie, as a general of the court, wouldn't die at the hands of a mere bandit, would he? Or is there something strange about this black jade? At that moment, a strange voice emerged. Big Brother Gu. Gu Qing looked around, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Then the voice appeared again. It was coming from the jade pendant. Gu Qing took a box out of the jade pendant. Inside was a straw doll. Gu Qing sensed from the straw doll a faint trace of ghostly aura. The voice from earlier seemed to come from it too. Gu Qing looked at the jade pendant with suspicion. Suddenly, the jade pendant emitted a brilliant glow. Gu Qing entered the jade pendant space again. The wooden box in his hand was now continuously emitting ghostly aura. Slowly, it condensed into the shape of a person. Gu Qing was utterly shocked. Standing before him was none other than Xiaoyu. More precisely, a soul-like form of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. This isn't the underworld. This is one of my magical artifacts. Xiaoyu bowed and said, Thank you, Big Brother Gu, for saving my life. I owe you my life. Gu Qing said, puzzled. Wait, Xiaoyu. After you were pulled into this space, you regained consciousness immediately? Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, it was a bit hazy at first, but I fully recovered once I got here. Gu Qing said to the 5 ghosts, Bring that guy to me. Soon, Wuzong Taoist was dragged and kicked over. Gu Qing glared at him and said sternly, You old fool, you've been playing me all along, haven't you? Wuzong Taoist hurriedly knelt down. Holy One, spare me. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. If the Holy One spares my life, I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. Xiao. Holy One, could Big Brother Gu be a hidden supreme powerhouse? Gu Qing grimaced. Honestly, I don't even know myself. Then he asked Wuzong Taoist. What's this, Holy One, nonsense? Why are you calling me that? Wuzong Taoist said cautiously. This is the legendary Void Realm Paradise. Only a Saint Realm powerhouse could control it. I closely observed that Gu Qing before. That foolish kid could never compare to you, my lord. You must be a former Saint Realm powerhouse, reincarnated with great divine powers, using that Gu Qing kid's body. Xiaoyu said in shock. So you're not Big Brother Gu? Gu Qing laughed heartily. I am Gu Qing. Xiaoyu, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Then he glared at Wuzong Taoist and said fiercely, If you keep spouting nonsense, believe me, I'll kill you. At that moment, Xiaoyu said, By the way, Big Brother Gu, I saw you by a lake earlier. Where are you headed? Gu Qing said calmly. Long story short, the court's General Bei Xiaojie is at war with the bandit Fang. I'm delivering a pacification order to General Bei. Xiaoyu said, Fang Zhihai, that man is extremely cunning. Big Brother Gu, don't fall into his trap. Gu Qing nodded. I'll be careful. Your soul can stay in my black jade space for now. I'll find a way to help you rebuild your body. With that, Gu Qing exited the jade pendant space. He then mounted his horse and continued on his journey. But at that moment, a sense of doubt grew in his heart. What exactly is the situation in the southern first commandery now? Is this long journey right or wrong? Soon, Gu Qing arrived at Guangning City of the southern first commandery. But strangely enough, in this commandery, there wasn't even a single guard at the gate. The streets were full of emaciated refugees, and a few drunk soldiers stumbling about. Gu Qing's doubts deepened. These soldiers were far too undisciplined. It didn't feel like a place that had just seen war. General Bei Xiaojie, a proper court general, was actually allowing his soldiers to drink during wartime. Soon, Gu Qing arrived at a manor and saluted. Please inform the lord inside. I bring a confidential letter from the capital for General Bei Xiaojie. The 2 gatekeepers exchanged glances and smiled. Then one of them said casually, Are you sure you're looking for him? Gu Qing said firmly, Why? Is there a problem? The gatekeeper chuckled. No problem. Come with me. Soon, Gu Qing was led into the inner hall, but the atmosphere inside was heavy and tense. In the corner, a dog was gnawing on something, blood dripping from its mouth as it stared at Gu Qing. A man seated in a high position asked, Who is this? The gatekeeper bowed and said, Your Majesty, he claims to be a black armored guard from the capital, here to deliver a secret letter to Bei Xiaojie. Fang Zhenghai was puzzled. From the capital? Only then did Gu Cheng realize. This man was the infamous king of chaos, Fang Zhenghai. No wonder the soldiers here were so undisciplined. They were more like unruly thugs. Those drunk soldiers must have been Fang Zhenghai's men. Could it be that Bei Xiaojie had fled? Fang Zhenghai then asked, You came to see Bei Xiaojie? He suddenly burst into wild laughter. You're not here to deliver a surrender order to me, are you? Everyone around looked at Gu Cheng with pity. As if he were already a dead man. Fang Zhenghai looked toward a corner and said, Wake up, Bei Xiaojie. Someone's here to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, someone tossed a severed head from the corner. Fang Zhenghai then turned to Gu Cheng and said, There. You found Bei Xiaojie. Gu Cheng's mind raced to find a way out of the crisis. Fang Zhenghai saw he wasn't answering. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. The soldiers around them all drew their blades and surrounded Gu Cheng. Fang Zhenghai sneered. Well, Bei Xiaojie can't receive the surrender order now, but you can deliver it to him in the afterlife. Then he shouted, Drag him out and behead him. Gu Cheng spoke up loudly. Wait, my lord, although I came to deliver the surrender order, in truth, I came to pledge allegiance to you. Fang Zhenghai slowly stood up. You think I'm a fool? Now that you're about to die, you suddenly claim you came to surrender? Gu Cheng took out the surrender order and said, How would I dare lie to you, my lord? I'm not from the capital's surveillance division. I'm an inspector under the Heong Prefecture of Donglan Commandery. Because the military governor of Heong wronged me, I beheaded him in rage, but it caused a huge mess. Fang Zhenghai took the surrender order. Gu Cheng continued. As it happened, the capital sent a surrender mission, so I volunteered for the task, to come pledge allegiance to you, my lord. This world today, the court is corrupt. Justice is dead. They wronged my comrades, and ruined my future. Tell me, what path is left for me? Gu Cheng snatched back the surrender order. I had planned to infiltrate Bei Xiaojie's side, then bring intelligence to you. With that, he threw the surrender order on the ground. Before I even arrived, It felt great. Everyone around started whispering and murmuring. Is it true or not? This guy is truly loyal to the heavenly king. Fang Zhenghai laughed. Well said. But how can this king trust you? At that moment, a Taoist stepped forward. Heavenly king, I can verify the truth of his words. I have a junior brother in Donglan County. I can use the 1,000 souls across 10,000 miles technique to ask him. Fang Zhenghai nodded in approval. Soon, the Taoist performed the 1,000 souls. A soul swiftly flew out of the hall. Fang Zhenghai said, Since Mei Shun is gone, we'll soon know if your words are true or false. Gu Cheng secretly rejoiced. Good thing my acting skills aren't half bad. It's a pity I haven't won an award. But now's the time to press my advantage. Gu Cheng took out the Crimson Moon Demon Spirit Pearl from the Yellowstone Old Demon. He presented it. To show my sincerity, when I learned you were cultivating the 9th-section Heavenly Demon, I deliberately killed an old demon to seize this Crimson Moon Demon Spirit Pearl and offer it to you, Heavenly King. Fang Zhenghai's eyes lit up. Crimson Moon Demon Spirit Pearl? That's a fine treasure. Just in time, Mei Shun has returned. Mei Shun bowed and said, Heavenly King, what Gu Cheng said is mostly true. My junior brother said, this matter caused quite a stir. The warlord he killed had a father, who was the son of a great general of the court, and a mother who is an elder of the Xuanwuchu sect. Fang Zhenghai thought to himself, this guy is really fine. I'll keep him around for observation for now. Then he announced cheerfully, Brother Gu is truly perceptive. I must host a grand banquet to welcome Brother Gu. Gu Cheng quickly shouted, Thank you, Heavenly King. At that moment, someone asked, My son, what do you think? My son smiled and said, This guy seems a bit suspicious. After the banquet, Gu Cheng was led by a servant to a residence. The servant said, Lord Gu, you have an impressive tolerance for wine, drinking so much without a hint of drunkenness. Gu Cheng gave him some reward money and said lightly, You flatter me. You may leave now. The servant soon left the courtyard. At that moment, Gu Cheng's eyes sharpened. As if talking to himself, he said, Stop hiding. Come out. And don't even think about escaping. Soon, a masked woman jumped out. Gu Cheng looked at her calmly and said, The Heavenly King still doesn't trust me, even sending someone to test me. The woman removed her mask and said calmly, That Fang Zhenghai has no right to command me. I came here specifically for you. I didn't expect you to turn a deadly situation to your advantage. You're truly a brilliant man, aren't you? Gu Cheng said, You're Chiao Ernyang from the Nameless Inn. Why are you here? Are you with the court? Chiao Ernyang said calmly, I'm not exactly with the court, nor am I with Fang Zhenghai. To be precise, my organization collaborates with high-ranking court officials, so you can think of me as being with the court. Gu Cheng said, You should know about what happened during the day. But what I told Fang Zhenghai wasn't entirely false. I've never betrayed the court in the slightest. It's the court that betrayed me. Chiao Ernyang smiled. Gu Cheng, you're overthinking. I told you, I'm not with Fang Zhenghai. If I really wanted to harm you, I could tell Fang Zhenhai about the Crimson Moon Demon Spirit Pearl, and your fate would be quite grim. Under Fang Zhenhai's command, whether your loyalty is genuine or not, you need to plan your exit. I believe you understand. Fang Zhenhai won't last much longer. Though the imperial court is weakened in recent years, it's not yet on the verge of collapse. If the court truly decided to deal with Fang Zhenhai, how long do you think it would take? Gu Qing spoke sternly. So what are you trying to say? Qiu Ernyan replied calmly. It's simple. Work with us. Join us from the inside and take Fang Zhenhai down. Gu Qing stared into her eyes. Give me a reason. Or rather, what's in it for me? Qiu Ernyan smiled and said, 3 benefits. First, you've offended your superior, Xiaoji. I can protect you. Second, your actions have involved your family. I can protect them. Third, I can help with your future prospects. Hearing this, Gu Qing laughed. If you put it that way. All right then. Here's to a pleasant cooperation. Qiu Ernyan took out a paper envelope and said, this is Fang Zhenhai's dossier. Burn it after you read it. Then tossed it to Gu Qing. I'll be going now. Wait for my word. Gu Qing asked, what should I do for now? Qiu Ernyan glanced back at him. I believe you already know what to do. With that, she leapt to the rooftop, and her figure slowly vanished into the night. Watching her fade into the distance, Gu Qing asked, what's the name of your organization? A moment later, a voice floated back. My organization is called Zheng Tian. The next day, in the council hall, a servant led Gu Qing inside. He had spent all night reviewing the dossier from Qiu Ernyan. He now had a grasp of Fang Zhenhai. Inside the hall, all seats were filled except the high seat. The servant brought a chair and said, Lord Gu, please take a seat. Gu Qing sat down and began to reflect. Fang Zhenhai had many followers, but his true power lay with the 8 Vidra. At the top was Gao Jianda, Fang Zhenhai's sworn brother, the second most powerful man after Fang. His strength was also extraordinary. Next was Yu Haizhenren, a legitimate cultivator. No one knew why he joined Fang, but he could refine high-level ammunition. His strength was peak 6th rank. Third and fourth were Huang Laojiao and Fa Jian, a river pirate and a silver monk. They worked with Fang in a business-like partnership. Both were also 6th rank. 5th and 6th were Ankong Tiger and Monk Mei Shan, both Fang's lackeys. 7th was Lan Kaidai, a woman from Miao territory. After her clan was wiped out, she turned to Fang. Her strength was early stage 6th rank. Lastly, there was Lian Jiandu, Gao Jianda's adopted son, essentially Gao's lackey. At this moment, Fang Zhenhai stepped out. Yu Haizhenren immediately stood and saluted. Fang Zhenhai was pleased to see this, but still said curtly, no need for formality. Yin Haizhenren replied, my lord, the CG sect has sent word again. They're pressing us to fulfill our promise. Fang Zhenhai sighed upon hearing this. Gu Qing realized silently. So it's this issue. When Fang attacked Nan'e County, he wanted the CG sect's support and made many promises. Looks like he doesn't want to keep them. At this point, Fang Zhenhai said. At this moment, Fang Zhenhai said, if nothing works, just stall them. They won't dare do anything too extreme anyway. Hearing this, Gu Qing chuckled inwardly. It wasn't that Fang Zhenhai didn't want to solve it. It's just that his men were all brutes, completely incapable of handling the matter. Thinking of this, Gu Qing stood and cupped his hands. If your highness does not mind, I would be honored. Gao Jianda was startled by Wan Yin's words. What kind of game is this kid trying to play? Fang Zhenhai was also a bit surprised. Do you realize how difficult this task is? Are you sure you can handle it? Gu Qing responded solemnly. I don't even have 10% certainty, but I'm willing to give it my all. To complete the task for the king, Commander Lien cursed silently. This kid really knows how to brag. But Fang Zhenhai clearly enjoyed the flattery. You've got guts, kid. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Gu Qing was secretly delighted, but maintained a serious expression and bowed. I won't fail your trust. Soon, the meeting dispersed. Gao Jianda sat in a pavilion with his eyes closed, resting. Just then, a servant came to report. Lord Lien has arrived. Gao Jianda gestured slightly with his hand. Let him in. After Commander Lien entered, Gao Jianda asked, what do you think of the new guy? Commander Lien said disdainfully, this guy came all the way here to join the king. He's highly suspicious. Gao Jianda asked again, do you think Fang Zhenhai trusts him? Commander Lien shook his head. Trust is too strong a word. Since the king gave him this task, he's clearly being tested. Gao Jianda stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Keep a close eye on him in secret. Make sure he doesn't notice. If he does anything suspicious, eliminate him. Gu Qing took out a token and said, I am Gu Qing, sent by the king to discuss matters with the sect master. Soon, Su Xuanji, the sect master of a 4th-tier sect, came to meet. Su Xuanji said, this must be the king's guard, right? I've seen you before. The guard saluted and replied, indeed, I have met sect master Su before. He then whispered in Su Xuanji's ear, this is Lord Gu Qing, a recent addition under the king's command. The king holds Lord Gu in high regard. Only then did Su Xuanji respond mildly. So it's Lord Gu. I've heard much of you. A pleasure indeed. Gu Qing immediately returned the greeting. Today, the king sent me here to agree to the matter previously discussed with the sect master. Su Xuanji was pleased to hear this. The king agreed? Gu Qing nodded slightly. The king never breaks his word, but we do need everything in writing, with some clauses added as well. He then took out a notebook. Please take a look, Sect Master Su. This is the contract we prepared for you. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can negotiate. Su Xuanji skimmed through it. Overall, it's acceptable. Although the benefits are slightly less than before, it's not by much. As long as the other side fulfills it, that's all that matters. A moment later, Su Xuanji said, Young Master Gu is indeed impressive. I'm very satisfied with this contract. Someone, serve tea for young Master Gu. Gu Cheng replied, No need for tea. Please just sign and stamp the contract, Sect Master Su. Once the king also signs and approves it, the agreement will officially take effect. Su Xuanji agreed upon hearing this. Not long after, the two began their journey back. The guard said, These terms in the contract, the king will never be able to fulfill them. Lord Gu, aren't you ruining His Majesty's plans? Gu Cheng replied calmly, Why rush? Hand me the contract. Gu Cheng took it and tore it up on the spot. The guard was confused. Then Gu Cheng pulled out a sheet that had been placed under the original contract. It bore the official seal of the fourth-tier sect. Gu Cheng said coolly, Now the real show begins. The two returned to Guangling City, but Gu Cheng didn't report back. Instead, he went straight to a brothel. The guard asked, Lord Gu, why are we at a brothel? We still haven't finished our task. Gu Cheng didn't answer. He simply walked into Bu Tower. Inside, the monthly courtesan competition was underway. At that moment, an older courtesan stepped onto the stage. The guests all began pointing and whispering, Who's that? She's so old. Why is she entering the contest? At that moment, the sentimental young master Wang Lin noticed the group mocking her. He turned around and shouted, Who says my sister Xia is old? Someone, place 1,000 blossoms for my sister Xia. 1,000 blossoms equals 1,000 silver taels. Xia looked awkward on stage and said, Young Master Wang. Then another young noble scoffed and stepped forward. Young Master Wang must be craving motherly love. We all support the top girls here, but you? You're rooting for a top girl from 10 years ago. Are you trying to go back to breastfeeding? Everyone nearby burst into laughter. Wang Lin shouted angrily, Lu Ergu, what I do is none of your business. You can't even spare silver at a brothel. Lu Erga calmly responded, Add 5,000 blossoms to my lady Lanxiang. Someone behind him echoed immediately, Young Master Lu is a true rich noble. Wang Lin was furious and was just about to raise it to 6,000, but his bodyguard stopped him in time. Young Master, we're out of silver. You've already used up this month's allowance. This is all that's left. Though the attendant spoke softly, Lu Erga still overheard him. He immediately burst into laughter. Can't afford the girl? Go ask your dad for money, though you might get whipped for it. At that moment, Gu Cheng said sternly, Add 10,000 flowers for that girl Xia. Lu Ergo instantly got upset. Kid, where are you from? Are you deliberately messing with me? Do you even know who I am? Gu Cheng took out the command token of the King of Chaotic Dance and calmly replied, I don't care who you are. At that moment, the attendant behind Lu Erga said, Young Master, that's the token of Feng Zhenhai. Of course Lu Erga knew that. He had no choice but to leave in frustration. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, Thank you, brother, for stepping in. Seems you're one of us as well. Gu Cheng responded calmly, I wouldn't go that far, but a ripe fruit is certainly sweeter than an unripe one. Wang Lin was delighted to hear that. Brother, you truly get it. Please, allow me to host you upstairs. Wang Lin introduced himself. I am Wang Lin, from the royal family of Southie. May I know your honorable name, brother? Gu Cheng raised his cup and said, I am Gu Cheng, currently working under the King of Wei Fang. Thanks for the treat, Prince Wang. Wang Lin downed a cup and said, Our royal house still has some influence in Southie County. If you ever need help, brother Gu, just say the word. Gu Cheng feigned surprise and said, The same royal family that claims to be the new kings of the realm? Descendants of Qing Feng King and Xia Wangu. The current head of the Wang family is Wang Kaiji, right? Wang Lin nodded. That's my father. Gu Cheng then said seriously, Brother Wang, it seems we were fated to meet. Allow me to give you some advice. Convince your father. It's best if the Wang family relocates out of Southie County. That's quite a big deal. Your father may not heed it, but you should at least discuss it with him. Come back in a year or two. Wang Lin looked confused. Brother Gu, what exactly do you mean by that? Has something happened to my Wang family? Gu Cheng replied vaguely. Don't ask. Just know I can't say. Given my position, you understand. I can't speak openly. Then he stood and saluted. I've said enough for today. Farewell, Brother Wang. He turned and walked away without looking back. As he reached the main hall, the madam approached and said, Young master, you helped Miss Xia win the title of courtesan queen. She's waiting for you in her room. Gu Cheng smiled. Let Prince Wang have the honor. Upstairs. An attendant asked. Young master, what did Guqing mean by all that? Wang Lin stood up and shook his head. I don't know either. But then he noticed something. There was an envelope on the table. It must have been left behind by Guqing. Inside the Wang estate, Wang Kaiji asked. Guqing really left this behind? Wang Lin nodded. Absolutely. But father, what if it's fake? Upon hearing that, Wang Kaiji said sternly. The seal of the 4th rank sect is genuine. We're just waiting for Fang Zhenhai's seal now. Wang Lin then asked what exactly is written on this? Why did Guqing want us to flee? Wang Kaiji shouted. The 4 extreme sect plans to wipe out the Wang family. Then, half of the Wang family's assets will be handed over to Fang Zhenhai. They intend to unify all martial factions of Southern First Commandery with Fang Zhenhai's support. Wang Lin panicked at that. Then we better run. The 4 extreme sect alone is already a match for us. Add the newly dominant Fang Zhenhai of Southern First Commandery, and we'll be dead for sure. Then Wang Kaiji remembered something. Wang Lin's face suddenly turned red. He stammered. I got held up with something. Wang Kaiji gave him a smack. You fool. Were you at that brothel again? After a few more slaps, Wang Kaiji sighed. Forget it. Go get Guqing to attend the banquet. This matter must be settled. If you succeed, I'll give you 10,000 taels of silver every month. Spend it however you like. Wang Lin lit up with excitement. Don't worry, father. Leave it to me. Wang Lin happily left the Wang estate and bumped into Lu Ergu. Lu Ergu sneered. Isn't this the broke young Master Wang, living off others? Wang Lin retorted proudly. What do you know? Listen up. Tomorrow, I'll cover the entire Bu Tower. All expenses on me. Lu Ergu laughed at that. Bragging's all you're good for. Then pointed to the side. Your house is being robbed, and you're still talking big? Wang Lin rushed to chase them off, and the little thief ran off quickly. Wang Lin flared up in rage and gave chase. He launched a kick that landed square on the thief's back. With the force of momentum, the thief flew through the air, almost crashing through the wall before slamming to us. Wang Lin roared. For extreme sect, is it? Wang Lin, and your sworn enemy. But the thief didn't answer. His eyes rolled back. He looked dead. Everyone nearby was shocked. Even Wang Lin was shaken. Did I just kill someone? Guqing watched clearly from atop a tree. He muttered to himself. That's more like it. The next day, Wang Lin brought Guqing to the Wang estate. He dropped to his knees before Guqing. Brother Gu, help me. I killed someone. Guqing said calmly. Brother Wang, don't worry. It was just an accident. At that moment, Wang Kaiji produced a document and said, Brother Gu, you forgot this agreement yesterday. Guqing's eyes narrowed. Patriarch Wang, you've read it? Wang Kaiji bowed deeply. Yes, please forgive me, Brother Gu. I ask you to guide our Wang family to a better path. Guqing helped him up. Please, rise quickly, Patriarch Wang. For the sake of my bond with Brother Wang, I'll help the Wang family. The agreement between the king and the 4 extreme sect truly is a disaster for your family, but it's also dangerous for the other small martial sections. You just need to unite the others against the 4 extreme sect. If you do that, the king won't take sides so easily. Do you understand? Wang Kaiji's eyes lit up. What a brilliant plan. I'll spread the word immediately. Thank you for the guidance, Brother Gu. Meanwhile, at the 4 extreme sect, Su Xuanji shouted angrily. What? So the Wang family really did join forces with other sects to target our 4 extreme sect? Guqing replied. That's right. The Heavenly King is furious. He's very disappointed in you. Su Xuanji said angrily. But it was our 4 extreme sect disciples who died. Guqing responded firmly. But the Wang family head cherishes his son, and his son almost got hurt. Of course his father had to take a stand. Su Xuanji said. Wasn't it you who told me to have people monitor the Wang family, saying they might seek independence from our 4 extreme sect? Guqing responded sternly. So now Sect Master Su wants to pin the blame on me? Su Xuanji looked at him. His body trembled slightly. No. Right now I just don't know what to do. Guqing finally smiled. There is one. Su Xuanji clung to it like a lifeline. Brother Gu, if you have a way, please save me. Wang Kaiji has gathered so many forces. It's like he's trying to destroy our sect. Guqing patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Sect Master Su, no need to panic. I'll report this to the Heavenly King and say the Wang family refuses to submit under his pressure. They wouldn't dare touch your sect easily. Su Xuanji cupped his fists. That would be best. Then I'll trouble you with the report. But Guqing's expression turned stern. The Heavenly King will definitely protect your sect. But about the previous agreements and benefit, Su Xuanji quickly waved his hand. Those agreements are null now. If the Heavenly King ensures our sect survives, that's already a huge favor. How could I ask him for more? Guqing nodded in satisfaction. Then it's settled. I'll go report to the Heavenly King. You can rest easy, Sect Master Su. After leaving the sect, a guard exclaimed excitedly. Lord Gu, you're amazing. I truly admire you. Just like that. Back at Isher Hall, the guards explained everything to Fang Zhenhai. Fang Zhenhai was still concerned. Is it really that simple? Gu Qing cupped his hands and said, it really is that simple. Fang Jinhai slammed the table with excitement. You are incredibly smart. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. At that moment, a servant entered with a pile of items. My lord, these are gifts from the Wang family and the Four Extremes sect. Fang Jinhai, accept them. Now that the matter is settled, and Gu Cheng has returned, let's discuss another matter. He turned to Master Yinhai. You explain, Master Yinhai said. Right now the entire Southie County is under our chaotic dance army's control. The demon corpses once controlled by the court have begun causing trouble during this chaos. Some towns have even been overrun by monsters. These incidents have all been reported to the Heavenly King. How does everyone see this matter? I want no part of it. Gao Jinda stood up and said, Heavenly King, if you ask me, there's no need for us to worry about it. Fang Jinhai narrowed his eyes. Why not? Gao Jinda continued. We've just taken Southie County. Our footing is still unstable. Right now, focusing on building our strength is most important. Fang Jinhai turned to Elder Huang and asked, Old Huang, what do you think? Elder Huang bowed and said, if the Heavenly King wishes to deal with it, then so be it. But my men are skilled in water tactics. They might not be effective against demons and ghosts. The Taoists of Mount Ming all bowed together. We three will follow the Heavenly King's orders. Fang Jinhai nodded. Gu Cheng, you used to be with the Jingye department. What's your take on this? Gu Cheng said, I agree to deal with those demons and ghosts. Not only should we suppress them, but we must also eradicate the ghost bloodline and demon seed. At this moment, Gao Jinda glared at Gu Cheng. Lien Jindu shouted angrily, what the hell are you? Just joined us and you're already spouting nonsense? Do you even have the right to speak here? Gu Cheng calmly replied, the Heavenly King orders me to fight, so I fight. Who are you to give orders in his place? Daring to act in the king's stead? At this moment, Fang Zhihai shouted angrily, enough, all of you. Shut up. Gu Cheng, tell us why we need to suppress them. Gu Cheng raised 2 fingers and said, 2 reasons. First, for public duty. Now that we have control over Nani Commandery, if we want to shed the label of rebels, we must govern this prefecture like the imperial court would. Second, for personal gain. The Heavenly King's cultivation of the 9 demon stages requires many demonic creatures to enhance his power. Demon cores are priceless treasures. Fang Zhenghai nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's what I think too. And we must do it even better than the imperial court. Meng Shan, Lan Kaidai, and Lien Jindu. You 3 will cooperate with Gu Cheng to eliminate the demons. Gu Cheng accepted the command decisively. In a dense forest, Koanda was leaning against a large rock, lost in thought. At that moment, Gu Cheng approached and asked, which way is it to Guangling City? Koanda turned over impatiently. No idea. Don't freaking bother me. I'm a bandit, you know. Gu Cheng smiled. Then are you going to rob me? At this moment, Koanda recognized him clearly. He asked in surprise, Brother Gu, what are you doing here? Gu Cheng jumped onto the rock and sat beside him. I'm following Fang Zhenghai now. You know him, right? Koanda raised a finger seriously and said, of course I do. He's a legend in our field. Gu Cheng asked, I don't trust the people around him, so I want to find people I can trust. Will you help me? Koanda nodded without hesitation. Of course I will, but I have a friend. You know him too. Can I bring him along? Gu Cheng nodded. You're talking about Chen Dangue, right? No problem. Meet me at the general's mansion in Guangling City at noon tomorrow. At that moment in Guangling City, Gu Cheng asked, are you all ready? Yin Jindu complained. What do you mean, Gu Cheng? You kept us waiting for so long. Gu Cheng replied sternly, if you don't want to wait, Lord Lien, you're free to head out on your own. I never asked you to wait here. Lien Jindu gritted his teeth. Gu Cheng, what kind of attitude is that? At this moment, Ming Shan stepped in. You two calm down. The Heavenly King sent us to eliminate the demons, not to argue among ourselves. Yin Jindu snorted coldly, but said nothing more. Only then did Gu Cheng speak. Let's go. And so the group departed, quite unhappily. At this moment, Chen Dangue asked, that arrogant guy just now, what's his actual strength? Gu Cheng smiled. Early stage of grade 6. He's indeed powerful, but his arrogance will eventually cost him. Chen Dangue half unsheathed his sword. Then should we? Gu Cheng nodded. We can, sure, but now is not the time. At a farmhouse outside southern Nani Commandery, Meng Shan cursed angrily at the bloody corpses before him. These beasts, Lon Kaidai said calmly, judging by the blood, they must have been attacked by demons yesterday. We arrived too late. Gu Cheng looked at a large water jar ahead. Without hesitation, he kicked it hard. The jar shattered into pieces. A rat spirit crawled out of it. Spare me, sir. I didn't kill these people. I just came to scavenge leftovers. Gu Cheng asked. After those demons raided the village, where did they go? And what else do you know? The rat spirit trembled and said, if I tell you, will you really spare me, sir? Gu Cheng nodded. If you cooperate, I'll consider it. The rat spirit said. They captured a large group of people and brought them to hold a bloodstone gathering at Chinxian Valley. There were 3 groups of demons, around 400 in total. Their leaders are Zijiang, a headless female ghost. And Lord Shui. When he finished speaking, Gu Qing slapped him on the head. The rat spirit died on the spot. Gu Qing wiped his hands with a handkerchief and muttered, I wasn't planning to kill you, but you're just too ugly. At that moment Mengshan asked, Brother Gu, what's your plan? Gu Qing replied, I know Zijiang. His strength is probably peak grade 6. The other two are likely similar. I suggest we gather our forces, pretend to host a banquet for them, then set up formations around and wipe them all out. Mengshan and Lon Kaidai nodded in agreement. Only Lin Jiandu snorted coldly. Gu Qing heard it too. If Lord Lian disagrees, I won't force you. Feel free to stay behind. At that moment, Ko Anda whispered, that guy has no manners at all. Even I, a mountain bandit, am more polite. Gu Qing said, it's fine. He'll get his later. Meanwhile, at Shinstan Valley, the demons tied the captives one by one to wooden stakes. Zijiang said, just start cutting them now. What are we waiting for? Lord Shui said in disgust, crude old zombie. Do you have to drool every time you see a corpse? Zijiang snapped, cut the nonsense. Let's eat, boys. The wanderers behind him cheered excitedly. Then the headless ghost woman stepped forward. Are you two done eating yet? These humans are too weak in yang energy. When are we getting real cultivators? Zijiang replied. The Quartz Jingye division has all fled. Now it's bandits ruling the land. I'd love a meal too, but can't get one. Lord Shui laughed. True. You've got no head anyway. Always hiding away sucking blood quietly. Don't provoke those people. Just then, a fire arrow flew out. It nailed itself onto Lord Shui's stone table. But that was just the start. A sky full of fire arrows rained down. Gu Qing stood at a distance and muttered, you really made me work to find you. Soon, Gu Qing and Lian Jiandu leapt onto the rooftops. Zijiang pounced at them first. Human cultivators bringing themselves to dinner. Lian Jiandu drew his sword and said, I'll handle that zombie. Then he lunged at Zijiang. Lian Jiandu struck him squarely on the forehead. But his skull was as hard as crystal iron. It didn't leave a scratch. Zijiang scoffed. That all you've got? Lian Jiandu got mad. Then try this one. With that, he was about to move in again. Behind him, Chen Dangue bit onto his accessory mockingly and said, with that kind of strength, you dare come after us? But before he could finish, his head was sliced off. Gu Qing said, be careful. At that moment, Lon Kaidai shouted, Brother Gu, come help your sister. I'm about to collapse. Gu Qing turned to Ko Anda behind him and said, I'm going to help. You all be careful. Young Master Shui scoffed. A mere 7th rank dares to come court death. At that moment, a fire trap was launched. It exploded just half a meter away from him. Gu Qing activated the blood kill bullet art. A 7th rank killing a 6th rank. You still not convinced? Young Master Shui said. Looks like a tough one has shown up. Wonder if your flesh tastes good. Gu Qing glanced at Lon Kaidai. Go help Mengshan deal with the headless female ghost. Leave this one to me. Blood energy surged from young Master Shui. Trying to run? Did you ask my permission? Gu Qing held his sword in front of him, unleashing the brilliant flame slash. Against the oncoming blood aura from Shui, it couldn't break through. The flames and blood energy clashed instantly. Moments later, both dissipated. Young Master Shui was shocked. How is this possible? A 7th rank actually blocked my attack. As he hesitated, Gu Qing charged forward with the blood abyss sword. Shui couldn't react in time, and Gu Qing stabbed straight through him. Gu Qing said coldly, you weren't so tough after all. Ghost Young Master roared in fury, blood light erupting around him. It formed into bloodbats, which lunged at Gu Qing. Gu Qing dodged with a flash step, then struck down Ghost Young Master with a single sword. Lon Kaidai asked, Brother Gu, are you alright? Gu Qing shook his head. Where are the others? Lon Kaidai smiled and said, Brother Lian killed Zijiang. Mengshan and I together killed the headless ghost woman. The rest of the little ghosts are all taken care of too. Mengshan said, good thing Brother Gu and Brother Lian are so strong. Otherwise these guys would have been tough to handle. Lon Kaidai asked, your abdomen? Mengshan shook his head. I'm fine. I just got sneak attacked by that ghost woman earlier. Gu Qing said, as long as you're fine, let's sweep the area again. Clean up the remaining ghosts near Chinxian Valley. Once it's done, we'll report back. Lin Jiandu snorted again. What a bother. Gu Qing gave him a meaningful glance, but said nothing. On a night with sparse stars and a bright moon, a bloodbat flew urgently through the sky. Eventually, it reached a mountain cave. Inside, there was singing and dancing. The bloodbat landed before the throne and cried out, Godfather, you must avenge me. The demon king on the throne frowned. What happened? The bloodbat continued to wail. My physical body was destroyed. 500 years of cultivation ruined in an instant. Zijiang and the others also died. It was that so-called chaotic dance Heavenly King's people. The demon king roared in fury. I haven't stepped out in ages. Guess it's time to stretch my legs. He waved his hand boldly. Children, open the ghost domain. Come with me to the mortal world to drink blood and eat flesh. In another mountain cave, Chen Dangue dragged a demon and said, all dealt with. Mengshan said, Brother Gu, we've pretty much wiped out this area. Time for us to pull out. Gu Qing nodded. Then let's head back. Koanda laughed. When I get back, I'm gonna enjoy 2 jars of daughter's red wine. At that moment, Chen Donggui's eyes lit up. A few figures appeared up ahead, blocking their path. Gu Qing smiled. Didn't clean up well? Huh? Looks like some got away. They were demons with chicken horns on their heads. The one leading held the banner of the Beishan County Lord. A demon ghost. Behind him stood a bull demon, and a ghost woman dressed like a village girl. The demon king seated in a palanquin spoke. My minions, have your fun. Gu Qing realized the situation was serious. Where'd this Beishan County Lord come from? You ever heard of him? Mengshan shook his head. No idea. In the 10,000 mountains of the southern barbarians, demons are countless. He's probably not someone simple. We should find a chance to retreat. Just then, the bull demon lowered the palanquin slowly. Inside, the bloodbat said, Foster father. It's them. I want them to suffer worse than death. Gu Qing was startled. So it's you bastard. Didn't think you were still alive. The demon king emanated power and rage. You despicable humans. Not content with living your own lives. You come to my territory to cause trouble. You're clearly tired of living. Minions, kill them all. Mengshan took out a command token and shouted. Everyone fall back to the center. He held the token to his chest. Heaven's dim light burns through the underworld. The demon king sneered coldly. That's a justice red token. The legacy of justice has long fractured. How do you even have that? But before he could react, golden light enveloped them. The demon king's eyes sharpened, spotting blood trickling from Mengshan's lips. Then he burst into laughter. So you're not a true heir of justice. That token can only restrain me for a quarter hour at most. Gu Qing asked gravely. Mengshan, are you alright? The demon in front rushed in and smashed Mengshan's face with a meteor hammer. Mengshan dodged aside and shouted, I can only hold off that king. The rest is up to you all. We'll fight as we retreat. Gu Qing said, I'll take the one with the spear. Mengshan and Sister Kaidai, take the guy with the ripping claws. Lien Jindu, you handle the one with the meteor hammer. But when he turned, Lien Jindu had already vanished. Gu Qing flared with anger. That damn coward. Lien Jindu was fleeing down the mountain as fast as he could. Who the hell wants to fight monsters like these? Mengshan was furious too. He ran away? I'll definitely report him to the Heavenly King. Blocking an attack, prepare to retreat. He kept thinking of how to break this stalemate. What should I do now? But for now, he stuck to fighting while falling back. Yet the demons at the rear kept chasing. Gu Qing was getting a headache. That guy must be at least 6th rank. But he acts like he's mindless. Gu Qing wanted to test him. The demon lunged with his spear. Gu Qing dodged swiftly, pulled out a talisman and slapped it on his face. Then shouted, explode. A violent blast followed immediately. Gu Qing took out the spirit-yoking pendant and absorbed the demon into it. As the demon entered the pendant, clarity returned to his eyes. He stared at Gu Qing, stunned, totally confused. Gu Qing said, looks like you've regained your senses. The demon ghost bowed and said, this subordinate, eunuch, greets the Lord. After being pulled into this space by you, Lord, the ghost seal placed by Guei Junsho vanished. Thank you for your grace in saving me, Gu Qing said loudly. Judging by your demeanor, you were probably in the military before your death. Gu Qing was once again found by that Guei Junsho. His intelligence was sealed with secret techniques, and he was made into a ghost craftsman. Only today did he finally gain freedom. Gu Qing asked again, so what exactly is this Guei Junsho's origin? Guei Junsho's real name is Li Rutong. He was the commandant of Nani Prefecture 300 years ago. Back then, he imposed heavy taxes and lived in debauchery. But because the imperial court was far away, he lived to over 100 years old before dying. Before his death, he had already started practicing ghost cultivation. After dying, he was buried with 1,000 evil spirits. The Yin energy was immense. Because of this, he established an underground ghost domain deep in North Mountain, and is now called the Commandant of North Mountain. Gu Qing pondered for a moment. Since you were by Li Rutong's side for so long, do you know his weakness? The eunuch replied, Li Rutong's ghost cultivation technique is incomplete. His heart's blood is still sealed inside a statue at a ruined temple, worshipped with incense by his descendants, to stabilize his soul. If we smash that statue in the temple, dig out the heart blood and burn it, his soul will be severely damaged. Gu Qing nodded. Then let's do that. But for now, return and pretend to serve under Guei Junsho again. We'll coordinate inside and out. At that moment, 2 beams of light flashed. It was Xiaoyu and Taoist Wuzong. Gu Qing said to the eunuch, take them with you. These 2 are my friends. They might be able to help you. Then he turned to Xiaoyu and the others and said, you 2 follow General Tai. This time, I'll make sure that big ghost and that rat Lien Jindu die together. Meanwhile outside, Mengshan and Lon Kaidai found Lien Jindu. Lon Kaidai shouted angrily, what was the meaning of what you did earlier, Lien Jindu? Were you trying to get us killed? Brother Gu lured the strongest ghost corpse away, and his life is now uncertain. You owe us an explanation. Mengshan also said angrily, I've used up years of my cultivation, just to save less than a third of the people. And you? You just ran away secretly? Lien Jindu sneered. That Guei Junsho might have reached grade 5. Should I have stayed and waited to die? At that moment, Gu Cheng walked over. Finally found you all. Koandu and Lon Kaidai immediately stepped up with concern. Gu Cheng simply smiled and said, I caught a little ghost, and learned Guei Junsho's weakness from it. We have a 70% chance of killing him. What do you all say? Lon Kaidai replied firmly. Let's do it. I left my life essence valley in there. I need to get something back. The next day, Gu Cheng led them to the temple worshipping Guei Junsho. A guard at This is a restricted area. Visitors must use the main hall entrance. Gu Cheng said, I'm looking for the descendants of Li Rudong from your temple. He invited us here. The guard glanced at Gu Cheng suspiciously, but still went in to report. Soon, the temple master was brought out by the guard. Outside, Koandu whispered, Well, turns out Li Rudong's descendant is the temple master of Yuhai Pass. At that moment, the temple master said, I was just in the middle of honoring my ancestors. May I ask who you people are? Gu Cheng looked at him. Your surname is Li. Could your ancestor be the renowned Li Rudong, the county lord? The gatekeeper was puzzled. Why does this young man know so much about my family's legacy? Gu Cheng suddenly shouted. Looks like we found the right place. Everyone, go in. A large group stormed in with momentum. The gatekeeper was shocked. Young man, what is the meaning of this? This is a forbidden zone, Gu Cheng said coldly. A forbidden zone, where you collude with ghost cultivators and keep outsiders out. That's what you call sacred ground? The gatekeeper was furious. I pledged loyalty to Lord Fong and to Lord Gao Jinda. You can't go in. Lien Jindu asked in surprise. You're really under Lord Gao. The gatekeeper quickly nodded. Exactly. I remember you now. You're Lord Lien, aren't you? Please save me. Lien Jindu turned to Gu Chen and said, We can't kill this man, and don't go into his forbidden zone. We'll find another way. Gu Chen scoffed. Another way? Lord Lien, a head can grow crooked, but once your rear is crooked, there's no cure. Koanda drew his sword in anger. For colluding with ghost cultivators and bringing harm to innocents. Lien Jindu wanted to intervene, but Mengshan blocked his path. Lord Lien, I advise you not to cause trouble, or you'll regret it. Lien Jindu gritted his teeth. You all just wait. Mengshan took out a jar. I smashed Li Rudong's stone statue, and this is the heart blood I retrieved from inside. 300 years, and it hasn't changed a bit. Gu Cheng took the jar and looked at Chen Dangue. Chen Dangue instantly understood. Gu Cheng smashed the jar on the ground. Chen Dangue brought over 2 dogs. As the blood spilled onto the floor, the dogs lunged forward to lap it up. Gu Cheng sneered. Li Rutong, now you get a taste of the pain you caused others. Meanwhile, Li Rutong shouted loudly. Where are the 3 ghost generals? You let the enemy leaders escape. Now go and bring them back. You hear me? The ghost generals all acknowledged the order. But suddenly Li Rutong clutched his chest in pain. What's happening? My blood. Who touched my heart blood? Moments later, he spat out a mouthful of ghost energy and slumped down, looking weak. It must be those bastards that destroyed my statue. Just then, a panicked voice called out. Lord Governor, the underground palace door has been opened. Li Rutong growled. Looks like they found us. Everyone, retreat with me. 3 ghost generals. Block them. At the entrance. Gu Cheng said, We've finally found his lair. Lien Jiandu was holding the bloodbat by the neck. So it's you, brat. Tell me where the ghost army chief's treasure is hidden. The bloodbat trembled and said, Please spare me, sir. I'll take you there. Mengshan said, He's probably trying to steal some treasure to present to Lord Fong. Gu Cheng shook his head. No rush. With so many people watching, it's not clear who will get the credit. Suddenly, Li Rutong leapt out. Mengshan muttered in disbelief. He's really coming out? But that guy Lien Jiandu ran off again. Gu Cheng said, I'll keep stalling the spear wielder. You all handle the other 2. Then he charged toward the eunuch-looking one. Lon Kaidai turned to Chen Dangue and said, Brother Gu went after the strongest one. Let's deal with these 2 as quickly as we can. Elsewhere in a hidden spot, Taoist Wuzong asked, Kid, you said the Holy One told us to hide along this path. Are you sure that guy named Lien will show up? Xiaoi nodded confidently. Of course, Brother Gu never misjudges. You're not scared, are you? Taoist Wuzong replied seriously. I'm not afraid of that guy. It's just this place is so creepy. I'm kinda afraid of ghosts. Xiaoi was speechless. Aren't you a ghost yourself? At that moment, Lien Jindu and the bloodbat really did approach. Lien Jindu spotted them immediately. Daring to ambush me? He drew his sword and shouted, Where did these stray ghosts come from? Daring to act up in front of me. Xiaoi rushed up. Hold him off first. The others should be arriving any second. Lien Jindu slashed sword energy. Right at Xiaoi. Xiaoi and Taoist Wuzong were knocked backward repeatedly. Lien Jindu sneered. So according to you, you've got backup? At that moment, a figure stepped out. Lien Jindu glanced at him. It's him. Just one guy. Then Gu Cheng also appeared. Sorry, Lord Lien. I'm here too. Lien Jindu pointed at him and roared. Gu Cheng, you dare collude with demons? Today I'll kill you. and offer your head to Lord Fawn. He lunged toward Gu Chung. The eunuch stepped in, blocking Lien Jiandu from Gu. Lien Jiandu shouted, "I've suspected you all along, but I didn't think you'd stoop so low. As to ally with Guei Juanshou's men, I underestimated you." He charged again. The two quickly became entangled in battle. Gu Qing drew his blood abyss sword, ready to play the sneaky card. As soon as Lien Jiandu revealed an opening, Gu Qing sliced off his arm in one stroke. Lien Jiandu growled, "Gu Chung, you think I can't wield a sword without one arm?" He raised his left hand and launched the Shame Slash and Moon Sever technique at Gu Chung. Gu Chung met it head-on. Their swords clashed in midair. Moments later, plot armor kicked in. Lien Jiandu, predictably, met his end. Gu Chung said, "Loot Guei Juanshou's underground palace. Take anything valuable. I'm going back to help them kill Li Rutong." Soon, Gu Chung caught up with them. Gu Chung asked, "What's the situation now?" Meng Shan replied, "We took care of all those guys together. How about your side?" Gu Chung said, "I used my trump card. Finally dealt with that ghost general. But it cost me a lot." Meng Shan chuckled. "Good. While Guei Juanshou's still wounded and hasn't fled far, let's chase him down." In the depths of North Mountain, a gravely wounded Li Rutong sat in a carriage, urging them to go faster. A demon ghost said, "Don't worry, Commandante. They haven't caught up." Li Rutong clutched his chest and exhaled slowly. "That's once I recover, I'll turn all of them into my ghost generals." Just then, a sword came flying through the air. With a clang, it pierced the top of the sedan. Gu Chung said with a grin, "Lord Commandant, the ghost general has arrived, uninvited." Li Rutong stepped out of the carriage, glaring viciously at Gu Chung in the tree. "You think you alone can kill me? You're not even qualified." From behind, Meng Shan shouted, "Justice's obsession. Heavenly might trembles. Zhao Zhu enshrouds the underworld." In an instant, a golden light trapped him. Long Kai-Dai added, "Not sure if the three of us together will suffice." Li Rutong was immobilized by Justice's obsession. Gu Chung seized the moment and slashed Li Rutong with his sword. "Attack together now." Gu Chung unleashed his bloodburst art and charged in again. Meng Shan performed soul out of body. Long Kai-Dai all at once released all her venomous insects. Three forces collided and exploded on Li Rutong's body. Explosions echoed nonstop. Moments later, the smoke slowly cleared. Meng Shan looked at where Li Rutong had been and scoffed. So he was just a flashy dud. Gu Chung turned to Long Kai-Dai. "That old ghost is finally dead. Miss Lon, please take people to search his underground palace." Long Kai-Dai nodded. "No problem. I just worry that scoundrel Lien Jiandu already looted all the good stuff." Meng Shan reassured her. "It's all right. We'll just report him to the Heavenly King when we return." Inside the Heavenly King's medical hall, Meng Shan said, "Reporting to the Heavenly King. Guei Juanshou is dead, and we brought back some loot." Gao Jinda asked, "Where's Lien Jiandu? Where did he go?" Meng Shan replied coldly, "Lien Jiandu left us behind to loot the dungeon alone, and then disappeared." Gao Jinda frowned. "He didn't return, and you say you don't know where he went." Gu Chung said, "Lord Gao, if you're suspicious, you shouldn't accuse people recklessly." Gao Jinda was furious. "Gu Qing, watch your mouth." At that moment, Fang Zhihai slammed his fist on the armrest. "Enough from all of you. Yu Haijinren, perform a divination for Lien Jin." Yin Haijinren bowed and accepted the order. He then started his calculation on the spot. Moments later, Yu Haijinren opened his eyes in shock, then bowed to Gao Jin. "Lord Gao, my condolences. Lien Jiandu is no longer among the living." Gao Jinda stood up abruptly. "What did you say?" He then glared bloodshot at Gu Chung. Fang Zhihai spoke up. "Lien Jiandu is dead. Brother, my condolences. Now that one of the 8 Vidra positions is vacant, do you have someone to recommend?" Gao Jinda said loudly, "Heavenly King, Lien Jiandu just died. And you're already rushing to replace him? Isn't that too cold-hearted?" Fang Zhihai glanced at him. "But you know how important the 8 Vidra are. My decision is made. No need to say more, brother." At that moment, Meng Shan stepped forward and bowed. "I recommend Gu Chung. He has remained steadfast in danger, quelling the demon unrest and slaying Guei Juanshou. His merit is great." Long Kai-Dai followed up. "Heavenly King, I also support Gu Chung." At this, Gao Jinda jumped out. "I object. Heavenly King, promoting a newcomer to the 8 Vidra is too hasty." Gu Chung responded, "Heavenly King, I am still inexperienced and lacking in ability. I dare not overstep." Fang Zhihai paused, then declared sternly, "The court favors seniority too much. That leaves no future for the young. In my chaotic dance army, if you have strength, you get the position you deserve." Then he waved his hand forcefully. "Starting today, Gu Qing is one of the 8 Vidra under my command." Upon hearing this, Gao Jinda's face turned completely dark. He gritted his teeth and said, "Heavenly King, I'm not feeling well. I'll be leaving for now." At that moment, old Huang Jiaofu laughed out loud. That look on Gao Jinda's face, like he just ate something disgusting. Soon, Gu Qing returned to his residence. Xiao held a yellow-covered book and said, "Brother Gu, we found this in Guei Juanshou's palace. This Yellow Book of the Awakening Candle Dragon seems pretty significant. Just then, someone knocked on Gu Cheng's door. Gu Cheng was startled at first, then said, "Come in." Meng Shan spoke. Meng Shan shook his head, then said, "Brother Gu, what do you think of the Heavenly King?" Gu Cheng said, "He treats people fairly. He has courage." Meng Shan was skeptical. "Do you really think that, Brother Gu?" Gu Cheng laughed it off and nodded. Meng Shan sighed. "But I feel that the chaotic dance army is just a band of mountain bandits. No future ahead." Gu Cheng said sternly, "And you dare say this to me? Not afraid I'll report you to the Heavenly King?" Meng Shan seemed a bit drunk. He chuckled and said, "You're someone who stood up to the imperial court for your comrades. You wouldn't do something so petty." Gu Cheng sighed. "Then I've judged a gentleman by a petty man's mind." Just then, another knock came at the door. Lon Katie's voice came from outside. "Lord Gu, the Heavenly King summons you." Gu Cheng was puzzled. Why would Fang Zhihai summon me? And so, accompanied by Meng Shan and Lon Kaidai, Gu Cheng went to meet Fang Zhihai. Once everyone arrived, Fang Zhihai slowly spoke. "Everyone's finally here." Yanhai Jinren bowed and asked, "Heavenly King, what's the urgent matter?" "Everyone. The chaotic dance army is out of funds. Any ideas to raise silver quickly?" Fa Jian asked in confusion. "Out of money." Gu Cheng stepped forward. "I might have an idea. Liu Yong, who runs the martial factions in South Army. We can collect taxes from them." Fang Zhihai asked, "Won't that provoke hostility and resistance from the South Army's martial factions?" Gu Cheng nodded. "That's inevitable, but it's the fastest way to raise silver." Fang Zhihai thought for a moment. "Very well, Gu Cheng, I entrust this task to you." Fa Jian stepped. "Hold on, Heavenly King." He laughed darkly and said, "I'd like to accompany Brother Gu to show support." Gu Cheng gave him a look. "You old monk, just looking to take a slice, huh?" Fang Zhihai thought to himself. Fa Jian was sent by Gao Jianda to monitor Gu Cheng. Still, he asked Gu Cheng for his opinion. Gu Cheng replied, "I have no objection." Fang Zhihai nodded in approval. "Then Fa Jian will go with you." Meeting adjourned. Fa Jian patted Gu Cheng's shoulder and smiled. "Brother Gu, please don't mind me too much." Gu Cheng said, "I serve only the Heavenly King. No one else. I don't care for the rest." The next day, at the council hall, Gu Cheng, in the name of the chaotic dance Heavenly King, summoned leaders of all martial factions of South Army. Fa Jian said, "Starting today, all South Army martial sects must pay 30% taxes to the chaotic dance army." As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted in outrage. Everyone felt that a 30% tax was a bit much. Level 4 sect master Su Xuanji was the first to jump out. "Why should we? Even the imperial court doesn't levy such heavy taxes." Fa Jian said angrily, "Because the Southern First Army is now under my Chaos Army's control." Wang Ming said aloud, "Isn't 30% tax a bit too much?" Fa Jian's tone left no room for doubt. 30% means 30. I'll send someone to audit the accounts every month. Don't think you can hide anything from me." Hearing this, Gu Cheng became more alert. This old monk is hinting they'll need to bribe him. Just then, Fa Jian stood up. "Brother Gu, do you have any more medicine?" Gu Cheng shook his head. "None left. Wait till I get out of here." Su Xuanji interjected. "Brother Gu, the way Lord Fang acts really chills people's hearts." Gu Cheng replied. This time, Fa Jian is in charge, backing him. "I can't afford to offend him either. I'd like to help you, but I'm truly powerless." At that moment, a guard reported in. "Lord Gu, urgent military report." Gu Cheng said loudly. "What happened?" "A rebel unit from the Taikong army captured our people. Lord Fang has already led troops there." Gu Cheng said grimly. "Lead the way." Over in Lifeng town, Fang Zhihai was leisurely on his way. At this moment, Gu Cheng caught up. But before he could say anything, a monk walked out ahead. "Lord Fang, long time no see. That old scammer is waiting inside for you." Soon, Fang Zhihai entered the estate. "Zhang Laodao, a murder must be repaid with death. A debt with money. Hand over the person." Zhang Laodao, without even looking at him. "Aren't you going to ask why I took your man?" Fang Zhihai said sternly. "So you're not handing him over? Then don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Laodao shouted angrily. "Fine. I was just itching to try Lord Fang's Heaven Waste 9-section strike." An old Taoist jumped out. "We're all on the same side. Don't kill each other. That would only benefit the imperial court." Jin Ding Taoyuo said. "You Central Plains folk are just too troublesome. Why not just fight a few rounds?" The old Taoist was displeased. "Fighting to the death over something like this? How improper." Jin Ding Taoyuo suggested. "Let the subordinates fight. Best of 3, how about it?" Fang Zhihai said angrily. "Agreed. Ankang Hu, go kill him." Ankang Hu pulled out a mace and shouted. "Who's coming to die?" Zhang Laodao said to the disciple behind him. "Linger, go easy on him." The one called Linger nodded. "Understood. I'll be careful." She then used the Taihao demon art. Her body instantly melted, turning into a puddle of black water. Ankang Hu was surprised, but still smashed down with his mace. Suddenly, the black water formed into a human shape and appeared behind him. Ankang Hu turned around and smashed again, crushing her skull instantly. The black water surged out continuously, and accidentally splashed onto Ankong Hu. It instantly turned into ghostly silken threads, binding Ankong Hu's limbs. Lingo cast another spell.
You lost. Ankong Tiger God stepped up to Fang Zhenhai. Heavenly King, I've brought shame to you. Fang Zhenhai said sternly. Enough. Gucheng, you're up next. Gucheng stepped forward and saluted. I am one of the newly promoted 8 Vajras. Elder Zhang laughed. Looks like the Heavenly King is really short on men. Even this kind of trash can be one of the 8 Vajras? Fang Zhenhai shouted angrily. Cut the crap. Are you fighting or not? At this moment, Zhang Qi jumped out. What was your name again? Anyway, just don't die too easily. With that, he used the Taihao demon arts. White Bone Soul Blade and kicked it at Gucheng. Gucheng drew the Blood Abyss sword and used Bloodbane. With one slash, he shattered the incoming white bones. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth. How is this possible? Then he used the Taihao demon arts resonance spell. Gucheng held his sword horizontally. He let out a low roar. Awaken, Candle Dragon. A fire dragon instantly swept toward the flying demon energy. In an instant, it burned Zhang Qi's hand. Gucheng seized the opportunity, and leapt forward as Zhang Qi was distracted. Suddenly, a blood mist exploded. Elder Zhang tried to stop it but was too late. A mere illegitimate child dares to kill in front of me? Gucheng calmly said, My apologies. It's fine. You guys, keep going. Elder Zhang shouted angrily. Fang Zhenhai, dare you let your man fight Lin Fushi? Fang Zhenhai smiled. Why not? Then he said to Gucheng behind him. Go easy on him. Don't kill anyone again. Gucheng looked a bit speechless. Soon, Lin Fushi walked out. He waved his hand, and smoke appeared out of nowhere. Moments later, 3 shirtless Zhejiangs jumped out from somewhere. The moment they appeared, 52. A split second, a split second, a split second, a split second. Glitch, stuttering repeat. 54. Repeated sequence. Same scene. Lin Fushi emerged again, waved his hand, smoke arose, and 3 shirtless Zhejiangs launched a triangular pincer attack on Gucheng. Caught off guard, one Zhejiang grabbed the Blood Abyss sword. Without hesitation, Gucheng used Bloodbane to blast them away. Then he slowly equipped the Black Zhang arm. He flashed forward and grabbed one Zhejiang by the neck. With a crack, he snapped the neck. At this moment, Lin Fushi shouted, Stop it, don't hurt my treasure. Gucheng ignored him. He lifted Zhejiang and threw him at Lin Fushi. Lin Fushi was unsurprisingly knocked to the ground. Fang Zhenhai laughed. You lost, Elder Zhang. Now teach my men properly. Elder Zhang snorted and turned to leave. Once back at the Hall of Righteous Warriors, Fang Zhenhai angrily said, Gucheng, how dare you disobey my direct order? I told you not to use lethal force. Why did you still cripple Lin Fushi? Gucheng bowed and said, Forgive me, Heavenly King. I used heavy force so we could gain an advantage when we attack Zhang Xian. The crowd exchanged glances. Attack Zhang Xian? Fang Zhenhai shouted, When did I ever say that? Heavenly King. The court is powerful. If they attack South County, how will we resist? We must first stabilize within. The entire southern 9 counties need only one king, you. Unite them before the court arrives. Then rally all forces to resist the court. Fang Zhenhai stared at Gucheng for a while. Then finally said solemnly, Why are you telling me all this? Gucheng continued to bluff. I only hope that one day, the Heavenly King will reign over the world. I too can reclaim everything I lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned by Ji Yu Cheng's bold declaration. Fang Zhenhai was especially fired up. He waved his hand and shouted, I have decided, attack Zhang Xian at once. Gao Jiande immediately jumped out. Your Highness, are you really going after Zhang Xian? He already agreed to teach us. If we attack now, won't it make us look treacherous? Fang Zhenhai's eyes gleamed. Stabilize the inside before handling the outside. Now is the best time to deal with Zhang Xian. Gao Jiande, seeing Fang Zhenhai unmoved, turned angrily to Ji Yu Cheng. It's all your fault, tricking His Highness into attacking Zhang Xian. I've long suspected you're a spy sent by the imperial court. Ji Yu Cheng acted innocent upon hearing that. Lord Gao, you're mistaken. How could I possibly sway His Highness so easily? Fang Zhenhai stood and shouted. Enough. My mind is made up. We attack Zhang Xian at once. Start drafting the battle plan. Ankong Tiger Guard will lead the charge. Master Yunhai will support from the flank. Huang Laojiao and Ji Yucheng take 3 battalions via water route. Attack Tiangong Island immediately. Meanwhile in Night City, Zhang Laoyao was completely surrounded by Fang Zhenhai's men. He stood on a high platform and shouted, Fang Zhenhai, what are you doing? I've already handed over the person. What more do you want? Below the city, Fang Zhenhai sneered. Zhang Xian, surrender now. And I might spare your life. You want to take me on? Do you even know your own strength? Watch your mouth, or you'll lose some teeth. Fang Zhenhai no longer bothered with words. He ordered the attack at once. Then he led the charge himself. Zhang Laoyao cast a summoning spell from the platform. With a flick of his duster, countless soldiers materialized out of thin air. The two sides were getting closer. Zhang Laoyao leapt from the wall. Fang Zhenhai lunged at him. He unleashed his 9-joint sky technique. Over at the Ku Blue River, Ji Yucheng led 3 battalions along the water route. Huang Laojiao laughed and said, Brother Ji Yu, best not to stare at this place too long. Ji Yucheng asked curiously, why not? The river may seem calm, but it's strange. Legend says a fleet passed by here, and mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Even those skilled in swimming drowned before reaching the stone stream. If you want to live long on this river, you better keep your curiosity in check. Ji Yucheng said, if one lacks curiosity, how could cultivation reach such heights? Risk and opportunity go hand in hand, no? Huang Laojiao sighed. Seems I've gotten old. One day, once I get a decent post under His Highness, I'll retire from battle and settle down. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Huang Laojiao made a quick gesture and said, Brother Ji Yu, have your men fall back. I'll handle things on the water. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed into the boats. A Taoist was performing spells up ahead. The once calm water was now in chaos. Waves surged repeatedly against the ships. Lu Jiaolon shouted, Huang Laojiao, what is the meaning of this? Attacking my Tiangong Island without permission? I'll report this to the Celestial Master. Huang Laojiao leapt from the boat. Sure you can. But by then, you'll be in the underworld. But don't worry. I'll send you to him personally. With that, he formed a wave in his hand, and struck at Lu Jiaolon. Lu Jiaolon tossed a handful of talismans, forming hand seals and chanting. A barrier instantly formed, blocking Huang Laojiao's attack. It blocked Huang Laojiao's attack. At this moment, Ji Yucheng, the cunning one, jumped out, and shot an arrow straight at his forehead. Lu Jiaolon quickly retreated a few steps. At the same time, he scattered a handful of talisman papers. Old Huang Jiaozhen stood firm, opened his mouth wide and kept inhaling, until his belly nearly burst. He then spewed it all at Lu Jiaolon. Lu Jiaolon had been careless just now. He didn't dodge, and took the full hit of a major attack. Blood spewed from his mouth instantly. Then he turned and used flash escape to flee. In the canyon, the unspoken rule was, if one uses flash escape, they shouldn't be killed. But Ji Yucheng never followed the rules. He drew the demonic sword Yela, and fired it at Lu Jiaolon. It only wrapped around his abdomen, as if the moment Lu Jiaolon moved even slightly, the sword would drain his essence and blood without hesitation. Lu Jiaolon collapsed weakly to the ground. Spare me, I'm willing to pledge loyalty to King Fang. I'm connected to Gao Jiande of the 8 Vajras. Ji Yucheng chuckled darkly. You know Gao Jiande? Lu Jiaolon nodded quickly. Yes I do. And I have close ties with him. Ji Yucheng stared at him. If you want to live, it's simple. Just write a letter for me. But write it in your own voice. The letter is addressed to Gao Jiande. The content says he wrote to you, plotting with Zhang Xian to overthrow Fang Zhenhai, and crown himself as king. Lu Jiaolon stared at Ji Yucheng in horror. Who exactly are you? You're with the imperial court, aren't you? Ji Yucheng was surprised. You're pretty sharp. Lu Jiaolon chuckled. Letter enough to incite civil war in the Chaos Army? Who else would want that but the court? Ji Yucheng stared at him. So will you write it or not? Lu Jiaolon quickly pulled out paper and pen. Of course I'll write it. It's not me who'll die, it's Gao Jiande. Then he wrote the letter swiftly like a flowing dragon. Now can you remove this thing? Ji Yu Cheng took the letter and glanced at it. I want to be trustworthy too. But I don't trust you. As he spoke, the yellow sword suddenly drained all his blood essence. In moments, only a skin husk remained and slammed to the ground. Soon after, Ji Yu Cheng found old Huang Zhao. Ji Yu Cheng pulled out the letter from earlier. That man is dead, but before dying, he offered this letter to beg for his life. This letter involves something serious. See what should be done with it. Old Huang Zhao took it and glanced over. He spoke with a solemn tone. This letter must be taken to the Heavenly King. Let him decide. That night in the city, Ji Yu Cheng and old Huang Zhao found Fang Zhenhai. Fang Zhenhai said, "Back so soon, both of you? Do you bring good news?" Ji Yu Cheng nodded. "Better than good. Tiangong Island has fallen. Lu Jiaolon is dead." At that moment, old Huang Zhao took out the letter. "Heavenly King, we have something for you to see." Fang Zhenhai glanced and roared. "This letter? Lu Jiaolon really gave it to you?" Ji Yu Cheng bowed. "Absolutely true. Lu Jiaolon, greedy for life and afraid of death, tried to trade this letter for mercy." Fang Zhenhai asked loudly, "Where is Lu Jiaolon now? I feared he might say something reckless, so I killed him." Fang Zhenhai sighed. "So that means, only the two of you know of this for now." Old Huang Zhao said, "Rest assured, Heavenly King. We know what to say, and what not to." Fang Zhenhai pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, "I was the one who conquered the Southern First Army. It was I who defeated the Northern Zan Army. If not for me and Fang Zhenhai, how would the Chaos Martial Army even exist? And to think I still called him Big Brother all these years. Unbelievable." Ji Yu Cheng spoke up. "Your Highness, please calm down. A single letter alone is not proof. What if Lu Jiaolon forged it to drive a wedge between us? We've just taken over South Army 1. Moving against him now would be reckless." Fang Zhenhai shouted angrily, "If we don't act now, we might not get the chance later. You always have good ideas. Tell me, how do we deal with Gao Jiande?" Ji Yu Cheng replied, "Your Highness could invite Gao Jiande to a banquet tomorrow. Offer him a toast, and subtly suggest he hand over his command. If he drinks the wine and gives up command, then he remains your elder brother. But if he refuses..." Fang Zhenhai nodded. "So be it. I'll give him one last chance. You're dismissed. Be ready at a moment's notice." The next morning, Fang Zhenhai had already prepared the banquet early. Gao Jiande entered and asked, "Why did your Highness summon me?" Fang Zhenhai replied calmly, "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to catch up with my brother. From mere bandits to where we are now, it hasn't been easy." Gao Jiande sighed and said, "True enough. We used to be just one of many rebel groups in South 9 prefectures. And the least remarkable at that. Who would have thought we'd make the biggest waves?" Fang Zhenhai slowly set down his wine cup. "I intend to reform the military. Model it after the Imperial Army, with each battalion independent. Brother, will you help me one last time?" He gently pushed the wine cup toward Gao Jiande. Gao Jiande picked it up and said, "Your Highness, I can't drink this cup of wine. And I can't help you with this. I can't hand over my men. I don't feel at ease." Fang Zhenhai said darkly, "You don't even trust me?" Gao Jiande shook his head. "I used to, but now." He then stood and clasped his hands. "I support your reforms, but my men stay with me." And with that, he left without another word. Fang Zhenhai was now completely enraged. The wine cup in his hand shattered with a crack. Soon, Fang Zhenhai gathered Ji Yu Cheng and the others. "I've called you here tonight for one reason only. Gao Jiande intends to rebel. I'm planning to eliminate him." Master Yunhai interjected, "Your Highness, this matter requires careful consideration. Gao Jiande is your sworn brother, after all." Fang Zhenhai leapt up in anger. "If he truly saw me as a brother, he wouldn't conspire with outsiders to overthrow me." Ji Yu Cheng and Huang Laojiao exchanged glances. Master Yunhai opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Fang Zhenhai ordered, "Huang Laojiao, you'll handle Fa's sword. If he resists, kill him." I'll take care of Gao Jiande myself. But I'll need both of you to assist me. Master Yunhai and Ji Yu Cheng bowed in agreement. Meanwhile, with Gao Jiande, Yang Xin said, now that the king wants to reform the army, what do you plan to do? You saved my life, sir. I only follow you. Gao Jiande smiled. Yang Xin, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Perhaps His Highness was misled by slanderers. Once some time passes, but before he could finish, a servant rushed in to report. Sir, bad news. But the sentence was cut off with no follow-up. Ji Yu Cheng kicked open the door. Gao Jiande also saw the corpse of that nobleman. He stood there, stunned and confused. Moments later, he shouted angrily, Heavenly King, what is the meaning of this? Just because I refused to hand over military authority, you would attack me? His anger only grew as he spoke. I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful traitor. Fang Zhenhai pointed at him furiously. You treacherous ingrate, have you said enough? Do you know Lu Jiaolan under Zhang Xian? Gao Jiande nodded. I know him. But what's the problem? Fang Zhenhai's rage erupted fully now. Then that confirms it. Brother, this is the last time I'll call you brother. You were the one who crossed my bottom line. Don't blame me on the road to the afterlife. With that, he activated the 9 tribulations of the heavenly demon and charged straight at Gao Jiande. Seeing the incoming fist, Gao Jad's heart turned cold. He gathered energy in his hands to meet it. Their fists clashed in midair. The overflow of energy pushed Ji Yu Cheng's barrier back. Violent energy surged around Gao Jiande. By now, he had completely lost faith in Fang Zhenhai. If you're determined to eliminate me, then even if I die, I'll strip a layer of your skin off first. Fang Zhenhai unleashed the 9 cuts of the heavenly demon. A sword of solidified energy formed in his hand. This time, he truly intended to kill. Gao Jiande sneered. Don't forget, when you practiced demonic arts as a human, it was me who fed you porridge. I know the 9 segments of the heavenly demon better than you. Fang Zhenhai stared at him. Do you really understand it better than me? Then he struck a heavy blow directly at Gao Jad's chest. Gao Jiande was shocked. Something felt off. Fang Zhenhai raised his sword to the sky. 9 segments of the heavenly demon. Tribulation thunder. At this moment, Yang Xin stepped in front of Gao Jiande with a spear. Ji Yu Cheng drew his blade and charged. Your opponent is me. Yang Xin's spear moved like a dragon. With one thrust, it felt like 10,000 spears followed. Luckily, Ji Yu Cheng's movement was slick. He dodged easily. Yang Xin straightened up. This kid's getting out of hand. Ji Yu Cheng activated Bloodbane. His inner aura surged rapidly. Then he rushed at Yang Xin. Yang Xin blocked with the butt of his spear, but it was cleaved in 2 instantly. He quickly pulled back for distance. Ji Yu Cheng missed with 1 strike, then shamelessly activated his cheat. He equipped the Black Zhong arm. With Yang Xin's weapon broken, he could only engage in hand-to-hand combat. But Ji Yu Cheng with cheats activated, how could a minor character like him stand a chance? With a splat, the Black Zhong arm pierced his chest. Ji Yu Cheng had killed his subordinate. Gao Jad's eyes nearly burst. He wanted to help but couldn't break free. Yang Xin spat out a mouthful of blood. He said painfully, word by word, My lord, run. Gao Jiande could only rage helplessly. Murderous intent surged in his aura. But the next moment, he turned and leapt onto the roof. Then jumped out of the courtyard. Unfortunately, Master Yunhai had long been waiting there. Master Yunhai chanted something under his breath. A wind sphere dragon erupted from the ground, trapping Gao Jiande as he tried to escape. At this moment, Fang Zhenhai and Ji Yu Cheng walked over casually. Gao Jiande roared, Fang Zhenhai, if you kill me today, you sever your own foundation. Even a sworn brother you dare kill. Who would ever trust you again? Ji Yu Cheng looked at Gao Jiande expressionlessly. He said with disdain in his tone, Lord Gao, no need for such alarmist words. Gao Jiande grew even more furious at this. You shameless wretch, Fang Zhenhai, you've misjudged him and used a traitor. The Chaos Army is doomed in your hands. Fang Zhenhai shouted angrily. At a time like this, you're still trying to sow discord between me and my men? So be it. The moment you tried to overthrow the Chaos Martial Army, Our brotherhood was cut clean. With that, he drew his blade and struck. Even in death, Gao Jiande couldn't believe Fang Zhenhai would really kill him. They were sworn brothers after all. But it really happened. Fang Zhenhai showed no mercy. To him now, power had surpassed all else. Anyone who tried to seize power would have to die. Even a sworn brother was no exception. Fang Zhenhai slowly closed his eyes with his hand and let out a heavy sigh. If I hadn't killed you, I would have shaken the foundation of the Chaos Martial Army. Don't blame me. Inside the room, Fagn also heard the commotion outside. He shouted angrily at Huang Laojiao. Why are you stopping me? What's happening out there? Huang Laojiao didn't respond, but instead asked an odd question. Fagn, monk, do you like to gamble? After Fagn nodded, Huang Laojiao continued, I came here to tell you one thing. You bet wrong. You chose the wrong side. Fagn growled. The Heavenly King sent you? Huang Laojiao gave him a meaningful look, then nodded. Fagn said in a low voice. What if I insist on going out? Huang Laojiao dropped the pretense. Then try it. It's raining out there, you know. Even the heavens are on my side. Listening to the sound of rain, Fagn grew apprehensive inside. This Huang Laojiao, his water dragon art. In this weather, I'm no match for him. What about Lord Gao? Forgive me, I can't help him. Meanwhile, Fang Zhenhai said in a deep voice. Now that Gao Jiande is dead, you two are my most trusted aides. I hope you won't disappoint me. When the Chaos Martial Army conquers the world, whatever you desire, I shall grant you. The two men nodded firmly. Only then did Fang Zhenhai wave his hand. The remaining rebels, you two take care of them tonight. Anyone who resists, kill without mercy. With that, he turned and left. At this moment, Master Yunhai's heart was in total turmoil. He had pledged loyalty to Fang Zhenhai, hoping to achieve great things. But he didn't expect this man to be so ruthless. Fang Zhenhai turned to them and said, You two, bury Gao Jiande and Yang Xin together. The two dared not disobey, and dragged Gao Jad's body away. A few hours later, Fang Zhenhai summoned everyone to the Hall of Records. Looking at the murmuring crowd, Fang Zhenhai grew impatient. Silence. Gao Jiande attempted to overthrow the Chaos Martial Army, and was executed by my own hand. Some were stunned in disbelief. Others laughed with joy. Fang Zhenhai cleared his throat and continued. Gao Jiande is dead, but the Chaos Martial Army lives on. The 8 Diamond Generals lineup must be rearranged. From now on, Master Yunhai shall be first among the 8 diamonds. Ji Yu Cheng will be second. You two will take charge of Guangling City's defenses. Huang Laojiao retains his current rank, but his river pirates shall be formed into a navy battalion, with him as the commander. Ankong Tiger ranks 4th, Taoist Mengshan ranks 5th, Lan Katie ranks 6th. As for you from the Dharma realm, let's put you at 7th. He added silently in his heart. I hope you're truly loyal to me. He stood up proudly and said, From now on, the structure of our Chaos Army is settled. Anyone got objections? Gucheng cupped his hands. Heavenly King, now that we've defeated Zhang Xian and cleaned up internal unrest, why not seize this opportunity to unite with other forces and form an allied army to resist the imperial court together? Fang Zhenhai stroked his beard. That's actually a pretty good idea. Master Yunhai voiced his concern. What if the other forces refuse? Gucheng chuckled. You're overthinking, Master. Of course they'll refuse. But so what if they do? Zhang Xian is what they'll become. Fang Zhenhai said firmly. Exactly. They don't have the right to choose. Gucheng, I'm putting you in charge of this. Don't disappoint me. Gucheng quickly saluted in response. After leaving the council hall, Master Yunhai caught up with him. Lord Gu, there are some things I wish to speak with you about. Gucheng turned and asked, What is it, Master? I'm all ears. Master Yunhai asked solemnly, Who do you really serve? Gucheng smiled calmly. What are you implying, Master? Surely you realize that the Chaos Army looks strong, but it's full of cracks. By proposing this plan, you're setting the Heavenly King up to be everyone's target. Gucheng still smiled indifferently. You're mistaken, master. All those who achieve great things are enemies to the world at some point. Master Yunhai clenched his teeth. He wanted to speak his thoughts aloud. That the Heavenly King has lost his clarity. But he couldn't say it. He feared offending Gucheng would lead to his doom. Just like what happened to Gao Jiande. Gucheng noticed his silence. If you felt this plan was flawed, why didn't you oppose it earlier? Master Yunhai still didn't answer. He sighed and turned to leave. Gucheng returned to his quarters. At that moment, he felt a little dazed. When is Chu Ernang going to act? Did she forget about me already? Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil. Just as he thought of her. She jumped out instantly. Gucheng was startled. Can't you at least warn me? Before showing up like that? Stop being so sudden all the time. Chu Ernang laughed. Didn't expect this, Gucheng. In just a few months, you've risen to become the second ranked among the 8 Vajras. Gucheng sighed. If you hadn't shown up soon, I'd be the leader of the Vajras by now. Can we talk about your plan now? Chu Ernang stared at Gucheng. The Imperial Army can't be mobilized. The plan has changed. I've prepared a new one. We'll infiltrate Guanglan City, and in one strike, eliminate all the top fighters under Sha Fang and Zheng Hai. Gucheng asked, confused. An assassination? Chu Ernang shook her head. Striking the vital point sounds more accurate. But assassination works too. When do you think we should make the move? Gucheng asked. How many did you bring? Which court experts will be joining us? Chu Ernang said, I've already told you about the force behind me. We're cooperating with the court. The one in charge is a prince with real power. By then, the divine martial guards, Ling Xiao, Shen Yu, and Song Zhenqing, will come personally. Along with over 100 elite soldiers. Gucheng said, a month from now, Fang Zhengai will host a rebel alliance. I'll be in charge of city defense. By then I can help your people enter Guanglan City, as long as we strike together and eliminate Sha Fang and Zheng Hai. Everything else will be manageable. Chu Ernang laughed. Having an insider really makes things easier. Leave a passphrase. I'll recognize you, but the divine martial guards won't. Gucheng tore a piece from his robe. A passphrase? That's easy. A cloud hangs in the northwest sky. A crow lands among phoenixes. The city is full of heroes bold. Who is king, and who is told? They'll say the first lines. I'll reply with the rest. Chu Ernang acknowledged and quickly disappeared again. 1 month later in Guanglan City, Gucheng stood at the gate, watching the flow of people. At this moment, Wang Lin came over and saluted. I heard brother Ji Yu got promoted. I reserved a banquet at Chunxiang Pavilion. Please honor me with your presence. Gucheng smiled. Been really busy lately. Let's do it another day. At that moment, Wang Lin's older brother scolded him, then turned to Gucheng and saluted. My brother was being foolish. Please don't take offense. Regarding the tax issue, all of Southern Yi's martial community is dissatisfied. What is the Heavenly King's stance on this? Gucheng gave a small smile. Brother Wang Lin, we've visited the brothels together, haven't we? We're tight. As for the tax issue, don't worry or ask for now. You'll know the outcome in 2 days. Night came quickly. Gucheng told the gate guards. You've stood guard all day. Go get some rest. I'll keep watch here. The guards were shocked. How could we trouble you, my lord? Gucheng smiled. Just go when I tell you to. Tomorrow is the Rebel Alliance meeting. Everyone who should be here is here. What could possibly go wrong? Rest well tonight. You'll need full energy tomorrow. The guards thanked him gratefully and withdrew. Gucheng waited on the city wall for a long time. The divine martial guards should be here soon. An hour passed. Finally, a voice came from the dark below. A cloud hangs in the northwest sky. Gucheng replied. A crow lands among phoenixes. They exchanged the full passphrase in the darkness. The city is full of heroes bold. Who is king, and who is told? Shu Union cupped his fists. I'm Shu Union, Deputy General of the Divine Martial Guards. You brother Gucheng? Gucheng jumped down from the wall. That's me. Shu Union said, Brother Ji Yu, next time can we make the passphrase shorter? Those 4 verses. I was terrified I'd forget a word. Gucheng opened the gate and said with a smile. No need to be so cautious, General Shu. With you leading the charge, The rebels inside won't stand a chance. Shu Yunian corrected him. Deputy General, I'm just a Deputy General. Where should we hide for now? You can hide at my residence for now. No one dares trespass there. I'll give you a layout map of Guanglan City. Suddenly, a shout came. Gucheng, what are you doing here so late at night? Fagn pointed at Shu Yunian's armor and said, when did our Chaos Martial Army start using this kind of armor? Ji Yu Cheng thought to himself, bad. He hadn't even noticed when Fagn got close. Ji Yu Cheng could only force a smile and say, of course we're patrolling. The Heavenly King ordered me to defend Guangling City. Master Fagn, what are you doing out here this late? Fagn's expression darkened. Patrolling. Ji Yu Cheng, do you take me for a fool? You're one of the 8 diamond generals. And you still need to patrol personally? Who are these people? There's no one in the Chaos Martial Army I don't know. You'd better be honest. Shu Yunian whispered, should we strike? Ji Yu Cheng subtly gestured. Keep it quiet. There are energy cultivators in the city. Too much noise and we'll get discovered. With that, the 3 surrounded Fagn. In just moments, Fagn was killed on the spot in fury. Ji Yu Cheng used the ghost dance transport technique to secretly move Fagn's body to his residence. The next day, the alliance meeting proceeded as scheduled. Fang Zhenhai, seated high, declared loudly, well done, Ji Yu Cheng. I knew that any task I gave you would never disappoint me. Ji Yu Cheng responded humbly, Your Highness overpraises me. This is simply my duty. Then Ji Yu Cheng clasped his hands and said, all the rebel forces have arrived, but only trusted ones. Even if we shoot arrows by mistake, I won't punish anyone. He then asked, why isn't Fagn here? Ji Yu Cheng smiled. I'm not sure either, but I heard Master Fagn got drunk and cursed Your Highness for poor judgment. Fang Zhenhai got furious. What an ungrateful monk. I'll deal with him after the alliance meeting. Ji Yu Cheng understood the hint. He stepped forward and shouted, the alliance meeting begins. All the rebel leaders stood and saluted together. Greetings, Your Highness. Fang Zhenhai laughed heartily and waved. Sit, all of you. The imperial court is corrupt. The people are in despair. Demons run rampant. Why not form an alliance to stand against the court? A representative stood and respectfully asked, Your Highness, if we're forming an alliance, who shall be the leader? Fang Zhenhai declared, who among the 9 southern prefectures is more qualified than me? If not me, who else is worthy to lead? A representative countered, that's not right. Each of us fights our own battles. An alliance is fine, but there should be no leader. Fang Zhenhai grew angry. Enough. You'd rather remain scattered than join a united front? Another representative spoke up. Your Highness, we from South Prefecture demand an explanation today. Fang Zhenhai frowned. What explanation now? The martial sect representatives stepped forward. The Chaos Martial Army's tax in South Prefecture 1 has enraged everyone. You want to take 30%? Sorry, we can't accept that. Fang Zhenhai pointed at him and yelled. Silence. All of you, shut up. Just then, Song Zhenqing slowly ascended the steps, pointed at Fang Zhenhai and shouted, I, Song Zhenqing, General of the Divine Martial Guard, have come to punish the rebel. Fang Zhenhai, your time as Heavenly King is over. Fang Zhenhai burst out laughing at those words. Just a lone general thinks he can kill me? But your timing is perfect. I need a head to sacrifice for this alliance. Fang Zhenhai finished speaking and lunged at Song Zhenqing. Song Zhenqing quickly formed a hand seal. Several sharp swords materialized instantly. Fang Zhenhai slightly adjusted his stance. He reacted fast. With a few sidesteps, he dodged them. He declared, peak 5th grade master of the blade path. But Song Zhenqing wasn't going to waste words. He immediately ordered the Divine Martial Guards to attack. Fang Zhenhai drew his demon blade and charged in. He slashed directly at Song Zhenqing. But Song dodged it. At that moment, Fang's demon blade seemed to come alive, flying from his hand straight for Song Zhenqing's head. But Song was still a peak 5th grade cultivator. That level of attack did nothing to him. Wings of flame sprouted from his back and he flew into the sky. Suddenly, someone cast a secret spell. A black lotus bloomed beneath Fang Zhenhai's feet. Sensing it, he looked down. And boom, the Black Lotus exploded. Fang Zhenhai was blasted backward. He only stopped after crashing through a wall. He glared fiercely at the person before him. The Black Lotus, Lingyi. "Do people from the White Lotus sect are working with the court?" Chu Ernang shouted back, "You're the White Lotus sect. Your whole family is." Then she waved her hand. "The court is eliminating rebel leaders. Only those at the top. Others won't be pursued. If you cooperate, all previous crimes can be wiped clean. No post-facto punishment." Hearing this, the rebel leaders fell silent. Moments later, they raised their swords and shouted loudly. At that moment, Fang Zhenhai tossed a trigram token to Ji Yu Cheng and shouted, "Activate the central formation and stop them. Do it, and you'll be first among the 8 Vajras." Then he turned to Huang Laojiao. "Go get Lanzhong to open the escape route. Help me retreat by water. I'll split the Southern First Army with you." But Huang Laojiao said nothing. Ji Yu Cheng just stood there holding the trigram token, then placed it on the ground, aiming it at Fang Zhenhai. The moment Ji Yu Cheng activated it, a strange force trapped Fang Zhenhai's feet. He was restrained by the one he trusted most. His face turned deathly pale. Just as he opened his mouth to ask why, Song Zhenqing and Chu Ernang attacked. A blast of energy struck his chest. With a bang, he was sent flying again. Clutching his broken ribs, he asked, "Ji Yu Cheng, why betray me? How much did the court offer you?" Ji Yu Cheng smiled coldly. "I've always worked for the court. There is no betrayal." "Fang Zhenhai, you're finished. Why keep resisting?" Only now did Fang Zhenhai realize. But no matter how furious he was powerless. The Chaos Army was finished. Destroyed by the man he trusted most, Ji Yu Cheng. He roared, "Everyone, attack, kill Ji Yu Cheng." But no one wanted to die for him. There was one once, but he personally killed him. That too, was Ji Yu Cheng's doing. Chu Ernang shouted, "Still not surrendering?" Ji Yu Cheng turned to Huang Laojiao and said, "Brother Huang, it's not too late to switch sides now. The court will reward your merits." Huang Laojiao hesitated, then nodded. "I hope you're not lying this time." Ji Yu Cheng turned to Lan Katie and Mengshan. "What about you two? The Blue Army still has a place for you. No need to die with Fang Zhenhai." Fang Zhenhai glared at them. "Even you would betray me?" Mengshan sighed and said, "I've done far more for the Chaos Army than I've received. At this point, I have a clear conscience." But Ankong Tiger suddenly swung his spiked mace at Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng drew the Blood Abyss sword to block the attack. Then he shouted, "Ankong Hu, are you really going to go down this dark path? You should consider your own future. No need to throw your life away for someone like Fang Zhenhai." Ankong Hu roared, "I may not be some great hero, but I'll never grovel to become a lackey of the court. You betrayed the Heavenly King. The one who deserves to die is you." Ji Yu Cheng turned and shouted to the others, "Do it." Mengshan released his spirit. Lan Katie scattered a swarm of Ji Yu insects. Ji Yu Cheng activated his bloodkill technique. His aura surged dramatically. 3 attacks struck Ankong Hu at once. He endured them all head-on. Moments later, Ankong Hu was declared dead. Fang Zhenhai was devastated. Ignoring everything, he cast a forbidden spell. His eyes turned dark and eerie, and horns sprouted from his forehead. His aura surged even further. Chu Ernang sighed. "He's gone berserk," then summoned a golden lotus. The lotus suppressed Fang Zhenhai's demonic form. He raised both arms overhead, struggling to resist the suppression. At this point, he was fighting purely on instinct. Having lost all reason, like a monster, Song Zhenqing conjured countless flaming swords and hurled them toward Fang Zhenhai. In just a few moments, he was reduced to a pile of charred remains. And so, a fierce warlord met his end. Song Zhenqing looked at Ji Yu Cheng meaningfully. Ji Yu Cheng frowned and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, General?" Song Zhenqing smiled. "You're from the Silent Night Division, right? I hear you don't get along with your boss in Donglan Commandery. Interested in joining the Divine Martial Guards? I can give you a position as a petty officer." Ji Yu Cheng cupped his fists. "Thank you for the offer, General. But I know nothing about military matters. He thought to himself, the divine martial guards are the emperor's private army. I don't want to become some prince's pawn. Chu Ernang said, General Song, Fang Zhenhai is dead. It's time to fulfill your end of the deal. Song Zhenqing nodded. What His Highness promised will be delivered. The entire Southern Yi army is yours now. Ji Yu Cheng chimed in. Chu Ernang, it's time you fulfill your promise too. Chu Ernang said seriously, you did a great job. You can now join the Silent Night Division HQ. But since you refused Song Zhenqing's offer, I also want to recruit you. Will you turn me down too? Our Han Brotherhood has only 7 members. We formed the Zhongtian Alliance from it. Do you believe in destiny? Ji Yu Cheng smiled. I don't believe in destiny. If life is predestined, why not just wait for fate to arrive at home? Chu Ernang nodded. Zhongtian Alliance is about fighting fate. Our influence spans the entire Daqian. Will you join us? Ji Yu Cheng asked. What do I get in return? Chu Ernang calmly replied. That depends on what you give. Ji Yu Cheng nodded. Then I choose to join. Chu Ernang immediately took out a token. This is the Zhongtian Alliance token. Drip your blood on it to bind it with your bloodline. It gathers ambient energy and aids cultivation. Then she patted Ji Yu Cheng's shoulder. I've got a task for you. You'll temporarily oversee the Southern First Commandery. I can help you become Acting Grand Commander of Guanglin's Chengjing Night Division. Your task is to stabilize the commandery and tell our people arrive. Ji Yu Cheng muttered. So I'm just another version of Fang Zhenhai now? Southern First Commandery is in ruins. One acting commander like me won't be enough. Chu Ernang pointed to Huang Laojiao. You can take in Fang Zhenhai's men to serve you. Ji Yu Cheng nodded and asked. I want to know. Who exactly founded the Zhongtian Alliance? Chu Ernang replied. I can only tell you his surname is Li. The rest you'll learn in time. Ji Yu Cheng was slightly startled. Surname Li? That's the imperial surname of Daqian. At that moment, Huang Laojiao said. Ji Yu Cheng turned out to be with the court? Mengshan added. He was plotting against the Heavenly King all along. Huang Laojiao looked to Lan Katie. Fang Zhenhai is dead. Time to think of a backup plan. Mengshan said. I trusted Ji Yu Cheng before. But now I'm not so sure. Ji Yu Cheng happened to overhear this. Taoist, that really hurts me. We used to talk heart to heart. And now you don't trust me? Lan Katie and Mengshan quickly cupped their hands. We wouldn't dare. Ji Yu Cheng waved it off. We're all on the same side. No need for formalities. My promises still stand. For now, I'll temporarily lead the Southern Yi army. You all can join the Silent Night Division and start fresh. Brother Huang, you should also ditch the pirate flag and raise the Daqian Navy's Azure Dragon flag. Lan Katie said. Congratulations, Lord Ji Yu, on taking charge. Ji Yu Cheng then said seriously. The Southern Yi army may be a hot potato now, but you can't just throw it away. Soon a few days passed. Ji Yu Cheng had fully taken control of the army. Mengshan entered and said, Lord Ji Yu, we're low on military funds. Ji Yu Cheng reviewed the books. Fang Zhenhai forcefully collected taxes from 3 cities in Wuling. And we're already in trouble? Mengshan sighed. You wouldn't know the cost of daily needs until you run the household. Fighting Zhang Xian, civil war in the Chaos Army, uniting the Yi army, and calming the people, all need silver. He thought to himself. You made this mess in the first place. Ji Yu Cheng nodded and said, I know. I'll find a way. Now go set up a meeting with the Wang clan and 4th-tier sects. The next day, Mengshan gathered representatives from both. Ji Yu Cheng, seated at the head, said, Why are you all staring at me? Wang Lin's elder brother said, Of course we want a good look at the man who flipped Fang Zhenhai. Wang Lin chuckled. Lord Ji Yu and I share the same taste. He's no ordinary man. He was immediately scolded by his brother. Su Xuanji sighed. Lord Ji Yu, why did you summon us? Is the court planning retribution? Ji Yu Cheng waved and said loudly. I called you to discuss the future of the Southern Yi army. The triple city tax was unreasonable. So I've decided to cut it to just 1 city. Su Xuanji said, Forgive me, Lord Ji Yu. But even one city is unacceptable. There's no such custom here. Ji Yu Cheng explained. That one city only applies to the other sects, not yours. Just go through the motions, no actual tax. From now on, if your caravans run into trouble, you can turn to the Silent Night Division. Su Xuanji paused. Lord Ji Yu, these generous terms. You want my sect to convince the others to accept the single city tax plan? But we'd risk becoming public enemies of the entire southern martial world. Wang Lin's brother said, our Wang clan's role in the southern Yi martial world. Even reputation alone isn't enough. Ji Yu Cheng smiled and said, you're overthinking it. I just need a small favor from you. A few days later, I'll host another meeting with the martial sects of South Army 1. And that happens, just stay quiet. The two of them clasped their hands and agreed. As long as their interests weren't harmed, they were more than willing to do Ji Yu Cheng this favor. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Ji Yu Cheng invited representatives from all the martial sects, big and small, of the region. My friends, we meet again. Since we're all acquainted, I'll skip introductions. Someone below shouted excitedly, congratulations on your promotion, Lord Ji Yu. We've suffered under Fang Zhenhai for too long. Things are finally being set right. Ji Yu Cheng responded in a firm voice. Thank you all for your support. Fang Zhenhai took over South Army 1 and implemented all kinds of chaos and nonsense. Now, it's time to make changes. The tax rate will be reduced from 30% to 10%. The crowd began murmuring in disbelief. Even though it was just 10%, they still couldn't quite believe it. Lord Ji Yu represents the imperial court, so he should follow the court's rules. Why stick to Fang Zhenhai's rebel system? Ji Yu Cheng replied, that 10% tax isn't for me. It's for all of you. Each sect's caravans will now be protected by nobility clans. Your safety will be guaranteed. The room broke into heated discussion again. This is a trade. This is basically protection money. But with actual noble protection, we could earn a nice margin doing business in other prefectures. Then someone else stood up and said, Lord Ji Yu wants us to be grateful? Does he take us for fickle monkeys? Cutting tax from 30 to 10%. How are you any different from Fang Zhenhai? Ji Yu Cheng didn't get angry. May I ask, which sect are you from? A man responded, I am Chen Joping, Deputy Master of Yunhai Pass. Lord Ji Yu, are you planning to suppress the wealthy? Chen Joping sneered inwardly. If Yunhai Pass can't defeat you, I'll drag the entire martial world of South Prefecture 1 into this. If Ji Yu Cheng strikes at me, he'll be declaring war on all of us. Ji Yu Cheng thought to himself. No wonder he targeted me. He's from Li Rutong's Yunhai Pass. And I was just looking for someone to make an example of. You're offering your head up yourself. With that, Ji Yu Cheng leapt straight at him and cast the 5 ghost transport technique. In an instant, a ghostly glow enveloped Chen Joping. The next moment, the glow solidified, and 5 little ghosts clung to his shoulders. The new ghost bit down without hesitation. Ji Yu Cheng coldly watched him being eaten alive. Only after a long while did he lift the severed head and shout. Yunhai Pass colluded with the Ghost District Chief, conspired in creating cursed statues, and harmed innocent lives. I, on behalf of Jingye Division, will soon march on Yunhai Pass to purge these sects that aid and abet demons. The crowd immediately erupted. Isn't this clearly targeting the rich? This is what happens if you don't pay the tax. Ji Yu Cheng ignored the noisy crowd and spoke coldly instead. Leave, all of you. Once everyone had left, Ji Yu Cheng summoned Chen Dongui inside. Chen Dongui asked immediately, Sir, are you really planning to act against Yunhai Pass? Ji Yu Cheng said coldly. Did you think I was joking? Keeping these Taoists around will only allow them to raise another ghost hand. Go gather manpower and destroy Yunhai Pass. Over at Yunhai Pass, Ji Yu Cheng personally led his men to the gate. You all knew I was coming to exterminate your sect. So you're lining up to head to hell? The Pass Lord said calmly. Lord Ji Yu, you must be joking. I've already removed Chen Joping from the registry. And I've prepared a great gift for you, Lord Ji Yu. Ji Yu Cheng sneered. So it's you again. You're really hard to kill. Even Ko Andu didn't manage to behead you last time. Dealing with Ghost Hand did grant you some skills, huh? The Pass Lord stared at Ji Yu Cheng. Lord Ji Yu, what deal with Ghost Hand? I don't understand. If you want revenge on Yunhai Pass, just say it. Why fabricate charges? At that moment, Ko Andu shouted angrily. Why all this nonsense? So much useless talk. Annoying. Then he charged forward with Chen Dongui. The Pass Lord looked at the charging group in fear. Ji Yu Cheng, what are you doing? Ji Yu Cheng smiled. Pass Lord Zhou, don't you get it by now? I'm here for your life. With that, he unleashed his blood fiend art. His aura surged rapidly, and he slashed at Zhou's face. Pass Lord Zhou raised one hand to block, and instantly formed a barrier to block Ji Yu Cheng's attack. Then he used some unknown secret technique. Ghost claws suddenly sprang from the ground at Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng's eyes turned cold. Zhou Yunhai, still denying your ties to Ghost Hand? Zhou Yunhai stopped pretending. He roared with a low growl. His eyes turned blood red, and horns grew from his forehead. At this moment, ghostly energy enveloped him. He seemed to have transformed into a demon ghost, and lunged at Ji Yu Cheng with ghost claws. After demonizing, Zhou Yunhai's strength had risen to the 6th tier of Qi refining. Ji Yu Cheng was getting a headache. This guy can cheat harder than him. But who is he? He's the protagonist. Have you seen a protagonist scared of death? If he doesn't kill a few people, he can't even call himself a transmigrator. Ji Yu Cheng gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Zhou Yunhai, who was fierce and unstoppable moments ago, had his arm severed by Ji Yu Cheng in the next instant. Ji Yu Cheng immediately activated the nether jade pendant. It released a powerful force instantly, continuously absorbing ghost energy from his body. In the blink of an eye, all the ghost energy vanished. His body reverted from its demon form to normal. Caught off guard, he coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Ji Yu Cheng stepped forward and drew his blade, and without hesitation, cleaved his skull open. After clearing out everyone at Yunhai Pass, Ji Yu Cheng led his men away leisurely. 1 month later in Qingling Prefecture, Ji Yu Cheng was sipping tea in the courtyard with nothing to do. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke mixed with a stench drifted over. Ji Yu Cheng reached out, and instantly grabbed a strange skeleton. The skeleton let out eerie chuckles, while its smoke corroded the hand that held it. Ji Yu Cheng smashed it to the ground, and stomped its neck, then activated the nether jade pendant again, and absorbed the skeleton into it. Ji Yu Cheng thought to himself. In the past month, he had already gathered 4 types of ghost materials to upgrade Ghost Transporter. Living Ghost, Ghost with 5 elemental power. Water Leaf Fork, Water Element Ghost. Wood Element was a junior sister who lived in the forest and dug out human hearts. Earth Element was a zombie that could burrow underground. Now all he lacked was a Metal Element Ghost. Should he ask Xiao Yu to help forge a Metal Element Ghost? Suddenly, a fast horse galloped over. Lord, something's wrong. Lord Ko Andu has been seriously injured. Ji Yu Cheng said in a deep voice. How is Ko Andu's condition? Who attacked him? A soldier replied. We don't know. Lord Ko is severely injured and unconscious. Mengshan Daoist and Lan Katie are treating him. Ji Yu Cheng said coldly. Depart immediately for Guangling City. Soon, Ji Yu Cheng arrived at Ko Andu's bedside. He personally asked, how is he? Lan Katie sighed. His internal organs were all ruptured by the impact. Thanks to my rejuvenation valley treatment, his life is no longer in danger, but his vitality is badly damaged. She said this as she fed Ko Andu a pill. The next moment, Ko Andu started coughing violently. He muttered groggily, what's that smell? Trying to poison me? Lan Katie gritted her teeth. My 100 insect transformation pill is not easy to make. And you say it smells like crap? Ji Yu Cheng asked, how do you feel now? Ko Andu smiled. A fortune teller said I'd live to 100. My life's hard to kill. Ji Yu Cheng saw he still had the energy to banter. If you see that fortune teller again, just stab him on the spot. He lied to you. Ko Andu retorted, so you think I won't live to 100? Ji Yu Cheng muttered, idiot, even your brain got rattled. Then he asked sternly, "Who did this to you? You didn't announce who you are?" Ko-endu sighed. "They were mountain bandits and thieves. Better I kept my identity hidden. If I had revealed it, they would have killed me faster." They charged straight into the temple. Ji Yu Cheng's eyes sharpened. "They dared harm my people? Then we'll go crush that bandit group." "What are they called?" Ko-endu replied. "Sanmuzei." Over in Sanmuzei, the leader complained. "Master Lu, I told you not to mess with court officials. You wouldn't listen. Now we're in trouble." Lu Hongyuan laughed. "Chief Zhu, it was just a 6th rank guy. What's there to be afraid of?" The chief replied. "This time we messed with the court. What if Ji Yu Cheng comes for us?" Just then, a bandit rushed in. "Chief, bad news. The government army is attacking." The chief's eyes widened. "So fast? How did they know where Sanmuzei was?" Outside Sanmuzei, Ji Yu Cheng commanded soldiers to use catapults. Boulders arced through the air, slamming into the gates of Sanmuzei. Soon, the chief stepped out. Ji Yu Cheng said, "You must be the chief of Sanmuzei. Do you know who I am?" The chief stammered, "Lord Ji Yu, it's all a misunderstanding." Ji Yu Cheng sneered, "So you know who I am? And still dared to kill my men? You're tired of living." Lu Hongyuan stepped forward and said, "Lord Ji Yu, correct? I'm Lu Hongyuan of the Lu family from Xiaoli Ping. This truly was a misunderstanding. Your men didn't reveal their identity. They died by mistake. I'll compensate you 3 times the court's death pension. How about giving me some face?" Ji Yu Cheng shouted angrily. "You think you deserve it? Everyone, listen up. Slaughter every bandit in Sanmuzei. Leave none alive." Lu Hongyuan also became furious. "Ji Yu Cheng, are you really going to disrespect the Lu family?" Ji Yu Cheng drew the Blood Abyss sword and charged forward. "This is South Prefecture 1, not your Pingyue Prefecture. Your Lu family has no damn face." Lu Hongyuan instantly conjured an earth wall to block Ji Yu Cheng's assault. But Ji Yu Cheng shattered it like slicing vegetables. With one strike, the wall was destroyed. Lu Hongyuan staggered back several steps and flung out a few talismans. In an instant, vines formed to entangle Ji Yu Cheng's limbs. Ji Yu Cheng easily broke free again, then launched a sword aura straight at Lu Hongyuan. It was too late for Lu to retreat. The slash landed squarely on his chest. His body faltered and collapsed to the ground. Lu Hongyuan glared at Ji Yu Cheng viciously. If he didn't flee now, he'd really die here. He tried to melt into a pool of water to escape. Ji Yu Cheng summoned the 5 ghosts. They pounced and seized the water-like form. A new ghost pulled hard, and a hand was yanked out the next moment. Ji Yu Cheng was slightly surprised. What secret art is this? He almost managed to flee? Soon, Sanmu's stronghold was fully cleared. The bandit chief was securely tied up. Ji Yu Cheng said sternly, "Why was Lu Hongyuan associating with you bandits?" The chief replied, "If I confess, will Lord Ji Yu spare me?" Ji Yu Cheng chuckled. "A prisoner dares to bargain?" The chief trembled and said, "He offered a very generous deal to make me submit under his command." Ji Yu Cheng grew curious. "What kind of offer?" The chief hesitated for a moment. "He promised to help me establish a sect, to found a new faction." Ji Yu Cheng pondered privately. So Lu Hongyuan wanted to interfere in martial affairs of the southern Yi prefecture. Seeing Ji Yu Cheng's expression change, the chief's tone became meeker. "Can Lord Ji Yu let me go now?" Ji Yu Cheng stared coldly at him. "Dozens of my men died here. You must answer for that." Then he turned and left. "Send this chief on his way." With that, he waved his hand. "Search every corner of Sanmu's stronghold. Treat everything inside as your spoils." Over at Lanjiang River, a sailboat drifted leisurely along. 3 men were seated on the deck. The one with the fan was Marquis Mirong. Opposite him sat Song Shaoren of Hengshui Jian sect. The one holding a teacup was Wei Zining of Huayan sect. Song Shaoren asked, "What the hell is Lu Hongyuan doing? Recruiting bandits? Is he trying to imitate Fang Zhenhai and rebel?" Marquis Mirong chuckled. "I told him to do that. I'm running an experiment. I don't need real rebels. Just a dog pretending to be one." Suddenly, all 3 caught a whiff of something and turned toward the river. They saw Lu Hongyuan floating with one arm missing. They pulled him aboard. Song Shaoran asked, "Who did this to you? The bandits? Even they dare disrespect the Lu family?" Lu Hongyuan shook his head with difficulty. Of course not the bandits. It was Ji Yu Cheng, commander of the Silent Night Division in Guanglan, the imperial court's only representative in southern Yi Prefecture. The stronghold I just took over, he destroyed it. I even lost an arm. Marquis Murong said calmly. We entered southern Yi without informing him. That was indeed improper. Bring him in for a proper talk. Lu Hongyuan roared angrily. It's him or me, no in between. What's there to discuss? Marquis Murong slapped him mid-sentence. We're here in southern Yi for business. Peace brings prosperity. We can't let your pride ruin things for us. Lu Hongyuan finally restrained his anger, and said in repentance, You're right, young Master Murong. I admit my mistake. Marquis Murong then added, Go invite Wang Yuan of the Wang clan in southern Yi Prefecture. Have him bring Ji Yu Cheng over for a meeting. Soon, Wang Yuan found Ji Yu Cheng. Brother Ji Yu, I heard you crippled a Lu family member's arm. Ji Yu Cheng nodded. So you've heard about it. Wang Yuan said solemnly. Brother Ji Yu, this might become a problem. The young elites from Leping Prefecture's major clans came to South Yi Prefecture to train. I'm afraid they'll want an explanation from you. Ji Yu Cheng asked, So your Wang family and the Four Extremes sect won't get involved? Wang Yuan shook his head. It's not that we don't want to. We just don't have the strength. Besides, their elders have been very respectful. They want you to have a conversation. They asked me to invite you. Ji Yu Cheng said calmly. I'm guessing I won't make it back from that trip. Wang Yuan replied. They won't go that far. After all, you represent the court now. But you should be careful of one person. The heir of the Murong clan. The white-clad heir, Murong Hu. Ji Yu Cheng said, A martial clan dares to call themselves heir. Are they planning a rebellion? Ji Yu Cheng chuckled. Let's go then. I'm curious to meet this heir. I want to see what kind of man he is. By the Kulin River, Ji Yu Cheng and Wang Yuan soon met with the others. Standing on the deck, Song Shang'an sneered. Is there no one left? Even a youngster like him gets to command Guangning City? Wei Ziming added, if he were some low-level bureaucrat, sure. But daring to oppose us? At that moment, Lu Hongyuan said, Brother Wei, do me a favor. Give Ji Yu Cheng a little welcome gift. Wei Ziming nodded. A good scare won't hurt. Let this bumpkin know that people from Leping Prefecture aren't like the trash from South Yi. With that, he formed a hand seal. The river surged in an instant. A massive wave crashed toward Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng's eyes sharpened. He activated Blood Fiend art, stepped forward, and charged directly into the oncoming wave. With a boom, everyone on the boat was knocked off balance. In that moment, Ji Yu Cheng landed steadily on the deck. Song Shang'an drew his blade and slashed at Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng drew his sword and clashed head-on, instantly sending him flying. At that moment, Murong Hu shouted, Enough! Isn't this shameful enough? Then he bowed toward Ji Yu Cheng. Please forgive us, brother Ji Yu. It was just a joke earlier. Ji Yu Cheng sneered. Yeah, if I hadn't blocked it. That joke would have killed me. What did you call me here for? If you want to speak for this Lu fellow, don't bother. Murong Hu said, We're from different clans and sects. We handle our own revenge. Using others is cowardly. I want to unify all the bandit groups into a trade route. I hope you'll allow it. Ji Yu Cheng laughed. And if I don't? Lu Hongyuan shouted in anger. You arrogant fool, you think you're some big shot now? Ji Yu Cheng grabbed him by the collar and said, You really think I won't kill you? Murong Hu said calmly, Brother Ji Yu, we offered you face, but you rejected it. Don't blame us for what comes next. Ji Yu Cheng smiled. This is South Prefecture 1, not your Leping. Murong Hu said darkly, You only get one chance. Step off this boat and don't expect mercy again. The last one leaving South Prefecture 1 will be you. Ji Yu Cheng glanced at him. Then let's wait and see. He then leapt off the sailboat. Wang Yuan said, Brother Ji Yu, you should give him this courtesy. There's no need to go head-on with him. It's not worth the loss. Ji Yu Cheng replied calmly. You think that's a courtesy? That's charity, and I don't need charity from anyone. A few days later, Ji Yu Cheng sat at the head of the council hall and asked, What has Marquis Mirong been doing lately? Ang Shan replied, The bandits of 9 cities near the border of southern Yi Prefecture were subdued by Marquis Mirong. Only 1 city chose to leave southern Yi Prefecture. Lan Katie added, Marquis Mirong founded the Leping Trade Association. Those small sects, they've already torn up their agreements with us. Next month's tax revenue, we might not collect much at all. Ji Yu Cheng said angrily. Isn't that just gaining everything without spending a dime? So Marquis Mirong didn't spend a penny. And still got the bandits to submit? Now other forces are being exploited by him too? Lan Katie sighed. The various bandits and factions are all subordinate to the Mirong family of Leping. They have no choice but to bow down. With the manpower we currently have, it's hard to compete with him. Ji Yu Cheng realized the current situation was not in his favor. Yet he suddenly smirked. So Mirong knows how to leverage crap. What, you think I don't? Lan Katie looked confused. My lord, you have a plan? Ji Yu Cheng just smiled again and said nothing. In the council hall of Qinglong Stronghold, Taikong Prefecture, Xiao Quan stared at the visitor and said, I am Xiao Quan, the white paper fan of Qinglong Stronghold. Greetings, Lord Ji Yu. Ji Yu Cheng frowned and asked, Is Chief Do not present? Xiao Quan replied coldly, Of course the chief is here. But the chief's adopted son wants to spar with you, Lord Ji Yu. What do you say? Ji Yu Cheng said, That's the rule here in Qinglong Stronghold. Seeing Ji Yu Cheng draw the blood vengeance sword, Xiao Quan quickly retreated a few steps and said, To worship the sword true Buddha, Lord Ji Yu must pass this trial first. Ji Yu Cheng sneered coldly. Very well, I wanted to see the strength of Qinglong's warriors anyway. The chief's adopted son roared, his energy surging around him, and lunged toward Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng shifted slightly, effortlessly dodging. The adopted son was displeased. He could feel Ji Yu Cheng was looking down on him. Coward, dare to face me head-on? Ji Yu Cheng flashed behind him, activating Blood Fiend to enhance himself. Just as he was about to strike, a voice called out, begging for mercy. Lord Ji Yu, please hold. The chief is waiting for you. Ji Yu Cheng turned and left. But the adopted son was still unwilling. This space is too small. I couldn't even unleash my full power. I didn't lose. Do Guangchen said, It's been a while since we last met. Lord Ji Yu, I hope you've been well. Last time I saw you, you were still under Fang Zhenhai, one of the 8 Vajra. Now you've taken over the entire southern Yi army. Ji Yu Cheng cupped his hands. Chief Do, you were probably wishing for Fang Zhenhai to die, weren't you? Do Guangchen replied, slightly displeased. I have a good reputation across the 9 southern prefectures. Why would you say that? Ji Yu Cheng replied calmly. If the imperial court truly sent troops to eliminate Fang Zhenhai, even you so-called righteous rebels will suffer. So for you, Fang Zhenhai dying would be better. Do Guangchen felt a chill in his heart, as if all his secrets had been seen through by this young man. He quickly changed the subject. Lord Ji Yu, as the commander of Jingyesi, why have you come looking for me? Ji Yu Cheng glanced at him. You're surely aware of the Mirong heir matter, yes? I'm here to borrow troops. Do Guangchen was confused. You're an official, I'm a bandit. And you want to borrow troops from me? Ji Yu Cheng smiled. As long as it doesn't cross the line, anything can be negotiated, can't it? Do Guangchen was intrigued. What do I get in return? Ji Yu Cheng chuckled. Of course, a future. Do Guangchen laughed at that. A future? From being recruited by the court? Ji Yu Cheng said firmly. Rebels in South 9 prefectures don't live long. If you don't have a way out, you'll be no different. I can give you a distribution channel for spirit herbs in South 1 prefecture. Let you sell them in Taikong Prefecture. Build you a foundation, so you can prepare early for the future. Do Guangchen still hesitated. You only oversee South 1 Prefecture. What if future Jingyesi officials don't recognize your promises? Ji Yu Cheng asked back. If I had no backing, how would I be in charge of South 1? Do Guangchen thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, oh, I'm in Taikong Prefecture. I can't afford to offend Murong Hu of Leping. I can lend you troops, but I won't show my face. Ji Yu Cheng nodded. I understand your concerns, but I would have covered your identity regardless. The two reached an understanding. In the Ghost Lord's underground palace, Xiao Yi and Taoist Wu Zhang were refining ghosts non-stop. Ji Yu Cheng said, you two have made impressive progress here. Beyond my expectations, Taoist Wu Zhang said, all thanks to you, my lord, for getting rid of the old ghost. That's how we were able to secure this base and grow so fast. Xiao Yi added, it was really because of the elite hawk troops selected by the eunuch general. That's why things progressed quickly. The eunuch laughed. You flatter me. It's your ghost refining arrays that made the difference. Ji Yu Cheng laughed. Enough mutual flattery. Can these hawk troops be used in daylight? Xiao Yi said, in daylight they're only 80% effective. Best to use them at night. Ji Yu Cheng nodded. Very well. Obey my orders in the coming days. Slaughter every bandit. Leave no one alive. All three bowed in response. A few days later, the Leping Chamber of Commerce from the Murong clan was on the road, when suddenly, a group leapt from the trees to raid their caravan. Elsewhere, this road was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through, leave your heads behind. That night, Xiao Yi led the hawk troops to attack another Murong caravan. The three groups, whether by day or night, raided every Murong caravan they saw. Back at the Murong estate, a maid asked, young master, South 1 Prefecture is so weak. Why did the clan send you here to train? Murong Hu smiled. The old men in the clan think I block everyone else's path. So they sent me away on purpose. The clan leader only knows how to balance factions, propping up useless fools. The maid smiled. Then young master can use this time to rest a bit. At that moment, a guard rushed in with a report. Young master, our caravan escorting the spiritual medicine was ambushed and slaughtered. Marquis Murong felt a chill in his heart, but he still gathered the survivors to ask what exactly had happened. At Qingmu Temple in Kangming Prefecture, a servant came to report. Commander-in-Chief Ji Yu Cheng of the Jingye Division in Guangling City is here. The temple master's face immediately turned unpleasant. Why is that officer here? Ji Yu Cheng stepped forward and said, you don't look too well, master. Did something happen? The temple master gave a dry laugh. Did Lord Ji Yu come here just to mock me? Ji Yu Cheng replied seriously. I came to help you face reality. The caravan you partnered with Marquis Murong on was raided. The temple master said, that was the Murong clan. They requested the partnership. How could we dare refuse? Ji Yu Cheng chuckled. So you tore up the agreement and harmed my interests? The temple master sighed. When deities clash, mortals suffer. Caught between you two, what can small sects like us do? Ji Yu Cheng handed him a box. People always need to take a stance. See if this looks familiar to you. The temple master widened his eyes. Yellen spirit fruit. So it was you who stole our medicine? Lord Ji Yu, what are you really after? Ji Yu Cheng replied coldly. I raided Marquis Murong. Your losses have nothing to do with me. All the medicines were split evenly. I'll rob them each time. Marquis Murong will naturally blame it on you. The temple master gritted his teeth. If you're trying to threaten us to take your side, and oppose Marquis Murong, then you've miscalculated. Ji Yu Cheng sneered. All I want is for you to cause trouble for Marquis Murong. Once this is over, the spiritual medicine will return like phoenix rings. The temple master became alert. You mean it? Ji Yu Cheng said. I, Ji Yu Cheng, do things with integrity. When have I ever lied? The temple master muttered inside. Give me a break. You, not a liar? Fang Zhenghai's grave has weeds 3 meters high already. But outwardly, he said, I hope Lord Ji Yu will stand by his words. Ji Yu Cheng smiled knowingly. Then I'll await your good news, master. At the Leping Chamber of Commerce, 2 men knelt before Marquis Murong. Both were beaten black and blue. Young master, it was Ji Yu Cheng who raided the caravan. It was his underlings like Chen Dongui posing as bandits. Song Xiaoren gritted his teeth. We can't just let this slide. Let's confront Jiyu Cheng directly. Murong said flatly. Confront him? Do you have any evidence? Song Xiaoren snapped. Didn't these men witness it firsthand? Marquis Murong replied. They were bandits themselves. You want to use them as witnesses? Besides, who in the southern Yi Prefecture can reign in Jiyu Cheng? Yu Qinfeng of the Zhanwu Pavilion said. Where did Jiyu Cheng get this power from? In the martial world of southern Yi. Servant suddenly rushed in. Young master, bad news. Forces from the southern Yi martial world are here. Led by Qingmu Temple, many forces are charging in. You got our medicine robbed and won't pay us? What kind of deal is that? We're here today for an explanation. Marquis Murong said. Everyone, there was indeed an incident with the Leping Chamber of Commerce. We will surely explain in due time. Give me a month, I will provide a satisfactory answer to all of you. The martial factions began shouting. We want an explanation now. Are you planning to default, young Master Murong? Marquis Murong's expression immediately turned grim. He never expected these ants would dare disrespect him. At that moment, the Aoki sect master said, with young Master Murong's status, he wouldn't renege on a deal. Then he cupped his hands toward Murong Hu. Since young Master Murong has spoken, we'll take our leave. Murong Hu remained silent, just watching them leave. Then Yu Qinfeng said, Brother Murong, we're here to gain experience. Not to clash with Jiyu Cheng to the end. Perhaps we should find a chance to reconcile with him. Murong Hu said coldly, a truce made through compromise. Merely giving the other side more room to take. He then addressed his retainers. Gather all our forces, and purchase more spirit herbs. Yu Qinfeng asked doubtfully. South One Prefecture is Jiyu Cheng's territory. Aren't you afraid he'll rob the cargo again? Murong Hu smiled. This is all for his benefit to see. We'll stockpile herbs in the merchant guild. Fill the crates with stones. And send out another caravan. Yu Qinfeng asked. You're trying to draw Jiyu Cheng out? Murong Hu nodded. Not just him. I want to lure out all his forces as well. And wipe them out in one stroke. Soon after their talk ended, Yu Qinfeng returned to his room. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of him. Yu Qinfeng shouted angrily. What sort of threatening spirit dares act so wildly? Jiyu Cheng suddenly appeared. Yu Qinfeng asked in confusion. Jiyu Cheng, you mean to assassinate me in secret? Have you considered the consequences? Jiyu Cheng said flatly. If I meant to kill you, you'd already be dead, and why would I need to do it myself? I'm here today to make a friend. Yu Qinfeng said with displeasure. Jiyu Cheng, you're not a fool. Why say something so foolish? Jiyu Cheng laughed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yu Qinfeng glared at him. You are my enemy. Jiyu Cheng said calmly. If we can find common ground, we become allies. You've been unhappy with Murong Hu for a long time, haven't you? I heard from a friend in Leping Prefecture. You've always been overshadowed by him. Even the transactions with the southern tribes were taken from you. You lost quite a lot, didn't you? Yu Qinfeng laughed. So you're here to sow discord between me and Murong Hu? Want me to help deal with him? You think that's possible? Jiyu Cheng replied. I'm just stating facts. Do I really need to stir trouble between you two? You're facing two choices now. 1. Join me in crushing Murong Hu. You'll take over the herb trade. 2. Keep fighting me. How you choose is up to you. Yu Qinfeng stayed silent in thought for a long time. His expression was unreadable, but his clenched fists creaked with tension. A clear sign of his internal conflict. Jiyu Cheng, seeing this, said nothing more and turned to leave. There were many others, who bore grudges against Murong Hu. Yu Qinfeng wasn't the only option. Then Yu Qinfeng called out. Jiyu Cheng, wait. Jiyu Cheng turned, pretending surprise. Does brother Yu have something to say? Yu Qinfeng said, Murong Hu plans to reopen the trade route. But he's swapping goods for rocks. He's trying to bait you out. Jiyu Cheng smiled. You've made the right choice, brother Yu. I hope you'll be just as decisive when it's time to strike. With that, Jiyu Cheng vanished into the night. Yu Qinfeng watched his departing figure. and a new fire stirred in his heart. To see Marong Hu finally stumble. Such chances don't come twice. Ji Yu Cheng, you want to use me as your blade. But aren't you just my blade too? Half a month later, the Leping caravan set off again. This time, Ji Yu Cheng personally launched the ambush. Brutal and silent, each strike took down a man. Meanwhile, Marquis Marong and his men were observing closely from the shadows. Song Shaoran spoke up. Young Master Marong, are we still not making a move? Marquis Marong chuckled. Wait a little longer. At that moment, Wei Ziming said, Brother Marong, it's time, isn't it? We've planned this, and they're unprepared. There's no reason we shouldn't dominate. Marquis Marong nodded in agreement. Very well, let's act now. With that, they charged toward Ji Yu Cheng. At the same time, Meng Shan was stealthily tailing Marquis Marong. But he was discovered. Marquis Marong asked, You figured out it was a trap? Ji Yu Cheng replied, With your temper, young Master Marong. How could you not strike back? Marquis Marong laughed. Do you really think your men can stop me? Ji Yu Cheng said, Whether they can or not, we'll only know after fighting. Marquis Marong looked at Ji Yu Cheng. If you weren't with the court, we might have been friends. Ji Yu Cheng smiled. A man like you doesn't get to have friends. Marquis Marong formed a hand seal. In an instant, countless flying blades shot toward Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng activated the Blood Fiend blessing, and faced them head-on. He swept all the blades away with one sword strike, then unleashed the 9 phoenixes returning. A wave of sword energy burst forth, instantly reaching Marquis Marong. He crossed his fists in front of his chest. A blast of dark light blocked Ji Yu Cheng's attack. He raised both hands, and launched a turtle wave technique. Boom! Ji Yu Cheng was blown away like he'd been hit by a train. After dispersing the impact, he landed gracefully. Marquis Marong smiled. Ji Yu Cheng, power is the foundation of all things. I crippled your cultivation with one chance. A great lesson in a small defeat. Ji Yu Cheng sneered. Marquis Marong, you're far too arrogant. The fight is far from over. Without another word, Marong lunged at Ji Yu Cheng. Let's see how tough your mouth really is. At that moment, Ji Yu Cheng shouted. Now. The next second, Yu Qinfeng appeared behind Marquis Marong. Marquis Marong roared. What are you doing? Yu Qinfeng pounced straight at him. Nothing much. Just here to send you to hell. Marquis Marong formed another seal. A fierce spiritual projection appeared behind him instantly, blocking Yu Qinfeng's strike perfectly. Yu Qinfeng shivered inside. You were guarding against me? Marquis Marong scoffed. You're not even worth it. I knew you were plotting something. But choosing now to act is just plain stupid. Yu Qinfeng shouted. Stupid? You're still so full of yourself, Marong. Everyone. Marquis Marong is the top youth in Leping, and heir to the Marong clan. But what about us? You all came here to grow through hardship. But instead you're throwing your futures away as hired fists. Marquis Marong turned to Ji Yu Cheng, annoyed. If you wanted a partner, couldn't you pick someone with more sense? Even if everyone stands against me, do you really think I'll lose? He formed another seal, and a formation disc appeared beside him. Ji Yu Cheng looked at the sweating Yu Qinfeng. Young Master Yu, are you afraid? How will you know the result if you don't fight? With that, the two of them charged in together, and the battle truly began. Ji Yu Cheng continued, saying, Young Master Yu, hold off Marong Hu. 7 emotions for 5 completeness. Marong Hu waved his hand. The woman behind him, Ren Shang, smashed a punch at him. With a bang, Yu Qinfeng's body was flung dozens of meters away. After regaining his footing, he activated the gallant Haoshan war chariot, then shouted, Ji Yu Cheng, what are you waiting for? At that moment, Ji Yu Cheng drew the Blood Abyss sword and charged forward. He unleashed the move, Candle Dragon's Awakening. Marong Hu made Ren Shang block the incoming sword chi. The next moment, Ren Zhang's neck suddenly cracked open. Marong Hu gritted his teeth. I didn't expect to be forced this far by you all. Today, no one will leave alive. As he spoke, he gathered a ball of light in his hand. A dangerous aura began to surge from within it. Yu Qinfeng was shocked. Is Manhua insane? Detonating that power would severely backfire on him too. Just then, a golden lotus appeared above Manhua's head. A faint voice drifted over. Young Master Manhua, stop this. A light orb in his hand was suddenly cut off. Manhua looked behind him. You two promised the Manhua clan not to interfere. Su Xuanji replied. With turmoil across South First County's martial world, he can't sit idle anymore. Manhua looked at Ji Yucheng. Interesting. I did underestimate you this time. But next time, I'll treat you as a true opponent. He turned and left. Yu Qinfeng cupped his hands. Many thanks to Master Su and Master Wang for the assistance. The Battle Marshal Pavilion will open a trade route to South First County. Master Wang nodded. We certainly trust the Battle Marshal Pavilion. From now on, young Master Yu will handle all spirit medicine trades. Ji Yucheng said unhappily. Young Master Yu, what's the meaning of making deals with the Siji sect and the Wang clan behind my back? Yu Qinfeng pursed his lips stiffly. No one dared block him anymore. He then cupped his hands toward Ji Yucheng. Master Ji Yu, I'll take my leave. After he left, Ji Yucheng also bowed to the two leaders. Thank you Master Wang and Master Su for your help. Master Wang said, no need for formalities, Master Ji Yu. Yu Qinfeng may think he profited in the end, but Master Ji Yu had laid his plans well in advance. Now everyone believes Yu Qinfeng was challenging Manhua, betraying him in secret. Ji Yucheng said, later on, if the Manhua clan seeks retribution, they'll only trouble the Battle Marshal Pavilion. Su Xuanji thought privately, Ji Yucheng's strength is average, but his scheming runs deep. He even planned for the aftermath. At that moment, Ji Yucheng waved his hand, and ordered everyone to return to the city. In the general's manor of Guangling City. After the battle with Manhua, Ji Yucheng secluded himself for several days. Suddenly, his expression turned pained. He quickly calmed his mind, and formed a hand seal. Only then did he exhale slowly. The yin spirit thunderfire was finally refined. At that moment, Elder Huang Zhao entered. Master Ji Yu, one of our warships is missing. Along with the spirit medicine aboard. Ji Yucheng said seriously. Who did it? Elder Huang Zhao frowned. 2 nights ago, a huge wave hit, and someone saw a dark shadow swimming on the surface. Ji Yucheng asked, was it a demon beast? Elder Huang Zhao shook his head. Although Kulin River has many strange tales, I sensed no demonic energy at all. Ji Yucheng asked again. Did you send someone to salvage afterward? Elder Huang Zhao nodded. I went myself, used waterpath techniques to search, but found nothing. But I did hear that in Yuanshui town of Moyang Prefecture, there's a legend of a Dragon King, and even a Dragon King gang. Ji Yucheng smiled upon hearing that. Who knows if that old river bandit is just overly cautious? Since that's the case, let's go check it out. Soon, Ji Yucheng and old Huang Zhao arrived at Yuanshui town in Moyang Prefecture. Suddenly, a bell rang in the distance. They saw a group of people nearby, carrying a young woman, walking toward the riverbank. Ji Yucheng asked, what are they doing? Old Huang Zhao replied, it's a custom here in Yuanshui town. Every 3 years, they select a girl to offer as a sacrifice to the River Dragon King. Otherwise, the River Dragon King would stir up storms and flood the entire town. Ji Yucheng ordered sternly, go stop them. Old Huang Zhao immediately stepped forward. All of you, stop right there. The witch scowled. Who are you people? You're delaying the sacrifice to the Dragon King. Can you bear the consequences? Old Huang Zhao declared. We are naval forces of the Silent Night Division from Guangling City. With us here, that so-called Dragon King dares not act up. The witch cursed furiously. I don't care who you are. If the ritual is delayed, everyone will die. Ji Yucheng struck her down immediately. Ridiculous. Trying to play ghost tricks in front of me? Chao Fu cried out in panic. Crap, the shaman leading the way is dead. Just then, the sound of chains echoed. Who killed the Dragon King's priestess? Who ruined the ritual? Ji Yucheng looked at Yuan Dingui, the Dragon King's gang leader. A ritual? 5 national grandmasters, 2 major sects. Who exactly are you worshipping? Yuan Dingui answered. Ah, so it's Commander Gu of the Silent Night Division. This sacrifice is a local custom in Yuanshui town. Not just random killing. We ask for your understanding. If not performed on time, calamity will follow. Ji Yu Cheng said coldly. Leader Yuan, you're a 6th-rank cultivator. Do you even believe the nonsense you're spouting? Yuan Dingui replied firmly. Commander Ji Yu, you may be from the court's division, but you have no right to interfere in local customs and beliefs. Ji Yu Cheng chuckled. Beliefs? Are you seriously worshipping a man-eating demon? A gang member tried to ease the tension. Please forgive us, Commander Ji Yu. Our leader is a bit emotional. Please don't take it to heart. But Ji Yu Cheng pressed harder. My naval ships disappeared mysteriously here. Leader Yuan owes me an explanation. Yuan Dingui growled. Ji Yu Cheng, you've gone too far. Ji Yu Cheng placed his hand on the Blood Abyss sword. Then I'll go further. With that, he slashed a wave of sword energy. Yuan formed a hand seal. The river surged up and blocked the attack. Ji Yu Cheng instantly blinked forward and pierced Yuan's heart with one sword. Didn't you want to offer yourself to the Dragon King? Then go down and accompany him. He kicked him straight into the river. The gang members erupted in fury. Ji Yu Cheng, you killed our leader. Aren't you afraid of angering all of Nanyi's martial world? Ji Yu Cheng laughed. You know the state of Nanyi's martial arts world now. Your gang worships an evil god. Killing you is lawful. I had every reason to end him. If you're unhappy, I'll send you down with him. Another gang member spoke. Please wait, Commander Ji Yu. The River Dragon King really exists. Our Yuan clan has worshipped him for centuries. Historical records say he appears every 3 years and rewards offerings with cultivation treasures. Ji Yu Cheng asked, so you've really seen a dragon? The gang members shook their heads. Ji Yu Cheng asked, have you really seen a dragon? The gang members shook their heads. A vague feeling told me that being was just a shadow. But my brother believed the River Dragon King protected our Yuan family. All we had to do was offer bloodstones. Ji Yu Cheng thought to himself. This guy's pushing all responsibility onto the dead. With that thought, Ji Yu Cheng said, spare the rest of the gang members. But the Yuan family can go join the River Dragon King. One gang member flew into a rage. Ji Yu Cheng, you're breaking your word. I told you everything. Why kill me? Ji Yu Cheng sneered. Because I don't like you. What are you staring at? Think I can't tell those lies of yours? Huang Laojiao threw him straight into the river. Then turned to Ji Yu Cheng and said, Master Ji Yu, the Dragon King gang has been subdued. The surrounding townsfolk erupted in fury. That damned Dragon King gang lied to us for years. We didn't even need to sacrifice young girls. Just bloodstones would do. Those scammers. Even the Moyong prefect was bribed by them. At Yuan Dingui's birthday celebration, the prefect even brought gifts. Ji Yu Cheng asked, and where is the prefect now? A villager replied, he was killed by Fang Zhenhai's men during the rebellion. Ji Yu Cheng asked again, all these years, you never once suspected anything? A villager replied, we had our doubts before. But after every ritual, the Kulan River would surge with waves. Nobody dared go near. There's even a legend about a fallen dragon in Moyong Prefecture. 500 years ago, a true dragon supposedly crashed near the river. Why are you trembling just hearing the words, Dragon King? Huang Laojiao replied, my men said the black shadow was over 20 zhang long. Bigger than the missing ship. It made me uneasy. Ji Yu Cheng chuckled, and you call that a dragon? Have you ever seen one that eats a person every 3 years? Stirs up some waves, then disappears? At that moment, Meng Shan spoke. The older one gets in Zhanghu, the more cowardly. Huang Laog has spent a lifetime on the Kulan River. And he's still scared? Huang Laojiao said, precisely because I've weathered countless storms. I now know fear. Ji Yu Cheng gave a direct order. Meng Shan, get ready. Meng Shan stepped to the riverbank, forming seals with his hands while chanting. At that moment, Ji Yu Cheng shouted, watch out, something's coming. Suddenly, a massive beast surged up from the river. Ji Yu Cheng stared intently. This isn't a monster. Not even a proper spirit beast. It has no demon or spiritual aura at all. Could it be a Zupo dragon? But how could it grow this large? And look like that? Huang Laojiao asked. Shall we strike, Master Ji Yu Cheng shook his head. Wait a little longer. He turned to the two men behind him. Master Su, Master Wang, you're quick to arrive. Master Wang said, seems Master Ji Yu has already fought with the River Dragon King. Ji Yu Cheng replied, there is no River Dragon King. It's just a giant Zupo dragon, that's all. You arrived just in time. This Zupo dragon is suspicious. Let's take it down together. The spoils go to whoever is lucky. Soon, Murong Hu arrived with his men. Yu Qinfeng followed as well. A man stepped forward and asked, you're Ji Yu Cheng? Lu Hongtu said, you crippled my younger brother's arm? Yu Qinfeng whispered into Ji Yu Cheng's ear. Brother Ji Yu, that's Lu Hongyuan's elder brother. Lu Hongtu, known as the Little Tyrant, trains in Yin-Yang 5 Elements evasion technique, and is also a disciple of the Southern Ridge Spear King. Training in the Purple Thunder Tyrant Spear. You crippled Lu Hongyuan's arm. This won't be settled easily. Ji Yu Cheng chuckled. So what if I did? Coming to avenge your useless brother? Lu Hongtu snapped. Lu Hongyuan may be useless, but it's not your place to teach him a lesson. He then launched an attack with his Purple Thunder Tyrant Spear. Ji Yu Cheng countered with his Black River arm. Lu Hongtu finally let out a cold snort, and reluctantly backed down. Master Wang asked, Master Ji Yu, can you explain this Zupo dragon? Ji Yu Cheng was just about to speak, when suddenly the river surface began to churn. The Zupo dragon emerged, roaring toward those on the shore. Ji Yu Cheng said solemnly, that arrogant face of yours. 1221. Repeated line omitted for brevity in translation. That arrogant face of yours. Reluctantly backed down, Master Wang asked, Master Ji Yu, can you explain this Zupo dragon? Ji Yu Cheng was just about to answer, when the river suddenly began to boil. The Zupo dragon surfaced, and let out a roar toward the shore. Ji Yu Cheng said solemnly, everyone, attack together. Master Wang formed hand seals. Su Xuanji threw out a 7-colored lotus. Ji Yu Cheng struck with Blood Fiend technique. In an instant, waves of attacks landed on the Zupo dragon. The dragon roared in pain. Soon it coughed up blood and died. Ji Yu Cheng said, this creature had no divine powers. But suddenly, Ji Yu Cheng noticed something. There were iron chains tied to the Zupo dragon. Master Wang said, this is Arctic cold iron. Top-tier material for military use. And it was used to bind this Zupo dragon? Ji Yu Cheng said seriously. The real problem might be beneath the Kulan River. Su Xuanji suggested, let's go down and see. The group then dove into the river one after another. Ji Yu Cheng and the others quickly reached the bottom. They found a massive formation below. No wonder the Zupo dragon grew so large. The formation must have empowered it. At that moment, Master Wang said, wait, this dragon might be a component of the formation. These patterns suggest it's a soul-bound array. Su Xuanji added, could it be suppressing a ghost king or evil spirit? Master Wang asked again, how old is this Yuan water formation? Ji Yu Cheng replied, the Dragon King Gang's Yuan family said, they discovered the Zupo dragon 500 years ago. So it's likely over 500 years old. Master Wang touched the array disk. If it's 500 years old, whatever was sealed here should have faded into nothing by now. Soulbound arrays can do more than suppress. They also weaken haunted places. Ji Yu Cheng looked at a sunken ship nearby. That must be Elder Huang's lost warship. But suddenly, he noticed something wrong. A vortex of yin energy appeared out of nowhere, dragged everyone deep underwater. Soon they were pulled to the riverbed. They found themselves in a hidden space. Ahead stood a female ghost in white. She shrieked at them. Master Wang was terrified. He stumbled backward in fright. Ji Yu Cheng said loudly, we're surrounded by Shui Posi. Why are there so many of these damn things here? Shui Posi, also known as yin corpses or water ghosts. Spirits born from corpses soaked in water for centuries. The Shui Posi lunged straight at Ji Yu Cheng and his group. Luckily, Ji Yu Cheng reacted swiftly, and used the Black River arm to block her. Then he slashed her in half with one strike. That moment, a loud crane call echoed, drawing the shui posy toward a cave to the west. "I'll help you get rid of these ghosts." Ji Yu Cheng hesitated. Someone else is down in the Lanjiang riverbed? He couldn't trust her easily. But then the voice came again. "You young one are too suspicious. Wait a moment longer and the shui posy will kill you." Seeing the endless swarm of shui posy, Ji Yu Cheng began to panic. "Forgive me, senior. I'll lure them over now." Suddenly, a long sword appeared before Ji Yu Cheng. It seemed to possess sentience, and flew past him to strike down the shui posy behind him. With ease, it dispatched them all. Then, an enormous figure appeared before Ji Yu Cheng. He spoke calmly. "Relax. I'm just a wandering soul trapped inside a divine sword." Ji Yu Cheng looked up at her. It was a sword spirit. "Thank you, senior, for your help. May I ask who you are?" The spirit replied, "I am Yuan Kanghai, from Moyang Prefecture of the southern Yi region. They once called me the One Sword to the south. Who won the 10 Nations War in the end?" Ji Yu Cheng answered, "That war ended 500 years ago. Now the Daqin dynasty rules the realm." Yuan Kanghai sighed deeply. "To think 5 centuries have passed." Ji Yu Cheng asked, "Senior, were you a cultivator from 500 years ago?" Yuan Kanghai nodded. "Back then, I encountered a Zupo dragon. I ventured deep and was slain by its yin aura. Only my soul remains, clinging to this divine sword." "What about you, young man?" Ji Yu Cheng answered, "What a coincidence. I'm Yuan Dingui, also from Moyang Prefecture in southern Yi. My ancestors passed down tales of the Zupo dragon in Lanjiang. That's why they founded the Dragon King Gang, and offered bloodstones in sacrifice. Recently, martial artists of southern Yi slew the Zupo dragon. I came with them and ended up here by accident. Senior, you are the ancestor of my Yuan clan." Yuan Kanghai nodded. "The Zupo dragon matter was passed down secretly by me. Only our Yuan family knew about it." Ji Yu Cheng saluted. "Descendant Yuan Dingui greets the ancestral founder. Though our clan is in decline, I shall reclaim our glory with your return." Yuan Kanghai was silent for a moment. "I have gathered a soul-fixing pearl and a scroll over the years. Have you heard of the 72 divine arts of Turtlebeard Sea's Feathered Mountain?" Ji Yu Cheng shook his head. "Never heard of it." Yuan Kanghai said, "This technique is called 10,000 Blade Turtlebeard. With my sword, its power is immense. I'll gift it to you as a greeting gift. Go and take a look." Ji Yu Cheng turned to leave. "Thank you, ancestor." Suddenly, Yuan Kanghai lashed out with a ghost claw. Ji Yu Cheng's eyes gleamed. He had long anticipated this ghost's betrayal. He activated the spirit link jade pendant and trapped him. Yuan Kanghai roared, "Dingui, what is the meaning of this?" Ji Yu Cheng scoffed, "Don't play ghostly tricks with me. What is this, a ghost tale?" Yuan Kanghai said, "Still, I am your ancestor. I just saved you, and gave you a divine sword and technique. What are you doubting me for?" Ji Yu Cheng laughed. "I don't doubt you, you just overacted." Yuan Kanghai said, "It's all a misunderstanding, Dingui. You are my descendant, how could you think I'd harm you?" Ji Yu Cheng said coldly, "Yuan Dingui was long tossed into the Kulan River by me. Fed to that Zupo dragon." Yuan Kanghai dropped the act entirely. "You little bastard, if I can't leave here, then you're staying here with me." He struck with the possessed divine sword toward Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng's mind lit up. Yuan Kanghai's ghost had replaced the sword spirit of Longshao sword. Ji Yu Cheng dodged sideways, but was still a beat too slow. Cut slashed across his face. But Ji Yu Cheng immediately activated the soul jade pendant, and sealed him inside. Ji Yu Cheng sneered, "In here, I make the rules." Ji Yu Cheng looked at the trapped Yuan Kanghai. His soul, affected by the Longshao sword, seemed to have turned into a metallic ghost. Ji Yu Cheng summoned the Wraith Ghost, then looked at the items on the ground. This must be Yuan Kanghai's collection. The Longshao sword consumes massive amounts of qi, best saved for crucial moments. On the wall was also a soul essence crystal, rare material from destroyed powerful ghost dwellings. Ji Yu Cheng quickly packed up the items. At that moment, a group was hiding in the shadows. Lu Hongyuan said, "You two attack Ji Yu Cheng together." Wei Ziming hesitated. Ji Yu Cheng practices martial ghost duel cultivation. Why provoke him? Just then, Ji Yu Cheng tossed a talisman into the shadows. Well, turns out it's you three rats. Planning a sneak attack on me? Lu Hongyuan saw the talisman drop beside him and panicked. How did he spot us? The three immediately fled. Ji Yu Cheng sneered. You've already come. Then stay. The wraith ghost surrounded Wei Ziming, pouncing on him instantly. Wei Ziming cried for help. You can't leave me behind. Save me. Song Shaoran threw his sword at Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng dodged with a sidestep. But Wei Ziming was already lifeless. Ji Yu Cheng stepped forward swiftly and chased after them. He flashed behind Song Shaoran and slashed. It was fast and ruthless. Only Lu Hongyuan remained. Ji Yu Cheng summoned the demon sword Yela. A shadow rapidly closed in on Lu Hongyuan. Just then Lu Hongtu arrived. With one spear sweep, he knocked Yela away. Then he turned and scolded Lu Hongyuan. Useless fool. Why are you always so pathetic? Then turned to Ji Yu Cheng. The Lu family isn't that easy to mess with. Ji Yu Cheng sneered. I already messed with you once. Twice. Thrice. What can you do? Lu Hongtu said sternly. Last time, the Wang clan protected you. This time, you're on your own. I only wanted your arms before. But now, you'll pay with your life. Ji Yu Cheng released the wraith ghost. If you think you can, then come and take it. Lu Hongtu swept away the wraith with one strike. Ji Yu Cheng charged forward with his sword. Their weapons clashed violently. Powerful auras surged from their blows. But Lu Hongtu was slightly outmatched. He was soon sent flying. Ji Yu Cheng pressed the attack, shouting as he cast Blood Fiend. His aura kept surging. Lu Hongtu gritted his teeth. Martial ghost duel cultivation really is troublesome. But still, he lunged forward with determination. Using a deft spear technique, he flung Ji Yu Cheng away, then unleashed the Encircle the Nine Heavens move. A massive lightning sphere shot toward Ji Yu Cheng, but it was instantly shattered by Ji Yu Cheng's sword. Ji Yu Cheng countered with Candle Dragon's Rage. Ji Yu Cheng unleashed the Candle Dragon's Roar. A slash of sword energy burst out. With a boom, dust and smoke exploded. Ji Yu Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He immediately drew the Longshao sword. He swung at once, draining nearly all his remaining energy. But the strike was undoubtedly powerful. With just that one blow, Lu Hongtu's spear was shattered into pieces. Ji Yu Cheng then said, Lu Hongyuan, what are you waiting for? This is your only chance to kill him, and your only shot at rising in power. Lu Hongyuan gritted his teeth. You think I'm an idiot, Ji Yu Cheng? I kill him, then you kill me? Ji Yu Cheng smiled. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't kill Lu Hongtu, you'll never rise within the Lu family. Lu Hongyuan hesitated after hearing this. But Lu Hongtu roared angrily. Idiot, are you stupid? You're letting an outsider manipulate you. Ji Yu Cheng said, Lu Hongyuan, even your hesitation is obvious now. If you don't act today, you know how the days ahead will be. Lu Hongyuan gritted his teeth. I'm not a coward. Then pointed his sword at Lu Hongtu. Lu Hongtu cursed. You dare, you trash. But all he got was a sword through the chest. Ji Yu Cheng said, from now on, you're the number one in the Lu family. Lu Hongyuan asked suspiciously, you're really not going to kill me? Ji Yu Cheng shook his head. I already have leverage over you. Why would I kill you? In the future, I can help you become the family head. Lu Hongyuan cupped his hands. If you can help me take the clan leadership, I'll serve Lord Ji Yu without question. No objections ever. Soon, the two of them walked out of the cave. Ji Yu Cheng turned to Xingui and said, Shaoxin, I'll need you to scout ahead. Xingui dove underwater, and found the skeleton of an unknown creature. He quickly surfaced and reported it to Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng was shocked. A real dragon's remains? Could the legend be true? Ji Yu Cheng immediately used the dragon bones to cultivate 5 pathways of body refinement. Qi and blood converging. The flow was uneven, but the energy surged like a torrent. The fifth cauldron was about to solidify. 6 cauldrons of surging blood were complete. Lu Hongyuan looked at the defenseless Ji Yu Cheng in cultivation. But he also sensed something odd about him. This is the sign of going berserk. Should I strike now? But Ji Yu Cheng reached the 6th cauldron within moments. What's hidden beneath this cliff? Suddenly, Ji Yu Cheng stood up. The water began to boil. Ji Yu Cheng shouted, "Run!" The ground beneath them shattered with a thunderous crash. They fled deeper for about half a quarter hour. Ji Yu Cheng looked at a spirit whale on the wall and said, "Each of us will take what we can from the whale. Then we split up." At this moment, Marquis Morong and Yu Qinfeng arrived. "Ji Yu Cheng, you really are greedy. You want all these ghost spirit whales for yourself?" Ji Yu Cheng smiled. "We each take what we earn. Master Yu, how about one more collaboration? Help me with Marquis Morong, and I'll split the whales with you." Yu Qinfeng hesitated. "I've already broken with Marquis Morong once. And now Ji Yu Cheng has entered 6 cauldrons of blood surge." Suddenly, Ji Yu Cheng shouted, "The yin vortex is coming. Everyone, I'm out of here first." Moments later, Marquis Morong and Lu Hongyuan surfaced. Marquis Morong asked, "Where's your brother, Lu Hongtu?" Lu Hongyuan lowered his head and muttered, "I didn't see him. Wasn't he with you the whole time?" Marquis Morong shook his head and asked no further. "Let's head back." At the general's estate in Guangling City, Meng Shan walked over and said, "Master Ji Yu, we have news. It's from Bai Jishan under Do Guangchen's command." Ji Yu Cheng nodded. "Quick, let him in." Ji Yu Cheng asked, "Strategist Shao, I heard you have news on the dragon-type Shanghai sword manual?" Shao Quan cupped his hands and said, "I'm just a lowly Bai Jishan. Good for offering suggestions. I dare not claim to be a strategist. Master Ji Yu flatters me." Ji Yu Cheng pressed, "So, you found out about the dragon-type Shanghai sword manual?" Shao Quan nodded. "It's with Master Jin Wu in Taikang County." Ji Yu Cheng asked, "And who is this person?" Shao Quan replied, "Master Jin Wu is well known in Taikang's underground circles. His Wantong auction house has what you seek." Ji Yu Cheng nodded. "Then I'll trouble you to accompany me there." Shao Quan bowed. "No trouble at all. From now on, Qinglong's stronghold depends on your care, Master Ji Yu." Taikang County, Shunzhou Prefecture. Shao Quan said, "Master Ji Yu, the auction begins tonight. Since you're an official, it's best to buy a mask to hide your identity." Night came quickly. A young attendant stepped out. "Welcome, guests, to the Wantong auction house." Ji Yu Cheng entered and found a random seat. The host on stage waited until the crowd gathered. "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction has quite a few fine items. The rules are the same as always. Bids in gold Kongfang." Shao Quan asked from the side, "Master Ji Yu, will you use silver or trade goods?" Ji Yu Cheng replied, "Trade goods. I brought solid currency." On stage, the host brought out a Zhejiang corpse. This is a top-grade Zhejiang, comparable to a 6th-grade martial dancer. Place your bids if interested. A hand quickly went up. The host smiled. "Congrats to our friend from Miaozhong for purchasing the Zhejiang. Next, Master Jin Wu will personally auction off a special technique." Master Jin Wu slowly walked up with a box in hand. He opened the box. Golden light flashed. Master Jin Wu shut the box and said, "This brocade box contains the Dragon Camp from the Shanghai Sword Manual. A top-grade sword art with dragon attributes. However, this sword technique is a horizontally cut half volume." The crowd below immediately grew upset. "Master Jin Wu, are you playing with us? How do we cultivate from just half? Make it up with imagination?" Master Jin Wu quieted the crowd. "Everyone, calm down. The price starts at just 1 gold Kongfang. Feel free to bid freely." Bidding hands rose immediately. Ji Yu Cheng pulled out a soul essence crystal. "I'll trade this for it. Valued at 500 gold Kongfang." Master Jin Wu's eyes widened. "What a pure soul essence crystal. I haven't seen one like this in decades." A nobleman raised his hand. "I bid 550 gold Kongfang." Ji Yu Cheng raised his hand. "I bid 600. The nobleman gritted his teeth in frustration. Master Jin Wu quickly stepped in. "Gentlemen, calm down. It's not worth fighting over a broken sword art. The nobleman said, I'll add 100 more gold kongfang. Let me have it. Ji Yu Cheng replied, I'm not short on money. Then he pulled out another soul essence crystal. You still want to keep bidding? The nobleman trembled with anger, but said nothing more. Ji Yu Cheng smoothly secured the dragon-type sword technique, even if it's only half. The two soon exited the auction house. Xiao Quan asked, shall we explore Taikong County a bit? Or head straight back to South First Circuit? Ji Yu Cheng shook his head. I would love to head back directly, but someone doesn't want me to leave. Sure enough, the young master blocked Ji Yu Cheng's path. Ungrateful brat, even if you want to hand it over now, you've lost that chance. Ji Yu Cheng looked at Xiao Quan and said, looks like this Master Jin isn't very reliable either. Xiao Quan gritted his teeth. That bastard Jin dared to screw me over. Damn him. Once I get back to the stronghold, I'll take people to settle this. The young master waved his hand. None of you are leaving today. Kill them all. Ji Yu Cheng summoned Wu Gui immediately. The young master and his guards began chanting. No illness, no sky. No law, no self. A pure land beyond. The holy ancestor descends. Xiao Quan saw the formation plate forming. They're members of La Sect. Ji Yu Cheng drew the blood abyss sword. He unleashed a blood strike and charged forward. One slash shattered the formation. Landed squarely on the young master. The guards panicked. No trace of resistance left in their eyes. They dropped to their knees with a thud. Don't kill me. If you do, you'll drag trouble onto yourself. We're from a branch of La Sect. Ji Yu Cheng spoke coldly. Answer my questions. Where is your La Sect branch located? How many of you are there? What are your strengths? The guard quickly replied, there are over 1,500 of us. The branch leader went to headquarters. He's at the Grand Master level. There are 6 elders in total. Ji Yu Cheng asked again. When will your leader return? And what level are the elders? The guard shook his head. I don't know. We don't have access to the leader. As he finished, Ji Yu Cheng slashed him down. Know nothing at all? Useless. He turned to Xiao Quan. Strategist Xiao, you may return. This has nothing to do with Qinglong's stronghold. Xiao Quan cupped his fists. Thank you, Lord Ji Yu, for your understanding. After Xiao Quan left, officers from Shun Prefecture's night division arrived. They approached. Chu Yud spoke up. Who dares cause bloodshed in Shun Prefecture? Take him down. Ji Yu Cheng pulled out a token. Stop. I'm Ji Yu Cheng, commander of Guanglan City, South First Prefecture. Chu Yud was startled. Ah, it's brother Ji Yu. I'm Chu Yud, commander of Shun Prefecture. I've long heard of your reputation. May I ask what brings you to Shun Prefecture? Ji Yu Cheng replied, just here to purchase some elixirs. These men are cultists from La Sect. I encountered them by chance. So I took care of them on the spot. Then he said seriously, Lord Shu, interested in a business deal? I've found out where La Sect's Taikong branch is. Only 5 elders stationed there. We strike together, and you'll get all the credit when we win. Chu Yud laughed heartily. Thank you, Lord Ji Yu, for the opportunity. Let's go back and plan in detail. Just then, Ji Yu Cheng's eyes glinted, and he suddenly shot an arrow at Chu Yud. But Chu Yud seemed prepared. He shifted slightly and dodged with ease. He pointed at Ji Yu Cheng and shouted, Ji Yu Cheng, what's the meaning of this? Attacking a fellow officer? Shameless and vile. Ji Yu Cheng replied calmly. A fellow officer? Ji Yu Cheng said in a firm voice. A fellow officer? I don't want to work with people from the Luo sect. Chu Yud exclaimed in panic. What do you mean? Ji Yu Cheng replied. Enough. Stop pretending. Who would have thought even the commander of Jingye division has been corrupted by the Luo sect? You must be one of the 6 township masters, right? Chu Yud asked sternly. Who told you that? Ji Yu Cheng smacked his lips. You exposed yourself. The commander of Jingye division patrolling at night, even offering to eliminate the Luo sect? You know full well, taking on the Luo sect is trouble, not merit. And you all arrived too quickly. That's suspicious, too. Chu Yud gave up pretending. He ordered his men to attack Ji Yu Cheng. He led the charge against him. Ji Yu Cheng unleashed Candle Dragon's gaze. A sword strikes straight at Chu's forehead. But the other two had already surrounded him. Ji Yu Cheng calmly drew the Longshao sword. Boosted by Blood Fiend *. He slashed directly at Chu Yude. A dragon's roar rang out. Golden light engulfed him. Moments later, he was dead. Ji Yu Cheng glanced at him with disdain. What an overconfident fool. He searched Chu's body, looking for clues. Scum from the Luo sect deserves no mercy. But Chu Yude was Shunzhou's commander. This might stir up some trouble later. He thought to himself, I'll have to strike preemptively. Inside Jingye Division, a Xuanjia guard rushed in. Sir, something's wrong. Shunzhou's commander Chu Yude has been killed. Shen Wanan was shocked. What? Chu Yude was killed? By whom? The guard replied. Ji Yu Cheng. Just then, Ji Yu Cheng walked in. Lord Shen, I'm here to demand an explanation. Shen Wanan waved his hand. Master Ji Yu, calm down. Could this be a misunderstanding? Ji Yu Cheng said sternly. Misunderstanding? Chu Yude was a Luo sect township master. I've already killed him. Shen Wanan asked. What do you want, Master Ji Yu? Ji Yu Cheng said, I request your support, to wipe out the Luo sect's branch. Shen Wanan shook his head. No, I won't provoke those lunatics. But I can give you an official warrant. You may take troops into Taikong County. Ji Yu Cheng accepted with a nod. If that's the case, I'll go make preparations to destroy the Luo sect's branch. Shen Wanan handed over a token. Safe travels, Master Ji Yu. After Ji Yu Cheng left, Shen Wanan told the Xuanjia guard beside him. Dispose of Chu Yude's body. Report that he was killed by a demon. Ji Yu Cheng returned to the general's residence in Guangning. Seated in the main hall, he declared. Mobilize troops to Taikong County. Target. The Luo sect's branch. Meng Shan hesitated. Master Ji Yu, the Luo sect is no joke. Ji Yu Cheng took out the warrant. Since I've made my move, I have the confidence to win. This is the warrant from Shen Wanan of Taikong County. Huang Laojiao bowed and asked, what about my navy forces? Ji Yu Cheng thought for a moment. When I need you, Brother Huang, I'll let you know. Then he shouted, gather 3,000 elite soldiers. We march now. The target. Wudyulan of the Linyuan Manor, where the Luo sect branch is hidden. Zhou Lin cheered. Chu Yude has been killed. Shi Yinyang said calmly. Could his identity have been exposed? Confronting the Daoist cursed. I knew that idiot would get into trouble sooner or later. Zhou Lin said, we should call Red Fox back. I suspect someone is targeting our Taikong branch. At that moment, someone shouted from outside. The branch is under attack. Ji Yu Cheng kicked open the door and roared. Leave no one alive. Zhou Lin shouted in anger. Who are you people? Ji Yu Cheng glanced at him. Ask Chu Yude after you die. Then you'll know who I am. He summoned the 5 ghosts and charged at Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin formed a seal with his hands. His body turned into a puddle of muddy water, attempting to flee. But the 5 ghosts pounced immediately, grabbing the water without hesitation. Zhou Lin realized he couldn't break free from their hold. Panic set in. Ji Yu Cheng drew the blood grievance sword. With the power of blood kill, the bleeding barrier surged. In an instant, he reached Zhou Lin. Without hesitation, he stabbed him through the heart. Shi Yinyang suddenly leapt behind Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng watched his technique, and asked curiously, are you a cultivator from the main branch of Luo sect? Shi Yinyang didn't answer but shouted angrily, you will die today, then lunged straight at Ji Yu Cheng. But suddenly his figure paused in midair briefly, then quickly retreated to create distance. Lan Katie shouted, let's see if my poisoned scorpion can kill you. Then released a blood-red scorpion, which flew toward him. Shi Yinyang formed a seal with his hands. A shield instantly appeared in front of him. Ji Yu Cheng thrust his sword, but couldn't break through the shield. Shi Yinyang shouted, you wiped out our Luo sect branch. You'll burn in Avicii hell. Ji Yu Cheng rolled his eyes at him. Your secret arts are quite unusual. Must be the legacy of a Luo sect elder. That residual power, right? This yin spirit energy should break your spell, he said, then turned and ran. Run. Once enough yin energy accumulates, Shi Yinyang will explode. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Yin-Yang's position exploded with a bang. Even his limbs were blown off. Ji Yu-Cheng looked at the corpses and sighed. What a pity, should have left one alive to ask about the dragon attribute mountain sea sword scripture. Meng Shan said, if you want to question them, my lord, I can try soul searching. Ji Yu-Cheng nodded. Give it a try. Meng Shan understood, formed a seal and pulled out his own soul. Moments later, Meng Shan spoke solemnly. I found a clue. The Luo sect members were searching for the origin of the dragon attribute mountain sea sword scripture. It's linked to the Luo sect's holy son. Ji Yu-Cheng said, then we'll need to visit the auction house and find out who put the dragon attribute mountain sea sword scripture up for sale. Meng Shan nodded. Exactly. Ji Yu-Cheng added, clean up the battlefield quickly. Take whatever we can carry. Burn the rest. Destroy this Luo sect branch. At the Wantong auction house, Ji Yu-Cheng barged in with his men. Master Jinwu asked, may I ask your name, my lord? What has our auction house done to deserve your blockade with the Xuanjia Guard? I am a close friend of Chu Yud from the Silent Night Division, and also acquainted with Governor Shen Wanan. Ji Yu-Cheng said coldly. You think mentioning Shen Wanan will scare me? Look at yourself. What are you really worth? Master Jinwu exploded in anger. How dare you? Even if you're with the court, rules must be followed. Ji Yu-Cheng glared at him. Rules? You're a crooked merchant. You sold my information to the Luo sect. And now you're talking to me about rules? Master Jinwu panicked. You're Ji Yu-Cheng, the Grand Commander of Guangling? Ji Yu-Cheng smiled meaningfully. What do you think? Master Jinwu stammered. Lord Ji Yu, you're accusing me of betrayal. Do you have any proof? Ji Yu-Cheng said coldly. I usually don't need proof to act. Attack. Wen Yan of the Xuanjia Guard charged forward. Master Jinwu cried out. Stop. Wantong Auction House has shares from the Righteous One Alliance. Attacking me is declaring war on the Alliance. Ji Yu-Cheng sneered. Except for this old scum. Kill anyone who resists. No mercy. Master Jinwu quickly hid behind a burly man. Su Ba, do something. Su Ba rushed forward. My lord, I'm acting on someone else's behalf. I owe the Righteous One Alliance a favor. Forgive my offense. Ji Yu-Cheng dodged the attack. You're risking your life for a favor? Is it worth it? Su Ba said solemnly. We fight to determine the victor. Not for life or death. Ji Yu-Cheng took Su Ba's punch head on, and was knocked back several meters. He drew the blood-grievance sword and struck again. But Su Ba blocked the sword with his bare body. His physical strength was astonishing. Su Ba quickly widened the gap. That was a strong strike, my lord. I concede this round. Master Jinwu panicked. Bastard, is this how you protect me? Just one move? Su Ba replied calmly. I repaid the favor. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Ji Yu-Cheng stared at Master Jinwu. Got any other tricks? Master Jinwu begged. Lord Ji Yu, if I had known your identity, I wouldn't dare betray you even with 100 lives. Ji Yu-Cheng said coldly. Cut the crap. Where did you get the half copy of the Mountain Sea Sword scripture? Master Jinwu dropped to his knees. I got it from a friend. He's locked in the dungeon under Wantong Auction House. In the dungeon. Master Jinwu led Ji Yu-Cheng to a cell. That's him, Lord Ji Yu. Fang Wuwei. Answer honestly when Lord Ji Yu asks. Fang Wuwei screamed hysterically. Damn you, Jinwu, you'll die a horrible death. My lord, kill this scum, and I'll tell you everything. Master Jinwu trembled. Don't believe a word he says, Lord Ji Yu. But before he finished, Ji Yu-Cheng silenced him with a single slash. After ending Master Jinwu, Ji Yu-Cheng asked coldly. Now are you satisfied? Where exactly did you get that half copy? Fang Wuwei was silent for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and said, In Fengxian village. Ji Yu-Cheng asked again. The Fengxian village that vanished 500 years ago? Where is it located? Fang Wuwei shook his head. I can't say for sure. I just remember something crimson and twisted, and a rumored evil god. Hearing that, Ji Yu-Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for the information. I'll let you out now. But unexpectedly, Fang Wuwei shook his head again. He raised a wooden spike and said, "That bastard Jinwoo destroyed my Dantian. I'm already a cripple. Now that I've had my revenge, I can rest in peace." With that, he finally drove the stake through with force. The wooden spike pierced straight through the man's heart. Soon, Ji Yu Cheng walked out of the secret chamber, only to run right into a member of the Yi Zheng Qi sect who had barged in. That man shouted angrily, "Where is Jin Wu?" Ji Yu Cheng frowned slightly, but still replied, "He's in the dungeon, if you're here to collect his corpse." The man's tone turned even more hostile. "Ji Yu Cheng, do you know who Jin Wu belongs to?" Ji Yu Cheng replied calmly, "I know you're both members of Yi Zheng Qi sect. So what?" With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the man standing there in shock. He clenched his teeth and swore, "Sooner or later, Yi Zheng Qi sect will settle this with you." Ji Yu Cheng exited the auction hall and headed straight toward Mengshan. "You take the men back to Nanyi Army. I'm going to check out Fengshan village." Mengshan asked in confusion. "That place is very likely a ghost domain. My lord, you'd best be careful." Ji Yu Cheng waved his hand. "I know, I wouldn't take the risk if I weren't confident." Night fell soon after, and Ji Yu Cheng arrived at Fengshan village. Feeling a bit thirsty, he spotted a household up ahead. He walked up and said with a friendly smile, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm passing through and was hoping to get a drink of water. Would that be all right?" The man smiled and replied, "Of course, no trouble at all. As long as you don't mind if the bowl's a bit dirty." At that moment, a child turned to look at Ji Yu Cheng, revealing a twisted, monstrous face. Ji Yu Cheng was startled inside, but quickly composed himself. "Sister-in-law, your child." Noticing Ji Yu Cheng's strange expression, she pulled the child into her arms defensively and snapped, "What about my child?" Ji Yu Cheng didn't answer. Instead, he glanced around the room, and noticed a bowl filled with blood. He then saw the child lift the bowl and drink from it, looking quite pleased, even. After finishing, the child wiped the blood from his mouth, and grinned menacingly at Ji Yu Cheng. Ji Yu Cheng's temper flared. He drew his sword and shouted, "What kind of monster dares to show its face here?" At that moment, the woman scrambled forward and blocked him. She snapped angrily, "Why are you trying to kill my child?" But right then, the child took advantage of the moment, and ripped the man's arm clean off, then started chewing on it. Ji Yu Cheng couldn't stand it any longer. He charged with the Blood Abyss sword, and shredded the child's heart with one strike. Seeing this, the woman screamed and fainted on the spot. Ji Yu Cheng looked around once more, then left without further delay. Unknowingly, he found himself at Fengshan village's unique blood-red forgiver tree. Suddenly, an old man appeared holding a lantern. As he walked, he warned, "It's time to worship the true God. Everyone, stay in line. Follow me." His voice was soft, but Ji Yu Cheng heard it clearly. Right away, he made a decision. Let's see what this evil god actually looks like. Soon, Ji Yu Cheng followed them to a large plaza. The old man then announced, "The divine ritual begins." As soon as he said that, a man and woman behind him began slitting their wrists, muttering prayers as they bled. "May the true God grant me children. I wish to marry the woman I cannot have. I offer half my blood as sacrifice." Ji Yu Cheng frowned. Seems this evil god craves not just flesh, but also desire. But just then, something changed. The people in the plaza suddenly vanished. Ji Yu Cheng was even more baffled. There's something strange about Fengshan village. In the following days, Ji Yu Cheng conducted repeated tests, and finally discovered the issue. Time and space in Fengshan village were distorted. It seemed he was trapped in the same day. Ji Yu Cheng figured if that's the case, he might as well cultivate the myriad blades returning to the void here. That technique involves condensing blade intent, which circulates through the meridians and strengthens over time, eventually opening the inner void. Time quickly passed, and a year later, he finally completed the cultivation of myriad blades returning to the void. Next, he would explore the deeper secrets of Fengshan village. As Ji Yu Cheng walked around, he came across many corpses, but he couldn't tell if they were real or hallucinations. At that moment, a man in black robes passed by. Ji Yu Cheng immediately stopped him. Since you're here, why not stay a while? You're a practitioner of ghost arts, aren't you? He slashed at him with a burst of sword energy. The black-robed man dodged quickly, then blinked away and escaped over the wall. Just then, someone inside the house slowly opened the door. What a powerful sword strike! Since when did the underworld sect produce such strong sword cultivators? Ji Yu Cheng asked in confusion. Underworld sect? Sir, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. The man replied, You're not from the underworld sect? I was chasing the young master of the underworld sect, Qi Weishuan, and ended up here. The moment I came out, I saw you. Ji Yu Cheng showed his Silent Night Division token. I am Ji Yu Cheng, Grand Commander of Guanglan in the Southern Yi Prefecture. This is the token of the Silent Night Division. It can't be forged. The man's heart trembled. In disbelief, he said coldly, You're the one from the Dongling garrison who stood out. The one who killed the general of the minor martial army, Hong Dingshan. And the son of Elder Bai Ziwei from the True Zan sect? Ji Yu Cheng nodded. The man smiled and said, I've long heard of Brother Gu's reputation, but never had the chance to meet. Looks like even a flood can wash up a dragon. I am Yan Baigong. I used to be with the Silent Night Division too, but after killing a deputy commander, I've been living in the martial world since. Ji Yu Cheng cupped his fist and responded, So you're Yan Baigong the Crimson Mist. A pleasure. I've heard so much about you. Yan Baigong waved his hand. Please, don't call me a hero. That's just what people like to say. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother. But tell me, brother, how did you end up in this cursed place? Ji Yu Cheng replied, I came looking for a technique. It's hidden here in Fengxian village. So I took the risk and entered. Yan Baigong was shocked upon hearing this. Amazed, he asked, So this really is the Fengxian village that vanished 500 years ago? Ji Yu Cheng was speechless. So he got in here, but didn't even know where he was. Thinking that, he pointed to a corpse nearby and asked, Brother Yan, did you slay all these monsters? Yan Baigong nodded. These things keep resurrecting after I kill them. I can't tell what's real anymore. Ji Yu Cheng frowned. This place really is bizarre. We need to find a way out. He glanced up at the crimson moon overhead. This blood seems to signify that the village's power is stabilizing. Let's try every house while we have time. If the blood vanishes, be careful. Don't get trapped. Yan Baigong sighed. Then I'll stick with you. Elsewhere in a modest manner, Qi Weishuan pushed open a door and entered. Didn't expect to see the Holy Sun here. What a coincidence. The Holy Sun replied, Qi, are you also here for the evil god's ruin? Qi Weishuan gritted his teeth. Evil god's ruin? Of course not. I was being chased here by that mad dog Yan Baigong. The Holy Sun said, Now that Yan Baigong is with Ji Yu Cheng, it's going to be tricky. Ji Yu Cheng wiped out our Luo sect branch, killing 6 branch elders. That grudge is sealed in blood. He then proposed, Why don't we team up? Catch them off guard and kill them? Meanwhile, Ji Yu Cheng stepped out of a room and said, We've checked 8 houses now. Nothing unusual found. What secret does Fengxian village still hide? Yan Baigong pointed ahead and said, Looks like someone's up ahead. Ji Yu Cheng looked over and saw a few people shouting for help, fleeing in a panic. Both of them frowned, feeling something ominous. A horde of monsters soon appeared behind the fleeing group, chasing with claws and fangs bared. Ji Yu Cheng shouted loudly, Everyone, get inside now. Yan Baigong drew his weapon from his waist, and in a flash, slashed the charging monster into pieces. Once the people were inside, Ji Yu Cheng also drew his blood-grievance sword to assist. Soon, only the 2 of them remained, surrounded by monstrous corpses. Then, a burly man and an old monk emerged from the house. The man bowed and said, Thank you both for the help. May I ask your names? Ji Yu Cheng and Yan Baigong glanced at each other and reported their identities. The man bowed again and said, So it's Hero Yan and Lord Ji Yu of the Silent Night Division. No wonder you're so powerful. I'm Chen Jishan, master of Quiliu Manor. Wandered into this place with a few friends. The monk chanted a verse and said, I'm Yunjiang, a traveling monk from Jingong Temple of Great Wei. Do you know how to escape this place? A mocking voice suddenly interrupted. None of you are leaving today. The Holy Sun pointed at Ji Yu Cheng and shouted. He killed the 6 branch elders of Taikong Prefecture. Ji Yu Cheng sneered. I just sent your Luo sect people to meet your supreme patriarch. Don't you believe in him? The Holy Sun turned to the elder beside him. Elder Yang, take care of Yan Baigong. I'll kill Ji Yu Cheng myself. Elder Yang nodded, and summoned a strange aura around him. Yan Baigong said seriously, we're in trouble now. Ji Yu Cheng corrected him. Big trouble. He's a grandmaster at the 5th stage of Qi cultivation. Yan Baigong drew his other sword and charged in. I'll handle him. He arrived in front of Elder Yang mid-sentence. With a furious slash, there was a loud clang. Elder Yang caught the blade with one hand, and shattered his sword instantly. Yan Baigong was stunned. He never expected such a huge gap in strength. Elder Yang formed a hand seal, and instantly produced a square object, which he shot at Yan Baigong. At the same time, the Holy Sun hurled purland axes. Ji Yu Cheng dodged to the side. Just as the axes exploded at his previous spot, the blast engulfed where Ji Yu Cheng stood. At that moment, the Holy Sun pointed at Ji Yu Cheng. A sharp wind howled straight at him. Ji Yu Cheng couldn't dodge, so he drew his blood-grievance sword and used blood shatter. Then slashed upward. He landed on a rooftop. Now he realized this Holy Sun was also a dual cultivator of martial and spirit arts. Yan Baigong drew his backup sword, and used Starfall Strike to force Elder Yang back. Then he quickly jumped to Ji Yu Cheng's side. Let's run, the Holy Sun roared. You can't escape. But the two ignored him, and jumped off the wall, fleeing desperately. As they ran, Ji Yu Cheng once again saw illusions. Then the old man turned and asked, Outsiders, did you come to disrupt the rebirth of the true God? Ji Yu Cheng had already run into this old man countless times over the past year. He quickly said, no gods to plead to. No divine tune to be heard. Blood moon heaven, kill them. The Holy Sun shouted angrily. They're the outsiders, not followers at all. Are you all brainless? Ji Yu Cheng was speechless at his words. These people are monsters now. Where would they even get a brain? When the old man heard what the Holy Sun said, his aura grew increasingly eerie. Then the villagers lunged at the two of them. Yan Baigong asked curiously, Brother Ji Yu, what were you reciting just now? Ji Yu Cheng smiled. Just some evil god whisperings. As long as they believe it, it works. Just then, a strange light shone in the distance. Yunjiang said, that's the Buddhist light of our sect. Chen Jishan asked, has a sacred artifact appeared? Seeing the two rush off, Ji Yu Cheng sighed helplessly. They're useless in fights, but dash like madmen at the sight of treasure. Let's check it out too. That must be where a Buddhist master sealed the evil god. It might also be the way out. Soon, they approached the source of the Buddhist light. Chen Jishan said, each of these talismans is made of glazed crystal. They're priceless. Then he leapt toward the 8 trigram formation. Yan Baigong said, that guy's got a death wish. Ji Yu Cheng said, they did nothing earlier, just watched the show with everyone. Don't you see their true nature by now? Suddenly, a deafening Amitabha echoed. As it faded, an old monk appeared. He struck with one palm, pushing Chen Jishan away from the formation. The old monk said, your presence here proves my old wards have failed. How many years has it been since the chaos of the 10 nations? Yunjiang put his palms together and chanted a verse. It has been 500 years. May I ask, Venerable One, which great master you are? The old monk waved his hand and said, I'm no great master. My name is Jikong. Yunjiang was shocked. The Amitabha Zen master Jikong? The Buddhist sect believed you retreated into the mountains for cultivation. No one knew you were trapped here sealing the evil god. Jikong said calmly, this is an unimaginable evil god, undying and indestructible. If he escapes, the world will fall into ruin. Over the past 500 years, many entered the village, becoming nourishment for the evil god. At this rate, he will eventually be reborn. Your arrival here is no accident, but fate. I have a favor to ask of you. When the village vanishes, both my true form and the evil gods will appear. At that moment, ignite the sacred bones I left behind, burning my last remaining power. You'll be able to seal the evil god once again. Only with my energy can the sacred bones be lit. I have a technique. Shu Amitabha Array Sutra. It cultivates both martial and spiritual energy. Whoever lights the sacred bones, I will pass this technique on to them. Chen Jishan immediately stepped forward and said, I'll do it. I've long admired your reclusive dedication, master. I won't let you down. But Jikong shook his head. You are unfit, my friend. Your heart is filled with greed. You cannot cultivate our teachings. At that moment, Yunjiang said, I am Yunjiang, a traveling monk from Jingong Temple of Great Wei. I am willing to inherit the master's legacy and save the world's people.